Chapter 171 10 Rings. We are revealed players from Rat Star. We heard that the player Bai Yi from Guixing is very strong. We really hope to compete with him. It is an honor to be teammates with all the masters. We look forward to everyone's happy cooperation in the next game. During the live broadcast, the three masked men exchanged greetings with other players. And the atmosphere seemed harmonious. Xiao Jing stared at the players of Team B gathered on the screen next to him, and then looked at the empty screen in front of him, and couldn't help picking his nails, feeling extremely bored. Where is the planet he mentioned? Xiao Jing tried to recall it in his mind, but to no avail. And then asked Ed, Rat Star. Is it in this galaxy? It should be. Ed seemed bored, and nothing else could arouse their interest except Bai Ye's appearance. I remember hearing about this planet. Oh. Xiao Jing nodded. Even friends from other planets want to challenge Bai Yi. It seems that Bai Ye's reputation has spread far and wide. On one side of the screen, the masked man was shaking hands with a muscular blue-eyed man. Xiao Jing glanced at him and saw the muscular man speaking politely to the masked man with a kind face. Is this Hunter JR? He looks fierce and even harder to deal with than Shinsu. But he has such a good personality. Yes. And there's Mizutani Otoko. I thought she was a cool queen from her aura. But when she smiled, she turned out to be a sweet girl. Yin Xiao is the one behind. Right. The third most powerful person in Team B, who doesn't seem to talk much. Ka Suo is shirtless again in this game. Why is he always naked? Who knows? Bai Yi didn't show up. Xiao Jing and Ed had nothing to do, so they chatted with each other about Bai Ye's opponent players. At this time, they did not notice anything unusual. Not only Ed and Xiao Jing, but also the entire analysis team, and even the thousands of viewers in the special live broadcast room. No one realized that something incredible was happening quietly in front of them. In the live broadcast and the copy, a parallel time and space drama is now being staged. The same scene, the same people, but they are doing completely different things. 1 minute has passed. Xiaopei confirmed the time in his mind, turned to Bai Yi and said, Should we go out? Don't worry. Bai Yi leaned against the wall, casually playing with the restraint ring he bought in the secret market. The street in front of me was a little deserted. The stalls were either empty or covered. It was obviously too early, and the stall owners had not yet started business. Yes, they were now in the secret realm, a quarter of the central street market. Whether it was a permanent pass or a physical pass, the secret realm card was always an EVO high-dimensional card, and the game copy was the most basic use of this card. Bai Yi could use this card to travel across time and space. From another perspective, it could also be used as a portable space, and he could open up a hiding place outside the copy for himself at any time. Avoiding the minute that shows the player's position is obviously an excellent use of this card. As soon as he entered the game, he walked towards the rock that could hide his body. After circling the rock, Bai Yi quickly opened the card while the live camera was lagging behind, and flashed into the secret realm. Outside the copy, Bai Yi's mark point is naturally no longer visible, if this operation is performed once every 2 hours. In theory, Bai Yi can make the opponent players unable to find his whereabouts throughout the game. However, putting aside the theory, reality is never so simple. For this unprecedented challenge mode, Bai Yi still needs to stay alert and respond cautiously. So when the 1 minute display period has ended, Bai Yi did not rashly leave the secret realm and return to the dungeon. It is about 10.3 kilometers from our starting position to the experimental base. If we go straight, it will take about 2 hours. Mu projected the dungeon map on the holographic screen and showed it to Bai Yi. The map that Mu redrawn was not much different from the one in Bai Yi's bracelet, with only an additional distance mark from their starting landing point to the base. It only takes 2 hours to get to the base, but the game is set to 24 hours. This 10-kilometer journey is definitely not that easy, Bai Yi said. The system mentioned that we need to pass through a distortion field. What exactly is this distortion field? Xiaopei looked at Bai Yi in confusion, and then turned to Mu. Facing Xiaopei's question, Bai Yi was not sure to answer. He could roughly imagine the state of the distortion field, but he was not proficient in physics, so he could not give Xiaopei an accurate explanation. In short, it will definitely extend the 2-hour journey, Bai Yi responded simply. The obstacles are not only the distortion field, but also them, Mu said calmly beside him. And at the same time, the map on the holographic screen in front of him disappeared, and a column of player information with photos was displayed instead. These are 7 of the 10 opponents this time. These people are all high-scoring players in other games. Except for Kazuo. They have all won the first place at least once. And according to rumors on the internet, they came to participate in this game with the purpose of defeating you. Mu continued. Defeat me? Bai Yi scanned the names of these players, and his eyes stopped at the photos next to their names. Mu's ability to collect information has always been strong. In addition to the players' frontal photos and live photos, these photos also include screenshots of them fighting in previous dungeons. Men and women, fat and thin, each of them looks bad. There should be 10 opponents in this game. Bai Yi read all the information on the screen, turned to Mu and asked, Have you found out about the other 3 people? No. Mu answered frankly. The appearance and information of the other 3 people do not exist. There is no keyword entry to search. Without keyword search, even Mu can't do anything. Bai Yi nodded, showing his understanding. So don't stay here too long. Shinsu reminded him at the right time. We'd better leave enough time to deal with these situations. After all, 24 hours is only 18 hours for us. Yeah, I know. Bai Yi replied. Shinsu was referring to narcolepsy. In 24 hours, you must go through a narcolepsy cycle. 6 hours of sleep makes Bai Yi's time even tighter than the set time. Wait a little longer, I'll buy something, and then we'll go. Bai Yi continued. While they were talking, the market was almost open, and the stall owners returned to their stalls one after another. In this dwarf town, Bai Yi and his group stood out, and many people recognized them. The stall owners passing by waved enthusiastically, and greeted loudly. Young man, is my bondage ring still working? The stall owner who had sold Bai Yi the bondage ring before was a bald old man, who obviously still remembered Bai Yi, and invited him loudly when they met. I have other good stuff to sell today. Would you like to come and see? No need for anything else. Can you give me a few more of the restraint rings from last time? When Bai Yi saw the old man, he stopped leaning against the wall, and walked straight to the old man's stall. His words revealed a request to the stall owner, and it was more like he was suggesting to Xiao Pei, Shinsu and the others. Let's buy a few more restraint rings, and make a total of 10. Just one for each person, as a gift for them. Captain, here we come. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yi's coordinates appeared on Sean's map without any warning. Sean glanced calmly, and then showed the map to the other 7 players. Kaso exclaimed in a low voice. Although the others did not speak, their faces were relaxed. As expected, the authority of the Divine Court is the most powerful advantage in this game. Now that we know Bai Yi's location, you should have no doubts about my plan. Sean signaled his men to put away the map, put his hands behind his back, and said to the other 7 players, I have said before that the plan is that 3 people will stay at the base, and 4 people will go with us to block Bai Yi. If you agree with this plan, then start assigning roles, and decide who will stay and who will go. If you disagree, I won't force you, but if you choose to act independently, I won't be able to tell you Bai Yi's location. The players looked at each other, and no one objected to Sean this time. Whether they agreed with Shinting in their hearts, or had objections to Sean, it was indeed unmatched to master Bai Yi's coordinates. Bai Yi could avoid the game's marks, and if they didn't cooperate with Sean, I'm afraid that Bai Yi's shadow would not be seen at the end of the game. I'll join the sniper team. The silence lasted only a moment, and the muscular man spoke first. My name is Hunter Jr. I'm good at fighting, not good at defense. Only by sniping Bai Yi can I fully utilize my advantages. I want to join the sniper team. 2. Following him, the gorgeously dressed female player Mizutani Oto also stepped forward and said she would join. I'm good at tracking and assassination. Staying here is obviously not as suitable for me as sniping Bai Yi. I'll come too. The next person to speak was a young man, with a plain appearance and a steady temperament. When Sean was speaking, he remained silent in the corner, neither opposing nor supporting, and his attitude was very low-key. My name is Yin Xiao. I am good at mixed martial arts, and I have a good record before. I will not drag down the team. Don't forget me. Before Yin Xiao finished speaking, Keiso jumped forward and squeezed his position in front of Yin Xiao. With a smile on his face, he approached Sean directly. New captain, you should still recognize me. Right? You must remember me. How could you not remember me? Keiso said with a smile. We met in the last game. Sean glanced at Keiso and said nothing. Of course, he recognized this person and was impressed. After all, it was a spectacle for a person to be knocked down by Haitian and still keep talking. How can I be missing in the fight against Bai Yi? Among us, Only Bai Yi and I have ever fought each other. Queso obviously didn't want to stay in the experimental base, and rushed to recommend himself for the last spot. Your record seems to be only 2 second places. Yin Xiu seemed to know the information of other teammates, and had some complaints about Queso. I've never won against Bai Yi in the fight. I think it's more appropriate for you to stay at the base, and look after the machines. Ah. You can't say that. Being directly belittled by Yin Xiu. Kasuo was unmoved, as if he never cared about face. Bai Yi and I have known each other for 5 games. I know him better than you do. My ability is not as bad as you think. After saying that, Kasuo did a backflip without any preparation and easily jumped onto the top of the shed. As soon as he stood still, he pulled up a longbow in his hand, and a flame instantly turned into an arrow, shooting towards the open space not far away, exploding with a bang, and the flame soared into the sky. Yin Xiu reacted quickly and retreated immediately. The others also dispersed. Queso jumped down from the top of the awning neatly, with a slight smile on his lips, and actually walked into the flame step by step. Hey! Hey! Everyone was shocked. Even Sean didn't expect Queso to have such ability. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Queso came out of the flames freely, unharmed, and the exposed upper body skin was still as white as snow, without even a single burn mark. This is my ability. Queso raised an exaggerated smile, stretched out his arms, bowed slightly, and made a gesture of farewell. Yin Xiu was stunned, looking at Queso, Hunter JR and Mizutani Oto as if he were a monster, and even the faces of several other players showed confusion. Sean swallowed his saliva, calmed down a little, nodded, and said to Queso and the other 3, "Then, the task of blocking Bai Yi will be carried out by the 4 of you. The other 3 people will be responsible for guarding this distortion generator. If Bai Yi escapes our encirclement and enters the base, you will be the last line of defense for this mission. Then there is no time to lose. Everyone, let's go!" Chapter 172. It's unfair. Wow, it seems to be extremely hot here, but I don't feel hot at all. Under the scorching sun, Xiao Pei stretched her arms excitedly, jumping, as if she had discovered a new world. On the other side, Bai Yi and Mu were studying the distortion field, but beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. He took off his suit jacket, handed it to Chinsu, and then continued to discuss the slightly strange situation in front of him. The rock at the 2 o'clock direction ahead is about 50 meters away, but according to the information from the scanning light band, the rock is actually 681 meters away from us, and its direction is about 23 degrees clockwise compared to the visual feedback. Bai Yi explained to Mu. Bai Yi thought for a moment, took out a small laser transmitter from the space card, and pressed the switch. This transmitter is usually used for distance measurement and obstacle detection. If there is no obstacle, its energy and accuracy are enough to shoot the laser 10 kilometers away. However, at this moment, the green laser emitted by the transmitter was bent into a wave shape within 2 meters. This should be what the system calls the distortion field setting. Bai Yi continued to aim the laser transmitter in other directions. Sure enough, although it looked normal to the naked eye, he was surprised that there was no angle that could make this green light go straight. The visual distance does not match the actual distance, and the visual direction does not match the actual direction. Being in the distortion field, the spatial distortion will make us deviate from the original route unconsciously. This is also the reason why external supplies are difficult to reach the base, and the experimenters have to return to the city to live. Is there any way to reduce the impact of the distortion field? Chinsu put Bai Ye's coat into the space card and participated in the discussion at the right time. There is no good solution at present. Bai Yi looked at the vast yellow sand in the distance. We can only rely on lasers, maps and compass, and correct the direction of advance little by little. Such progress will naturally take a lot of time. Apart from this, there is no other way to quickly cross the distortion field. This should be the difficulty set by the game for us. Xiao Pei echoed. Like you said, the game gave us 24 hours, which naturally won't let us reach the base smoothly. If we go in the wrong direction, 24 hours may not be enough. Anyway, let's set off first, and use as much time as possible to reduce the possibility of failure, Bai Yi said, and suddenly summoned the broken machine and sat on its shoulder. The green light in his hand bent and spread. After some angle adjustments, Bai Yi chose the direction closest to the base. Several people followed the green laser and stepped into the range of the distortion field one after another. How is it? In the monitoring room, the ball team leader walked to Ed and Xiao Jing and asked about the situation. Well, it's going well. Xiao Jing's answer was a little hesitant. The direction is correct. We didn't go too far. And we didn't return the same way. However, this distortion field is really difficult to cross. Half a day has passed. And you see, we have only walked this far. Bai Yi used the green laser to guide the direction. And Xiao Jing also displayed Bai Ye's route with green lines on the computer. The route was winding. And although the general direction was towards the base, it had been almost 2 hours since the game started. This road, which was supposed to be 10 kilometers long, had only walked a little more than 1 kilometer and less than 2 kilometers. This distortion field is like an invisible maze. Ed sighed. No matter how strong Bai Yi is, he can't blow up the base. If he can't reach the base, everything is useless. The rules of this game are really too biased towards the defense. Xiao Jing frowned, feeling unfair for Bai Yi. They are numerous and strong. Have you found the problem in the rules of the game? What problem? Ed asked cooperatively. The ball team leader also looked at Xiao Jing. Think about it. Xiao Jing continued to explain. Assuming that the players on the defensive side do nothing at the base, the transport plane will still arrive, and the theft mission will be successful. As long as Bai Yi does not arrive at the base, they will win. But Bai Ye's side, let alone doing nothing, even if they just take the wrong road and delay a little more time, the end result is bound to be a loss. If it were someone else, they were not strong enough, the 10 defenders might really win easily. Yes. Ed had not thought about it from this angle before, but after listening to Xiao Jing, it was indeed the case. 11 players participated in the challenge mode. But the word challenge seems to have fallen on Bai Yi. Think about it carefully. Logically, this does not seem to be unreasonable. The challenge mode was originally activated by Bai Yi. He opened the second stage of the excellent reward, which is why this 1 on 10 game exists. Bai Yi is undoubtedly the core of this game. So the word challenge should indeed refer to the test he faces. But the unfairness of the rules, the disadvantage in numbers, and even the fact that there is no aspect that can give him balance. This is simply too unfair to Bai Yi. And the other players are not necessarily seeking an easy victory. The ball team leader happened to talk. Every one of them probably wants to compete with Bai Yi, otherwise why would they be so active to leave the base to stop Bai Yi? Fortunately, the distortion field is equal to all players. Bai Yi moves slowly in it, and the other players are also affected by the distortion field, moving slower than Bai Yi. Although they are both moving towards each other's position, but according to this trend, it's unknown how long it will take for them to meet. Ed and Xiao Jing nodded, and were silent for a few seconds, then Ed suddenly became alert and asked an incredible question. Hey team leader, you said they are all heading towards each other's position? Bai Yi is fine, he was originally heading towards the base. But how did the sniper team know which direction Bai Yi was in? Bai Ye's coordinates were not displayed before. Yes. Xiao Jing immediately realized the problem. She displayed the route of Ka Suo and others on the computer. Sure enough, 360 degrees around the base, and their trajectory was exactly in the direction of Bai Yi. Desheng. Xiao Jing hurriedly called Desheng next to him. Did you see just now? How did Ka Suo and the others know where Bai Yi was? I don't know either. Desheng, who followed Ka Suo, looked confused. From Ka Suo and other players' live broadcasts, they discussed the process of blocking Bai Yi, which was just a few sentences, and did not mention that Bai Ye's coordinates were not displayed, as if they should have known where Bai Yi would be. This is really strange. Several people were confused, and no one could figure out the cause and effect of the matter. Xiao Jing tried to recall the details that he might have missed, and subconsciously looked at Bai Ye's screen, and found that the screen was empty again, and no one could be seen. Hey! Bai Yi disappeared again! Xiao Jing shouted hurriedly. And Ed and the team leader also quickly looked at Bai Ye's screen. Just before they discussed the coordinates, Bai Yi was still using the green laser to find the route. But not long after, he was just like at the beginning, and half of his figure was invisible. Please note that the current positions of both players will be announced now. Players, please open the bracelet map to check. The location display time is 1 minute. After 1 minute, all player markers will be restored to a hidden state. Oh! It's 2 hours. Several people immediately put their previous questions behind them. Xiao Jing tried to query Bai Ye's location in the system. Sure enough, he still couldn't find anything. As if this person didn't exist in the copy at all. How did Bai Yi avoid the coordinate display? Xiao Jing looked at Ed in surprise, and then looked at the bald team leader. The bald team leader stared at Bai Ye's screen and studied it. This time, there was no obvious obstruction in the picture. You can try replaying it. The bald team leader thought for a moment and suggested. It is already difficult to cross the distortion field. Bai Yi may not be able to find a place to hide every 2 hours. Xiao Jing received the instruction and immediately replaced the empty screen with the replay of 1 minute ago. Sure enough, the answer they wanted appeared in the replay. Chun Su, Mu and Xiao Pei disappeared one after another. Then Bai Yi seemed to do something. A deep black hole emitting blue and purple light suddenly appeared in the air in front of him. Ah! What is this? The 3 people opened their eyes wide at the same time. The analysts next to them also gathered around and saw Bai Yi calmly walk into the black hole. They were all stunned. What's going on? Is Bai Yi? Is he going to release a copy? Oh my god, what's going on? What is this thing? What is this thing? On the big screen in the live broadcast room, the black hole disappeared silently behind Bai Yi, but the audience in front of him was boiling with excitement, making a lot of noise, and the scene was very lively. The redhead scarves were very excited. While shouting the boss is awesome, they speculated on the origin of this black hole. The other audiences glanced at the redhead scarves with a hint of jealousy, and secretly wondered in their hearts, what exactly is going on with Bai Ye's move? The one that can produce this effect is either Bai Ye's own props, or a high-dimensional card. A tall, slightly dark-skinned man speculated. But high-dimensional cards are always used once. Bai Yi has successfully avoided the coordinate display twice, so the possibility of high-dimensional cards is not high. I guess this is most likely Bai Ye's own props. Open a hole in the air that people can get in. What kind of prop is so powerful? A curly-haired man next to him seemed to be familiar with the dark-skinned man. He not only knew his name, but also his profession. George, can you see something? You are a researcher at the National Academy of Sciences. You should know more about these strange things. Right? Chapter 173 Fairness is not important. The dark-skinned George remained silent, with an expression on his face that showed that he did not understand, but was unwilling to admit it. Bai Ye's method is too unconventional. The things he used are definitely not within the professional scope, and he may have used some irregular means. George speculated secretly, and continued. If the system determines that he violated the rules, then it is really uncertain. After a few seconds of silence, George tried to defend his point of view. This may not be a prop. The audience in the front row heard their discussion and turned around to interrupt. I heard that Bai Yi has made a high-dimensional card permanent in the game. Permanent cards can be used indefinitely. It is very likely that Bai Yi used this. Permanent? That's impossible. After hearing this, George's face darkened. As a researcher at the National Institute of Science and Technology, he not only couldn't understand Bai Ye's operation, but even his judgment of props and high-dimensional cards was wrong. This was hard for him to accept. How can a high-dimensional card be permanent? This completely destroys the balance of the game. He said seriously. This is definitely not a system setting. Bai Yi must have used a bug in the game. But his permanentization should be a normal operation. The audience in the front row did not notice George's displeasure and frankly corrected him. Obviously not having a high EQ. Doesn't Bai Yi have a lot of rare cards? It seems that there is one card among them that can make a high-dimensional card permanent. I heard that he let the system operate directly for him in the pure white space after the game ended. It is definitely not a bug. The system gave him such an effect, which is a bug in itself, the curly-haired man said indignantly, and he seemed very uncomfortable. Hans' rare cards are all strengthening and defensive. Compared with that kid who won 5 games in a row, Hunt's cards are simply too ordinary. What is Bai Ye's strength that makes the system favor him so much? Although Xiao Jing's analysis pointed out that some of the system's rules are not favorable to Bai Yi. In the eyes of these fans of defensive players, Bai Yi still took too many advantages. The curly-haired man grumbled in dissatisfaction. And the dark-skinned man George's face was also gloomy. For a moment, he didn't know whether he was angry at the system, or secretly unhappy about being refuted. Heroes can only emerge when the wind is against them. I firmly believe that no matter how the system favors, it must be Hunter who wins the game in the end. After a pause, George interrupted the curly-haired man's chatter and continued. Hans' strength is obvious to all. How could this kid who relies on the favor of the system beat him? Even if he plays tricks. The more tricks he plays, the uglier it will be when he loses to Hunter in the end. The bald team leader was right. Bai Yi did not find a suitable place to avoid the camera. Seeing that the 2-hour deadline was approaching, he simply stopped hiding and walked into the secret realm under the live camera without hesitation. When a minute passed, the black hole opened, and Bai Yi walked out of the hole in the secret realm again. Do you have their coordinates? Bai Yi did not rush forward after walking out, but picked up the game bracelet on the ground and quietly waited for Mu's results. I got it. Mu paused for a moment, and then gave an answer. Before entering the secret realm, Bai Yi quietly took off the game bracelet, threw it on the sand, and left it in the copy. Although this game has no energy points and no heavenly punishment settings, the bracelet is still an indispensable item in the game. It can display the mark points of the dungeon map. After entering the game, Mu connected to the internal program of the bracelet and made some modifications, so that the location data of the opponent players obtained by the bracelet could be retained. They seem to know our location. Bai Yi looked down at the blue mark on the map and frowned slightly. There is indeed no red mark on this map showing his location, which means that once he enters the secret realm, the system cannot recognize his coordinates. Despite this, the opponent still had 7 blue dots gathered together, approaching him quite a distance. In this huge dungeon, the 2 teams of players who were confronting each other, who could see through the opponent's movements first, would become the key to this confrontation. He avoided positioning in the gaps of the rules, and the opponent seemed to have mastered the way to transcend the rules and find their location. How did they know? Xiao Pei opened his eyes wide, his eyes wandering between the blue dots and Bai Yi. They must want to attack us. Right, then, what should we do now? Bai Yi put away the map, and his mouth slightly raised. Those guys are really impatient, and can't wait to fight me. 7 people are besieging me, I can't let them have it easy. Said, Bai Yi thought for a moment, then adjusted the laser transmitter, referring to the compass, and reset a direction. Why not let them be more impatient, and see how long it takes them to lose their patience, and send people to us in batches? In the desert scorched by the scorching sun, another team of people also followed a winding laser, and groped forward slowly and cautiously. 3 masked men walked in front. The tall and thin man in the lead glanced at the map on the terminal, and suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Hunter Jr. wiped the sweat from his head and asked. Bai Yi and the others seemed to have changed their route. Sean replied. Change the route? Let me see. Hunter Jr. frowned and walked a few steps to Sean. The map showed a winding route, marking the coordinates that Bai Yi had passed since the start of the game. At first, Bai Yi's route seemed normal, although it was a little roundabout. It was still heading in the direction of the base. However, from a certain point on, this trajectory deviated without warning. It was not until Bai Yi's route shifted a large angle to the northwest that Sean and his team realized the change. Did Bai Yi take the wrong path? Mizutani looked at the map anxiously. If they take the wrong path, we will have to go a long way to catch up. It seems that this Bai Yi is not worthy of his name. Yin Shou looked serious, and there was a bit of arrogance in his words. In the EVO game, finding the way is the most basic survival ability. He can't even make a mistake in this aspect. It seems that even if we don't challenge him, he may not be able to complete the system task. Before Yin Shou finished speaking, he suddenly heard an unpleasant laugh from behind. Everyone looked back and saw that it was Casso squatting on the ground, playing with sand lazily. When he saw them coming, he playfully threw the sand over. What are you doing? Hunter Jr. took a step back reflexively and frowned. This shirtless man looks and behaves strangely. If they could not find a reason to refuse, Hant and the other 2 would not want to team up with such a man to deal with Bai Yi. Just say it directly, don't keep us in suspense. Casso's ha sounded even more annoying. Yin Shou responded coldly. Hey. Casso stood up and slowly brushed off the sand on his hands. I think you underestimated him. Casso said. Even you can find the way. How could Bai Yi go wrong? This was really impolite, and the faces of the people on the opposite side suddenly darkened. What do you mean? Mizutani raised her eyebrows slightly, glaring at Kasuo. Nothing. Kasuo spread his hands, with a half-smile on his face. Based on my understanding of Bai Yi, he would definitely not make such a mistake. If it's not a mistake, it's intentional. I wonder what he wants to do by deliberately taking a long detour. What does he want to do by deliberately taking a long detour? At this point, everyone knows in their hearts that their actions may have been discovered by Bai Yi long ago, and Bai Yi's circle is set up just to lure them. It seems that his hiding of his position did not affect our acquisition of our position information. Moreover, based on the speed of travel. Bai Yi suddenly changed his route almost immediately after he announced his position. Hunter Jr. said in a deep voice. That means we must catch up with him before he reveals his position next time. Otherwise he can adjust his route every 2 hours to avoid us. And our actions will be meaningless. Mizutani Oto ignored Kaso and turned to Hunter to discuss the current difficult situation. Theoretically, Mizutani Oto's judgment was correct. In the distortion field, their movements were restricted, and it was extremely difficult to catch up with Bai Yi. If Bai Yi could adjust his route every 2 hours to target them and chase them, he would only waste time in vain, or even lose the game. But the problem was that the distortion field was fair to Bai Yi and them, and the speeds of both sides were almost the same. Not to mention that there were still several kilometers between them and Bai Yi. Even if it was only 100 or 200 meters, at the same speed, it would be difficult for them to shorten the distance of pursuit. Why? Bai Yi just changed the route. And you are at a loss? At this time, Sean, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly interrupted. The mask covered his face, and his expression could not be seen. But his tone was still high and mighty. Several eyes fell on his dark mask, and then quickly moved away. No one paid attention to Sean's words. First, it was Kaso, and then Shinting. Both sides were equally infuriating. Hunter Jr. and others turned around, pretending not to hear Sean's words, and continued to discuss the situation at hand. If we fail to successfully intercept Bai Yi on the way, our situation will be very passive, Hunter said in a deep voice. Don't forget, Bai Yi's mission is only to blow up the equipment. Once he gets close to the base, he can completely avoid a head-on confrontation with us and use various methods to bypass us and directly destroy the equipment. Everyone should know Bai Yi's situation. Although he is regarded as a player, he is not actually fighting alone. We can't just focus on him and save the equipment. If he really reaches the base, then this game will probably be lost. So, the safest way is to intercept him on the way. Yin Xiao agreed with Hunter's point of view, but still had no idea how to intercept him. If there is no distortion field, we can move freely. With the advantage of numbers, the most ideal tactic is to adopt a pincer attack. But now our actions are greatly restricted, and we can't intercept him at a high enough speed. I'm afraid the pincer attack has not yet been formed, and we will have to enter the next 2 hours of exposing the coordinates. Chapter 174. A choice must be made. With the prompt of the action coordinates, Bai Yi realized that the pincer attack tactic had lost its meaning. Hant and Mizutani nodded to each other, although no better countermeasures were proposed. Sean listened to their discussion, and a scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth behind the mask. Being ignored by several people just now, Sean was unhappy, but he understood that turning against these people was not the right thing to do now. Although he gave Team B a lot of conveniences with the privileges of the Divine Court, the purpose of their coming to this game was not to be Team B's free gold fingers. They had their own mission. And in this mission, the role of Team B is indispensable. So Sean suppressed his emotions, seized the opportunity, and proposed at the right time, everyone. Since you can't think of a solution, why not listen to our plan? What do you have in mind? Several people's eyes refocused on him. Of course. Sean stood with his hands behind his back, and his voice was full of confidence. We are the Divine Court. Extraordinary players. And many things are easy for us. For example, attack Bai Yi from both sides. Can you really do it? The expressions of Hunt and others were instantly excited. It's very simple, Sean said, raising his wrist. On his wrist was a personal terminal specially equipped by the Divine Court, which was different from that of Hunt and his friends. Enter the coordinates in the terminal, and we can instantly teleport to any location in the copy, and naturally appear directly in front of Bai Yi. In this copy, we are the only ones who are not restricted by the distortion field and can act freely. So, the best plan is for the three of us to control Bai Yi's movements first, and you have to rush to Bai Yi's current location as soon as possible, and successfully trap him in the distortion field, so that he can't escape anymore. Teleport. The word made the expressions of Hunt and his friends complicated. Although it was surprising to obtain Bai Yi's coordinates, but now they can actually teleport. The power of the Divine Court is too strong. Even if they defeat Bai Yi with this, it is hard to make them happy. But, never mind. The current situation is indeed unfavorable, and the four of them are not obsessed with fairness. In a game that concerns life and death, victory is much more important than fairness. They all think so in their hearts. Therefore, Hant and the other two exchanged glances, looked at the Divine Court mask in front of them, and nodded without hesitation. Just as they were about to discuss the details, suddenly, a flaming arrow cut through the air and headed straight for Sean. "Hey, what are you doing?" Sean exclaimed, and immediately dodged it, and the others followed suit and quickly dispersed. The flaming arrow did not hit the target, and after landing, it only exploded between Sean and the others, and did not cause any substantial damage. "Casso, what do you want to do again?" Sean raised his eyebrows and asked anxiously. Everyone turned around and saw that Casso leisurely put away his longbow, slightly smiled, and looked lazy. "You seem to be inferior to that red-haired lady," Casso said slowly, with a casual attitude. "You?" Sean's heart was burning with anger. It was fine that these civilians ignored him, but now they dared to insult his ability. He subconsciously wanted to draw his gun to deal with Casso, but at the moment before the action, he still forced himself to suppress the impulse. They were the Divine Court, and the other party was an out-of-control madman, and it was too worthless to fight with a madman. Besides, he himself might not be able to defeat that mysterious superpower. So, Sean suppressed his anger and decided to ignore Casso's provocation. He raised his head and said coldly to Hunter and the others, "You don't need to test our strength. We are the only ones who can intercept Bai Yi. The only way to win is to go all out to implement our plan. If there is no objection, the action will start immediately. We will teleport to Bai Yi's location to help you drive him away. Please mark it on the map and continue to move in the current direction. We will attack from both sides and lock Bai Yi in the distortion field. But remember, you'd better cooperate. Don't make mistakes. And don't modify the plan on your own. Otherwise you will lose the game, and you will be the only ones to enter the bunker." After Sean finished speaking, Hunter and the others looked cold and remained silent for a moment without saying a word. From a certain perspective, Sean and his team were indeed a little weak, and the proposed capture strategy did not seem to be very reliable in terms of execution time and accuracy. However, at this moment, Hunt and his team had no better choice. So, although Sean's words were unpleasant, they still endured their unhappiness and reluctantly marked the target location on the map. After reaching an agreement, Sean did not consider Casso's opinion and directly locked Bai Yi's coordinates on the terminal, and then disappeared in front of everyone. Bai Yi's special live broadcast room. Each of us has a high-dimensional space transfer card, which can instantly teleport to any coordinate in the copy. Let's stop Bai Yi. Try to delay the time. And when you arrive, we will subdue Bai Yi together. In the live broadcast of Hunter and others, the same picture appeared on the screen almost at the same time. 3 masked men from Ratstar volunteered to stop Bai Yi first, waiting for the main force of Hunter and others to arrive. And then everyone defeated Bai Yi together. Hunter and others readily agreed, and quickly agreed on the tactical details. Casso also fired a flaming arrow, wishing them a victory. It sounds like a normal tactic, and the scene looks harmonious. But in the red audience, Arnold frowned, and felt something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Brother Ping. Because he couldn't ignore the sense of disharmony in his heart. Arnold turned around and asked Jia Zipping next to him. "Brother Ping, do you think this is a bit strange?" How should I put it?" Jia Zipping raised his eyebrows slightly. I can't explain it clearly. For example, their movements and postures, and the expressions of Hunter and others, always make people feel unnatural. Oh, and Casso. Do you think someone like Casso would say something like, "I wish us a successful start"? Jia Zipping responded softly. Obviously he hadn't considered this issue before. He actually felt something was wrong. But his thinking was different. "I think there are some problems with the feasibility of their plan." "Is there a problem with the feasibility?" Arnold asked immediately. "Yes." Jia Zipping nodded. "I don't know if you paid attention to their map just now." I looked carefully. The distance from the base to the current location. They walked for nearly 3 hours. And this distance is about 1/3 to 1/4 of the straight line distance from the base to the edge of the map. If they have accurately marked Bai Yi's position, then their distance from Bai Yi should be 2 to 3 times the distance from the base to the current position. This means that at the speed of Hunt and his team, it will take at least 6 hours, or even 9 hours, to reach Bai Yi. These aliens are so eager to intercept Bai Yi, and Hunt and his team have no objection to this. Are they so sure that these 3 aliens can stop Bai Yi for 9 hours? If the aliens really have the ability to control Bai Yi for that long, why not just subdue Bai Yi directly? Why waste time waiting for Hunt and his team? Yes, this is indeed a contradiction. Arnold suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. But Hunt and the others don't seem to realize this. As he said this, Arnold subconsciously looked at Hunt's live screen again. On the screen, the 3 aliens had teleported away. Hunter was pointing the way with a laser, and quickly rushed to the marked location. The screens of Mizutani Oto, Yenshio and Kaasuo were also consistent with Hunt's. After watching Hunt, Arnold wanted to check the situation of the 3 aliens again. His eyes turned on the live screen, but he was shocked to find that there were multiple channels in the live broadcast room, but none of them captured the aliens. It was obvious that the 3 people were going to intercept Bai Yi, but in Bai Ye's screen, there was no sign of aliens. What's going on? Where did they teleport to? Arnold was stunned, and then he carefully checked all the screens, and found that 3 screens were constantly rotating to display the screens of the other 7 people in Team B. What's going on? Arnold's eyes widened, and he hurriedly patted Jia's zipping. Those 3 aliens don't have a dedicated live broadcast. However, it seems that they did just now. Arnold was confused for a moment, and in this confusion, a vague thought suddenly emerged. It's impossible. Could it be? Could it be? Chapter 175. You are not considered players. Disappearing in the live broadcast obviously does not mean disappearing in the dungeon. Although from the audience's perspective, Bai Yi and his companions are still moving forward in the desert. In fact, they have already stopped. 3 men wearing smart masks stood in front of him. See you again, Bai Yi. The tall and thin man in the lead greeted Bai Yi expressionlessly, and then took off his mask. Bai Yi was not surprised by this, after all. Before he took off the mask, Mu had already identified his identity, and announced it on the signal bridge. Sean. Mu said to the others. These people are really aggressive. Xiao Pei had also connected to the public channel of the signal bridge at this time, and said with hostility, although her words were said in the signal bridge. Bai Yi. Be careful. This Sean is not a good person. Last time he forced you to evolve. And I don't know what tricks he wants to play this time. Well, don't worry. Bai Yi just responded to Xiao Pei in the signal bridge. But Sean couldn't wait to start his opening remarks. I came to see you for the reason that probably needs no further explanation. But this time, the situation is a little different from the past. Sean put his hands behind his back, raised his head slightly, and showed a contemptuous smile. After all, now, you have been included in the list of the Divine Court. List? Bai Yi asked. Heh. Sean mentioned the list mysteriously, but deliberately did not explain. What is the list? You civilians don't need to know. You just need to understand one thing. I came to you this time, which is the ultimatum issued by the Divine Court to you. Oh, really? Bai Ye's expression was calm, and he said with a smile after a pause, since the Divine Court has given me an ultimatum, that means, if I don't agree, I'm afraid I'll end up in a dead end. But I'm very curious. What on earth am I capable of that makes the Divine Court so concerned, and ask me to face such a choice of either agreeing or dying? Is it really so unbearable to let me live without joining the Divine Court? Humph. People who understand things naturally don't need explanations. Sean sneered. The will of the Divine Court has always been unbearable. Since you said the word no for the first time, you have already offended the majesty of the Divine Court. Besides, the Divine Court knows exactly what you did in the last game. The Divine Court will not allow factors that threaten its interests to roam freely without control. It may threaten the Divine Court. Bai Yi smiled faintly and sighed. It turns out that what we saw is indeed not to be underestimated. Sean was speechless and felt that he seemed to have said too much. But soon, he adjusted his expression and changed the subject. In short, whether you want to live or die, you have to make a choice before the end of the game. You should have noticed that this game is not just an EDO game. The outcome of this challenge mode is completely under the control of the Divine Court. We have many abilities to break through the game limits. We can obtain coordinates or teleport. This is nothing. We can even help players transfer space, get rid of the influence of the distortion field, modify the game time, or directly destroy the distortion generator. You must have known who your opponents are. These people are the strongest among the strong, especially the 3 hunters who are preparing to attack you. They are all top opponents carefully selected by the Divine Court. If we stand on their side, your chances of winning will be infinitely close to 0. Even without our Divine Court privileges, without our help, you will not be able to defeat the 7 of them on your own. Sean was full of confidence, but he did not realize the coldness in Bai Ye's eyes. So, Sean continued, so if you know the situation, we will help you become the winner. After leaving the dungeon, you will enter the Divine Court Research Department, and there will be a bright and smooth road ahead. If you persist, what awaits you is that the 10 of us will join forces to send you to hell. Of course, your fate will only end when you lose the game, and the Divine Court will not deal with you publicly. What happened between you and the Divine Court has long been known in the live broadcast. Those who follow EVO, and you will know that you rejected our invitation. The reputation of the Divine Court is of vital importance. Letting you lose the game and fall into the bunker is the best way to deal with you. When you really fall into the bunker, you will find that such an ending is probably better than ending it quickly. In short, this game is destined to be your last one. You still have more than 20 hours to think about it. But if I were you, I would get the answer in 1 second. I understand. Bai Yi lowered his head to think for a moment, and looked at Sean again. Sean's threat was naked, and every word revealed the arrogance of the Divine Court. But Bai Yi didn't seem to care. After thinking about it, he spoke, and his tone was a little more polite. I still have some questions. I wonder if you could answer them. Bai Yi's attitude softened significantly, and he even used the word please. Sean's eyes lit up, and he was secretly proud of himself. Okay, whatever you want to ask. Just ask. Sean smiled artificially, and said to Bai Yi, just now you said that because the matter with the Divine Court had been made public, the Divine Court would not easily take action against me. Right? Yes. Sean confirmed. Then now, the live broadcast camera still exists. And what we said? Won't it affect the reputation of the Divine Court? You don't have to worry about that. Sean raised his chin slightly, and said in a contemptuous tone, EVO game is managed by the Divine Court. We can modify this. This live broadcast will be specially processed. Any scene with us will be replaced by virtual images. Only the 10 of you in the game know that we are from the Divine Court. In the live broadcast, we are just enthusiastic players from the planet Lat. Oh, I see. Bai Yi nodded, paused, and continued. Then, I have a guess. I don't know if it is correct. What? Sean asked. You can get my coordinates, which seems to be against the rules of the game. Right? Bai Yi pushed his glasses lightly. His expression was indifferent. You can teleport to me instantly, which obviously deviates from the setting of the distortion field in the game. Although you are in the player list, your player number and information are not displayed. The rules of the game cannot constrain you at all. Then can you still be considered a player? Player? Of course we are not players. Although Sean did not understand why Bai Yi was entangled with this issue. Since Bai Yi had softened his attitude, Sean also patiently explained a few words. Since we have to hide our identities from the public, the player list naturally needs to be fake. In fact, in this game, your real opponents are only the 7 people including Hunter Jr. Oh, in other words, you are not players, and all the rules for players do not affect you. And the live broadcast seen by the audience is also an illusion. And no one can see what we are doing. Is that right? Bai Yi remained calm and carefully confirmed the conclusion just now. Yes, that's right. What's wrong? Sean was confused, even a little impatient, but still gave Bai Yi a positive answer. Xiao Pei looked at Bai Yi, then stared at Sean, while Mu and Shen Su also looked at him with indifferent eyes, which made Sean suddenly feel a subtle sense of oppression. That's good. Just when Sean couldn't figure out the reason for this sense of oppression, Bai Yi raised the corner of his mouth and said calmly, I think I have an idea in my mind. I certainly don't want to lose the game and be sent to the bunker. But if I agree to your request, and my compromise causes the serious players to lose the game, then I will be sorry for their efforts. Although it may not look like it, I actually respect my opponents very much, regardless of winning or losing. At least it should be fair. But with you guys here to mess things up, this game obviously can't be played fairly, which is not in line with my principles. So after thinking about it, it seems that there is only one way to make it fair for everyone. What do you mean? Sean's arrogant expression froze instantly, finally realizing the ominous atmosphere hidden in Bai Yi's words. He subconsciously took a step back, opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Bai Yi nonchalantly. And I remember when we played the last game, we still had some private accounts to settle, right? What private? Actually, there are some private accounts between me and Ka Su, but do you know why is he still safe and sound until now? Bai Yi said, and a bright smile suddenly broke out on his face. Because he is a player. Hey, the aliens appeared, finally. Not only Arnold, Many viewers also noticed that the alien suddenly disappeared during the live broadcast. However, before the discussion spread, the three screens showed the live broadcast of the three aliens again, and in Baiye's screen, their figures also appeared. Several masked men appeared in front of Baiye out of thin air. Baiye immediately summoned the bad machine. Chinsu also pulled out the laser knife, and both sides quickly entered the battle state without hesitation. But something is wrong. Arnold watched Baiye's live broadcast, with his arms crossed, and his expression became a little tense. The short live broadcast just now disappeared. Everyone thought it was caused by the delay of the high-dimensional card, but Arnold was skeptical about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and a chill came over his back. Perhaps the so-called high-dimensional card of space transfer does have a delay, and the delay will indeed cause the live broadcast to be interrupted. However, if the live broadcast is interrupted, the screen should show a white screen, a black screen or a distorted screen, or an empty shot like when Baiye disappeared. These are all understandable normal phenomena. But in fact, the images of the three people did not freeze, but were quietly covered by the live broadcasts of other players. This covering process was extremely natural, smooth as if it had been prepared in advance. At the moment when the three people disappeared, something was deliberately covered up in an imperceptible way. The only one who could control the live broadcast was the game department of the Divine Court. So the person who could do this was self-evident. His father had told Arnold that Baiye was already on the list of the Divine Court. Arnold knew the usual practice of the Divine Court. The disappearance of those who were on the list was never related to the Divine Court on the surface. Could it be that the Divine Court has already taken action? Arnold was in a state of confusion, and could not calm down. This game was the first after Baiye was on the list. Since he was included in the list, the Divine Court would definitely not do nothing. In the previous games, Sean and Mary Jo's actions could be seen through live broadcasts, but until now, there was no sign of the Divine Court. As an ordinary audience, Arnold saw only inexplicable scenes, Kazuha's unusual behavior, traces covered up by humans, and mysterious players with their faces covered and no information. Not to mention that Xiaopei suddenly disappeared. When Xiaopei first appeared in the game, the red-headed people, were surprised. On the one hand, they were surprised that Baiye would summon the weak girl, and on the other hand, they were surprised that the performance of this weak girl seemed to have been completely renewed. Whether it was posture, pace or defensive equipment, Xiaopei obviously had good combat power. At least it was not a problem to fight side by side with Baiye and the others. But now in Baiye's live broadcast, Lian Mu was waiting for an opportunity to attack, but Xiaopei was completely missing. Of course, there are conventional explanations for this situation. Perhaps the combat power is not enough. Perhaps they are waiting for an ambush, or simply because they don't want to go on the field. But in Arnold's heart, there is an inexplicable thought that is always lingering. The reason why Xiaopei can't appear is precisely because she has just joined Baiye's team. She has never fought in a copy with such a new image, and has not left any suitable combat images. So Xiaopei's posture cannot be simulated. Brother Ping. Arnold couldn't help but speak. You said that what we saw, are they all illusions? Arnold wanted to ask this question, but for some reason, he didn't say it when it came to his lips. What's wrong? Jia Zipping saw that Arnold called him, but remained silent, turned his head to look at him. Well, it's okay. Arnold smiled, but finally chose to remain silent. Perhaps this guess was too outrageous. Or maybe because Arnold is actually still a member of the Divine Court. Chapter 176 Explore the way for me. Desert, hot sun, the scorching sun scorched the earth. This is a little-known secret area. Baiye's sudden smile and meaningful words made Sean's face change suddenly. He didn't expect that his words would be interpreted in this way by Baiye, and he didn't expect Baiye to be so bold that he would actually attack their Divine Court. We are the Divine Court. What do you want to do? Before he finished speaking, Chen Su on the opposite side disappeared without a trace in the scorching sun. As special guards of the Divine Court, Sean and his two subordinates were not new to combat. They quickly realized the danger, retreated quickly, and quickly moved away from their location. This was entirely their mistake. While reacting, this thought flashed through Sean's mind. Baiye had played dirty tricks in the first game, and almost killed Kazuha. The video of torturing the guy who betrayed Shinsu had already been circulated within the Divine Court. This man has never been a good person. Now he was careless for a moment, talking nonsense, and actually pushed himself to the edge of the cliff. God knows what a stupid decision this was. Sean regretted it in his heart, alert to Chen Su's upcoming attack. and quickly opened the terminal on his wrist, wanting to teleport away immediately. Bai Yi was obviously not joking. And Sean was also very clear about Bai Yi's fighting ability. If Bai Yi really let go, it would be too easy for them to kill him. Not to mention that he could not beat the modified Shinsu at all. Just the PKL-5 in the broken machine. Once it was fired at full power, 10 Shinting's special guards might not survive. In the light of the light, Bai Yi was still standing quietly not far away, and there seemed to be an unfinished smile on his face. A huge fear instantly swept over Sean's body. In these short decades of life, for the first time, he felt such a heavy and powerful threat of death. Run away. Must run away. His hair stood on end. With no fighting spirit at all, Sean could only tremble his fingers, and hurriedly input the transmission coordinates on the terminal. After escaping, he must request support from the 2nd Special Guard Division as soon as possible, or at least resume the live broadcast. Cannot stay here, must not confront Bai Yi privately in the blind spot of the surveillance, otherwise, they will be fish at the mercy of others, with no power to resist. Sean forced himself to suppress his mind, and randomly input the coordinates with his hands, but before he finished, a red light suddenly flashed across his vision, his fingers slipped, and the terminal on his wrist disappeared. Wait, it's not the terminal. The next moment, Sean opened his eyes wide in horror, and his throat tightened. His left hand, along with the wrist with the terminal, disappeared. Blood gushed out quickly, and only a neatly cut end remained. Ah! My hand! The subordinate beside him cried and screamed in despair. But Sean had no time to care about his subordinates. He paused for a second, quickly protected the wound, and turned around and ran back. He had just taken a step, but felt a shadow covering him. Before he could look back, he was heavily stepped into the sand by a huge mechanical foot, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Don't run. If you run, I'll be in trouble. Bai Yi was still not in a hurry, and then took out 3 restraint rings, saying, tie them up. Then he threw the restraint rings out. Sure enough, the restraint rings obeyed the order, and tied up the 2 subordinates, who were distracted and dodging. At the moment when the bad machine loosened its feet, the restraint rings flew straight to Sean. Sean's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly rolled on the ground to avoid the flying restraint rings. But the next moment, he was stopped by Shinsu, and was hit hard and flew away, hitting the closed restraint rings. Bai Yi, how dare you? The restraint ring snapped shut, and before Sean could finish his words, Shinsu grabbed him and threw him in front of Bai Yi. The bad machine grabbed another 2 people, and threw them away with Sean, and Shinsu returned to Bai Yi. Bai Yi reached out, and took the red laser knife from Shinsu. There will be only 7 opponents left in this round. Bai Yi held the laser knife, and looked down at Sean on the ground. Bai Yi, we are the special guards of the Divine Court. If you dare to be presumptuous, the Divine Court will never forgive you. Sean's voice trembled, and he suppressed the fear in his heart, but he still made a final struggle. But you treated me like that last time. And you treated me like that in this game. Even if I spare you, I still can't live with it. Bai Yi leaned down slightly, and a chill in his calm eyes. I don't want to make myself feel bad. Life is all about living comfortably. Don't you think? You still want to live comfortably? Don't forget, you are already on the list. Unless you agree to the conditions of the Divine Court, you will never live comfortably. The red flaming knife was in front of him, and Sean's eyes widened. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, but there was no sign of compromise in his mouth. You are such a daring pariah. If you kill me, you will soon be dead. Oh, is that so? Bai Yi said, with a smile on his face. His golden gray pupils were as bright as glass in the sun, but there seemed to be a bloodthirsty devil hidden in his eyes. Then why don't you go to hell for me first? The sun was blazing on the other side. Is it a bit passive for us to do this? Hant and his group walked for more than an hour. Yin Xiu wiped his sweat, and finally couldn't help but say, we can't grasp their real-time location. We can only move forward towards the fixed mark, and we have no idea how long it will take to meet them. Yes. Mizutani also thought so. Those 3 people should have left us a 2-way communication channel, so that we could understand the situation over there in real time. Now we can't contact them, and know nothing. This plan is really unreliable. Hant responded, and said nothing more. He agreed with Mizutani and Yin Xiu's views, and he felt that he had to bear this responsibility. They had just marked the map when the 3 disappeared quickly. No one discussed how to keep in touch. Perhaps he was dizzy from the heat. and he did not even think of discussing the communication method in advance. Now the four of them could only move forward silently, thinking the worst. If the gods were playing tricks on them, they would have to run to the marked point to confirm that they were indeed tricked. This was indeed too passive. Trust the gods. And this is the end. Queso walked at the end of the team, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips, and said lazily. His upper body was naked, exposed to the scorching sun without any cover. But he didn't seem to care. Not only did he not sweat, but there was not even a sunburn mark on his pale skin. You are the same. Mizutani looked him up and down, and fought back without any hesitation. You don't believe in the gods' court. Why are you following us? Me? Kasua smiled lightly. Anyway, there is nowhere else to go, so I might as well go with you. If I meet Bai Yi, it will be a good deal for me. Mizutani rolled his eyes at him, not wanting to argue with him, and pulled the scarf covering her head, quickening her pace to catch up with Hunt. In fact, they are the same as Queso. Although for more than an hour, these people felt more and more confused about the encirclement plan. If they gave up the plan and changed their route to find Bai Yi, they would have no idea where to start. They could only temporarily believe that Sean's interests were consistent with theirs. Since they wanted to defeat Bai Yi, the Divine Court would not trap them here for no reason. But what they didn't expect was that they were simply pawns of the Divine Court. Sean proposed to intercept Bai Yi first, actually to avoid negotiations with Bai Yi, and once the negotiations were successful, the Divine Court would become the other party's ally, and they would be manipulated by the Divine Court to become losers. Of course, they could not foresee that such a result would not happen. After all, the negotiations on Bai Yi's side had broken down, and the three people of Sean had been dealt with by Bai Yi an hour ago. I wonder where they and Bai Yi are now. Mizutani frowned, fanned herself, and felt uncomfortable with the heat. She was also very upset. We can look at the map. Hunt looked at the time and suggested. It will be 2 hours soon. Even if Bai Yi can avoid positioning, the coordinates of the several gods should at least be shown on the map. Yes. Although Sean and his team are not ordinary players, the coordinates of the first 2 times show that their blue dots are indeed on the map. Yin Xiao and Shui Guin cheered up at the same time, and each opened the bracelet map. There is more than a minute left, and it will be time to display the coordinates. Even if we can't contact them, at least we can roughly grasp their progress. More than a minute is not a long time. The three of them simply stopped, focused on the map, and waited for the coordinates to appear. Seeing that they stopped, Kazuo squatted down casually and looked at the 3 hunters with interest. Dear players, please note that the current positions of both players will be announced now. Players can check by opening the bracelet map. The position display time is 1 minute. After 1 minute, all player mark points will be restored to hidden status. The system broadcasts on time, arrives at the hour, and as soon as 2 hours are up, this sound immediately spreads over the dungeon. Hant and his companions hurriedly looked over and saw that on the holographic dungeon map, the blue dots of the people who were responsible for guarding the instruments were still at the experimental base in the center of the map, and their own blue dots were gathered at the current location, but apart from that, there were no other blue dots displayed. What's going on? Several people were stunned for a moment, but after a moment, their breathing stagnated, and their eyes widened in astonishment. Not far from them, there suddenly appeared a bright red mark that had never appeared since the start of the game. This is Bai Yi. The 3 people immediately tensed up, and even Queso, who was squatting on the ground, had a serious expression. Bai Yi didn't avoid the positioning this time. Mizutani suddenly shouted excitedly. And he's very close to us. From the map distance, it's only about 1 kilometer. According to Sean's previous positioning records, Bai Yi's movement speed in the distortion field was comparable to that of Hunt and his team, but in the past hour or so, Hunter and his team didn't go far, while Bai Yi moved almost 4 or 5 kilometers from the last marking point towards their direction, and it was not long before, and it was about to overlap with their coordinates. He deliberately showed the location this time, just for us to see. Hunter's face sank, and he stared at the slowly moving red dot. Be prepared, White Knight has declared war on us. Chapter 177, Pursuing Victory. We must go all out. Get ready. We are not far from them, Bai Yi said to Chinsu and the others after checking the dungeon map on the other side. Bai Yi had deliberately deviated from the route before, trying to separate the 7-member team. Not only did he get what he wanted, but the 3 members of the Divine Court who came to him were not players. Coincidentally, it was Sean, who was particularly concerned by Bai Yi when he played. In fact, Bai Yi did not have hatred in his heart. If Sean did not appear in front of him again, Bai Yi would not have pursued him relentlessly because of the previous incident. But who made him show up again at this time when he knew the danger? What's worse is that after Sean showed up, he continued to set traps for Bai Yi and played tricks of intimidation. Bai Yi can't be blamed for being ruthless. At present, the bodies of Sean and the other two have been thrown into the secret realm by Bai Yi. If the Divine Court can completely cut off the live broadcast, they will disappear forever in a state of uncertainty about life and death, cleanly and without any trace. After getting rid of these three people, the next step is to leave the base and track the 4 blue dots in the distortion field. Moo, where should we go next? Bai Yi asked as he sat on the broken machine. 138 meters at 10 o'clock, turn 42 degrees clockwise, 57 meters later. Turn 15 degrees counterclockwise, and go forward 115 meters. Moo stared at the empty front and answered using the scanning light strip. Understood. Bai Yi nodded, following Moo's instructions, and directed the broken machine to move towards 10 o'clock. They had been in the distortion field for 4 hours. Moo had collected enough information during this time. After complex data processing, he calculated the relationship between air density, flow direction, and sunlight bending and path distortion, and preliminarily wrote a Pathfinder program. As long as Moo turns on the scanning light belt and inputs new air and light information, the Pathfinder program can quickly analyze the shortest path to a specific direction. Therefore, in the past hour, Bai Yi's speed increased dramatically, and he walked several times faster than before. It didn't take long for him to get close to the area where Hunt and his team were. In fact, with Moo's Pathfinder program, they could bypass Hunt and his team, change direction to the experimental base, deal with the 3 people who stayed behind, and then directly blow up the distortion field generator to quickly complete the task. But Bai Yi didn't want to do that. After all, someone had said something out of the blue, claiming that without their help, it would be impossible to defeat those 7 people. Although Bai Yi had always only taken winning the game as his ultimate goal, being looked down upon was another matter. He said that he couldn't beat those people, so this battle could not be avoided. Hunt, Mizutani and Yanshio Kasu. These people must be defeated by him without any dispute. Bai Yi looked at the blue dot on the map firmly, and his eyes turned to the yellow sand in the distance again. Even if that rude person is dead, he will witness in hell how the player Bai Yi wins the game. The 4 blue dots of the opponent obviously responded to Bai Yi's challenge. About half an hour later, a few vague figures gradually appeared in the distorted air in the distance. They are coming! Xiao Pei his sharp eyes, and immediately recognized the 4 people in the distance. Those people are Hunt, Mizutani, Yanshio, and Ka Su. Ka Su hasn't put on his shirt yet. Yeah. Bai Yi stared at that side, frowning slightly. Get ready for the fight. The battle is about to begin. The public live broadcast hall was instantly boiling. The red scarves waved flags, beat drums, and shouted the slogan Bai Yi will win. The die-hard fans in other audience seats were not to be outdone, shouting wildly, as if they were determined to overwhelm the red wave here. And they really had the momentum to overturn the ceiling of the hall. Arnold temporarily put aside his doubts, stood on a chair, and directed the red scarves to build momentum for Bai Yi. At this time, the dark-skinned man George, who seemed to be the leader of the Hunt fans, was shouting loudly for Hunt's victory. His resounding voice was still clearly audible in the noisy crowd. All the audience were on edge, looking forward to how this most crucial top-level duel would be decided. In the monitoring room on the 2nd floor, the analysts were highly focused, their eyes focused on the live broadcast of Bai Yi and others. At this time, the Hunt side also noticed Bai Yi's figure, and several people looked solemn, with a solemn expression on their faces before the battle. Bai Yi sat on the broken machine, looking at the approaching opponent from afar, with a calm face, seemingly full of confidence in victory. On the map, the coordinates of the 2 teams were getting closer and closer, the distance was getting shorter and shorter, and the battle was about to start. Just when everyone was tense, Bai Yi's expression on the screen suddenly froze, and then the broken machine inexplicably stopped. What's wrong? What happened? The audience outside the field was confused for a moment, and the analysts couldn't help but stand up and peek at the reason why Bai Yi stopped in the live broadcast. However, before the audience and analysts could see anything, Bai Yi's screen suddenly flashed, and then the entire live broadcast suddenly became chaotic. What happened? What happened? The analyst stood up in horror and quickly ran to the monitoring wall. On the monitoring wall, whether it was Bai Yi or Hunter Casso, their live broadcasts were all fragmented, as turbulent as an earthquake. Oh my god! What's going on? Where is Bai Yi? Where is Hunter? Where are they? What's going on? Bai Yi? In that earth-shaking moment, Bai Yi only felt a sense of weightlessness, and the whole person was suddenly thrown off the shoulder of the broken machine. Startled, Bai Yi made a judgment in a split second, and immediately took the broken machine back to the summoning cabin. The next second, it was tightly embraced by a mechanical arm and firmly protected. A few seconds ago, they vaguely sensed something strange. Mu suddenly stopped and said in the signal bridge, "Wait." Then, Chen Su's expression also changed slightly, as if he sensed something. The voice was wrong. "Soon," Chen Su said again in the signal bridge. Bai Yi immediately instructed the broken machine to stop and waited for the two to explain the abnormality they found. However, before Mu and Chen Su could speak, a gust of wind swept across the world in an instant. In the gust of wind, the sand, the sun, the sound, and the air all seemed to be in a frenzy. The flying sand rushed straight into the sky. The light was broken, and the harsh noise was high and low, sometimes far and sometimes near, shaking the eardrums like thunder. In this chaos and dislocation, black holes seemed to appear out of thin air, directly tearing the space apart, twisting and spinning wantonly, as if they were going to swallow everything in the world into the bottomless unknown darkness. A faint and strange voice came from his ears. It seemed that Chen Su was speaking softly. Not long after, the voice was directly transmitted to Bai Yi's consciousness through the signal bridge. "Hold me tight, don't let go." In the signal bridge, Chen Su's voice sounded, and at the same time, a mechanical hand tightly covered Bai Yi's ears, blocking the huge noise from unknown sources around. Bai Yi wanted to stick his head out of Chen Su's arms to see, but before he could see the situation clearly, he was suddenly lifted up by Chen Su and hung in the air. The darkness in front of him instantly dissipated, turning into flying yellow sand. "This is..." Bai Yi suddenly realized something. "Chen Su, let me see!" Bai Yi shouted in the signal bridge, wanting to break free from Chen Su's protection and lean out. The harsh noise hit the eardrum like a heavy hammer. Bai Yi couldn't help but frown, grind his teeth, try to hold back the discomfort in his mind, turn his head and look around. As expected, everything he saw was in chaos. The shape of the desert was completely unrecognizable. The whole world seemed to be ruthlessly destroyed, and piled up in a mess into a weird and terrifying scene. This is not just an ordinary hurricane, nor is it an enemy attack. Although he has never encountered such a situation, Bai Yi is almost certain of his guess. A natural hurricane cannot have such powerful energy, and even if ordinary players use high-dimensional cards, they will never be able to achieve such an attack effect. If there is no wrong speculation, they are experiencing an extremely strong and twisted storm. However, why is this so? Is it also a setting in the game? Then, how can they escape this storm? Bai Yi tried to calm himself down, carefully observing this chaotic world, looking for a way to escape. Inadvertently, he saw two figures suddenly rushing out of the black hole from a distance. And then, another figure flew over from above. One of the figures was a sturdy man, with a frightened face, and seemed to be desperately looking for something to stabilize his body. The other figure was shirtless, with a leisurely look, and seemed to be enjoying the weightlessness in the storm. He saw Bai Yi and Chen Su from a distance, and even had the leisure to wave to them. Casso and Hant. Bai Yi quickly recognized the two men. Sure enough, they were also caught in the storm, and this distortion storm was not aimed at Bai Yi alone. It seems that there is no safe place in the entire copy. If going to a certain place can end this storm, there is no other possibility. "Chen Su, we have to go to the experimental base as soon as possible," Bai Yi said in the signal bridge. "The distortion storm is likely caused by the distortion field generator. We must destroy that machine to restore the copy to normal." "Okay, how to get there?" Chen Su immediately responded through the signal bridge. "Can you still tell the direction now?" Bai Yi paused for a moment, and asked again. Chen Su was equipped with a compass, and under normal circumstances, he could rely on it to accurately determine the direction. But in this extremely chaotic space, it's difficult. Chen Su tried it, and replied, "The direction is always changing, and it's difficult to determine the right direction." Bai Yi was silent for a moment, although he couldn't feel it himself. From what Chen Su meant, They didn't seem to be stable at a certain point in space. And Chun Su's compass seemed powerless in this situation. If a more powerful information processing core can be used, maybe. Wait, thinking of this, Bai Yi was suddenly shocked. Where are Mu and Xiao Pei? He hurriedly asked Chun Su. Did you see them? No. Chun Su answered, while trying to keep the two of them stable. Didn't they return to the summoning cabin? No, they're not there. Bai Yi's heart sank. Not only could he not find the summoning cabin, he couldn't even hear their voices in the signal bridge. The twisted storm completely disrupted the order of space. When the storm broke out, Bai Yi put away the broken machine in time. Chun Su also hugged Bai Yi tightly at the first time, and Mu and Xiao Pei, who failed to return to the summoning cabin in time, once separated by the storm, may no longer be in the same space. The silence of the signal bridge and the summoning cabin without feedback also proved this. Bai Yi tried to summon them again, but there was still no response. He thought about it, and reluctantly opened the bracelet map, but in such a chaotic space, the holographic map could not be imaged normally. Everything was in chaos. There was no way to go. Let's move towards the direction where the light is strongest. Bai Yi tried to calm his mind and said to Chun Su, if there is any place that is not affected by the distortion storm, it must be a place that retains the original desert light. Let's try our luck. Give me some time to think, and see if there is any way to get rid of this storm. Understood. Chun Su hugged Bai Yi tightly, aiming directly at the most obvious light not far away, and staggered towards that direction. Bai Yi was closely watching the changes around him, thinking quickly about possible ways to escape. Black holes appeared one by one in front of them, far and near, disappearing from time to time, and sometimes suddenly appearing beside them. The strong gravity and the twisting force in the storm intertwined on the two of them, almost tearing them apart. Chun Su desperately grabbed everything he could use for leverage, even had to use the recoil of the rocket launcher to resist the threat of the black hole's gravity, and approached the light with difficulty. However, when they finally approached the light suddenly expanded, and instantly split into a bottomless black hole. This won't work. Seeing the light disappear, Bai Yi's heart tightened, and his expression instantly became solemn. The idea of moving towards the light was indeed too hasty. If he wanted to escape, he had to find a more logical and effective method. But in this space without logic and rules, how could he find such a method? Just as Bai Yi was trying his best to think, a sudden silence fell, and the originally harsh noise in his ears instantly dissipated. He was stunned for a moment, and the black hole seemed to recede like a tide. The yellow sand fell to the ground. The wind gradually became lighter, and the force tearing his body disappeared without a trace without his knowledge. The violent and chaotic twisted storm was like a nightmare. It lost its color in an instant, and the vision quickly returned to endless yellow sand under the sunlight. Chun Su also seemed very surprised. He tried to loosen his arms around Bai Yi, checked the situation around him, and looked at Bai Yi again. Are you okay? After leaving the twisted storm, Chun Su's voice was transmitted to Bai Yi's ears normally. Bai Yi was slightly dazed, and was speechless for a moment. The experience just now seemed like a dream. However, this daze was only for a moment. Soon, Bai Yi realized that Xiao Pei and Mu were indeed missing. Cannot summon. Bai Yi tried to summon again, but failed as expected. The chaotic twisted storm not only swept away Xiao Pei and Mu, but also the originally tense battle, and the fierce enemy, which disappeared under the storm. Everything was in chaos, and everything disappeared. Fortunately, Chun Su was still there. Bai Yi kept reciting in his heart, and unconsciously looked up, and Chun Su was looking at him. It's okay. Chun Su seemed to know Bai Yi's thoughts, and smiled slightly, and his usual calmness made people feel at ease. Let's go directly to the experimental base. The experimental base is the final goal of the mission, and the two of them should also think of going there to meet them. Chun Su said. Yes. Bai Yi nodded, and opened the bracelet map to check. Their current location is about 2 kilometers northeast of the experimental base. Almost half a copy has been moved. Bai Yi took out the laser transmitter and tested it. The green laser beam is still bent. Although the distortion storm has subsided, the distortion field has not disappeared. Now that they can't be found, they can only go to the experimental base and wait. I hope the two can arrive at the base smoothly. Bai Yi thought silently, then used the laser transmitter to determine the direction, and moved slowly with Chun Su to the southwest, the direction of the experimental base. Chapter 178 Evaporation. What on earth is going on? As the Nightmare Live broadcast finally returned to normal, the analysts in the monitoring room breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they had just finished a marathon and were almost exhausted. It's terrible. Are the players okay? Why does this game have such a setting? Is it just to increase the difficulty for the players? Although the difficulty has increased significantly, it is really a bit hasty to create such a storm in such a simple and crude way. The analysts were talking one after another, and they all felt that this scene was really confusing. Just as everyone was discussing it heatedly, in a corner of the monitoring room, an analyst suddenly whispered, "No, this should not be a setting." "Ah? Not a setting?" Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and they were all curious. If it's not a setting, then what is this? This should be him. The analyst swallowed his saliva and pointed to the live broadcast screen in front of him. On the screen, it was a player with a buzz cut. This should be. He caused it. It was him. In the live broadcast hall, an audience member stood on a chair angrily, pointing at the live broadcast screen in the corner. On the screen, the player with a buzz cut touched his bald head, angrily glared at the distortion field generator in front of him, but did not dare to touch the machine again. Then he walked under the awning and sat down heavily, as if he had just finished a marathon. It's him! It's him who messed with the machine, and that's why the copy is in chaos. Originally, the duel between Hunter and Bai Yi was about to begin. The two sides were about to decide the winner, but it was all messed up by this idiot. Who is his fan? Ah, where did this player come from? He is such a pig-like idiot. How can he team up with Hunter? Although some fans of the buzz cut were watching the live broadcast, they all looked around at this moment, silently, and lowered their cheering light signs. No one dared to admit that he was their idol. After all, no one knows better than these fans what the buzz cut guy did from beginning to end. Compared with the buzz cut guy in the copy, the angry eyes and cold sweat in the live broadcast room made these fans feel even more uneasy. This guy must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Bai Yi hasn't even arrived at the base yet. And these few people guarding the machines don't need to work at all. But they can still make such a mess. The audience shouted angrily. And their anger was directed at the buzz cut guy on the screen. He must not let this go easily. Brothers, vote. This person disrupted the battle of Boss Hunt. Let him eat all the votes. A moment ago, in the experimental base. Hey, what's wrong with this broken thing? No matter what I press, it doesn't work. The distortion field generator vibrated wildly, and a frightening noise came from my ears, as if it would rupture my eardrums. The man with the buzz cut frantically slapped the control panel, with such force that it seemed as if he was going to dismantle the machine. The other two players, who stayed in the base with him, were also in a panic. One was busy fiddling with the joystick, and the other was grabbing sand and stones, and stuffing them into the black pipe of the instrument without any scruples. Outside the base, the originally peaceful desert has disappeared. Yellow sand and rocks instantly rise into the sky. A large area of space is visibly twisted and contracted. And a terrifying scene that is almost doomsday is in front of us. USB? Are you tired of living and want to die? The player who controls the joystick looked at the scene outside in horror and cursed in despair. It would be great if we just stayed here. What's wrong with your head? You don't know anything. And you dare to mess with the machine. You might as well chop off your hands if you are bored. How did I know it would be like this? I don't want to do it. The man with a short haircut was also very upset. He buried his head in pressing buttons randomly and squeezed out a rebuttal. But his confidence seemed weak. After all, this matter is indeed a brain-filled shit act. Just a few minutes ago, the desert was still normal. 3 people sat in the shed, feeling bored. So he thought about it and suddenly realized a blind spot. Since the distortion field generator is a machine, it must need energy. It can operate with energy, but it cannot operate without energy. If you want to solve the problem of the distortion field, just cut off the power of the generator. Isn't that enough? Such a simple problem was not discovered by anyone. Maybe this is the puzzle of the game. The key is that it is the opportunity God has given him. As long as the distortion field is solved, Hunter and his team can quickly capture Bai Yi, and all interference factors will disappear. With hard power, they will definitely win against Bai Yi alone. The more he thought about it, the smarter he felt. He was the first to think of a shortcut to win the game. So he patted his butt, stood up from the awning, and walked to the generator in a high-spirited manner. What are you doing? The player next to him asked. Hey, let me show you some magic tricks. The buzz cut guy answered. This distortion field generator does look quite high-end, but no one knows what kind of energy it uses. Although it is obviously running, He walked around and could not find any energy lines, and there was no trace of batteries or anything like that. He touched his chin, studied the control panel carefully, and finally found a button with the word power, reached out and pressed it. "What the hell is this? Stop it!" The buzz cut guy shouted. His hands randomly pressed various buttons, and his feet kept kicking the machine. Looking back, I was really out of my mind. How could I be the only one who discovered such an obvious problem? Thinking of the sentence just now. Look at me showing you a magical operation. He wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. So, reflection is no longer important now. Put aside the bad thoughts in your mind and cover up the embarrassment in your heart. Thinking of the buzz cut, he kicked the generator hard again. Can this broken machine be fixed? Believe it or not. I will blow it up. If you don't stop, I will fire now. Calm down first. The player who stuffed the sand could no longer bear it and pushed him away. Have you forgotten why we came here? You blew it up. Do you want the whole team to lose? You want to die here? I'm telling you, all the idiotic things you did, the live broadcast has been broadcasted. You'd better hope we can win. Once we lose, the audience will be the first to throw you. The idiot. Into the bunker. You fuck. Being scolded by his teammates, the man with the buzz cut was even more embarrassed. He pushed away the player who stuffed the sand in his mouth, and rushed to the control panel to continue pressing the buttons. The players next to him were worried that he would damage the machine even more, and tried to pull him to the back. But the shaved man refused to leave. He twisted and turned and tangled with the other party. Seeing this, the player who stuffed the sand also hurriedly joined the battle. The three of them fought around the control panel. They were all high-performance players selected by the God Court. None of them was easy to deal with. The other two quickly controlled the shaved man's arms, and one pressed him hard on the machine. At the moment of pressing, the world suddenly became quiet. The huge noise disappeared instantly. The machine no longer vibrated violently, and the doomsday-like twisted storm around it stopped without any warning. It disappeared within a few seconds. Is this all right? The three of them were stunned on the spot, looking blankly at the desert outside the base that had returned to normal. Two of them held down the buzz cut tightly, not even daring to breathe, for fear that if they moved, the hard-earned tranquility would be broken again. Is this really all right? The buzz cut pressed on the control panel, blinked, slightly raised his body, and poked his head out to look outside the base. It seems it's really all right. The player next to him carefully loosened his grip, slowly stepped back 2 steps, and the other player also let go. The crew-haired man tried to move his body, and slowly left the control panel, finally getting away from the keypad area. The three of them came back to their senses. The surroundings were still calm. The distortion field generator was just humming softly, and there was no sign of it going berserk again. It was a blessing in disguise. Is it all right? The legendary machine repair was all done by blindly shooting. Is it effective for such advanced equipment? The three of them looked at each other, swallowed their saliva, and felt a little more at ease. In any case, this broken machine finally stopped working, and the copy finally returned to normal. I don't know how Hunter and the others are doing now after this commotion. I hope they won't cause any big trouble. If you move again, we will shoot you first. The two players next to him sat on the ground helplessly, sternly warning the crew cut. The dusk had passed, and Bai Yi could only rely on the slow laser to find his way again. The sun was scorching, and the desert they were in was exactly the same as the noon when the game started. As if time had stopped, the two people and the machine slowly groped in this endless sea of sand. There was a sea of yellow sand all around, and the hot sand and gravel under their feet seemed to be calling for an endless road ahead. Shinsu. Bai Yi stared at the desert that looked like noon, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Shinsu, do you remember what it looked like before the twisted storm came? What did you say? Shinsu was a little confused. Bai Yi did not explain much. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his wrist and opened the holographic map on the bracelet. The map showed nothing special, but Bai Yi's eyes were not on the map itself, but on a line of small words in the upper right corner, which recorded the temperature, humidity, location, and time of the current copy. The current time is 11:29 a.m. 11:29. Bai Yi suddenly froze, and the machine under his feet also stopped. 11:29? Now? Shinsu reacted, froze for a second, and quickly scanned the surrounding sun-scorching sand sea. At this moment, the desert was scorching, as if it were noon, but they had only been in the game for 4 hours, and the coordinates had only been updated 3 times. Of course, the sun in the copy might not change with time, which had happened before, but it was obviously not the case in this copy. Chun-Su muttered to himself, recalling carefully. Before the storm came, he did notice that the position of the sun had shifted significantly, and the shadow under his feet had become much longer. When they escaped from the storm, they were faced with the blazing sun. In other words, they were indeed at noon of the next day, and this period of time disappeared in the storm. It was 11:29 at this time, and there was only half an hour left before the end of the game. Please note that the transport plane of the Desert Pirates will arrive at the experimental base in 30 minutes. As if to confirm their guess, the system's broadcast sounded at the right time, echoing in the air of the copy. The moment the transport plane arrives will be regarded as the end of the entire game, triggering the system's judgment on the victory and defeat of Team AB. Players, please be prepared to welcome the arrival of the end of this game. Chapter 179. Congratulations to Bai Yi for his successful arrival. What's going on? What time is it now? Why is the game about to end? The members of the analysis team were stunned for a moment, and then there was chaos. The time was actually advanced. How could this happen? Could it be that the distortion storm just now, while distorting space, time was also distorted, which does not seem impossible. But no matter what the reason is, there is only half an hour left. There is no time to explore the reason now. Everyone's heart is in their throat, and their eyes are fixed on Bai Yi's screen. The distortion field is still like this. How can we reach the experimental base in half an hour? If this continues, Bai Yi might lose. Hey, this guy with a buzz cut actually did a good thing. In the public live broadcast room, some viewers heard the system's half-hour broadcast and started laughing. Half an hour. Everyone knows that even gods can't pass through the distortion field. And Boss Hunt will definitely win this time. Although it's a bit regrettable that we can't see the direct confrontation between Boss Hunt and Bai Yi. But as long as we can win, it's fine. Go and vote for the boss. Boss Hunt must win first. On the other side, the redhead scarves were scratching their heads in anxiety, wishing they could jump into the game and eat the buzz cut alive. The situation was originally evenly matched. But after his move, Bai Yi instantly fell to the bottom. He lost his teammates, and he was out of time. He was still 2 kilometers away from the experimental base. If he wanted to win this game, the difficulty would instantly increase by 100 times. If this continues, the people in Team B will really do nothing and win easily. Boss Bai Yi can't lose this round. Someone was so anxious that his face turned red. This round is too crucial. If the boss loses, what should we do? What should we do? Some people even cried. This round is completely different from the previous ones. In normal mode, even if you can't enter the top 3, as long as you don't fall into the bottom 30%, you can get through it safely. But this round is a challenge mode. Bai Yi is alone. If he can't win the whole game, he will be thrown into the bunker and become a prisoner who can't return to the ground for the rest of his life. What's the difference between that and death? Brother Ping. Brother Ping, do you think Bai Yi still has a chance to win? Arnold couldn't help but grab Jia Zipping's arm impatiently and asked anxiously. Only half an hour left. Half an hour. In such a short time, can he walk through the 2-kilometer distortion field? Jia Zipping opened his mouth slightly, and his heart was also at a loss. Bai Yi, the analysis team, the audience, and even himself, no one expected that the situation caused by the shaved head would actually affect the dungeon time. Bai Yi was unprepared for this sudden change, and the people outside the field were even more helpless. Jia Zipping did not respond to Arnold, but just stared at the white figure on the screen. Although he was unwilling to admit it, nor did he want to confirm it. But in his rational judgment, Bai Yi might really be in a dead end this time. Bai Yi, you must find a way. You must pass this level. Even Jia Zipping could not give an answer. And Arnold was in a mess. However, being outside the field, they were powerless and could not help Bai Yi at all. They could only stare at the screen. And the time in the copy passed by mercilessly and could never be recovered. Come on. Give it a try, Chun-Su said. Under the scorching sun, in the vast desert, Bai Yi and Chun-Su were like 2 tiny grains of sand, which could be burned to ashes at any time. Several dozen seconds had passed since the system broadcast ended. Chun-Su calmed down, took the laser generator from Bai Yi's hand, and looked southwest, where the experimental base was located. I will be very fast, and I will change direction suddenly. You and the bad machine must go all out, and try not to waste a second. Chen-Su said, and stood in front of Bai Yi. Now, time is the most critical for Bai Yi and his friends. What Chen-Su said about taking a chance actually meant that he planned to move forward at full speed within half an hour, seize the time, and rush straight to the experimental base. Chen-Su was equipped with a compass, although there would be obvious delays in the distortion field, and he could not overlook the overall situation like Mu and find the shortest route. But now Mu was not there. Time was running out, and they could only take this risk in extreme cases. The compass can't keep up with our speed. This method may take a lot of detours. Whether we can arrive smoothly, it depends on luck, Chen-Su said again, facing the direction of the base. Then, Bai Yi sat on the shoulder of the broken machine, looked down at Chen-Su's back, and suddenly smiled. If I have bad luck and lose the game, what should I do? Chen-Su did not look back, but smiled faintly. If we lose, we will go down to the bunker together. Okay. Bai Yi's mouth corners slightly raised, looking up at the empty desert. Get ready. Set off. As soon as Bai Yi's voice fell, Chen-Su flew out 10 meters away like an arrow from a bow. Bai Yi rode the broken machine, turned on the air pressure to assist, and followed closely at full speed. The two were like flying fish flying through the sea of sand, changing directions constantly, and speeding towards the target, following each other, so fast that they almost blurred into phantoms. Regardless of whether the route is correct, they will take a step ahead and make up for the possibility of error at a very high speed, which is their tactic. The key to this tactic lies in Chen-Su's operation. He needs to stay highly focused in this half hour, moving quickly, and keep an eye on the changes in the compass in his mind, and make adjustments. We can't stop for a moment. We can't relax for a moment. Time is running out. Maybe a distraction will affect the success or failure of the tactics. Bai Yi must ensure that the bad machine keeps up with Chen-Su's speed. Otherwise, in this distortion field where a slight difference can lead to 1,000 miles of difference, once they are separated and reunited, there is no possibility of successfully reaching the experimental base. 1.5 kilometers. The map on Bai Yi's bracelet is constantly open, and Chen-Su is reminded of the distance from the base from time to time. 1.3 kilometers. But the angle is 18 degrees to the west. The angle has been corrected, and the distance is still 1 kilometer. There are 13 minutes and 20 seconds left. Speed up. Chen-Su, we still have hope. Come on. Come on. Bai Yi? In the monitoring room, all analysts gathered in front of Bai Yi's screen, with nervous expressions on their faces, staring at the high-speed chase between Bai Yi and Chen-Su. The low houses around the experimental base can be clearly seen from the picture. However, due to the influence of the distortion field, those houses do not seem to be directly in front of Bai Yi, and there is a large visual deviation from the actual location of the experimental base. Bai Yi also obviously noticed the images of those houses, but they were not troubled by the visual illusion. They still followed the instructions of the compass and sped forward in the direction marked on the map. We must arrive. We must arrive. Xiao Jing clenched his fists, and his palms were sticky due to nervousness. Our Bai Yi is a top player who has won 5 games in a row. He is the only player on Shenyixing who has opened the excellence points. He must not lose to his opponents here, and must not let those 10 opponents win easily. That's right. Ed also stared at the 2 people in the picture, his eyes flashing with expectation. The speed of the 2 people has exceeded the limit of human beings. The live broadcast screen sometimes shakes, sometimes blurs, and the camera can hardly keep up with their pace. 7 minutes. 0.5 kilometers. At this speed, they may really make it. Ed paid attention to Bai Yi, and his eyes gradually showed excitement. 6 minutes left. 5 minutes. Only 300 meters left. Bai Yi, Chen-Su, come on! Perhaps because of Ed's emotions, or because after every match, everyone's attention to Bai Yi has become a habit, the other analysts have joined the real-time countdown. 250 meters. 200 meters. 3.5 minutes left. 100 meters. We're almost there. The base is right in front of us. 50 meters. Chen-Su has already raised the flame cannon. In the picture, the heavy flame cannon F-36 is hanging on Chen-Su's arm, ready to fire at the distortion field generator waiting to be destroyed. 30 meters. I saw the crew cut guys. They've come out to fight. Open fire. Fire at that broken machine. Time is running out. The moment the 2 stepped into the base, Bai Yi's green laser pin shot straight forward, finally successfully breaking through the boundary of the distortion field. Chen-Su did not hesitate, not caring about the obstruction of the crew cut guys, jumped up to the top of the shed, picked up the flame cannon, and pointed it directly at the roaring distortion field generator. Congratulations to player by Yi for successfully reaching the experimental base. At this moment, the system broadcast sounded suddenly. Unexpectedly. This broadcast was neither a time reminder nor a victory announcement. After a simple congratulation, the system actually slowly began to tell the story. After the border guards arrived at the experimental base, they found that this distortion field generator was not ordinary, since it takes a huge amount of energy to create a distortion field. Its material is also extremely special and indestructible. To destroy this machine, high-energy explosives NTF-7 made of special materials must be used. Fortunately, there is NTF-7 explosives in the military reserves of the Desert Border Defense Office, and the reserve is located somewhere about 3 kilometers away from the experimental base. Bai Yi, a member of Team A, needs to obtain explosives as soon as possible to complete the game mission, while Team B players can prevent Bai Yi from obtaining explosives to win the game. The coordinates of the border reserve have been marked on the dungeon map. Please compete actively to win the challenge. Good luck to everyone. Chapter 180. It's Galwaika. What? The audience in the monitoring room and the live broadcast room were stunned. What does this mean? The system says that to blow up this broken machine, you have to use special explosives? The audience looked at each other and felt confused by this sudden situation. But soon, everyone realized that the situation quickly split into 2 camps. On one side was Team B, the fans of Hunt, who jumped up excitedly, waving their arms, and high-fived each other to celebrate their victory, while on the other side, the fans of White Knight wearing red head scarves jumped up angrily, pointing at the live broadcast screen and cursing loudly. System. What the hell are you doing? Why didn't you make it clear earlier if you have this setting? Bai Yi and his friends are rushing to the base. System. You are messing with him now. You are simply cheating him. Bai Yi is going to lose. Bai Yi may be cheated to death by the system. Damn system, I'm not done with you. The storage warehouse is 3 kilometers away. How can it be in time? In the monitoring room, Aide Xiaojing was furious, slamming the table, wanting to rush into the copy and argue with the system. Bai Yi tried his best to complete this impossible task of crossing a 2-kilometer distortion field within half an hour. But the system actually tripped him up at this critical moment. It's obvious that they don't want to see Bai Yi win. This challenge mode is simply a trap set specifically for Bai Yi. Please note that there is only 1 minute left in the game. However, the system remained calm in the face of the cheering audience and angry rebukes in front of the screen, and continued to broadcast according to the process. 1 minute later, the transport plane of the Desert Pirates will land near the experimental base. If Team A player Bai Yi fails to destroy the theft plan before the transport plane lands, the mission will be judged as a failure, and he will become the only loser in the game and receive the predetermined punishment. 1 minute. How can the mission be completed in 1 minute? The system's prompts made people angry. Xiao Jing was anxious and angry. He grabbed the notebook on the table and threw it at the screen fiercely. This system is such a jerk. I have tried my best. In the copy, Chen Su lowered his gun, and although he tried his best, he still couldn't fire that shot. The 3 men with short hair stopped attacking at this moment, and stood by the pergola to celebrate their easy victory and laugh at Bai Yi's miserable defeat. Bai Yi and Chen Su stood on the side of the pergola and the base respectively, ignoring each other in silence, as if they had fallen into despair and gave up all efforts. In fact, the communication between the two was carried out through subtle signals that others could not detect. I've tried my best, Bai Yi said. Yes, I tried my best, Chen Su replied. No other way. I'll just use it, Bai Yi continued. Yes, use it, Chen Su responded quickly. Ha ha ha. Look at what I did. It directly brought us to victory. Next to the awning, the buzz cut swept away his previous disappointment and proudly showed off to the 2 people next to him. What do you think? Is this a god operation? In this game, I am the MVP of the whole game. The 2 players next to him didn't want to pay attention to him, but they knew in their hearts that it was because of him that they could achieve such an easy victory. So they didn't deliberately destroy his stage. As the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. Our good luck is basically my good luck. This victory is all due to my strength. What do you think? Am I worthy of being in the top 3? Viewers in the live broadcast window, did you see it? Vote quickly. The buzz cut guy just said halfway, but suddenly stopped, and the whole world stopped in an instant. The wind stopped, the sound disappeared, and the three buzz-cut guys kept the posture and expression at a certain moment, like a sculpture frozen in time. In this quiet moment, only Bai Yi and Shinsu turned their heads slightly, and looked at each other from a distance. Then, the world suddenly fell into endless pure white. The desert, the scorching sun, the houses, the instruments, Bai Yi and Shinsu, and all the players in the dungeon disappeared in this pure white. What's going on? Is it? The game is over? Bai Yi? Did he lose? Xiao Jing stared blankly at the pale screen, and even forgot to pick up the notebook he threw out. Not only Bai Yi's side, but all 11 screens on the monitoring wall turned into empty white without exception. The dungeons and players that were still vivid just now were instantly wiped out by this white. No way. Ed opened his eyes wide, and looked at the white screens in the same surprise. Although it looks like that pure white space, there is no one inside, and the system has no prompts. This is definitely not the end of the game. Then what is this? Xiao Jing was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly a light bulb went off, and he quickly turned to his work computer. Wait, look! Xiao Jing shouted loudly, and called to his colleagues next to him. The game is not over. The game time, it stopped. What? Ed hurried over, and the other analysts also crowded around Xiao Jing. Look! There are 35 seconds left in the game, and time has stopped here. Xiao Jing pointed at the game information on the screen, and said to the people around him. Sure enough, it hasn't moved for a second. How could this happen? Is it a bug? Is the game stuck? Then, what about the players inside? No, that's not right. While everyone was discussing heatedly, Abe suddenly raised his voice, and directly interrupted those unfounded speculations. It can't be a bug. So far, there has never been a bug in EVO games. This might be. Abe paused and suddenly looked up at Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing. Check Bai Yi's high-dimensional card. Oh! Xiao Jing reacted immediately, and quickly opened Bai Yi's high-dimensional card interface. On that interface, Bai Yi's current cards were listed one by one. Currently, Bai Yi has 2 ordinary cards, 6 excellent cards, the contents of which are public, and 1 rare card and 1 superdimensional card. Although the contents are blurred and hidden, the existence of the card can still be confirmed. Sure enough. Ed saw Bai Yi's high-dimensional card interface, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. I knew it. Bai Yi will never lose the game. He is Bai Yi. He will never lose, no matter what happens. He always has a backup plan. What do you mean? What backup plan? The analysts were surprised, and they all turned to look at Ed. Look at Bai Yi's high-dimensional card. Ed pointed at the high-dimensional card interface and explained. When the game ended after Bai Yi came on stage, there were 2 rare cards left. But now, there is only 1 left. I can be sure that the current situation is not a game bug. This is Bai Yi. He used the power of rare cards to control the game. Control? How could he? Before everyone could continue to ask questions, all the live broadcast screens suddenly flashed at the same time. Everyone immediately turned their eyes to the screen. After a moment of flashing, the copy screen reappeared, and the system broadcast sounded again. The familiar broadcast content was exactly the same as when the copy just started. EVO Survival Competition Challenge Mode, Twisted Trap. Officially started. Please compete actively and win the challenge. Hey! What's going on? Is the game restarted again? In Bai Yi's special live broadcast room, the audience was boiling again. But this time it was the red-head scarves who were applauding and cheering enthusiastically, while other audiences were angry and cursing. What's going on? Did the system open a backdoor for Bai Yi? Look! Bai Yi is about to lose, we are about to win. Why do we have to start a new round? Isn't this cheating? Cheating is bullshit. The system is fair to every player. The red turban also had a high-pitched voice, which instantly raised the atmosphere. The game is already lost. Why can't we start over? Among Hunt's fans, a curly-haired man patted the back of his chair and confronted the red turban loudly. This is not a backdoor, nor is it cheating. What else could it be? Yes, hi V card. A voice amplified by a loudspeaker sounded in the hall without warning, and the noisy voices were instantly suppressed. Arnold stood on a chair, holding a megaphone, and firmly announced the secret of Bai Yi's operation. Boss Bai Yi got a rare card, called Time Reset. The effect of this card is to return all the contents of the copy to the original. This is not a backdoor, nor is it cheating. Just watch it with peace of mind. We will never lose the game easily. Boss Bai Yi will definitely be the final winner. In fact, except Bai Yi, almost no one can be sure of the specific content of this rare card. If Bai Yi had not mentioned the name of this card deliberately during the live broadcast at the end of the game that shattered time and space, the audience and the analysis team would not even know the existence of this card. What Arnold said was actually a guess made by Jia Zipping based on the abnormal situation in the live broadcast and the name of this card, lacking solid evidence. However, this guess is obviously correct. The game returned to its original state at the last moment because Bai Yi used that rare time reset. Rare time reset. Reset the game content in the copy, let all players start again from the beginning. In this copy, except for the user, the time attributes of all players return to the state at the beginning of the copy. The copy is reset, everything in the copy returns to 0. Mu and Xiao Pei were with Bai Yi at the beginning. With the effect of the card, they were also teleported back to the initial coordinates, and returned to Bai Yi safely. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to say something, but saw Xiao Pei suddenly pouting her lips, and burst into tears. The transformed little girl had no tears, but her crying was so powerful that Bai Yi was shocked. Bai Yi, what's wrong? Where were you taken? Bai Yi asked hurriedly. Did you meet Hunt and the others? What did they do to you? Xiao Pei sobbed and replied, No. No. I didn't meet them. Xiao Pei cried so hard that she was out of breath, and her words were unclear. Bai Yi realized for the first time that his transformed body could cry so vividly. Didn't meet them? Then what happened? No, I was just afraid. Afraid that I would never find you again. Xiao Pei tried to keep her voice strong, and said tremblingly, The world suddenly became like that. And you were gone again. In the desert, there was no one, I was the only one. And then it was all white. Everything disappeared. I thought, I was left in the copy, I could never go back, I would never find you again. But I finally had you. Just now you transformed me, making me so good. Yeah. Although Xiao Pei's words were a bit incoherent, Bai Yi understood. He swallowed slightly, didn't say anything, just gently rubbed Xiao Pei's hair, turned to Chensu and Mu and said, During the time reset just now, I saw some fragmentary images replayed, which should be what happened in the previous copy. The distorted storm is not a bug, nor is it a system setting, these confusions can be completely avoided. Except for me, the time attributes of other players have been reset, which also means that their memories have returned to the original time point. They will not remember what happened in the last round, and naturally they will not remember what consequences it caused. Therefore, everything that happened last time may happen again this time, and in the current copy, only we know what will happen next. Yeah. Chensu and Mu nodded, indicating that they understood. Xiao Pei also rubbed her nose, gradually calmed down, and listened carefully to Bai Yi's instructions. Now that the time reset has taken effect, we should start doing what we should do. Bai Yi began to summon the broken machine, sat on it, with a hint of chill in his tone. This time, we must not let those people and things disrupt our interest in the game again. Chapter 181 How will Bai Yi end this challenge? So that's the purpose of the time reset card? In the monitoring hall, the clouds of sorrow instantly dissipated, the analysts were excited, Xiao Jing also happily picked up the notebook thrown at the live screen. Bai Yi is really Bai Yi. He is indeed the strongest player in Field A. An analyst actively performed and quickly began to review Bai Yi's previous operations. When he found that the time was wrong, he must have planned it long ago. And the time reset card in his hand was for a backup. But as usual, he did not use the card easily, but formulated a radical strategy. Sprinting to the experimental base with Chensu, trying to win the first round. No one can predict the subsequent tasks that the system has not announced. If it were not for the setting of this special explosive, Bai Yi and his team would have succeeded, even if the explosive task appeared temporarily. Although the system made people feel embarrassed, Bai Yi left a backup plan, and he could ensure that he would not lose. This is the strength to win 5 games in a row. That's right. Xiao Jing has always liked to hear others praise Bai Yi. From the first game to now, she and Ed have long become Bai Yi's fanatical fans. Among all the players now, only Bai Yi is a true second rounder. He knew the setting of the explosives in advance, so he could get the explosives in advance, and then go to the experimental base to avoid wasting time. And if Bai Yi's speculation is true, the second round is likely to repeat the events of the first round, and he can stop the buzz cut from disrupting the game again before he can operate the machine. Yes, Ed added. The last distortion storm occurred at around 4:30. which means that 4.5 hours after the start, the buzz cut may make a mistake. Bai Yi and his team had already mastered the method of passing through the distortion field faster in the first round. They reached the experimental base within 4.5 hours. It should be no problem for them to stop the crew cut. The analysts nodded in agreement. There is no need to say more about Bai Yi's strength. With a deep understanding of the second round, this time Bai Yi will undoubtedly win 100%. Most analysts think so. But are there really no variables? However, some people are not so sure. After all, in the second round, the three aliens withdrew from the game. It's hard to say whether this change will affect the behavior of other players. Just as the game started for the second time, when the system was broadcasting routinely, a line of prompt information appeared on all live broadcast screens. Due to personal reasons, the three enthusiastic players from the Rat Star have withdrawn from this challenge. The remaining 7 players will continue to fight against Bai Yi. Yes, if all players' status is reset to 0. Hunt and the others will not remember the 3 aliens. Right? This concern is indeed reasonable. The analyst thought for a moment and continued to discuss. Without the aliens, would they still choose to intercept Bai Yi? It was the aliens who proposed to attack in the first round. And there is also the problem of position. Bai Yi's position was hidden last time, but the aliens still proposed to attack. Does this mean that it is these 3 aliens who know Bai Yi's position? If so, then this round... Hey! Wait a minute. While everyone was discussing, someone suddenly noticed the movement on the live broadcast screen. After discussion, Hunt and his team decided that the interception team, which was still composed of Hunt, Mizutani Otoko, Yinshio and Keiso, would go out of the base. On the wristband map opened by Hunt, the position of Bai Yi's red dot was clearly marked. Hey! What's going on? Did Bai Yi not hide his position this time? The analysts opened their eyes wide in surprise, watching Bai Yi walking calmly on the central screen, and then looked at the 4 people who were ready to go on the surrounding screens. They can hide their position, but they don't. Is Bai Yi actively provoking a fight this time? Xiao Jing was surprised. Yes, that's what I mean. And immediately became excited. Last time they failed and were blown away by the twisted storm. It seems that Bai Yi doesn't want to take too many detours this time and plans to fight quickly. Quickly fight. Are they going to fight right from the start? Who wouldn't want to see such excitement? The analysts were all excited. Look! Bai Yi, Chen Su, Mu and Xiao Pei. Against Hunt, Mizutani Yin, Yinshio and Kasu. It's exactly 4-4. But the 4 people of Bai Yi are very strong in combat. Except for Chen Su. Bai Yi is not bad. But Mu and Xiao Pei, can they do it? Since Bai Yi took the initiative to provoke a fight, they must be confident enough. Ed was full of confidence in Bai Yi. Let's wait, the next battle will definitely be super exciting. Oh wow, Bai Yi is so arrogant. He doesn't take our hunter boss seriously at all. Come on, let Sister Mizutani teach you how to be a man. I think it's Bai Yi who is teaching you how to be a man. In the public live broadcast room, the fans of various teams shouted one after another. No one thought that the player they supported would lose in this battle. On one side of the hall, the Red Turbans beat drums and shouted loudly. The 2 parties in the copy were thousands of miles apart, but everyone couldn't wait to build momentum in advance. The fans of other players were not to be outdone. Although they had no drums to beat, they all shouted louder than the big drums. Bai Yi is really farsighted in doing this. Jia Zipping remained rational as always. He did not make noise like those passionate red-headed turbans, but sat quietly in his seat, casually analyzing Bai Yi on the screen with Arnold. He directly exposed his position on the opponent's map, which gave the opponent a clear direction and guided them to split into 2 groups. One group responsible for blocking, and the other group guarding the base. Since the opponent has a tendency to take the initiative to attack in the first round, they will basically make the same choice in the second round. For Bai Yi, it is naturally more advantageous to disperse the opponents and defeat them one by one than to face 7 opponents at the same time. Well, Brother Ping is right. Arnold nodded. Although he was agreeing with Jia Zipping's words, he was obviously absent-minded. His state seemed a little abnormal. Usually, Arnold liked to build momentum for Bai Yi the most. He was the one who made the lanterns and drums, he also distributed the red headscarves, and he proposed the fan club. For this challenge, he even prepared the loudspeakers. But now, although everyone else was having fun, he did not beat the drums. Nor did he shout with a loudspeaker. He just sat in his seat obediently. without the passion he had in the first half. Jia Zipping saw that Arnold seemed to have no interest in chatting, so he took a quick glance, but wisely did not ask any more questions. He just turned his head and continued to pay attention to Baiye's performance on the screen. Although Arnold was also paying attention to the live broadcast on the surface, he began to feel uneasy after seeing the alien's withdrawal notice floating on the screen. It was difficult for him to calm down. The list of the Divine Court, the mysterious live broadcast, and the disappeared aliens. These things kept interweaving in his mind, as if verifying his guess. If the live broadcast was really processed by the Divine Court, then the Divine Court's purpose must be to cover up certain people and things related to them in the copy. In the copy, the most suspicious ones are none other than the 3 aliens who covered their faces throughout the whole process. It is a bold guess that perhaps these 3 people are from the Divine Court themselves, and they came to the game, naturally to launch some kind of action against Baiye. Thinking carefully, this speculation is not too radical. The Shiting Special Guards have appeared in the live broadcast for several consecutive games. No one showed up in this game, which seems abnormal. Few people probably thought that the live broadcast could be fake, so although it felt weird, no one raised any objections. Once you break the inherent thinking and accept the possibility of fake live broadcast, all the unusual things seem to become reasonable immediately. Shiting may be using the video materials of past players to generate virtual images, and then adding these 3 aliens to fool the audience in front of the screen. And these 3 aliens are behind the scenes, doing some actions against Baiye that are not convenient to be made public. Even with such a complicated situation, the live broadcast could not be cancelled. Otherwise it would seem that there was something fishy going on in this game. On the surface, everything in the live broadcast could barely be said to be normal. 3 masked men were teleported to Baiye through the high-dimensional card, and the 2 sides started fighting, and it was difficult to tell who would win. In order to avoid unnecessary consumption, Baiye chose to temporarily withdraw from the battle and hide his figure. The 3 lost their target, walked a distance in confusion, and then fell into the distortion storm with the others. Soon, the distortion storm ended, everyone escaped, and Baiye used the time reset card. At this moment, the 3 quietly withdrew from the game. The progress seemed normal, but after careful consideration, many things were wrong. The 3 people were teleported to Baiye's side in order to cooperate with Hunt to implement the pincer attack plan. But in the end, nothing was gained. Moreover, can you quit this game if you want? If there is really an option to quit, then what about the players who died in the game? Wait, could it be that? Thinking of this, Arnold suddenly felt a chill on his back. Quitting means that in the subsequent games, those 3 people will no longer appear. And the reason for their no longer appearing, in addition to quitting, may be even more terrifying. Could it be that Baiye? Arnold opened his eyes wide, staring at Baiye, who was quickly crossing the desert distortion field on the screen, his heart pounding. The direction of the live broadcast began to become strange. It started when these 3 aliens came into contact with Baiye. Did Baiye already know their identities at that time, and notice the abnormality of the live broadcast? Could Baiye be so bold, when no one was paying attention, that he dared to do such an outrageous thing? They are the God Court of the God-blessing star. If it is really as he guessed, how will Baiye end up? Baiye, if we do this, will it really be okay? In the copy, Xiaopei looked up and stared at Baiye on the shoulder of the bad machine while walking. She didn't dare to say it directly in the live broadcast, but only transmitted the information through the signal bridge. What do you mean? Baiye asked. It's those 3 people from the Divine Court, Xiaopei replied. Although this matter happened last week, every time she thought about it, she still felt uneasy. Baiye not only killed 3 people, but also 3 members of the Divine Court. If the Divine Court knew about it, how could they let him go? It's okay. Baiye didn't care about it at all, and his tone was still calm. Anyway, I'm already on their list. They won't delete me from the list just because I don't kill Sean. Although she knew that Baiye was right. If she was discovered, wouldn't the conflict with the Divine Court be deepened? Xiaopei didn't answer directly. She walked quickly to the broken machine and looked up at Baiye's face. Baiye was slightly stunned, and then smiled at her. He understood Xiaopei's concerns, no matter what they discussed. She was actually worried about only one thing. So, Baiye stopped talking to her, and just comforted her gently. Don't worry. I won't die. 8 kilometers away from the reserve. 5 kilometers away from the experimental base. Mu still diligently served as a human navigation, indicating the distance and direction. Although in this second round, Bai Yi and his team had not yet reached the experimental base, nor had they triggered the special explosives mission. But when the coordinates of the reserve were announced in the previous round, Mu had already remotely obtained the map in Bai Yi's bracelet through the internet and saved the location. Now, Mu's map records the information of the distortion field they have passed through, the shortest route calculated, and various terrain distributions and location marks. With Mu's map, the second round of the dungeon is almost as easy as an open book exam for Bai Yi. Our current primary goal is to rush to the experimental base before the crew cut messes with the machine to prevent the game time from being disrupted again, Bai Yi said to the other three. Since the reserve warehouse is not on the way, we can control him and then get the explosives. If we go directly to the experimental base, at the current speed, we will have plenty of time, Chen Su added. But the key lies in those 4 people. Yeah. Bai Yi knew who he was referring to. And after thinking for a moment, he turned to ask Mu. Where are they now? If their speed remains the same, the estimated distance from us is about 3 kilometers, and we will meet within an hour, Mu replied. Within an hour. Bai Yi nodded, looking forward. Before we control the board, we must get rid of those people first. Mu, find a suitable terrain as a battlefield, and get ready. Xiao Pei is using this body to fight for the first time. It's better to check her weapons and get familiar with her equipment. Everyone, get ready. The game has been going on for so long, it's time to stretch your muscles. Chapter 182. Bai Yi is my man. Will Bai Yi and his men come directly to the experimental base? As Mu guessed, Han Jr., Mizutani Otoko, Yin Xiao and Keiso were walking in the distortion field 3 kilometers away from Bai Yi. Mizutani Otoko asked, but no one could give a definite answer. They could only move towards Bai Yi's starting direction temporarily, and adjust the route according to the situation after the system announces the coordinates next time. At the beginning of the second round of the game, the map showed the red dot of Bai Yi's coordinates as expected. The 7 players discussed the tactics and, as expected, they were divided into 2 teams of 3 and 4. Hunter Jr. led a team of 4 to stop Bai Yi, to prevent him from getting close to the distortion field generator and making them unable to protect him. The 3-man team with the buzz cut stayed at the base to guard, to prevent the 4 from failing to stop Bai Yi and being bypassed by him. During the discussion, no one mentioned the 3 Shan who had appeared before, nor did they mention the special explosives. Even the attitude towards the buzz cut was very gentle, and it seemed that no one wanted to attack him. Obviously, their memory of the previous round of the game had been reset to 0 along with the copy. And in this round, only Bai Yi knew everything about the future. There are still 10 minutes until the next coordinate display. Hunter Jr. put down the laser transmitter and checked the time. There is a rock ahead. We can rest in the shade and wait for the Bai Yi coordinates to be displayed in 10 minutes before deciding which direction to go. Mizutani In and Yin Xiao both agreed, while Kasuo still looked careless. The 3 of them were too lazy to pay attention to him. After walking a distance carefully, they sat down in the shade of the rock. Almost 10 minutes passed quickly, and several people checked the time and opened the dungeon map in their bracelets. A familiar announcement sounded over the dungeon on time, and 2 conspicuous blue dots appeared on the holographic map. One was the experimental base in the center of the map, and the other was their current location. After confirming the 2 most conspicuous blue dots, they planned to confirm Bai Yi's location again. Hey! Where is Bai Yi? Where is Bai Yi? Several people looked surprised, and carefully searched back and forth on the dungeon map. But there was no trace of a red dot in the large map. How could this be? Could Bai Yi hide and locate? Hunter Jr. frowned, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, Mizutani suddenly exclaimed. A red dot appeared on the map in an instant, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. And the place where it flashed in that instant was exactly where they were now. He's right here. Several people jumped up from the ground as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide open, and they looked around vigilantly. Even Keiso's expression became more serious. However, they were vigilant for a long time, and the surroundings were still as calm as a minute ago, except for the endless yellow sand. There was only the 2 or 3 meter high rock where they had just used to cool off. There was no shadow of Bai Yi. What's going on? Several people were shocked. While they were on guard against Bai Yi who might be nearby, they couldn't understand why the coordinates would appear and disappear from time to time, as if nothing had happened. Hank carried a heavy gun on his back, and sometimes glanced around. Yin Xiu drew his two swords, and took a half step back, ready to fight at any time. Mizutani frowned slightly, and waved his long whip, and gently touched the yellow sand, but the flying yellow sand inexplicably deviated, as if it was bypassing something. Here! Mizutani reacted quickly, and swung the long whip down violently, but the yellow sand flying in the air gently dispersed, and the strange deviation just now seemed to be just an illusion. When the other people heard Mizutani shout, they all looked over here. But unexpectedly, there was a bang, as if something hit the towering rock behind them. This way. Hunt immediately turned the gun around, and at the moment of turning around, a breeze suddenly passed by his ears, and the next second, an unusual burning sensation quickly hit him. Not good. Hunt reacted quickly, and suddenly crouched down and rolled out. The laser knife with red flames passed by him, changed direction, and slashed down at Hunt on the ground, just behind the flame. A half-mechanical, grim-faced man in black locked onto Hunt's position like a hawk. It was Chen Su. As a member of the God-blessed star, Hunt naturally knew Pluto Su of the Night Owl group. Later, he also learned from others that Chen Su had been transformed into a summoned body under Bai Yi due to a series of changes. When Chen Su was in the Night Owl group, he was already famous for his title of God of War. Now he has been upgraded to a mechanical cyborg. It is said that his strength, speed and reaction ability are simply unmatched by ordinary humans. But Hunt does not think he is an ordinary person. And there are 3 extraordinary companions here. Chen Su is here, Hunt shouted, signaling the other 3. Only Chen Su can fight in Bai Yi's team. And he is not a player. If we work together to kill him, Bai Yi will be finished. Who said that only Chen Su can fight? A clear girl's voice suddenly came from the air. Before the voice fell, Chen Su's figure suddenly disappeared, and then a flying blade flashing with silver light stabbed at Hunt's face. Hunt dodged to the side, but he saw a petite girl suddenly appearing out of thin air in the desert that was originally empty. Hunter's eyes paused, and just as he was stunned, a red light came along the yellow sand, sweeping across Hunter's legs like lightning. Hunter was startled, and he jumped up with his hands on the ground, and almost avoided Chen Su's attack. Seeing Hunter being attacked by 2 people, Shueguin immediately rolled up the long whip, blocked Xiaopei's attack path, and the battlefield was separated in an instant. Leave this girl to me, Shueguin said loudly to Hunter. On the other side, Yin Xiu wanted to go to help Hunter besiege Chen Su, but was attracted by a touch of white in his peripheral vision. Not far away, a thin man in white sat on the shoulder of a huge robot, watching them calmly, neither attacking nor dodging, as if he was sure that Chen Su and the little girl could handle all the enemies. Bai Yi is there. Control him, and these summoned bodies will lose their command, Yin Xiu shouted, and instantly jumped up, swung his 2 swords, and rushed straight to Bai Yi. But when he jumped up, he was sniped by an arrow, and the flaming arrow quickly fell, hindering his steps to get close to Bai Yi. No, no, no. Yin Xiu looked up and saw a half-naked man standing high on the top of the rock. He raised a smirk and shook his finger. What are you doing? Yin Xiu frowned and glared at Ka Suo. You can't touch him, shouted Bai Yi. He's my man. Ka Suo smiled greasily, and his words were nonsensical. What do you mean? We are obviously a team. Yin Xiu thought he was going to protect Bai Yi, and was about to scold him. But in the next second, he saw Ka Suo pull open his longbow, and the arrow suddenly turned, and the flaming arrow shot straight at Bai Yi's face. To kill him, I have to do it, Ka Suo said with a smile. The battle has begun. We're really going to go all out this time. The live broadcast room was instantly boiling. Both camps cheered for their idols. The shouts were higher than one wave after another, almost shaking the live broadcast room to the point of collapse. On several live broadcast screens, the fierce confrontation between the 2 players was fully displayed, and the audience watching had no intention of discussing the details of the battle, the use of tactics. Everyone was in this lively scene, more excited than the players on the screen. Bai Yi must win. Bai Yi, climb to the top. Hunter, the strongest in the universe. Hunter, kill all enemies. Mizutani Odo, sister will win. Yin Xiu is the best, beat the opponent. The whole live broadcast room was filled with slogans, noisy. Almost every player on both sides of the battle had a group of fans cheering for them. Only Queso, I didn't hear a single voice cheering for him for a long time. It was a bit miserable. Jia Zipping was still sitting calmly, looking at the dynamics of the hall through the gaps in the crowd. The audience was in chaos. The enthusiastic fans were so excited that they were shouting their throats out. He looked up at Baiye's live broadcast screen again and saw Kasu shooting a flaming arrow at Baiye. And Baiye jumped back into the air on a broken machine. This shirtless guy dared to boast that he would kill Baiye. The redhead scarves were still paying attention to the live broadcast. The moment Kasu shot the flaming arrow, the audience immediately went wild. Who will kill who? I almost got killed last time. I didn't get him last time. This time let's see how Baiye will deal with him. And outside the redhead scarves audience, no one stood up to defend Kasu. The fans of each team were paying attention to their own players. After a while of chanting in unison, they all fell into wild shouting. Come on! Sister Shui, kill that little girl. Who is that guy? How dare he challenge Big Boss Yanxiu? Big Boss Hunt. Go, kill Chinsu, and you will be the chief god of war of Shinyu Star. In the copy, yellow sand filled the air, and the heat wave hit people. As the analysts had expected, the confrontation between Baiye and Hunt and his men at this time naturally evolved into 4 one-on-one duels. On this side, Xiao Pei was entangled by Shui Guin, while on the other side, Chinsu and Hunt were fighting fiercely. Keiso kept firing flaming arrows at Baiye. And the man who provoked Yanxiu was, of course, Mu. As a temporary member of the analysis team under the original God Court, Mu entered the game after being dismissed. And at Baiye's invitation, he became one of the summoned bodies of Baiye's team. Yanxiu is a rigorous data person. Before entering the game, he had carefully collected and sorted out the relevant data of Baiye, which naturally included Mu's information. Mu, a computer that looks like a human, is mainly used for information collection and processing, and is not good at fighting. Huh? Yanxiu sneered in his heart, but did not show his disdain. Mu, right? He looked seriously at the black-haired man standing in front of him. The man had no intention of attacking, and looked at Yanxiu coldly, obviously trying to stop Yanxiu from supporting Hunt. It seems that you want to fight me? Yanxiu said. Unfortunately, with your strength, you can't beat me. Mu glanced at him, without saying a word, just pressed the side of his ear, and turned on the scanning light strip in front of him. I know you. Yanxiu glanced at the yellow light band on Mu's face, and continued, I know you are Baiye's computer. Not a fighter like Chinsu. It is really unfair for Baiye to ask you to stop me. If I fight you seriously, I will really bully you. Besides, even if I defeat you, it will not weaken Baiye's fighting power. So, if you don't want to get hurt, please get out of the way. Your fighting power is Chinsu. I must help Hunt to deal with him. Yanxiu's face was serious and his tone was correct. But his serious look could make people angry. He didn't take Mu to heart at all. Although Mu didn't respond. If Baiye was present, he would have noticed that Mu's eyes were a little colder than usual. Yanxiu waited for a few seconds, and seeing that Mu didn't respond, he couldn't help but frown. Didn't you understand what I said? Are you really a computer? Yanxiu said dissatisfiedly. Ordinary computers can be controlled by voice. Could it be that you, a modified body, are not even as good as ordinary computers? Is Baiye's modification technology so worrying? I say it again. Please get out of the way as soon as possible. Don't waste my time. No matter what Yanxiu's mood was, Mu still kept his expressionless look. On the surface, he seemed to be a dull machine who was ignorant of the world. Yanxiu waited for a long time, but never got any response from Mu. Although he was not impatient, he finally lost his patience. Well, I have said it, and I have given you the chance. Time is limited. Since you don't move, don't blame me for being rude. As he said that, Yanxiu took back the 2 swords in his hand, and replaced them with a small laser cannon that was very similar to Baiye's PKL-5. Sorry, I have to help Hunt quickly. Since you are not a player, don't blame me for a quick decision. Chapter 183. It's just a computer. This is PKL-5X. Ed jumped up, rushed to Yanxiu's live screen, and stared at the weapon in Yanxiu's hand. Yes, this is PKL-5X. PKL-5X? What does this have to do with Baiye's PKL-5? The analyst beside Yanxiu asked hurriedly. In the EVO game, the system prohibits killing other players, so people are unlikely to use weapons with high lethality in battle. This was the first time the analyst saw Yanxiu take up PKL-5X. PKL-5X is a portable version of PKL-5, with slightly less power, but more portable and practical. Although the power is reduced, in terms of performance, PKL5X is not inferior to PKL5, enough to deal with Mu alone. Just as Ed was speaking, a bright light suddenly flashed on the screen. Yanxiu pointed the gun at Mu without hesitation, and directly pressed the firing button. In Yanxiu's eyes, the summoned body is just an object, and cannot be considered a real person. Even if the person in front of him was a real person. If there were no restrictions on the rules, he would not hesitate at all. Players who have experienced the test of survival games have long been as firm as ice in their hearts. Because of this, the rule of not killing players has always been hanging over everyone's head like a sword, and has never changed. The bright laser bullet whizzed out from the muzzle, and quickly shot towards Mu. Mu seemed to have been warned, and rolled to the side at the moment the laser bullet was fired, narrowly avoiding the laser. Ed held his breath, and stared at the screen. When Mu was still in the air, a round grenade rolled to where he was about to land, and exploded instantly. Yanxiu obviously did not underestimate Mu. He did not think that such a laser bullet could kill Mu. He was actually using the laser cannon to attract attention, and force Mu to dodge. The real fatal blow was the thermal grenade. This thermal grenade is different from ordinary grenades. It produces a strong impact when it explodes. After the explosion, it will form a high-energy thermal field that lasts for more than 10 seconds in a small area. Even if it is not directly hit, people and objects in the thermal field, even metals, may melt instantly. I'm sorry. The explosion raised a cloud of yellow sand, and the vision suddenly became blurred. In just 1 or 2 seconds, when Yanxiu put away his weapon, the yellow sand in the air was melted and dissipated by the high-energy thermal field. Solved. Yanxiu silently watched the place where the yellow sand was scattered, preparing to go to the battlefield of hunt. But in the next moment, he suddenly retracted his gaze, and his eyes were shocked as if he had seen an incredible miracle. In the thermal field that had not yet dissipated, a man was wrapped in a fluid protective suit, and he slowly walked out of the thermal field. The fluid suit exuded a dark gray matte luster in the sun. Super titanium protective clothing. Off the screen, Ade shouted in surprise. He naturally knew the importance of super titanium materials. It is resistant to high temperatures, impact resistant, with extremely high hardness and toughness, and is a very suitable metal material for protection. Ade had vaguely noticed that the protective clothing worn by Chen Su and others was also made of super titanium, but he never expected that. This protective clothing could be unfolded in an instant, completely wrapping the wearer, and 100% resisting the attack of thermal grenades. Great, Mu is fine. Ade watched Mu walk out of the thermal field safely, calmly put away the protective clothing. His eyes couldn't help but flashing with bright starlight. They are indeed genius mechanics. Their equipment is really amazing. Let Yanxiu learn this. Fighting is not just about brute force. Go ahead, Mu, come on. Don't lose. Use your strength, and knock him down directly. Bai Yi really cares about your computer. The cost of investing in this protective suit is not small. Yanxiu also noticed that Mu's protective suit was extraordinary. He snorted coldly and stopped. It seems that I have to be more serious with you. After that, Yanxiu swiped his left foot, slightly lowered his center of gravity, and in the next moment, he suddenly jumped, and used the rock next to him for leverage, and quickly flew to the back of Mu. Mu still stood still, and the PKL5X quietly locked onto Mu, while Yanxiu was moving quickly. At a random moment, without any warning, a laser bullet hissed, and shot towards Mu's unprotected head. Although the full protection mode of the Super Titanium Protective Suit has a 100% guarantee rate, this mode is generally only used in unavoidable situations such as thermal energy fields. After all, sealing the ears, eyes, mouth, and nose will inevitably affect vision, hearing, and perception. At this time, Mu did not activate the full protection mode, and his back was exposed to the attack range of the laser cannon. Success was in sight. Yanxiu in the air stared at Mu's figure intently, and at the moment when the laser bullet was fired, Mu on the ground did not even turn his head, and quickly and accurately dodged the attack range of the laser bullet. Even in Yanxiu's intuition, Mu's evasive action seemed to be a little faster than the timing of him pressing the button. How is it possible? Yanxiu was shocked instantly. This time he did not underestimate, nor did he hold back. He used the most common attack method in this round of attack. Yanxiu was proud of his super physical flexibility and agile athletic ability. During the battle, he often used the objects around him to constantly change his route of action, and then unexpectedly launched a shot at a random position. This set of attacking techniques had helped him win countless battles and kill countless enemies. He was also very skilled in execution, and almost never missed. But at this moment, facing this stupid computer, he actually missed. Although he had been transformed by Bai Yi, Mu's combat ability was obviously quite average. His dodging movements were very clumsy, and the direction and distance of the dodging seemed to be irregular. After standing up, he stood straight like a target. His combat awareness and skills were completely unable to match Yin Xiu's level. I was just lucky. Yin Xiu frowned, and stopped thinking. He pushed his feet against the sand, and jumped into the air again. This time he made himself faster, deliberately chose the blind spot of Mu's vision, and fired a laser bullet at Mu again. Unexpectedly, Mu still didn't look, but seemed to have predicted it, and easily dodged the fast-moving laser bullet again. This is impossible. Yin Xiu couldn't accept that he had failed twice in a row against this person with insufficient combat power. He gritted his teeth, accelerated his speed, and moved at a more tricky angle, and continued to launch a series of attacks on Mu. Mu hit here and there, and hit here and there. Although he did not fight back, Yin Xiu did not even hit a hair. This summoned body. He obviously can't fight. He is just a computer. How could he attack with all his strength? But couldn't hit him even once. Yin Xiu felt anxious, and then half turned and jumped forward, stepping his left foot on the sand, preparing to adjust the route and attack again. At this moment, there was a sudden strong numbness in the soles of his feet, and then his eyes went black, and his body could not be controlled, and he fell straight down. Tie him up. In a trance, he heard a cold male voice not far away, and the next moment his whole body suddenly tightened, as if something hard was holding him tightly. You? Yin Xiu was shocked, and before he could say more, he suddenly fell into the yellow sand. What's going on? Why did Yin Xiu fall down? Although Ed was watching Mu's fight closely, he didn't see why Yin Xiu fell to the ground, and he didn't know why Mu could tie him up easily. The analysts who were watching Yin Xiu and Mu were also stunned. Incredible. To them, Mu had only dodged slightly. Yin Xiu actually stumbled and fell. No way. What happened? Yin Xiu couldn't make such a low-level mistake. Mu must have done something. What did Mu do? Did anyone notice? It's not surprising that the analysts couldn't see the truth behind the reversal of the situation. As a powerful player of EVO, Yin Xiu himself failed to detect the abnormality in advance. After a moment of blurring his consciousness, his mind quickly regained clarity. But at this time, the steel binding ring had already been tightly wrapped around his body, 2 on each side. You! How could you? Yin Xiu struggled hard on the sand, but the binding ring was tightly wrapped around him, and there was no way to get out. He slapped the sand on his face, spit out a mouthful of paw, with a tense expression, staring at the black-haired man above. I checked your information. Before becoming Bai Ye's summoned body, you had no combat ability at all. Even after becoming a summoned body, you were not transformed into a combat-type mechanical body, and you couldn't even shoot a gun well in the previous battle. Yin Xiu held his breath, felt angry, and his tone was no longer as serious as before. You are just a humanoid computer that can't fight. How could you catch me? You must have used some dirty tricks. Mu glanced at him coldly. Yin Xiu said a lot, but Mu ignored him. After confirming that Yin Xiu was tied up, he turned around and walked towards the sand where they had just fought. He walked a few steps, stopped, and dug out a few flat discs from the sand. This is an electric current disc. Yin Xiu's pupil shrank, and then he realized what had knocked him down. This kind of electric current disc is not rare. It can be found everywhere in the market, and once it is turned on, it will release high-energy current, and he didn't wear insulating shoes, so it was inevitable that he would be electrocuted if he stepped on it. But this area is so big, and he only placed 3 or 5 electric current discs. How could he step on them? Was it random? Was it just bad luck? Or, how could you do it? How is this possible? Yin Xiu opened his eyes wide, and the question in his mind blurted out unconsciously. Mu put away the electric current disc, looked at Yin Xiu on the ground calmly, and finally said, "Nothing is impossible." Mu said, "Because I am a computer." Long before this battle began, Mu had already fully grasped the information of the opponent players. As a super hacker, the accuracy and detail of the data he collected far exceeded the imagination of ordinary players like Yin Xiu. The target of the battle had already been determined to be Yin Xiu. Mu had deeply imprinted all his battle videos in his mind. After a series of complex calculations and analysis, he constructed Yin Xiu's patterns in battle, habits, the length and angle of the battle route, and the probability and timing of choosing to shoot. These were all converted into precise data. and a set of high-precision combat programs was written. In battle, every action of Yin Xiu would be input into the program one by one through the scanning light strip, and the program would output the prediction of his behavior in real time. Therefore, his flight trajectory, landing point, and the probability of shooting at a specific location are all under Mu's control. Mu's evasion seems random and disordered, but it actually hides deep meaning. He uses these evasive actions to cleverly hide the electric current disk under Yin Xiu's high-probability landing point. For humans, it is extremely difficult to change the behavioral habits that have been formed in the subconscious. And Yin Xiu, as a high-powered player who has experienced countless battles, has a deep imprint of habit in his heart. Even if he pretends to change according to the battle situation, he will eventually return to his familiar fighting routine. And now Yin Xiu, who is tied to the ground, is the best proof of this logic. Don't be complacent too early. Don't think you have one. Although the restraint ring on his body cannot be broken free. Yin Xiu stared at Mu, who was slowly approaching, and had to suppress his emotions, and threatened coldly, "Those three people are very strong. If they beat Bai Yi, even if you tie me up, you will have to help me untie this iron ring sooner or later." Chapter 184. Xiao Pei must not die. Yin Xiu lost. Mizutani hid on the side of the rock, and inadvertently heard two harsh words Yin Xiu said to Mu before his death. "Don't think you have won," and "untie the iron ring immediately." The meaning of these words is self-evident, clearly admitting that he was defeated, and even tied up. She thought he was so strong, and couldn't help frowning, and rolled her eyes in her heart, but she didn't expect a flying blade to suddenly break through the air, and point directly at her face. Tsk. Mizutani hurriedly held her breath, and turned her clothes, and instantly avoided the attack. The terrain at this time was extremely unfavorable for her. As an assassin trained since childhood, she was good at concealment, disguise and sneak attacks. But this scene was terrible. It was in the endless desert. There was no place to hide except this bare rock. It was impossible to attack secretly. Mizutani gritted her teeth, leaned against the rock, and was highly focused, alert to the sudden flying blade. The little girl in the Bai Yi team was light-footed, and her fighting style was mainly agile. She was almost invisible when hiding. But how did she do it? There was only a rock here, but she could always detect me, and she couldn't find me. While Mizutani was thinking, another flying blade came from the 3 o'clock direction, and attacked her directly. No matter, Mizutani made up her mind. Even though she couldn't see anyone, the flying blade must be flying in the direction of the little girl. Just fight like this. She was moved, her eyebrows frowned, and swung the long whip suddenly, pointing directly at the direction of the flying blade. The long whip passed through the air, raising a cloud of yellow sand, and she instantly leaned back, narrowly avoiding the sharp blade. At this moment, she held her breath, because the blade might have a deadly mechanism. When the blade flew by, it would leave a slightly cool dampness in the air. Although she reacted quickly, the first time she felt the dampness, she was dazed for a moment. The dampness was the atomized anesthetic. Fortunately, the little girl seemed to be inexperienced in combat, and did not notice her discomfort. Nor did she seize the opportunity to attack. If she was discovered, it was hard to say whether she could stand here and fight with the opponent today. Fortunately, the trance had passed. She noticed that the girl's level was not very high, and her attack method was just hiding and throwing flying knives. As long as she could disrupt her fighting rhythm, and pull her out of the shadows to fight head-on, she would definitely defeat her opponent. Mizutani muttered in her heart, and began to patiently look for the opportunity to counterattack. Flying blades attacked from different directions from time to time, forcing her to stop and circle around the rocks. Finally, after circling a few times, she found that the direction of the blade's attack had gradually become regular. Very good, Mizutani silently thought to herself, and circled 4 or 5 more times. When the blade came from the same direction again, she suddenly jumped up, stepped on the rock wall with both feet, rolled backwards, and instantly got away from the distance of 5 meters. Where is she? Mizutani sudden action caught the other party off guard, and obvious footprints were immediately left on the sand that had no traces. Her eyes became sharp, her lips curled slightly, and she decisively swung out the long whip, making a crisp sound in the air, and directly rapped something. "Ah!" The girl's scream rang out, and Xiao Pei, who had been invisible all the time, suddenly showed up. Mizutani's whip wrapped around her waist and one arm. Xiao Pei was obviously a little flustered, and hurriedly used her other hand to hold the flying blade to cut Mizutani's whip. But as a weapon for top players, how could the whip be easily cut off by a knife? Mizutani ignored Xiao Pei's struggle and waved her arm to pull Xiao Pei towards herself without hesitation. Xiao Pei was caught. In the monitoring room, Xiao Jing was immediately shocked and quickly jumped up from the chair. What should I do? Xiao Pei is going to lose. It's too difficult for her to meet an opponent like Mizutani Otoko on her first try. Although Xiao Pei was wearing a protective suit with invisible function and equipped with an anesthetic flying blade specially designed for her by Bai Yi, she lacked experience in fighting against strong enemies, and her mind was not as calm and thoughtful as Mu's. A small trick of Mizutani Otoko put her in trouble immediately. Xiao Pei is not a player now, and there is no rule protection. If Mizutani Otoko wants to take action, it will be easy. Xiao Jing ran to Mizutani Otoko's screen anxiously, attracting many analysts to gather around. What's going on? Does Mizutani want to kill her? No, Xiao Pei can't die. She just joined Bai Ye's team. It's a pity for her to die like this. What should we do? Who can save her? The analysts expressed their concerns for Xiao Pei. As they were discussing, a red light suddenly flashed in the corner of the screen. The red light was as fast as fire, forcing Mizutani to look startled and jump back immediately. But she didn't expect that when the whip loosened, Xiao Pei's petite body broke free. What's going on? The analysts were stunned, and then the light in their eyes suddenly burst out. It's Chensu. Chensu is coming. Chensu. Xiao Pei broke free from the whip, instinctively called out Chensu, and then fell from the air to the sand. But Chensu couldn't respond to her. The knife in his hand forced Shui Guin back, and then he turned around and dodged, and barely avoided the impact bomb that Hunter attacked. You still have the mind to care about her, Hunter said coldly, and then another impact bomb was loaded. I advise you not to be distracted, after all. The enemy you are fighting is me. Boom! As soon as Hunter's voice fell, the impact bomb was fired instantly, and shot quickly towards Chensu. Delta Zero Impact Cannon, this is the weapon that Hunter specially prepared to deal with Bai Yi. Also coming for Bai Yi, Hunter and Yin Shou had carefully studied the information of Bai Yi and Chensu before entering this game. The protective clothing on the summoned bodies is extremely advanced. As long as you carefully observe their battle images, you will find some clues. Therefore, Hunter did not choose conventional flame, laser or electric energy weapons at the beginning, but directly used this Delta Zero Impact Cannon. Except for half of Chensu's mechanical body, the rest of the protective clothing is obviously a soft fluid that moves freely. Even if it is resistant to high temperature, corrosion, and puncture, it is difficult to withstand physical impact. Chensu is not a solid entity. He is a mechanical human body with a precise structure. Its interior is connected by multiple independent parts. So the upper limit of the impact force it can withstand is not too high. In theory, no matter how powerful Chensu's protective clothing is, as long as a high-energy impact weapon is used, it can pass through the protection and directly destroy his core components. Chensu obviously knew Hunter's weapon and his intentions, so he would not take the attack head-on, and basically adopted a dodging strategy. Hunter really lived up to his title as a top player. His attack was as smooth as flowing water, and his defense was comprehensive and impeccable. Although his combat effectiveness may not be comparable to that of the modified body, it is comparable to Chensu during the Night Owl group period. However, the key point is that one of them is a summoned body, and the other is a player. Even if the current modified body Chensu has better combat qualities, he is still at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Chensu was unable to kill Hunt due to the rules, so every move was cautious and careful, and every strike was restrained. However, Hunt would not be punished for killing Chensu. He attacked fiercely and ruthlessly, as if he had made up his mind to put Chensu in a desperate situation. I hope I can have a fair fight with you while you are still alive. Hunt fired a cannon, forcing Chensu, who was about to attack, back several meters. It's a pity that you are dead. You are made by Bai Yi now, and your fighting ability comes from this mechanical body. Even if I win against you, I can't be considered to have won against the former Pluto Su of the Night Owl group. I have always regarded you as my goal. As an opponent I must surpass. However, the opponent is dead, and I can never surpass him. This makes me feel deeply regretful. You may never understand my feelings. It seems that he is still brooding over this regret. Hunter, who usually doesn't talk much, speaks a lot to Chensu at this moment. which seems a bit abnormal. Chin-Su on the opposite side thought for a moment. But he couldn't find such a name in his memory. Hunter Jr. He not only didn't know this person, but he had never even heard of his name. From Hunter's words, it can be inferred that he participated in this challenge not only for Bai Yi, but also for Chin-Su's goal. And even Chin-Su's goal was not necessarily less than Bai Yi's. You are no longer the Hades. Now you can only sell your soul and work for Bai Yi in this half-human, half-ghost appearance. Seeing my former opponent fall into such a situation, I really feel sorry for you. Han followed Chin-Su's movements closely. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, his words became more and more heartbreaking. Why don't you let me end it all for you? Dying at my hands will not affect your reputation as the first god of war in the past. After saying that, Han aimed at the gap where Chin-Su was standing and fired a shock bomb quickly. At the moment when the shell was fired, Chin-Su's figure suddenly disappeared from sight. Hunter's heart tightened, and he instantly rolled over reflexively, rolling up a piece of yellow sand, and barely avoided the blade of the red flame knife. You are not qualified to end me. While still in the sand fog, Chin-Su's cold voice suddenly sounded, very close to Hunter, which startled him suddenly. Hunter supported himself on the ground and dodged immediately, but was still hit by the blade on the side of his neck, and blood splashed out a deep wound. Han secretly took a breath, not daring to care about the wound, quickly adjusted his fighting posture. But this battle, I am destined to end you, not you end me. Although the blood was dripping from the side of his neck, this did not seem to have much impact on Hunt. He remained calm, fired again, forced Chin-Su back, and quickly regained control of the battle. You can only save my life, otherwise Bai Yi will be buried with me, and I will chase you with all my strength without any burden. You don't need other weapons, just this laser knife. How long can you last? Although this point is true, Chin-Su's knife is indeed an unfavorable choice. Hunter's blaster is a long-range weapon, and each time it is fired, Chin-Su is driven far away. The laser knife is a close-range attack. Chin-Su is forced by Hunter to the point where it seems difficult to get close, and it takes many attempts before he has a chance to attack. Hunter fully affirmed Chin-Su's weakness, and his full-strength attack was even more fierce and unscrupulous. One side pursued fiercely, while the other side kept dodging. Before they knew it, the battle between the two had moved away from the central rock and entered a twisted space. In their sight, the rock was clearly within a few steps, but it suddenly seemed to become far away, and the others were so small that they could hardly be seen. Just amid defeat, another cannon was fired. Han shouted to Chin-Su in the distance. If we keep fighting like this, you can never beat me. Why don't we stop wasting time? You let me win this game, and I'll let you go. It's time to end it. Since the fight started, Han has been talking frequently, but Chin-Su has rarely responded. Han thought Chin-Su wouldn't say anything this time, but he unexpectedly heard Chin-Su's answer. It's just that Chin-Su's voice was not loud, and the distance was a little far. Han didn't hear what he said clearly. When did they become so far apart? Hunter hurriedly ran a few steps. When the attack distance was right, he raised the muzzle of the gun and aimed at Chin-Su, who seemed to be ready to attack. Why don't you just stand there and don't move, and let everything end perfectly? After saying that, Hunter adjusted the impact gear to the highest level and decisively pressed the launch button. The impact bomb carrying extremely high energy was fired from the muzzle again, directly pointing at Chin-Su. This attack, no matter the distance or the angle, seemed perfect. Although using the highest impact gear will consume more energy and extend the charging time for the next shot, it is accompanied by a faster attack speed, and even the probability of Chin-Su's dodge error has increased significantly. However, at this time, Chin-Su's reaction was a little slow for some reason, and he failed to dodge in time. He made a mistake. Hunt's eyes fixed, and he made a successful prediction in advance. This shot was a fatal shot. However, perhaps because the impact cannon sounded loud, and it was right next to him, Hunt did not hear Chin-Su's response to him in the distance when he fired the cannon. Okay. Hunter stared at the shell directed towards Chin-Su, but the next moment, what he saw was not the image of Chin-Su being hit by arsenic, but the man leaping backwards into the air under the scorching sun, and the rocket that had already flown out of his left arm, cutting through the heat wave, and was speeding towards him. What? Han's pupil shrank suddenly, but before he could react, the rocket was immediately in front of him. Boom! Chapter 185. He killed the player. Boss Hunt! With a loud bang, Han's live broadcast screen was instantly covered by smoke and dust, and the entire screen was tightly blocked. Hans fans in the live broadcast room suddenly went crazy and rushed to the screen. All of them were excited. Chinsu killed the boss. Chinsu actually fired, killing Boss Hunt. Impossible. Boss Hunt won't die. I don't believe it. Hans fans shouted loudly in the chaos. The smoke and dust were still everywhere, and some people had already collapsed and cried. The fans of the Red Turbans were also stunned. No one could believe that Chinsu would do such a stupid thing to kill himself. Impossible. How could this be possible? How could Chinsu not know the consequences of doing this? Is he impulsive? Is he so irrational because of what Hunt said? How could this be possible? No matter how bad Hunt's words were, he couldn't drag Bai Yi down with him. The Red Turbans were shocked, and their emotions of collapse were no less than Hunt's fans. The Red Turbans on the side gradually found an outlet to vent their anger. Look at what Chinsu did. I will fight you. It was your people who killed the Hunter boss. Once the Hunter boss dies, I can't live anymore. You all can't live either. The Hunter fans rushed to the audience of the Red Turbans with anger in their eyes, not caring who the opponent was, and just punched them. The Red Turbans were not to be outdone, and they united to fight back against those excited Hunter fans, and the curses they shouted were endless. If it weren't for Hunter, the idiot, how could Boss Chinsu be so impulsive? Hand is dead. And Boss Bai Yi will die too. He won't be able to pay for his life even if he dies 100 times. You are all the same. All of you. Die. How can Chinsu fire? Hunter is dead. What about Bai Yi? The monitoring room was also in chaos, and everyone was like an ant on a hot pot. In the panic, they suddenly realized what they should do. Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing. Check it quickly. Is Hunter still alive? Ed ran toward Xiao Jing eagerly, his voice like a bell. Oh! Xiao Jing was stunned for a moment, his fingers trembled, and it took him a long time to call up the player interface. No. Nothing? Not dead. He's not dead. At least now, he hasn't been marked as dead. Xiao Jing reported to everyone loudly, and at this time the smoke on the screen finally dissipated a little. In the haze, a figure gradually appeared. Who is that? Is it Chinsu? Hand is not dead. What about the Hanny people? Everyone's eyes were focused on the screen, hoping that the picture would be displayed clearly as soon as possible. Time passed by second, and the tall figure with half of his body covered in machinery finally became clearer. At his feet lay a bloody, unconscious man, with the restraint ring that Bai Yi bought in the secret realm tied to his body. The tied man was actually Hunter, still alive. Chinsu walked to Hunter's side, looked down at him, leaned over to pick up the impact cannon that had fallen to the side, and threw it away. Chinsu knew that he couldn't kill him, and he wouldn't lose his mind because of Hunter's words. In fact, since he saw the weapons displayed by Hunter, and understood Hunter's aggressive fighting style, he had already formulated a strategy to deal with him in his mind. More defense, less attack, creating the illusion of being exhausted, making Hunter believe that he has the upper hand in the battle, and effectively blocking his melee attack. At every moment of evasion, Chinsu tried to keep a distance, guiding Hunter away from Bai Yi and his battlefield, to avoid accidentally injuring teammates when the impact force was out of control. Finally, at the right place and time, he quickly changed to a rocket launcher, but did not directly attack Hunter himself with the rocket launcher. Instead, when Hunter's impact bomb had just been launched and had not yet flown far, he used a rocket to shatter the impact bomb, indirectly causing huge energy damage to Hunter. The Delta Zero impact cannon used by Hunter was not new to Chinsu, who specialized in combat. The shells of this impact cannon are high-strength hollow metal shells. After being fired, they can transmit and amplify the energy emitted by the impact cannon itself, causing absolute physical impact damage to the target. After the impact shell is shattered, the metal fragments that still carry energy will definitely fly away. As long as the timing is properly controlled, some of the fragments will directly hit Hunter himself, and the impact energy is dispersed by the fragments. The damage Hunter suffers will be much lower than if he was directly hit by a bullet. Although the power is still considerable, with his physical fitness, it will basically not be fatal. Moreover, even if he really died, the fatal blow came from his own impact bullet, not Chinsu. According to the rules of the game, his death would not be judged to be related to Bai Yi. Attacking in this way is almost foolproof. Chinsu has no shortcomings in terms of combat power, experience, mind or emotions. Facing any enemy in battle situation, he always remains strong and calm. With the overall situation in hand, He is always ready to quickly formulate the best tactics in a short period of time, to win big with a small effort, and to decide the outcome with one strike. This was the former Pluto Chinsu, the first war god of the godly blessing star. After a brief dizziness, Hunt's body trembled, and he woke up faintly, only to find that he had fallen down with his back against the sand and his face facing the sky. He felt unbearable pain all over his body, and wanted to stand up, but he felt that his chest was tightly bound, and his body was firmly locked by something, and he couldn't break free no matter what he did. I was caught. It's good to be alive. Seeing that Hunt could still move, Chinsu added another binding ring to his feet, then lifted him up with one hand and walked towards Bai Yi. Hunter, who was stronger than Chinsu, was dragged away like a sack. There was no point in struggling, and there was no way to resist. Every movement was accompanied by severe pain. He could no longer tell how many bones were broken by this blow. Hunter could only give up struggling. After a moment, he raised his head slightly and looked at the rock that seemed to be far away in the sky, and the almost indistinguishable white figure next to the rock. He's still lost, Hunter thought to himself. Although he had become a modified body, Chinsu did not use superhuman strength and speed to suppress him, nor did he use any superdimensional abilities to surprise him. Chinsu still looked like the familiar Chinsu. His movements, postures, and fighting styles still kept the appearance of the leader of the Night Owl group that Hunter knew well. He even used the AJ-08 rocket launcher that he was used to. Hunter did lose to Chinsu in this battle, both now and in the past. When will I be able to surpass you? Surpass you all? Hunter asked, coughing up blood with difficulty. Chinsu did not answer, but walked silently in the direction of Bai Yi. When the rocky area suddenly enlarged and the figures of Bai Yi and others gradually became clear, he finally responded to Hunter. Wait until you stop fighting to surpass us, Chinsu said slowly. Chinsu did not kill Hunt. Hunt was indeed still alive, which could be clearly seen in the online live broadcast. However, the fans of Red Turban and Hunt in the White Knight Live Hall were furious, and the situation was out of control for a time. It was not until the security personnel of the Star Hall arrived that the chaos was barely calmed down. At the same time, the attention of the analysis team was focused on Chinsu and Hunt, and everyone almost forgot that near the rock, there was actually a seemingly inconspicuous battle going on quietly. A few minutes ago. Little girl, don't hide. Mizutani-in swung her whip, raising the yellow sand to try to detect the invisible Xiao Pei. She said coldly, I know you are nearby, unless you don't want to attack, or as soon as you attack, you will expose your position. Xiao Pei's heart tightened. Chinsu was the strongest among them. If he was injured by Hunter's attack, the whole battle, and even the game might be lost because of it. And if Chinsu was injured because of herself, wouldn't he become Bai Yi's sinner? Bai Yi gave her shelter, and created a strong body for her. She must not let Bai Yi lose. This is her first battle after joining Bai Yi's team. She must go all out, and must not drag everyone down. Xiao Pei made up her mind, and activated the optical invisibility of the protective suit again, hiding herself perfectly under the scorching sun. Chinsu fought against Hunt. Mu fought against Yin Xiao, and Bai Yi fought against Ka Suo. They were all very powerful, and would definitely accomplish their missions. And my opponent was this woman. I had to find a way to win this battle. Mizutani smiled slightly, with a gleam in her eyes. If you don't take action, then I will assume that you have given up. Since I don't need to deal with you, then I will go to support Hunt, and get rid of Chinsu first. And all of you will be finished. After saying that, Mizutani retracted the whip, and jumped towards Chinsu. At the moment she jumped, a familiar flying blade suddenly attacked. This little girl was really too impatient. Mizutani smiled, and then whipped the flying blade. But Xiao Pei was obviously prepared, and the whip missed. Mizutani held the whip again. Mizutani's whip was not an ordinary leather whip, but was woven from countless fine iron wires, with extremely strong softness and toughness, and covered with poisonous metal barbs. Ordinary people would definitely be seriously injured under her attack, but Xiao Pei's super titanium protective suit made these spikes completely ineffective, and even the toxin had no effect on her. As a professional assassin, Mizutani Yin's core combat method is toxin. However, there is nowhere to hide on the battlefield, which weakens her combat power. Facing Xiao Pei, an opponent who is immune to toxins, she feels even more pressured. Even so, Mizutani Yin does not think she will lose to this little girl. She knows that based on combat ability alone, This seemingly powerful little chicken will never be her opponent. Mizutani swung the whip again, trying to catch Xiaopei's whereabouts, but failed every time. Xiaopei seemed to have understood something, and became more cautious in her actions. Mizutani muttered to herself. Was she doing this on purpose? As she was thinking, there was a faint sound of breaking wind from behind. Mizutani immediately became alert and turned to avoid it. However, the next second, she felt a pain in her ear, as if her skin was cut by a sharp object. As she was shocked, her consciousness suddenly fell into darkness. Chapter 186 Xiaopei's Plan. Shui, Mizutani Yun fell. Ah? What? Who fell? In the monitoring room, an analyst suddenly exclaimed, causing everyone to look at him, but they only saw the dust raised by Mizutani Yun on the screen. Mizutani Yun? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and they couldn't react instantly. Except for the analyst who came with Mizutani Yun, others didn't pay much attention to the situation here. After all, from the picture, she was the only one spinning around by the rock, and there was almost no sound in the speaker, so it was hard to attract other people's attention. Mizutani Otoko. Who is she fighting? Xiaopei? Could it be Xiaopei? No way. Mizutani Otoko was defeated by Xiaopei? She defeated Mizutani Otoko alone? Everyone was surprised and unbelievable. Although Xiaopei had been transformed by Bai Yi, in the last game, she was just a weak player who could only throw iron pieces. If you really want to compete with an opponent as powerful as Mizutani Otoko, you can't easily win by relying on equipment and transformation. Xiaopei really fought Mizutani Otoko alone? Didn't Shinsu and the others come to help? Some people still asked persistently, and the analyst next to them quickly gave the answer. In the middle, Xiaopei was caught by Mizutani Otoko accidentally. Shinsu did come to help her, but Shinsu and Hunt went far away after the fight. In the end, the only one who could defeat Mizutani Otoko was Xiaopei. Is this true? How is this possible? That's Mizutani Otoko. Mizutani Otoko. With a combat power rating of S. 1 2 first places, 1 second place, and 1 third place. Such a strong man. Actually lost to the rookie Xiaopei who was like a guinea pig. The analysts looked at each other, and were a little dazed for a while. Shinsu defeated Hunt, and that was fine. Mu, who was not good at fighting, actually defeated Yanxiu, who was S level. Now even Xiaopei, a pure rookie in 24K, can defeat Mizutani Yin in a row. Bai Yi and the other strength. Is it an incredible pace? Wait, where is Xiaopei now? After being stunned for a moment, someone finally reacted, but before others could respond, the dust cleared, and a thin figure walked out of the empty air, pulled his wrist, and actually took out a restraint ring out of thin air. Tie her up. As Xiaopei said this, the restraint ring clicked, and tightly wrapped around Mizutani Otoko. I don't know if Xiaopei used too much anesthetic. Until the restraint ring was tight, Mizutani Otoko still showed no signs of waking up. Witnessing with their own eyes that Mizutani Otoko was tied up by Xiaopei without any reaction, the audience before the live broadcast finally felt the reality of Xiaopei's victory. Xiaopei, she really got Mizutani Otoko. How did she do it? This is really so unreasonable. Xiaopei was always invisible during the battle, and neither the audience watching the live broadcast nor the analysts, who were staring at the screen the whole time, could see how Mizutani Otoko lost. Only Xiaopei herself knew her real strategy. Mizutani's guess was not wrong. Xiaopei did imitate the trick she used before, repeatedly attacking Mizutani between 10 and 2 o'clock in front of her, and then suddenly turning the attack to Mizutani's back, trying to catch her off guard. But Xiaopei was not stupid enough to think that simply imitating Mizutani would be enough to defeat her. Therefore, after careful consideration, she decided to upgrade this tactic, and finally successfully led Mizutani into her trap. In fact, the flying blade behind Mizutani Otoko was fixed on the rock by Xiaopei using a time delay device. And the footprint that seemed to appear inadvertently was the small inflatable ball that Xiaopei buried in the sand. After everything was ready, Xiaopei started the attack, and deliberately focused the attack in front of Mizutani Otoko. When the time was right, she activated the time delay device, and the flying blade was sent out. At the same time, she remotely controlled the small balloon in the sand to deflate, and the sand was slightly concave, just like the shape of a footprint. The flying blade was exactly in the direction where Xiaopei was, and a rookie like Xiaopei was more likely to accidentally leave footprints on the sand, which had become an inherent thought in Mizutani's mind. Therefore, Xiaopei's misleading device made Mizutani believe reflexively that the flying blade was emitted from the position of the footprints behind her. In fact, Xiaopei had always been quietly waiting in the same place, waiting for Mizutani to turn around after being deceived, and immediately raise sand to dazzle her eyes, and then use the anesthetic flying blade to decisively attack her in an unexpected direction, cutting her skin. Mizutani had never thought that the little girl, who had always been insignificant in her eyes, actually had such a sharp mind, could flexibly learn tactics and upgrade them, and finally put them into practice, which made her completely fail. When she wakes up, she may regret that she underestimated this battle and this opponent, and regretted not realizing a fact as soon as possible. Fighting with Xiaopei is equivalent to fighting with Bai Yi. As the well-deserved chief player of Shenyixing, anyone who Bai Yi is willing to accept into the team and send out to fight, even if he is a novice in combat, must have extraordinary excellence. In front of Mizutani's screen, analysts were still surprised, speculating, but they had no way of knowing the outcome of the battle. On the other side, a group of people led by Ed shouted, and one could tell without looking that Chensu had completely defeated Hunter. Now Chensu, Xiaopei and Mu had each dealt with their opponents, but the duel between Bai Yi and Kaosua had not yet been decided, and this battle became the center of the war. This robot is really hard to deal with. Kaosua stood on the rock, and the flaming arrows were easily dodged by the broken machine again and again, and there was a rare hint of anxiety in his tone. Bai Yi was already quite familiar with Kaosua's attack pattern. In his spare time, he even asked Mu to write a set of defense programs for the bad machine based on Kaosua's previous combat data. So, from the first time Kaosua shot a flaming arrow, all attacks were perfectly avoided, and there was not even a scorch mark left on the shell of the bad machine. Ordinary flaming arrows were undoubtedly no problem, but large-scale explosions required air jets to clear obstacles. Bai Yi sat on the shoulder of the bad machine to command the operation, and the flying circular saw drone attack Kaosua from time to time. Although Keiso can fire various energy arrows such as fire and electricity, he did not try to use other methods to attack Bai Yi when he saw that the fire attack had no effect. But even so, Bai Yi's attack power was still slightly insufficient for Keiso without Chensu, and it was not easy to break through the defense of the bad machine and injure Bai Yi. So, the battle between the two was deadlocked, almost a confrontation without retreat, and it seemed that they could continue to fight until the end of time. I don't have time to waste with you, Bai Yi thought to himself. Soon, the crew cutter who stayed behind at the base will start to operate the machine, causing the twisted storm. And in the second round, where the game's direction changes slightly, no one can predict whether this will happen in advance. Therefore, they must rush to the research base as soon as possible to stop the crew cutter's plan. And Kaosua also needs to find an opportunity as soon as possible to break the deadlock. You are also difficult to deal with, Bai Yi thought for a moment, and then said loudly, and he and Kaosua flatter each other first. I guess you must have superpowers. Aren't you afraid of energy attacks? Haha. That's right. Kaosua's mouth curled up slightly. You should have seen this a long time ago. Right? Don't say you just found out now. We've known each other for so long. It seems you saw it a long time ago. But now you're a little unsure. Bai Yi deliberately tested Kaosua. After all, superpowers are so unlikely that it's hard to understand. I'm still thinking. Maybe you use some special equipment to make energy attacks ineffective. If you have special equipment, I'd be very interested. I want to know what equipment you used, or how I can copy it. Why don't you cooperate with my research? Let me take a closer look at what the energy attack looks like when it hits you. Before Bai Yi finished speaking, several circular saws flew towards Keiso without warning. Keiso dodged quickly, but before he could react, the white laser bullet of the bad machine had already shot at him quickly. Keiso's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly flipped back and jumped off the rock. But Bai Yi's laser bullet was too fast, and still exploded on the side of Keiso's arm. Bai Yi immediately flew into the air, watching Keiso falling on the other side of the rock. Sure enough, the laser bullet hit his arm, leaving no wounds, not even a red mark. Hey, you hit too quickly. I didn't see it clearly. Bai Yi commanded the bad machine to land near Keiso. Keiso took a few steps back reflexively, then deliberately relaxed his posture and resumed his nonchalant look. But since my laser bullet can't hurt you, why do you hide? Hey. Keiso smiled lazily, and it was hard to tell whether what he said was true or false. Don't think I'm not injured. In fact, it hurts a lot when I was hit by that thing. As for whether it's equipment or superpowers, if you want to know, just ask me directly. How can I not answer Xiao Bei's questions? After saying that, Casso used the force to jump back to the top of the rock, and put some distance between him and Bei. Although he kept his posture alert in the battle, his words were still frivolous. Don't doubt it. My ability is 100% superpowers. As for where this superpower came from, I don't know. If you want, I can't help you. But if you don't believe me, I don't mind you trying me again. You can use any weapon. You can try a few more. After all, it's Xiao Bei's request. Even if it hurts, I'm willing to play with you. Chapter 187 Queso's Ability. Queso's words gave Xiao Jing, who was outside the screen, goosebumps all over his body. What's wrong with this guy? One moment, he wants to kill Bai Yi, then he says these disgusting words, clearly shouting that Bai Yi is his man, but in the blink of an eye he kills Bai Yi. Does he have a split personality? I thought he was abnormal before, but now I realize that he is really abnormal to an outrageous degree. Ed pouted and shook his head. It seems that he is even sicker. In the picture, Bai Yi seemed to be immune to Kasua's performance. He had no expression on his face, and did not launch an attack for the time being. And Kasu, for some reason, did not shoot flaming arrows at Bai Yi again, but opened his arms, as if letting Bai Yi do whatever he wanted. The two of them confronted each other strangely for a while. Bai Yi stared at him, finally took out a new weapon from the space card, ordered the bad machine to fly into the air, aimed, and fired a shot at Kasuo. Bai Yi took out this weapon after searching for a long time from the space card. He had never used it before. The energy type he used was also a rare ice energy bullet. As he said, Kasuo stood still, and did not evade. He welcomed Bai Yi's shot. The ice bullet wrapped in cold air exploded on his body. As expected, like the laser bullet, it did not leave any scars. Kasuo pretended to be shivering from the cold, grinned, and hooked his finger at Bai Yi. Come on, little Bai Yi, Casso said in the live broadcast. So the scene continued to develop in this nonsensical way. Bai Yi took out weapons one by one from the space card, and fired various shells at Kasuo. But Kasuo on the opposite side had completely lost the fierceness in the previous battle. With a smile on his face, he endured the shells one after another, as if he was really playing with Bai Yi patiently, and deliberately making Bai Yi happy. The weapons used by Bai Yi were more and more bizarre and rare, from ice bombs to electric energy, poison gas, radiation, and even nuclear fission. He used all kinds of attack methods. The two of them seemed to be possessed by evil spirits at the same time. From a certain moment on, they completely abandoned the idea of fighting and began to play inexplicably. What are they doing? This plot development made Xiao Jing and Ed more and more confused. Kasuo has always been a psychopath, so it is reasonable for him to behave strangely. But Bai Yi is obviously a normal person. He knows that these attacks are ineffective. So why does he use various energy weapons to attack him again and again? What is he thinking? What tricks are they playing? Bai Yi, won't he be infected by Kasuo? Ed muttered to himself after staring blankly for a long time. Don't talk nonsense. Bai Yi must have his plan. Although he believed in Bai Yi, Xiao Jing couldn't tell what he was going to do for a while. So he said this with a little lack of confidence. Just as Xiao Jing finished speaking, Kasuo's expression suddenly froze. And almost instantly, he kicked his feet and quickly dodged. Almost at the same time, a red light flashed past Kasuo's original position, directly splitting the twisted heat wave in half. Shinsu! Ed and Xiao Jing were refreshed. And then, they saw Shinsu's figure appear in the picture, with a serious face, and wielding a knife to approach Kasuo. Xiao Pei also quickly appeared from the air, coordinated with Shinsu's movements, and threw out several anesthetic flying blades. They are coming. Hant and the others have been dealt with. They can deal with Kasuo together. The battle finally showed signs of returning to normal. Aide, Xiao Jing, and the analysts surrounding Bai Yi's screen were all excited, waiting to see how Bai Yi and the other four would easily crush Kasuo. But to their surprise, when Kasuo saw Shinsu and Xiao Pei attacking, he had no intention of fighting at all. He was stunned at first, then jumped back, raised his legs and fled into the distance, with no intention of fighting back at all. While running away, he kept looking back and muttering, "You guys are all here to fight me. Does that mean that Hunt and the others are finished? TSK. What a top player. Winning 5 games in a row. But they are all trash. Now I'm the only one left. You 4 are besieging me. This is too unfair. Since they are all finished, I'll take my leave first. Xiao Bei. Wait for me. I'll play with you next time I have a chance. Hey! Hey hey hey. In Bei's live broadcast room, Casso's figure appeared on multiple screens one after another. Several multi-angle live broadcasts showed the half-naked man breaking into the distortion field and escaping quickly, exposing the plot of him abandoning his teammates to the audience without any cover. So the audience, who had just been controlled by the security personnel in the Star Cluster Hall, immediately became angry again, and stood up one after another. What's wrong with this guy? He actually left the big boss Hunter and ran away. His teammates were caught, but he chose to escape. Is he still a human being? His name is Casso. Right. Hunter's fan George was furious, and suddenly stood up and shouted at the audience behind him. Who is his fan? Who dares to stand up? No one in the audience responded, except for the red headscarf on Baiye's side. The other audiences were all angry. Obviously they were all upset for their big boss. No one supports him. George was stunned for a moment, then slammed the table, and his voice instantly rose by dozens of decibels. Since no one is on his side, that's great. I propose, now, everyone, take out the voting machine. As long as you think that this Queso is immoral, unjust, unworthy of being a human being, then cast your votes for him directly. Remember, whether he can survive in this game is not decided by Baiye, but by our votes. Even if he is not killed by Baiye, we can make him eliminated from the game. If Boss Hunt and his team can win the game, then he is lucky, but if they lose, let Baiye win, then we will be the first to vote Queso into the bunker. George's words were impassioned, and the audience responded one after another. As soon as he finished speaking, Queso's votes for him soared immediately, and he instantly jumped to the top of the list. Betrayal? Untrustworthy. This is the price of betraying your teammates. Everyone, vote. Let's send this rubbish to hell. Are you not going to chase him anymore? Chinsu returned to Baiye, and saw that Baiye had no intention of chasing him anymore. So he put away the laser knife. Baiye got off the broken machine, and looked at the direction where Kazuha disappeared. His expression was calm. Although he didn't say anything, his mind was working quickly, recalling the details of the duel with Kazuha a few minutes ago, and gradually sorting out a clear logical analysis. At first, Baiye asked Kazuha whether his ability was equipment or supernatural power. He didn't think too far ahead. He just wanted to find a breakthrough point to break the situation between him and Kazuha, which was difficult to determine the winner. Unexpectedly, in this process of probing, he actually found something. When he fired the first laser bullet, Kazuha's first reaction was to dodge. He explained that it would hurt to be hit. However, when the ice bullets, electro-optical bullets, and micronuclear bullets came one after another, Kazuha did not dodge and let the attacks fall. Although he also grimaced, seemingly in pain. Baiye, who had experienced many battles, knew that when Kazuha was severely injured by Chinsu before, every pain was real and obvious, which was completely different from the performance now. Moreover, what reason did he have to endure constant attacks without resistance? Even if he was really in pain, he should not allow himself to be attacked again and again, without any ability to fight back. Although Kazuha's words were slippery and ambiguous, but on this life and death battlefield, Baiye was not naive enough to believe that what he did was just to please himself. So no matter what he said, there must be a reasonable reason behind his abnormal behavior. For example, he was unwilling to take the first laser bullet head-on, which means that if he was hit by the laser bullet, it would have a certain adverse effect on him. For another example, after being hit by the laser bullet, he was willing to withstand the subsequent attacks, which means that the impact of being hit will not be further aggravated, and may even be beneficial to him. It is worth noting that since being hit by the first laser bullet, he has not fired a fire arrow again. This means that being hit by a laser bullet is indeed harmful to him. And since then, the figure of the flaming arrow has not appeared again. From this perspective, the reason why he can no longer fire flaming arrows is probably his own laser bullet. Generally speaking, fighters whose attacks are restricted and whose combat effectiveness is weakened will take actions to restore their combat effectiveness. But after being hit, the only active action of Queso was to open his arms to welcome the attack. Therefore, it is speculated that his own attack may be an important way for him to restore his ability to fire flaming arrows. The reason why he never fired the fire arrow while running away was perhaps because none of his attacks were fire energy attacks. After logical reasoning to this point, everything seemed to become clear. Baiye lowered his eyes and reconfirmed his conclusion. Kazu's strange behavior just now was actually waiting for his fire attack so that he could regain the ability to fire the fire arrow. This means that the energy of his fire arrow is most likely from an external fire attack, combined with his previous use of lightning arrows. A more accurate conclusion may be, the type of energy he releases depends on the type of energy he is exposed to. And when the type of energy he is exposed to changes, the type of energy he can release will also change. However, he did not release any energy other than the fire arrow just now. Even if he could not resist, he had to wait for his fire attack so that he could release the fire arrow again. The reason for his choice is not difficult to guess. If he is attacked by laser, he will release laser. And if he is attacked by ice energy, he will release ice energy. In this way, Bai can easily judge the law of his superpowers and take advantage of his weaknesses. Bai clearly expressed his desire to study his ability, which made Kazuo more cautious in hiding his trump card. Even if he stopped attacking or escaped from the battlefield, he was unwilling to easily reveal his secret. Such an interpretation should be reasonable enough. Bai assumed other possibilities in his mind and repeatedly verified his speculation. But he still came to the same conclusion in the end. And this inference is expected to be the most likely one in Mu's latte model, absorbing energy, so it can resist energy, releasing energy, so it can control energy. This is the essence of Kazuo's ability. Chapter 188, Who is throwing corpses around? Bai, how did I do? Xiao Pei's excited voice pulled Bai back to reality from his contemplation. Bai was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at Xiao Pei, found that Mizutani-in was lying unconscious at her feet, and behind her, Chinsu held Hunt in one hand, and Yanxiu in the other, and threw these two people and Mizutani-in over together. You are amazing to be able to defeat Mizutani-in. Bai smiled at Xiao Pei, and praised her seriously. Xiao Pei got what she wanted, with a happy smile on her face. At this time, Chinsu and Mu also walked to Bai. It is 2:35 in the afternoon of the game time, and there are still 2 hours to go before the experimental base. Mu reminded. What should we do with these 3 people? Chinsu asked Bai. Bai thought for a moment. Kazuo had disappeared without a trace, and his ability was not the most important consideration at the moment. The first thing now was to ensure that these 3 people could not hinder him again before the end of the game. Let's lock these 3 people in the secret realm. Bai made a decision after considering it. Hunt and his friends are not ordinary players. If they are left here unattended, the situation will be difficult to predict. It is not realistic to drag these people all the way until the end of the game. So locking them in the secret realm is the best way to control them. Time is running out. We'd better not waste time dealing with prisoners, Bai said. So I suggest that we split into 2 groups. Mu will take the secret realm card and head to the experimental base first. Chinsu will follow to protect him, so as not to let Kazuo or others attack. At the same time, Xiao Pei and I will enter the secret realm to settle these people. You can open the secret realm and let us out in half an hour. Okay. After the tasks were assigned, only Xiao Pei responded positively. Chinsu and Mu had no expression on their faces. No one objected, but they did not show their approval. These 2 people. Forget it. Xiao Pei. Bai turned to Xiao Pei helplessly. If Kazuo comes back to attack you, with you and Mu alone, can you handle it? No problem. After changing the task, Xiao Pei still seemed very excited. We don't need to fight him. If he comes, I will open the secret realm card and let Mu go in. Then I will turn invisible and run away. He will definitely not be able to catch me. Yeah, that's a way. Bai nodded in approval. Then open the secret realm, summon the bad machine, and captured Hunt and Yanxiu. Chinsu also agreed with this arrangement. He picked up the remaining Mizutani-in, and the 2 of them took the 3 captives with them and entered the entrance of the deep black hole secret realm. Hey, you kid! How can you do this? As soon as he entered the dwarf town in the secret realm, the bearded dwarf he had seen before immediately came up with a few people, and it seemed that he had been waiting for Bai for a long time. You are so irresponsible. You just dumped 3 bodies in the town and left. Do you want us to help you bury them? The bearded dwarf loudly accused Bai of dumping bodies, and other dwarfs echoed him, looking very dissatisfied. Bai was a little stunned after hearing the bearded dwarf's complaint. He originally did not intend to leave Sean's bodies in the dwarf town, but he threw the 3 bodies directly into the secret realm after opening it. From the black hole at the entrance to entering the dwarf town, there was actually a dark and empty journey in between. Bai Yi thought he just dumped the bodies into the void, but he didn't expect that they would drift into the town along the void. I'm very sorry. I've caused you trouble. I'll pay attention next time. Considering the result, Bai Yi could only apologize hurriedly. Humph. The dwarves were easy to talk to. After Bai Yi apologized, they stopped arguing. Since you drew the mechanical diagram for me, we'll help you deal with these bodies, but you can't deal with these three people casually. In this extraordinary secret realm, the dwarves' ideas seemed to be very unique. Everyone only paid attention to the fact that Bai Yi threw the bodies away casually. No one was panicked by Bai Yi's killing. Bai Yi was happy with this result. No need to explain, and no one questioned. However, Hunter on the bad machine heard someone compare him to a corpse, and he looked up at the crowd one after another, which frightened the dwarves. These are living people. They are not dead? Yes, they are not dead this time. Bai Yi confirmed with a smile. They are my captives, and I need to make sure they cannot move freely for a period of time. So can you do me a favor, find a place to lock them up? Of course, if you are willing to help me take care of them, I will be very grateful. Hey, where do you think we are? Prison. The bearded dwarf was reluctant, and the others shook their heads. We don't want to get involved in your business. The dwarves disagreed, and Bai Yi didn't force them. After thinking for a while, he turned to the bearded dwarf and said, By the way, how did you use the mechanical drawings I gave you? Was it useful? When it came to machinery, the bearded dwarf's eyes lit up instantly. It worked, although you like to throw things around. The mechanical drawings you designed are really good. After modifying them according to your drawings, my Giraffe 380 not only has no problems, but things that I couldn't move in the past can now be sent to the second floor in one go. The bearded dwarf exclaimed excitedly. I was going to ask you for help when you come back. There are many people here who like to work on machinery. My friends are all mechanical enthusiasts. They have seen the new design of Giraffe 380, and they admire your skills. Can you give us some pointers? We will all be grateful to you. Yes. Yes. Come to my house and help me. Come to my house first. I have been working on that machine for a long time, but it has never worked. The mood of the group of dwarfs changed so quickly that it was amazing. From questioning to inviting each other. It took less than a minute. Bai Yi smiled politely, probably agreed to a few words, and then brought the topic back to the point. I am very happy to draw the blueprint for you, but the most urgent task now is to deal with these three people. To be honest, I am playing a very difficult game, with a time limit of only a few hours. If these three people interfere with my game, I will lose. So if you can be kind enough to help me keep them under control after the game, I will definitely meet everyone's requirements. Ah! The bearded dwarf was a little dissatisfied again. At that time, our exchange terms were that you gave me the map, and I would tell you about the soul. How come things became so complicated when it came to my friends? We can help you bury the dead. But these three people look very powerful. If they suddenly go berserk, none of us can beat them. Wait. Let's change the terms. Wait. Brother Beard. At this time, someone next to the bearded dwarf suddenly thought of something. Doesn't this guy want to know about the soul? Why don't we take him and these three captives with us and go to the witch together? Look at this guy. The witch will definitely agree. As long as the witch is willing to help. Won't the problem be solved? Yes. The bearded dwarf blinked, as if these words had awakened his thoughts. That makes sense. Then let's do it. Let's go. The young man said that time is limited. Let's go to the witch and help her get it done. As they said that, a group of dwarves immediately turned around and hurried to the other end of the road. Only Bai Yi and Shinsu were left staring at each other, trying to understand what the dwarf said. Follow them. After a vague understanding, Shinsu could only say to Bai Yi, in short, they want to help us. Bai Yi nodded, and the two of them no longer cared about Yin Xiao's grumbling on the broken machine's hand, and how Hunter protested solemnly, carrying the three captives, and quickly followed. This is it. The bearded dwarf gently pushed open the half-open door, and whispered. In this dwarf town, all the buildings seemed small, and Ling Po's residence was no exception. The bearded dwarf led Bai Yi into the room. Bai Yi bent down involuntarily, then tried to stand up again, and found that the height of the ceiling was just enough for him to stand up. It is said that Ling Po doesn't like too many people. So except for the bearded dwarf and Bai Yi, the rest of the people were waiting outside. Ling Po's home is an exquisite pointed roof building. The house is deep and quiet. The tables and walls are decorated with colorful crystal crafts, and the furniture is carved with complicated patterns, making the whole space look gorgeous and noble. The bearded dwarf asked Bai Yi to wait outside, and he went into the inner room and briefly told the witch their purpose. What does he look like? What is he wearing? I don't want to see anyone who is not beautiful. A slightly old female voice came from behind the tassel curtain, but her words were full of vitality. Don't worry, mother-in-law. This young man is absolutely beautiful, the bearded dwarf replied. The witch seemed to be silent, but just hummed softly. Paused for a moment, and then there was a slight sound. Then, the door curtain was lifted, and a dwarf old lady wearing a purple long skirt and a silver shawl walked out. Is it him? Yes, it's him. The bearded dwarf showed great respect for the witch, and his tone became gentle, less exaggerated than usual. Although the witch was also a dwarf, she was dressed exquisitely and behaved elegantly. Although she was short, it did not hinder her noble and mysterious temperament. She walked to the back of the house, sat on a velvet high-backed chair, and her eyes fell lightly on Bai Yi. Bai Yi quickly bowed and introduced himself. Hello. My name is Bai Yi. I come from the god's blessing star, and I am a mechanic. Well, you are indeed a beautiful young man. Lingpa nodded, and seemed to be satisfied with Bai Yi's appearance. I heard that you want to know about the soul drip. Yes, Bai Yi answered firmly. I would like to ask you the meaning of the soul drip, and why the use of the soul drip can control the machine. If possible, I also hope to get some samples of the soul drip. Lingpa smiled after hearing this, and a slight wrinkle appeared at the corner of her mouth. The soul is the secret of our night town. I shouldn't tell outsiders about it. However, since you are so beautiful, I will make an exception and tell you. The witch sat upright on the high-backed chair, with a gentle and calm tone. Although it is a secret, judging from the attitudes of the witch and the bearded dwarf, it seems that this secret is not impossible to share with outsiders. The soul is not complicated, the witch said calmly. All life in the world is centered on the soul. By taking the core of the soul, you can get the soul. Whether you have a soul is the most fundamental difference between life and non-life. If you take a little bit of your soul and give it to an inanimate object, then this object is equivalent to having a part of your life. Not only machinery, but also cups, plates, books, houses, and roads. As long as you inject a little bit of your soul and give it a part of life, it can communicate with you and follow your will. This is not control, but you and it share your soul, consciousness and thoughts. From now on, you will go from being stars that have no intersection to the same life that is connected. Chapter 189: The Incomplete Soul. The drops of soul injected into it give life to those inanimate objects. Chinsu leaned against the wall outside the room, guarding the three captives sitting or lying at his feet. With his extraordinary hearing, he clearly caught the conversation in the room. This is not control, but you and it become one life, but not connected, Lingpa said to Bai Yi. He seemed to be in the same state. Chinsu lowered his eyes, and his gaze was immersed in a certain place on the ground. Hunter Jr. once said during the battle that Chinsu of the Night Owl group was dead. This was not without reason. No breathing, no heartbeat, no hunger, no fatigue. According to common sense, Chinsu was indeed dead. If there was any difference from real death, it was probably just the 1 or 2 drops of soul that had not yet disappeared. A lifeless body, plus a drop of soul with the mark of life. There seemed to be no big difference between himself and Giraffe 380, or the restraint rings on Hunter and the others. Chinsu pondered silently in his heart. But this soul no longer belongs to the real Chinsu. Chinsu's life has long disappeared, and now he can only share Bai Yi's life journey with others. There is no other choice. However, after so much time, and so much experience, he has gradually accepted these things, and his mood is also relieved. It's just that when Hunt mentioned his past, a moment of gloom passed through his heart. Chinsu. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and Bai Yi came out from the short door. Bring the 3 of them in. I have a way to control them. Chinsu quickly came to his senses, without asking any more questions, and took the 3 captives into the room as ordered. The dwarf's residence was indeed too low for Chinsu, and he had to bend slightly to stand in the room. The witch looked at Chinsu, nodded, and allowed him to sit on the floor at the door. He is also a beautiful man. It seems that the witch admired Chinsu's appearance. What do you mean by extracting the soul? The 3 captives were placed on the ground one by one, and Bai Yi turned to ask the witch. After explaining the soul, the bearded dwarf had specifically reminded Bai Yi that there were captives that they wanted to look after. as the dwarf said. The witch was indeed as good-looking as she was. It was easier for her to do things for people with outstanding appearance. After Bai Yi made the request, the witch gave him a perfect solution without hesitation, extracting the soul. The witch explained that whether it was extracting a little bit of the soul or extracting the entire soul, it would not cause harm to life. The only difference between the two was that extracting a little bit of life from the soul was like losing a small amount of blood, which would not affect the action and could regenerate quickly. But if all the souls are extracted, it is equivalent to draining all the blood from the body. Although people will not die from excessive blood loss, they will fall into a completely unconscious state until the soul is re-injected into the body to wake up again. If the souls of Hunter and the other two are extracted, keeping them unconscious until the game is over, it is indeed a foolproof method. As for how to extract, this is not something you can understand. After the witch finished speaking, she stood up from the high-back chair, walked to the cabinet on the side of the room, and took out 3 crystal bottles. Each crystal bottle was half full of unknown liquid. The witch walked to the 3 of them one by one and placed the crystal bottle in front of him. "What are you doing?" Hunter was tied to the ground with a restraint ring. He raised his neck angrily, looked at the witch in astonishment, and then turned to stare at Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, you lynched us without authorization. This is against the rules of the game. You will be condemned by everyone." Yin Xiu also protested loudly, twisting his body, trying in vain to break free from the restraint ring. The anesthetic on Mizutani Yin's body had just worn off, and she slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she regained consciousness, she saw the dwarf grandmother frowning, and her palm gently passed by. "If you are not beautiful, don't speak." As soon as the witch finished speaking, Hunt and Yin Xiu, who were protesting just now, actually lost their voices. They stared wide-eyed and opened their mouths, but could no longer make any sound. Bai Yi and Shinsu looked at each other in surprise, but the bearded dwarf seemed to have been accustomed to it, and did not seem strange. The room fell silent again, and the witch nodded with satisfaction. And then, under the fearful gazes of the 3 captives, she stretched out 2 fingers and pressed them on Hunt's forehead first. When the fingertips touched Hunt's forehead, Hunt's eyes seemed to be instantly attracted by the witch, staring straight into her eyes. The witch also looked at him, her face calm, like a benevolent goddess in a portrait. The two looked at each other for less than 10 seconds, and Hunt's pupils lost their spirit without warning, and his originally stiff neck instantly softened, and he collapsed to the ground. Bai Yi's face tightened, and he hurriedly looked at the crystal bottle next to Hunt, and found that there was only half a bottle of liquid in the bottle. But now it was full. This is the way to extract the soul. Bai Yi looked at the crystal bottle full of liquid in shock, and Hunt next to him with a dazed look. This was a realm he had never touched, or even imagined. Even the clever Bai Yi could not understand what principle and logic this followed. Soon after, the witch successfully extracted the soul of another person, and then took 3 hairs from the heads of 3 people, and put them into a crystal bottle. "Okay, you can take them away, and when you want to return their souls to them, come back to me." After the witch finished speaking, she put the 3 full soul crystal bottles back into the cabinet, and turned around to walk towards the inner room with a tassel curtain. "Wait, Granny." Bai Yi came to his senses, and hurriedly called Lingpa. "I have one last thing. I wonder if I can trouble you again." "You young man, why are you so troublesome?" Lingpa looked back at Bai Yi, with an unhappy expression, but after seeing Bai Yi, her expression softened slightly. "If it weren't for you being a beauty, I wouldn't care so much about you," Lingpa complained. "Tell me, what else do you want to do? I wonder, can you?" Facing Lingpa with powerful abilities, Bai Yi couldn't help but become respectful. "I would like to ask you to give me some samples of soul drops, or let me exchange them with something. Although it is not the same system, I am also doing similar research. I hope to get some soul drops to use in my own research." "You want soul drops?" Lingpa did not react much, but looked directly into Bai Yi's eyes. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he found that Lingpo's eyes were clear and bright, which was not in line with her age. They were as blue as the sea, and seemed to contain the magic of seeing into people's hearts. If you want a little bit of soul, it's not difficult, and you don't need to exchange it. But as I said just now, a little bit of soul is extracted from the core of a life. If you want it, you must extract it from your own life core. No one will give you their soul for research without reason," the witch said. "Extract from myself." Bai Yi's face changed slightly. He hadn't thought of this before. although what the witch said was indeed logical. Bai Yi, don't take risks. Chen Su's voice came from the signal bridge. He had been listening to the conversation between the two. When Ling Po proposed to absorb Bai Yi, he immediately became alert. Ling Po's ability was too strong, which was beyond their understanding. Today was only the first time they met Ling Po. They had not yet had a deep understanding of her, or even this town in the secret realm. If Ling Po had good intentions towards them, that would be the best. If she had ill intentions and hurt Bai Yi, they would not even be able to find a clue to solve the problem. The risk of this matter is huge. Just look at the 3 zombie-like captives on the ground, and you will understand. Bai Yi certainly understood Chen Su's worries. He turned back and looked at Chen Su for a moment, but did not respond to Chen Su, nor did he immediately reply to Ling Po. You seem to not believe me. Ling Po easily saw through Bai Ye's thoughts, but Bai Ye's distrust did not seem to concern her. Since you don't trust me, then forget about this matter, and I should go back and rest. After Ling Po finished speaking, she was about to leave, when Bai Yi finally spoke. To absorb the soul. What preparations do I need to make? Without taking risks. You can't get what you want. Being conservative and timid is obviously not Bai Ye's style. The witch turned around, smiled meaningfully, and did not answer Bai Ye's question immediately. The next moment, without any defense, 2 fingers suddenly touched Bai Ye's forehead. Bai Yi? Chen Su was shocked and stood up suddenly, but unexpectedly hit his head on the ceiling. When he adjusted his posture and wanted to move forward, he saw that the witch had withdrawn her fingers from Bai Ye's forehead. A small drop of semi-solid was hanging between her fingertips, which was about to drip, but had not yet dripped. It was crystal clear and reflected the flowing halo. This is your soul drop. The witch put Bai Ye's soul drop into a small bottle and handed it to Bai Yi. Bai Yi was a little confused for a moment, but he came to his senses after a few seconds and took the bottle from the witch. Use the liquid in the bottle to touch the object you want to give, and you can inject your soul drop. Each bottle of drops can only be given to one object. Even if you only use 1 drop, the whole bottle of drops will become invalid. In addition, don't be greedy for soul drops. You can only get 1 drop every 3 days. Otherwise, your soul will not be able to bear too much loss, and will suffer irreversible permanent damage. But, when the witch was about to say, the light in the room suddenly lit up. Bai Yi subconsciously looked back out the window, and found that the sky was actually glowing dimly. The night that enveloped the town faded away in an instant. It's your friends. They are calling you. Before Bai Yi could respond, Ling Po already understood what was happening. She paused for a moment, waved her hand gently, and the door opened automatically for Bai Yi and his friends. No matter what, completing the game was still the top priority, since the problem of the captives was solved and the soul was obtained. Bai Yi thanked Ling Po and then walked out of the door with Chen Su. After you finish what you need to do, you may want to come to me again. Just as Bai Yi was about to leave, the witch suddenly spoke. Bai Yi turned around and saw the witch staring at him quietly. The deep blue eyes seemed to see through the depths of his soul. In addition to the little things about the soul, I think you will need more help from me. After all, your soul has been broken for a long time, isn't it? Chapter 190. The chance of winning is 100%. Bai Yi, Mu and Xiao Pei walked along the way, and the progress seemed to be quite smooth. The agreed half-hour time had arrived, and Xiao Pei activated the secret realm card on time. Bai Yi and Chen Su walked out of the black hole of the secret realm, naturally no longer carrying the 3 captives in their hands. Bai Yi, look, we have walked very far. We are still 1 kilometer away from the experimental base. Xiao Pei may have been depressed because of accompanying the mute Mu all the way. Now that she saw Bai Yi, she began to talk non-stop, and asked Mu to open the map to show Bai Yi the location from time to time. After a while, it was her turn to ask Bai Yi what he did in the secret realm, and she couldn't help but mention the matter of the 3 captives. Is it really okay to leave them in that town? If those 3 people escape, those little dwarfs can't beat them. No, it's already been dealt with. Bai Yi responded indifferently, looking a little absent-minded, as if he was thinking about something. What does Ling Po mean? Chen Su walked to Bai Ye's side and asked in a low voice. When the secret realm card was activated, they didn't have time to talk to Ling Po in detail. But Chen Su was also very concerned about the words about the incomplete soul. I'm not sure if what she said is related to my narcolepsy. Bai Yi asked Mu to lead the way, and continued to move forward to the experimental base. At the same time, he said to Chen Su, I have consulted a doctor for a checkup before, but no problems were found. I am in good health, and my brain waves are completely normal. According to the test results, this narcolepsy is probably not a physiological disease. So there is no good treatment plan so far. Although the soul's statement sounds a bit strange, it is actually just based on our inherent cognition. Our common sense system cannot cover all truths. If we put aside these cognitions and try to understand it with the dwarf's thinking, then the incomplete soul makes it impossible to stay awake for more than 10 hours, and this logic seems to be very logical. So I think, when the time is right, I should really ask the witch. Since the doctor can't find the problem, maybe she can give me a solution to narcolepsy. Yeah. Chinsu nodded, seeming to agree with Bai Ye's opinion. She said that your soul has long been broken. And your narcolepsy? Has it really lasted for a long time? Chinsu continued to ask. Yes. Bai Ye nodded and said, since I was 14 years old. It has been 13 years now. 14 years old. It is indeed not a short time. Anyway, it has been such a long time. There is no rush to solve it. I will think about this matter carefully when I have time. Bai Ye finished speaking and glanced at the time. The most important thing for us now is to win this game first. There is no problem with Hunter for the time being. The only ones left are the 3 people with shaved heads and Queso. When Queso was mentioned, Bai Ye paused. Chinsu noticed that Bai Ye's expression did not change, so he casually continued the conversation, covering up the pause just now. The combat power of the 3 people with shaved heads should be weaker than Hunter and his team, and controlling them should not be a problem. As long as the dungeon time is not affected, the chances of winning this game are already very high. Bai Ye and his team are almost at the experimental base. In the monitoring room, the members of the analysis team were almost concentrating on Bai Ye's actions. 3 aliens withdrew from the competition. Hunter Jr., Yin Xiao and Mizutani Yin were also defeated by Bai Ye. The original situation of 1 versus 10 has now become 1 versus 4. Among the remaining 4, 3 are flat-headed players, and they pose almost no threat to Bai Ye. The only variable is the missing Kasuo. Can Kasuo's location be found? On a live broadcast screen, the half-naked man was wandering aimlessly. The bald team leader walked to the screen and asked Desheng, who is responsible for tracking Kasuo. Okay. Desheng quickly displayed Queso's activity track on the computer. Queso's location is about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the experimental base. He seems to want to go to the base. But he has been following Hunter before. Their walking ability is limited. He has been wandering around for half a day and seems to be a little lost. Team B is basically doomed in this round. At some point, Ed came over, crossed his arms, and said firmly, the aliens escaped at the last minute. And the 3 most powerful ones were all killed. The remaining 4 are either stupid or stupid. And none of them are reliable. If Bai Ye can still lose in this situation, then he is not really the strongest player on the godly blessing star. Although Ed's words were a little early, but judging from the current situation, it is indeed the case. The bald team leader looked at Queso, who was looking for a route with a confused face on the screen, and then looked at Bai Ye and his group, who were rushing to the experimental base next to him, and couldn't help but admire. Even the challenge mode designed for him, he can easily pass it. I really don't know what will be difficult for him in the future. Do you remember what you said before? Bai Ye's future is limitless? Ed said to the bald team leader. That was your evaluation when Bai Ye first invited Mu to join. Now it seems that you were right. Bai Ye has the god of war Chinsu, the super hacker Mu, and now there is Xiao Pei, who has excellent equipment and a sharp mind, and can even defeat Mizutani Otoko. Plus the little mute who can heal at critical moments. Bai Ye and his team have completely achieved a dimensionality reduction attack. If he continues to absorb powerful players as summons in the future, then not only this game, but also outside the game, I'm afraid nothing can threaten him. When Ed said this, his tone was rarely teasing, but more serious. The 3 words outside the game seemed to contain his expectations. The bald leader noticed something, turned to look at Ed, and found that there seemed to be some light in his eyes. You, speak carefully. The light was indeed dangerous. The bald leader stared at Ed with a warning, patted him on the back, left Kasuo's screen, and did not discuss further. Team leader, please take a look. This is the current off-site voting situation. At this time, Xiao Jing stopped the bald leader and showed his computer screen. If Team B really loses the game as expected, the 3 people will bear the real punishment for failure. Kasuo. The bald leader glanced at the ranking of the power list and the number of player votes. The votes of players are calculated by combining the votes of support and the votes of opposition. Each vote of support adds 1, each vote of opposition subtracts 1. If Team B loses, the 3 players with the lowest votes will be punished by entering the bunker. Due to their outstanding performance in interfering with the machine and abandoning their teammates, the names of Queso and the flat-headed player are among the 3 players with the lowest votes. Before the end of the game, can I modify the vote? The ball team leader asked Xiaojing. Yes, but judging from the current situation, Queso's votes should not change much. Yes. The ball team leader looked at Queso's negative votes and agreed with Xiaojing's judgment. Kasua didn't have many fans who voted for him. And he did something so inappropriate. I heard that the live broadcast room was blown up. As soon as he ran away, the negative votes increased. Xiaojing continued. Unless he can turn the tide and defeat Bai Yi. Otherwise, when this game is over, he is basically destined to go to the bunker. A player with special abilities and such strong combat power will eventually be sent to the bunker. Even if this person is not mentally normal, it is still regrettable. However, Xiaojing's unless seems to be impossible at present. Just wait and see. After a moment of silence, the ball team leader said, depending on Bai Yi's progress, this second round of the game, it shouldn't take 24 hours to get a result. Wait a little longer, who wins and who loses, who goes to the bunker, the final conclusion will also be revealed. Alas, my butt is almost numb from sitting. The experimental base seemed particularly deserted, the house was silent, as if it had been abandoned long ago, and the huge machine in the central open space continued to emit a low humming sound. The sound continued. The buzzer beater and 2 other players sat under the cool awning, with the buzzing machine in front of them, which was really boring. Alas, I wonder if Hunter and his team met Bai Yi, and how the game went. The buzzer beater was the most idle of the 3. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop, and kept talking nonsense with the 2 people next to him. To be honest, I'm actually quite good at playing. I even got 3rd place in the previous games. Back then in the X0B5 area, I was well known. And I had a lot of followers. Passers-by would avoid me. Before I entered this game, I didn't know what it felt like to lose. Unfortunately, I was unlucky, and was assigned to the same game as Hunter. Hunter is so strong. He deserves the 1st place in the game. If he hadn't been suppressing me, I would undoubtedly be the top player in the B field and the strongest competitor. This doesn't take into account the existence of the 2nd place. The 2 players next to him complained silently in their hearts. But no one wanted to say more. After all, at this boring moment, listening to this guy bragging is also a kind of entertainment. And do you know why I was selected to compete? The buzz-cut man didn't care about the reactions of the people next to him. It was hard to tell whether what he said was true or false. But he was talking enthusiastically. Because I told the selection officer that I know Bai Yi. I am an acquaintance of him outside the game. And we have a personal grudge. I fight him every time I see him. And I win every time I fight him. If he didn't have those summoned bodies, he would really be a weakling. He is not my opponent at all. I can easily defeat him. Do you really have a personal grudge against him? The player next to him automatically ignored the question of whether the other party could be defeated, and asked casually, "Hey, just talking casually, who doesn't want to take this opportunity to challenge the competition and show their presence?" The buzz-cut man waved his hand, bragging, and seemed a little sincere. "But I do know him outside the game. Bai Yi lives in the X0B5 area, near a factory not far from my home." Chapter 191. Why ask me again? I remember when I was a kid, that factory was an incredible place. The buzz-cut man started talking non-stop. When it came to such an important thing, the other 2 players also stopped playing games, and were willing to listen. That factory was super high-tech at the time, and no one understood it, but later, the couple who opened the factory unfortunately passed away, and the factory gradually became deserted. They left behind a son, Bai Yi. I heard before that. That guy is not an ordinary person. The factory was abandoned, but he still stayed there, and did some weird things. I've seen him a few times. He's as skinny as a stick. I think if I punch him, he won't be able to hold on. So we don't have to worry at all. Not to mention that they can't beat Hunt. Even if he really sneaks into the base, it's not a big deal. Let's ignore everything else. Throw the summoned body aside, and focus on dealing with Bai Yi. We can easily deal with him. Hey. The player next to him chuckled, not taking his words too seriously, thinking it was just a joke. But just as they were having fun, the player suddenly stopped, as if he had noticed something. Did you hear it? It seems like there is a sound. Are they really coming? The player immediately became alert, and the other player also grabbed his weapon and looked around, while the bald man still looked indifferent and waved his hand. How long has it been since the beginning? How could they come so quickly? They are not easy to deal with. Really? The other player was skeptical, and listened carefully, but he really didn't hear any sound. Don't worry, brother, I'm sure it's okay. Maybe we can win this game without doing anything. The buzz cut guy was talking. But his voice suddenly stopped. The scorching sun outside the awning seemed to dim a little in an instant. Before the few people could react, the entire awning roof suddenly banged and was blown away by a huge force. What's going on? The three people were panicked and jumped up from the ground. In the air, a mechanical giant reflected the dazzling sunlight and approached their heads rapidly. A huge mechanical foot fell from the sky and stomped the buzz cut guy to the ground with a bang. The buzz cut guy had no time to react and spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was pinned down by the mechanical foot. He turned his head with difficulty and saw the man in white, who he said was too thin to withstand a punch. He was sitting on the left shoulder of the mechanical giant, looking down at him expressionlessly, like a descending god. Bai Yi? Cough. Cough. The bad machine's kick crushed the bald man to death. Even after the bad machine moved its foot away, the bald man still couldn't stand up. Bai Yi's momentum was too strong. The other two players were immediately shocked. What about putting the summoned body aside? What about knocking Bai Yi down in a few moves? Chen Su and the others stared at them with cold eyes. The two players didn't even have the courage to fight. They barely maintained a pretending posture and confronted Bai Yi and the others. Bai Yi didn't care about it at all. He sat on the palm of the broken machine and landed on the ground. He looked down at the shaved head lying on the ground. Without saying a word or greeting, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked him hard. The boot hit the stomach hard. With a muffled sound, the shaved head was caught off guard and was kicked several meters away. You, why did you kick me? The shaved head had blood all over his mouth, and he coughed for a long time, and could hardly speak. You don't need to know. Bai Yi responded coldly. Ahem. The buzz cut struggled to support himself on the ground, sat up with difficulty, and leaned against the wall before speaking again. You? Just because I said something behind your back. The buzz cut had a headache and couldn't speak clearly. I just said that. Casually. Bragging. Understand? Don't you say a few words when you have nothing to do? You are so awesome. I just said a few words casually, and you beat me up like this? Is it necessary for you? Just a few words casually. Bai Yi frowned slightly, not understanding what the buzz cut was saying. Bai Yi didn't hear the nonsense that the crew cut just said. He kicked the crew cut a few times at the broken machine. Because on the one hand, this guy wasted his time and destroyed a rare card of his. And on the other hand, because the twisted storm he created in the first round made Xiaopei cry. Although they didn't get separated in the end. And Xiaopei wasn't left in the dungeon. But that chaotic time without a clue did scare Xiaopei. Bai Yi knew how Xiaopei grew up helplessly like a weed. And he also understood how she tried desperately to survive. So he could understand how Xiaopei would be devastated after just getting support and hope. And then everything was destroyed again. Therefore, although the crew cut didn't think about these things when he pressed the button, and although he didn't know what he did in the first round, in Bai Yi's eyes, he was still guilty. He made his companions experience pain that they shouldn't have experienced. And such a person deserves to be punished. Be glad that you are a player. Bai Yi didn't say anything more to the crew cut. Walked up to him and kicked him in the chin again. The crew cut screamed and fell to the ground and fainted instantly. Bai Yi glanced at him, then threw the restraint ring on him and locked him with a click. You, don't even think about touching this machine. The buzzer beater saw that the game was over, and the other two players looked at each other and had to raise their weapons and force themselves to stand firm. Of the 7 players in Team B, none of them wanted to lose, but relatively speaking, they were even more afraid to lose this game. After all, in the third to last place in the vote count, they were almost the same in the third and fourth place, and if Team B lost, one of them would definitely fall into the bunker. If you want to blow up the machine, you have to get past us first. The two said. No one dared to relax, no one dared to fall behind, and they worked together to aim at Bai Yi, and press the firing button on their weapons at the same time in the next second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One player had a bruised face, and the other was covered in blood, and the two guys who were beaten badly were tied with restraint rings, and were thrown roughly next to the buzzer beater. Hunter and the other two are still in the secret realm. There is no need to release them for the time being. Xiao Pei counted his fingers. So far in this 1v7 second round, 6 players have been subdued by them. Only Kasu is left. Xiao Pei said, "Should we go to the storage warehouse to get explosives first, or catch Kasu first?" Chinsu asked Bai Yi. Bai Yi hummed vaguely, and then glanced at Chinsu inadvertently. Chinsu was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Bai Yi meant. "Well, that? You come," Bai Yi said. Mu Zheng looked up and concentrated on studying the distortion field generator, while Xiao Pei warned the tied players, forcing them to be honest. Bai Yi looked at the two people over there, and then pulled Chinsu to a corner not far away. "What's wrong?" Chinsu asked in confusion. "It's just, well," Bai Yi hesitated a little, which was rare. He thought for a while, and then asked Chinsu, If another strong teammate joined us, would you mind?" As soon as Bai Yi asked, Chinsu's face immediately became stiff. As for whether he minded or not, of course he minded. Bai Yi must have guessed what he was thinking. Otherwise he would not have pulled him to a corner to ask this question. But since Bai Yi asked, the answer he wanted was probably not that he minded. Moreover, Bai Yi was not the kind of person who would give up improving his strength just because Chinsu minded. Bai Yi knew who was more important, and Chinsu also knew that. So, there was no need to dwell on this little question. Who was it? Chinsu did not answer directly, but just asked lightly, "Have you chosen someone?" Bai Yi could see Chinsu's attitude. He gently pulled Chinsu's hand and looked at him with a smile. "I'm going to say it. You must promise me not to be angry. This person may be a little hard to accept. Just think of it as my sake. Try to treat him as a teammate, just like you treat Xiao Pei, okay? Hard to accept. How hard is it?" Chinsu had an ominous premonition in his heart. Who is this person? It's... Bai Yi hesitated for a while, swallowed his saliva, and finally mustered up the courage to say the name directly. It's... Kasu. Who? Bai Yi's voice echoed without a signal bridge. Not only Chinsu could hear it clearly, but also the members of the analysis team of the monitoring department. What does this mean? Bai Yi said that he wanted to turn Kasu into his summoned body. Kasu became Bai Yi's summoned body? Does Kasu know this? When everyone heard Bai Yi's words, they were all stunned. They looked at each other. No one could understand where this strange idea came from. No, haven't Kasu and Bai Yi always been in an antagonistic relationship? How come they suddenly become teammates? No way. Could it be that they developed feelings for each other during the fight? The analysts looked at each other in disbelief. Even Ed Xiaojing, who had followed Bai Yi the longest, didn't know whether he should try to understand Bai Yi or question him with everyone else. Bai Yi wanted Kasu to be a summoned body, obviously because he had a rare ability and strong fighting ability. But the problem is, can he be a teammate just because he has strong fighting ability? Wouldn't the originally stable team be in chaos if such a psychopath was recruited into the team? No, I can't understand it. Xiaojing wavered, and finally chose to question. With combat power, intelligence, and technology, their strength is more than enough. Even if Queso is not mentally ill, he once wanted to kill Bai Yi. Letting such a person join is like planting a bomb. Yes. What is Bai Yi thinking? Bai Yi already has a good enough hand in his hand. Don't let Queso mess up the situation all at once. In the copy on the screen, Chinsu stared at Bai Yi in shock, and was unable to speak for a long time. I know this is not easy to accept, but his ability is indeed very rare. Bai Yi explained to Chinsu in a low voice. If my guess is correct, he can resist energy attacks because he can absorb the energy that attacks him into his body. And he can release flames out of thin air, which is actually releasing the absorbed energy again. It may not be meaningless for him to be shirtless every day, since he can absorb energy through his body. This may improve his energy absorption efficiency. This ability is really strong. If we have such an ability, our strength will undoubtedly be improved. But the superpower cannot be copied. Apart from joining him to our team, there seems to be no other way to directly obtain this ability. Therefore, I plan to let Kasu join us, so that his superpower can be fully utilized by us. The Divine Court is paying more and more attention to me now. Now that I have entered their sights, their methods will only become more intense in the future. If Kasu is included, we can deal with more complex unexpected situations and avoid being passive. To deal with the Divine Court, I am enough. Bai Yi talked for a long time. Chen Su finally responded. Hearing Bai Yi mention Kasuo's name, Chen Su's previous thoughtless thoughts about Bai Yi were immediately thrown out of his mind. Now his face was full of the 4 words, I disagree. Of course, it is most reassuring to have you around. But it is always good to have more fighting power. Bai Yi whispered to Chen Su, revealing his unprecedented humble attitude in his tone. However, Chen Su always lowered his eyes, tightened his mouth, and rarely showed such a cold expression to Bai Yi. If it was anyone else, even Hunt, Chen Su might follow Bai Yi's idea. But even though he felt a little uneasy, Chen Su didn't really understand that Bai Yi chose Kasuo. There seemed to be a voice roaring in his mind, and Chen Su had no time to distinguish what the difference between Kasuo and Hunt was. He only knew that when Bai Yi mentioned Kasuo, he began to feel uncontrollably irritated, and the emotion almost swallowed up all his rationality. You have already discussed it, right? It's about the incident you just had, Chen Su said coldly. Pretending? Chen Su's words made Bai Yi stun for a moment. But he soon realized what Chen Su meant by pretending. On the battlefield beside the rock, he attacked Queso with all kinds of weapons. But Queso did not dodge, just smiled and let him attack. Looking back now, from the perspective of an observer, it really seemed like they were pretending to fight, and even made people feel a little flirting. Did Chen Su see all of that scene? No. You misunderstood, Bai Yi explained hurriedly. At that time, I just wanted to try. Try what? Before Bai Yi finished speaking, Chen Su interrupted him coldly. He doesn't fight back, but lets you attack him. Whatever you want to try, he will cooperate willingly. You asked me to treat him as a teammate. It seems that you have already determined that he will join. Chen Su paused. His tone was unprecedentedly cold. This matter? You have already decided it at that time. Since it has been decided, whether I mind or not, whether I object or not, what's the point? Chapter 192 Our Game. After Chen Su finished his string of words, he remained silent. No matter how Bai Yi explained the background of the battle, or even that he had no reason to communicate with Kasuo in advance, Chen Su still had a cold face, and was indifferent. Bai Yi tried for a long time, but to no avail, so he had to let Chen Su sulk for the time being and turn his attention back to the game. What's the situation with this machine? Can it detect it? Bai Yi walked to Mu's side, checked the machine, and asked. After dealing with the 3 players in the research base, Mu has been standing next to the distortion field generator, as if trying to hack into the control system and find out the details of this machine. However, after a lot of trouble, until Bai Yi and Chen Su were both uncomfortable for a long time, Mu still stood still, and it was obvious that there was no progress. Not yet. Sure enough, Mu answered calmly. The control program is written without any rules, and all the codes are almost garbled, although some entrances can be found. They are all dead ends when you go deeper. Bai Yi nodded. He wanted to shut down the generator from the internal program, thus eliminating the surrounding distortion field. But at this stage, this hope was slim. If we can't invade, forget it. Bai Yi thought for a while and said, Then Mu, you should lead the way. I will accompany you to the storage warehouse to get explosives. Xiao Pei. Bai Yi turned to Xiao Pei not far away and said, You and Chen Su stay here to watch the captives. When we get the explosives, we will go back and end the game. Okay. Xiao Pei responded crisply. Secretly glanced at Chen Su, who was silent over there, and still couldn't help asking boldly, Hey, Bai Yi, did you have a fight with Chen Su? Xiao Pei asked in a low voice. Well, it's not a fight, but he was a little unhappy. Bai Yi's voice was low, but Chen Su could hear it. Bai Yi couldn't help but glance at Chen Su and said vaguely, What made him unhappy? Xiao Pei was of course not satisfied with Bai Yi's bland answer and continued to ask, Tell me about it. After you leave, I can also help you persuade him. Bai Yi looked at Xiao Pei, and then at Mu. He had no intention of hiding anything. Chen Su is a teammate, and so are the 2 of them. I should let them know my thoughts in advance, because I want Kasuo to be a summoned body, so that we can use his abilities, Bai Yi said frankly. Huh? Kasuo? Xiao Pei's eyes widened in shock, and even Mu's poker face showed a hint of surprise. Are you talking about that? That Kasuo? You want him? Him to join us? Yo? Xiao Bai Yi wants me? Before Xiao Pei finished his string of a familiar slick voice suddenly came from behind. Several people suddenly turned around and saw a piece of white skin reflecting the luster under the scorching sun. Kaso was squatting on the roof of a pergola, with a half-smile on his face. It turns out that Xiao Bei likes me so much in his heart. This really surprises me, Kazuo said with one corner of his mouth raised. Kazuo, Xiao Bei exclaimed. And several people immediately became alert. Chin Su took a few steps forward and stopped a few meters away from Kazuo. His face as cold as ice. Xiao Bei's intentions. I understand. Kazuo looked at Bei with a hint of provocation in his eyes. But if you want me to be your subordinate, that's not possible. Bai Yi looked at Kazuo coldly and remained silent. Among the 7 players in Team B, who else is there besides Kazuo? Facing Bai Yi's 4 powerful teammates, Kazuo obviously has no chance of winning. But he still appeared in front of them boldly. Although Kazuo is a bit nervous, he is not stupid. If he didn't have a trump card in his hand, he would not have come here to die. Xiao Bei, you and Mu go get the explosives. It is still unknown what Kazuo's trump card is. But he is right in front of us. There is no other danger outside the experimental base. Bai Yi changed the task assignment and said to Xiao Bei and the other 2. Chin Su and I will control Kazuo before you come back. Huh? Do you want explosives? Kazuo raised his eyebrows, blinked, and then took out a metal tube as thick as his forearm from behind and weighed it in his hand. NTF7. Is this what you want? Bai Yi's face changed, and he hurriedly looked at the metal tube in Kazuo's hand. The 4 letters NTF7 were clearly printed on the metal tube. He had special explosives in his hand, which meant, this explosive is really powerful, Kazuo said with a smile. Once it explodes, boom, it will blow the storage warehouse to pieces, and the flames will soar into the sky. So beautiful. Then, just like this. As he said this, Kazuo threw the explosives in his hand out of the base, and then with a snap of his fingers, the flame suddenly wrapped around the explosive tube, and the next moment, the explosives exploded in the air, like a huge firework. Bai Yi watched the flame fall to the ground, his face suddenly darkened, while Kazuo on the opposite side was full of pride, still bowing to the flame in a mean way. I am so kind, I actually brought the last explosive to set off fireworks for you to watch. But if you want to watch it again, there is no more, because the explosives in the entire storage warehouse. I have already blown them all up. You? Xiao Bei stamped her feet in anger, and rushed forward to fight with Kazuo, but was stopped by Bai Yi. Kazuo was not stupid. With 6 teammates already defeated, destroying the explosives in the reserve was indeed their only chance to turn the tables. Once the explosives were gone, the method of destroying the distortion field generator would be impossible to implement, and as long as the generator could be kept for 24 hours, no matter how Bai Yi defeated all the opponents, he would never win the game. However, the reality was that only more than half an hour had passed since Bai Yi entered the base and triggered the next mission announcement. Bai Yi had never thought that Kaso could find the storage warehouse in the desert and blow it up in such a short time, and still have time to return to the experimental base after the explosion. After all, who would have thought that this person would unexpectedly arrive at the door of the storage warehouse when the system issued the task of finding explosives? That's what happened. Kaso sat on the roof of the pergola again, playing with sparks, as if the explosion filled him with the energy of fire. In short, your mission is doomed to fail, and we don't have to fight anymore. After the game is over, let's live in peace. Let those useless teammates go. Let's take a break, sit down and chat, and recall the good life we once had. This game only lasts 24 hours. The moment you go down the bunker, think about it. Time is running out. Bai Yi? Although Kaso's words were not serious and not very pleasant, they did not seem to be wrong. Xiao Bei was anxious, and hurriedly looked at Bai Yi. On the other side, Mu's eyelids drooped slightly, and he didn't know whether he was disappointed and gave up, or secretly calculating. Chen Su had put away his fighting posture and stared at Kazuo coldly, while Bai Yi stood there, motionless, and it was impossible to tell his inner emotions. Without explosives, the road to victory seemed to be really cut off. Look! Shouted Bai Yi. Kazuo raised the corner of his mouth, smiling, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes at some point. In our game, the final winner is still me. Ah! How could this happen? Xiao Jing held his head, staring at Bai Yi, who was suddenly reversed on the screen in astonishment. The analysts gathered together, all of them were extremely anxious, and couldn't help beating their chests and stamping their feet. With the unpredictable factor of Kaso, They triggered the second stage of the mission. Why didn't they go to the storage warehouse to get explosives immediately? Now look, Queso actually made a comeback. Even if we trigger the mission and set off immediately, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up with Queso. How can Queso be so lucky, standing next to the storage warehouse as soon as the mission is released? Aide anxiously beat his palm with his fist, unable to accept that Baiyi lost the game because of this reason. Is Baiyi's mission impossible to accomplish? Why not try using your own weapons? Baiyi's quantum laser cannon PKL-5. Can't it even melt super titanium? But this is a game after all. Xiao Jing certainly hopes that Baiyi can destroy the generator with a laser cannon. But games are not the same as reality after all. Games always follow the logic set by the rules, not the logic of reality. Since it is stipulated that special explosives must be used, the system must limit the possibility of destroying the generator with ordinary weapons. Otherwise this rule will lose its meaning, Xiao Jing said frustratedly. Well, alas. Although he was unwilling, Aide had to admit that Xiao Jing's words made sense. Then, what should they do? This game, wouldn't they lose because of the other party's good luck? If they had split up and stayed in the storage warehouse, or went to get the explosives first, then the time would be about the same. Now, because of an explosive, the whole game is lost. I really can't accept it. I really can't accept it. Although it was all hindsight, the analysts were full of regrets and felt sorry for Baiyi. Just then, while the analysts were still mumbling to themselves, Baiyi's voice suddenly came out in the live broadcast. There was no impatience, no despair, and no frustration in that voice. It was calm and steady, just like his composure before resolving every crisis. Catch him, Baiyi said. Chapter 193. Don't break him. Hey, why are you catching me? In the dungeon, Baiyi had just finished speaking when Chen Su rushed forward quickly, and a red flame rushed straight to Kasua's face. Kasua was shocked, and hurriedly stepped back to avoid it, and then used the force to kick, and instantly jumped onto the roof of another pergola not far away. Even if you catch me, you can't win the game. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to save some energy? I suggest that we sit down and talk. Are you really not considering it? While dodging Chen Su, who was coming, Kasua was still making excuses. Baiyi, I know you were unwilling, but you didn't think it through. You gave me a chance. Don't take it out on me. Sorry, I just want to take it out on you. Baiyi stood in the shadow of a malfunctioning machine and pushed his glasses calmly. Anyway, you have to go to the bunker if you lose the game. Killing the player is also going to the bunker. Why not just kill you and let everyone feel better? Hey, you? Baiyi's words left Kasua speechless for a moment. He tried to dodge Chen Su's attack. After a long time, he shouted to Baiyi again, don't do this. Don't you still like me? You want me to be your subordinate. Wouldn't it be painful to kill me like this? Swish, before Kasua finished speaking, a red light came over. Kasua reacted quickly. The sharp blade almost cut across his neck. Hey Chen Su, don't really kill me. Kasua panicked, ran back several meters, turned around and tried to escape to the distortion field outside the base, but was blocked by Chen Su's attack. Baiyi saw that Chen Su looked a little strange, so he reminded him to be gentle in the signal bridge, and wanted to capture Kasua alive. But Chen Su did not respond, his face was cold, and his attack became more and more fierce. If Baiyi hadn't confirmed that the signal bridge was communicating normally, he would have almost doubted that his words had not arrived. Chen Su, don't do this, Baiyi frowned, and had to continue shouting in the signal bridge. We will not lose the game. We will catch Queso in the end. Don't damage his body, otherwise he will be useless. Chen Su's understanding of Baiyi is quite accurate. Baiyi will not change his decision just because he cares. The reason why Baiyi asked in a low profile is more out of respect for his emotions, rather than asking for advice. Although Baiyi is gentle enough to Chen Su, but in his heart, emotions cannot affect more important things. When he is angry, coax him. If coaxing doesn't work, coax him more, but the things he is determined will never change because of this. Chen Su, stop. Seeing that Kasua was gradually losing ground under Chen Su's strong attack, Baiyi finally warned Chen Su again. If you continue like this, I will lock you up, whatever. Chen Su's cold reply finally came from the signal bridge. Baiyi choked. He glared at Chen Su's back, said no more, waved his hand to call Chen Su back, and immediately locked the summoning cabin. Hey! Seeing this, Kasua was overjoyed, and took the moment when Chen Su disappeared, and immediately fled out of the base. However, the next second, a huge mechanical giant came crashing down. blocking him directly. Don't even think about running away. In the air beside him, Xiaopei suddenly appeared, and a flying blade pierced Kasu at the same time. Mu also blocked behind him in time, aiming at Kasu's weapon, the electric shotgun that Bai Yi had used. Xiao Bai Yi, you really can't get through with me. Kasu was stunned for a moment, with helplessness on his face. Why don't you let me lose peacefully, and stop tossing me around? If you really can't find a place to vent your anger, change someone else. Look over there. Aren't there 3 people lining up to be beaten by you? Hey! You bastard! What did you say? You are such a jerk. Why do you let us be tortured for you? Although Kasu's behavior temporarily saved the other players with the lowest votes, it did not affect the 3 people scolding him. However, Bai Yi ignored these players, who had been beaten to the point of being worthless, and his eyes were still focused on Kasu. Since this game is destined to be lost, I also have some unfulfilled wishes to fulfill. Sat on the shoulder of the bad machine, Bai Yi spoke calmly. Even though he said he was bound to lose, his face did not show any sign of defeat. Thank you for playing with me for so long before. You gave me a lot of inspiration. Regarding your ability, I made a rough guess in my mind. If I'm not mistaken, you should be able to absorb the attack energy and release it when attacking. Right? As soon as Bai Yi's words came out, Kasu's face was obviously stiff. Bai Yi saw it, and his confidence became stronger. He continued, and I guess that different types of energy will cancel each other out in your body. So there can only be one type of energy in your body at the same time. Am I right? Are you asking me? But I'm sorry. Little Bai Yi, I won't tell you the correct answer. Kasu quickly adjusted his expression, and when he replied, he returned to his nasty look with his mouth corners raised. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. I'm a practical person. I will verify what I want to know. Bai Yi didn't expect him to answer, and still said calmly, for example, now I want to know. If we use 2 weapons with different energies to attack you at the same time, what will happen? As soon as Bai Yi finished speaking, Kasu's expression changed immediately. But before he could react, a dazzling white laser had already shot towards him. Kasu jumped away in a hurry to avoid the deadly laser, but the laser chased him closely, everywhere, and instantly melted the simple sheds. Just as Kasu was fleeing in a panic, Mu decisively raised his gun, and the electric energy bullet rushed straight to his back. You? It seems that Bai Yi's speculation was correct. The 2 energies attacking at the same time were indeed the fatal weakness of Kasu's ability. Kasu's face showed a rare seriousness. Whether it was the laser or the electric energy bullet, he could not take it head-on, and could only dodge with all his strength. However, in the gap between the 2 attacks, a flying blade with anesthetic mist suddenly attacked. No matter how strange Kasu's ability was, he was a living being with flesh and blood after all. And the anesthetic was not an energy attack. Once inhaled into the body, even if he had superpowers, the consequences could not be avoided. Kasu's pupils shrank, and he held his breath. He barely avoided the 3-way attack at a very small angle. Then he took a deep breath, leaped backwards, and hurriedly tried to escape the battlefield, but was blocked by the giant robot that fell from the sky. Don't force me. Kasu's voice became colder, and his previous glib words were no longer seen. But Bai Yi did not show mercy. After a round of unsuccessful attacks, he immediately blasted him with lasers. The electric energy bomb followed, and Xiaopei's anesthetic flying blades also attacked Kasu from 3 different directions. Kasu rolled down and barely avoided the flying blades on both sides. But Bai Yi took advantage of him not getting up and quickly threw an object, shouting, "Tie him up!" Click! The binding ring was tightly retracted, and Kasu was unable to dodge, and was tied up tightly. Kasu was startled, and hurriedly jumped up from the ground. But he didn't expect something to get caught under his feet, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a bang. This whip is really good. Xiaopei took back Shui Guyin's whip, and then used the binding ring removed from the 3 people in the secret realm to tie Kasu tightly. Shui Guyin's whip was obviously quite poisonous. Not long after, the skin on Kasu's ankle began to turn black and purple. Bai Yi got down from the shoulders of the broken machine, glanced at Kasu, and saw his trembling ankle, and then summoned the little mute, and ordered, "Go and help him detoxify." The toxin spread quickly, and Kasu's condition began to visibly decline. The little mute walked to Kasu obediently, took a blood sample with a needle, and after a quick analysis, took out the medicine from the space card and injected it into Kasu's body. Little Baiyi, you still feel sorry for me. Kazuo forced a weak smile. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, but he still wanted to chat with Baiyi. Baiyi glanced at him sideways, with no expression, but said lightly, I was going to make you a summoned body, and you broke down. I am also very distressed. I'm sorry. This matter, I still can't obey you. The effect of the antidote quickly appeared. Kazuo's expression gradually eased a little. He lay on the ground, recovering a little, putting on an indifferent attitude. Even if you tie me up now, when the game is over, you are thrown into the bunker, and I return to the blessed square. How can you force me to become a summoned body? Do you still think you can win? Baiyi looked down at him. So what? Kazuo raised his eyebrows and smiled at Baiyi. You can't make those explosives come out again. Baiyi stared at him for a second, silently, but in the confused eyes of Kazuo and the remaining 3 players, he walked to the distortion field generator. In the eyes of others, this distortion field generator is a high-tech machine. But in Baiyi's eyes, it is a learning sample with exquisite craftsmanship, compact structure, and unknown principle. And it is also a rare work of art. He walked around the machine, carefully examined the complex control panel, touched the shell that was still warm under the scorching sun, and then took out a crystal bottle from the space card. It was obtained from the mysterious spirit woman, and it contained the soul of his life core. If the machine is not blown up, can the mission still be completed? When he saw the machine up close for the first time, Baiyi asked the system in his mind. The purpose of blowing up the distortion field generator is to prevent the desert bandits from stealing the machine, and to completely eliminate the distortion field around the base. Therefore, as long as these 2 results can be achieved without using the bombing plan, the mission can also be considered completed. The system explained this to Baiyi. If the desert bandits cannot steal the machine, and the distortion field is eliminated, I can win the game. Is that right? At this moment, Baiyi once again confirmed the victory conditions with the system in his mind. Yes. The system answered affirmatively again. Okay, I understand. After getting the system's confirmation, Baiyi smiled slightly, and dripped all the soul in the crystal bottle on the smooth shell of the distortion field generator. Such a good machine, wouldn't it be a pity to blow it up directly? It's better to let it continue to be my property, and continue to exist. Chapter 194. Go down to the bunker. Or follow me. Hey! What is Baiyi doing? The analysts outside the screen knew nothing about what Baiyi had experienced in the secret realm, nor did they know what he had in his hand. Therefore, in their view, Baiyi's behavior was simply a confusing performance. Is he pouring oil on the machine? Just a few drops of oil. Can it burn the machine? What are you thinking about? There is no explosives. And basically nothing can destroy this machine. Ed patted the head of the analyst, who was talking nonsense. Looking at Baiyi's words, he must believe that he will not lose, so what he is doing now must help them win the game. But what exactly will it be? Not only the speaker, but other analysts were also confused. Even Ed's judgment had no substantial basis. He was just speculating based on his belief in Baiyi. The analysts could not imagine that this kind of soul-stirring operation could be performed on the machine. Of course, Baiyi did not know about this before them. After going through all kinds of unfavorable situations, even the storage warehouse was blown up. If Baiyi still has a way to win, then he is really an invincible existence. Someone sighed quietly. Another analyst next to him stared at the man in white on the screen. He put away the small bottle, raised his head, and looked at the huge machine quietly. He made a conclusion about Baiyi in a few words and stamped it. What invincible? When the time comes, it will be revealed naturally. This game has come to this point. Whether it is a win or a loss, it may be just a matter of this one move. At this moment, Baiyi must either be completely destroyed in the bunker, or become a godlike existence among the players. Although Baiyi seemed to be in a dead end after the explosives were blown up by Kazuo. In fact, he had no special plan to use those explosives. After all, he obtained the soul drops for the purpose of conducting experiments. And the machine in front of him, which was both sophisticated and complex, but out of control, was just the ideal object for the experiment of soul drops. Imagine sharing the soul with such a powerful machine and making it a part of his life. Baiyi couldn't help but feel excited. If the distortion field can be eliminated and the machine can be controlled in this way, it will be the perfect solution to win the game. However, out of caution, he's still prepared to use the explosives in the reserve as a backup plan, in case of an accident when using the soul drip. He can directly blow up the machine according to the game process to ensure victory. However, now Casso has destroyed his backup plan. The backup plan no longer exists. So he doesn't need to think too much about it. Just give it a try. In short, it is absolutely impossible to lose here. Even if there is a problem with the soul drop. There are still nearly 20 hours in the game, which is enough to find a new path to victory. Bai Yi looked up at the tall machine in front of him, and saw the liquid that was integrated into the soul drop slowly disappearing on the metal shell. Casso once claimed that he would lose. But in fact, he had already stepped into the bunker. Zizi. Zizi. Who? You? Just when the drip was about to disappear, a strange noise sounded in Bai Yi's mind. You are? Zizi. Z. Is it? Asking who I am, Bai Yi was stunned, and quickly realized something. It turns out that communicating with machines feels like this. Can machines understand human language? Or, is this just a signal from the soul level? Several speculations flashed through his mind, and then he concentrated his mind and tried to contact the source of the signal. I am Bai Yi. Are you this distortion field generator? Can you hear me? Z silent, ZZZ no, people ZZ silent. What are you talking about? Bai Yi pondered for a long time, and then realized that what the machine was saying seemed to be loneliness. A machine covered with metal and parts actually said, loneliness? If it were a human, being abandoned in this desert for 2 years, of course he would feel lonely. But the problem is, he shared his soul with it only a minute ago. Could it be that it already had a soul before he injected a little bit of soul into it? Z, no Z, silent. Are you saying, no one comes here? Bai Yi tried to communicate with the generator. No one comes because there is a distortion field all around, and it is difficult for vehicles to pass through. Can you end the distortion field? If you can end it, I can guarantee that you will no longer be lonely. Pain Z, stop. Pain Z, pain? Are you saying you are in pain? Bai Yi asked further. You have a problem. And you are in pain. Right? Pain. Pain. This time, Bai Yi clearly felt the painful thoughts coming from the generator. He hurriedly touched the shell of the generator with his hand, trying to slowly pass his thoughts to it. I understand. You have a problem. And you are in pain. But people have left. And no one is here to accompany you. So you feel sad and lonely. Right? Listen to me. I am a mechanic. And I can help you. I will try my best to find your problem and fix your pain. If you want, I can also take you away. There will be someone to accompany you in the future. And there will be many mechanical companions to rely on you. You will never be alone in this desert again. And you will never feel lonely again. Are you willing to go with me? Are you willing to go to a place where there are many machines with souls, like you? If you want, tell me your wishes. And leave the next things to me. What is Bai Yi doing? During the live broadcast, Bai Yi remained silent, just putting his palm on the outer shell of the generator, which seemed both strange and mysterious. Mu and Xiaopei were each guarding a few captives, while Casso and others were confused by Bai Yi's actions, and could not understand what he was doing. The analysts outside the live broadcast screen also showed confused expressions, as if they had no way to interpret Bai Yi's behavior. Why does it feel like some kind of ritual? Is he casting a spell? Casting a spell? Bai Yi is a scientist. How can he be superstitious about these things? Whether it's science or superstition, the key is how Bai Yi wants to win. Is there any other way to win? Except blowing up the generator? Finally someone raised a reasonable question. But before the answer emerged, there was a loud noise in the live broadcast room, and a small black dot flew out from the machine. The analysts were attracted by the sound and turned to the screen. At this time, another black dot fell. With a bang. What is this? The analysts opened their eyes wide, but couldn't see clearly. Just when they were about to ask Xiao Jing to enlarge the picture, Bai Yi gently raised his hand. The metal shell of the distortion field generator on his side actually fell off with a clang. Huh? Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand Bai Yi's intention at all, and they didn't understand the principle of his operation. Bai Yi's hands moved slightly from time to time, as if he was giving some kind of instructions, and the shell of the huge machine peeled off piece by piece with his movements. And finally the entire internal structure was exposed. Oh my god! What is going on? The internal structure of the distortion field generator is extremely complex, with various integrated modules connected to countless pipelines, which is dazzling. Once the shell is peeled off, the huge machine is like a beast with its belly exposed, and it seems that it will fall apart with just a pull. The analysts were all staring, so shocked that they almost dared not blink. From the first shell falling off to the entire internal structure being exposed, Bai Yi did not even move a step, but just waved his hand casually, and actually made this distortion field machine with a radius of more than 10 kilometers take off its outer coat obediently. How did Bai Yi make the machine obedient? This is too magical. And what did he want to do by dismantling the machine? Was he going to destroy it from the inside? This way, he could bypass the restrictions of special explosives? The analysts were silent for a moment. Although this speculation made some sense, it had no basis, and they could not confirm it further. In the picture, after Bai Yi dismantled the outer shell, he finally took a few steps, walked around the back of the machine, and lightly touched a certain integrated module, which made each module disconnect its pipelines one by one under his touch, and automatically decomposed into scattered parts. This series of mysterious operations made the analysts more and more confused, and the several people on the screen also showed a dull expression like them. However, to everyone's surprise, after Bai Yi dismantled the machine, he did not use weapons to destroy the inside, but took a small card from Xiao Pei's hand. The next second, the black hole leading to the secret realm appeared out of thin air next to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, who played the role of the desert border guard, under the watchful eyes of everyone in front of and behind the screen, directed the bad machine to move the modules separated from the generator to the black hole without hesitation. Oh my god! Impossible! The analysts soon realized that everyone gasped in shock. Their eyes widened like copper bells. Bai Yi, he didn't want to destroy the machine. Could it be that his way of stopping the desert bandits from stealing the machine was to steal this generator first? Xiao Pei, follow the bad machine in, explained to the dwarves, and asked them to find a safe place to store these parts first. The bad machine followed Bai Yi's instructions, carrying the modules into the entrance of the secret realm. Bai Yi watched the bad machine's figure, and then instructed Xiao Pei. Xiao Pei responded neatly, and followed the bad machine into the secret realm. The analysts were right. Bai Yi wanted to bring the generator back to his base in batches. In the game setting, the desert bandits can steal the machine, but there is no rule that the desert border guards cannot do it. Moreover, this distortion field generator is destined to be destroyed, and Bai Yi took it away without harming anyone's interests. When the 24-hour deadline came, the transport plane of the desert bandits arrived, but the experimental base was empty, so they naturally could not successfully steal the machine. The machine had stopped automatically, and even the main body had already left the desert. As a result, the distortion field disappeared naturally. The desert bandits were prevented from stealing the machine, and the distortion field around the base was completely eliminated. At the same time, the precious generator was not damaged at all. Undoubtedly, Bai Yi's approach was more perfect than the original setting of the game. It was simply a perfect clearance. Bai Yi's entire process was seen by several players present. The three men with buzz cuts looked at each other, speechless for a long time, wondering if they were amazed at Bai Yi's amazing operation, or if they found it hard to accept this ups and downs situation. Kaso lay lazily on the ground, suddenly looked up at the sky and chuckled a few times, as if he was laughing at this interesting plot development, and as if he was silently accepting his destined fate. It seems that I am the one who won the game in the end. Bai Yi arranged the work of the broken machine and Xiao Pei, and asked Mu to take care of the unmoved parts. Then walked to Kasu and looked down at him. This game probably won't last 24 hours. Once the generator parts are moved, the system will determine the winner. The bottom 3 players in your camp will be punished in the bunker, and your off-site vote ranking is also posted in the system. You won't know it later than me. Kasu glanced at Bai Yi with an elusive smile on his face, and did not respond. You lose, and you will be the first to go to the bunker. If you like to be a bunker slave, then I have nothing to say. But if you don't like it, then there is only one way ahead, Bai Yi said. His foot stepped on the restraint ring on Kasu's chest. His body leaned forward slightly. His tone was cold and calm, but every word was threatening. Go to the bunker, or follow me. You choose for yourself. Chapter 195: The Moment of Victory. Perhaps Keiso has some masochistic complex in his heart. When being stepped on by Bai Yi's leather boots, he did not get angry, but showed a little satisfaction on his face. Bai Yi told him that he could choose someone, but in fact, the choice was not complicated. Just as Keiso said, since we are all slaves, then just be Bai Yi's slave. Whether he was willing or forced, at least Keiso had agreed, And the next thing was a matter of course. Bai Yi summoned the little mute and used anesthetics to quickly knock Kazuo unconscious. When moving equipment parts, the faulty machine also moved the unconscious Kazuo into the secret realm. The space of the secret realm is not in the same dimension as the god's blessing star. As long as the entrance is closed, communication will be impossible. Therefore, the system or the god's court cannot handle Kazuo's situation across dimensions. The little mute followed Bai Yi's instructions to guard him in the secret realm and gave him anesthesia at the right time to prevent him from causing any trouble when he should not wake up. When he woke up again and wanted to regret, he had no way back. Seeing Bai Yi taking Kazuo away, the crew cut quickly began to curry favor with him, and even mentioned that he had seen Bai Yi when he was a child and knew about his family's factory. He hoped that Bai Yi could take him away to avoid the fate of falling into the bunker. However, Bai Yi only paused for a moment when he mentioned the factory. After that, no matter how the crew cut begged, he didn't even look at him. The chattering of the three people over there did not affect the efficient transportation of the faulty machine here at all. Soon, the countless modules that had been split were all moved into the secret realm. At the same time, as Bai Yi had expected, the system immediately determined that Bai Yi had won the confrontation the moment the last part of the distortion field generator disappeared from the copy. In this EVO Doomsday Survival Competition, Challenge Mode, the winner is Team A. The system's announcement echoed in the air. With a hint of enthusiasm, teammate player Bai Yi rose to the challenge in the face of all kinds of unfavorable situations, found a new way, and successfully crushed the Desert Bandit Group's theft plan, and eliminated the 2-year-long distortion field disaster. With his hard work and wisdom, he passed the rigorous test and proved his excellence. The victory of this EVO challenge mode finally belongs to the player. Bai Yi? Wow! The audience seats in Bai Yi's live broadcast room were full of people and enthusiasm. Some people were beating drums frantically. Some were shouting slogans. And some were even standing on chairs and shaking their head scarves frantically. Everyone around them seemed extremely excited. Ah! The boss is so strong! One person faced 10 people, and even the copy collapsed. But he won in the end. Bai Yi is indeed the number one in the whole God's blessing star. However, in the audience seats outside the red headscarf, low pressure was everywhere, and fans of various groups were very angry. They came forward and loudly accused Bai Yi of being a border guard, but secretly stealing machines and winning unfairly. But no matter how other fans objected, Bai Yi's victory had been confirmed by the system. In the live broadcast room, the audience cheered and were indignant. The momentum seemed to explode. However, no one noticed that during this period, two things were happening quietly. The first thing was that the organizer of the Bai Yi Club, Arnold, the most active red-headed man, did not celebrate with everyone, but secretly left the live broadcast room at some point. The second thing was that Bai Yi's face suddenly changed in the copy, and he asked Mu, "What time is it?" "Game time." "4:52, Mu said calmly. "There are still 2 to 5 minutes before your next narcolepsy attack." Mu's tone was still calm, but Bai Yi was shocked. Then the yellow sand of the house was instantly submerged by white light, and Bai Yi was teleported to the pure white space between the copy and reality. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for winning this challenge mode game. According to the rules, you will receive a reward equivalent to the first place in the normal mode, and 10 points of excellence. 10 points of excellence will allow you to get another EVO superdimensional card and unlock the second level of the challenge mode. First, please collect your basic rewards, 1 ordinary quality, 2 excellent quality, and 1 rare quality EVO high-dimensional card. Plop! The system's broadcast just ended, and the 4 card backs just appeared in the pure white space. But Bai Yi suddenly closed his eyes and fell down softly. Bai Yi? The analysis team in the monitoring room was stunned, but soon realized that this should be Bai Yi's narcolepsy. The first and second rounds of the dungeon, the total is indeed almost 10 hours. Ed calculated and said to the people around him, "Why is it stuck at this time?" Xiao Jing sighed. In the pure white space, Chin Su and the others can't leave the cabin, no one can take care of him, and no one can open the card. So this card opening session is, due to the abnormal state of player Bai Yi, the card opening session of this game is cancelled. Before everyone could discuss a few words, the system's voice sounded simultaneously inside and outside the live broadcast. The winner's reward will be directly logged in the player's profile, including the public common quality and rare quality high-dimensional cards, which can be checked later on the EVO public platform. This challenge mode game is over. Looking forward to your participation again, EVO Doomsday Survival Competition. Then we will go back first. In the abandoned factory, Xiaopei said to Chinsu, and then left Bai Ye's small room with Mu. After the two left, only Bai Yi, who was sleeping quietly, and Chinsu, who was standing silently beside him, were left in the bedroom. This game was more chaotic than ever before. First, the Divine Guards disguised themselves as players to disrupt the game. Then, for some ridiculous reasons, the dungeon went out of control. Even the ending seemed extremely hasty. Bai Ye's narcolepsy happened to occur at the end of the game, and he was still unconscious when he woke up. When Chinsu left the summoning cabin, Bai Yi was lying alone on the cold and hard limestone ground of the Divine Blessing Square, with his eyes closed, unconscious, and no one was taking care of him. With just a glance, his heart softened, and the huge anger at his heart instantly disappeared. Fortunately, Bai Yi remembered to unlock his summoning cabin at the last moment before leaving the dungeon. Chinsu thought to himself, and then he picked up Bai Yi horizontally and brought him all the way from Xinyu Square back to the small bedroom behind the abandoned factory. In fact, Chinsu knew that Bai Yi had not done anything wrong, and his anger was not rational. But if Bai Yi had not locked him in the summoning cabin at that time, he might have really lost his mind and destroyed Kazuha. In many cases, it is difficult for people to act only on reason, especially in Bai Ye's affairs, and even more so for Chinsu. Bai Yi slept peacefully, as if all the troubles in the world had nothing to do with him. Chinsu stared at Bai Yi quietly for a moment, then turned off the light and walked out of the bedroom. No more. What does this mean? In the interrogation room of the Star God Hall, two technicians from the game department were being questioned. A group of officials sat opposite them, and facing them was the director of the EVO game department and the highest officer of the Divine Court Special Guard, the director of the Special Guard Division. That data involves 3 missing Divine Court Special Guards, which is more important than other data. How could you make a mistake at this critical link? The speaker was the director of the EVO Game Management Department. As a Divine Court official who led the EVO Game affairs, he tapped his fingers on the table, and his tone became more severe. That's not the case. One of the technicians hastily argued. He said, the data records are automatically generated and stored in the memory by the system, and we did not intervene. The data can be recorded normally later, which means that the recording function is operating normally. I guess there should be a temporary failure in the memory, which caused the data not to be successfully recorded. Didn't you test the memory in advance? Why didn't you find out the failure in time? Data control is your responsibility. If the data loss is not your fault, then who else is responsible? The minister frowned. A few questions made the two technicians nervous, like a quail being caught, and they dared not say a word. Since contacting Bai Yi, the new captain of the first team of the 2nd Special Guard, Sean, and his 2 subordinates, lost contact with the Divine Court and did not return to the team until the end of the game. After checking the live broadcast later, they could not find any trace of them, and their live broadcast had long been replaced by virtual images, which could not provide any valuable clues. If the virtual image is replaced, where is the original image? Don't you have a backup? The minister paused for a moment and asked again. No. The 2 technicians lowered their heads, and no one dared to answer. Enough, no more questions. The director of the Special Security Department, a dignified middle-aged man, with a straight figure, looked like a soldier. He folded his arms, and watched the situation quietly. After observing for a while he said, although there is no solid evidence at present, since they have lost contact, cannot be contacted, and disappeared, there is almost only one possibility left, which is death. And they happen to disappear after contacting Bai Yi, so their death must be related to Bai Yi. Although the system data is all there, it just happens to be missing the part we need to restore and verify. This is by no means a coincidence. The director of the Special Security Department continued. Instead of blaming these 2 technicians here, it is better to let them recall what special things have happened in the past few days. Perhaps some unexpected factors may have affected the preservation of this data. The 2 technicians looked at each other, tried to recall for a long time, and finally shook their heads repeatedly, and no one could remember anything suspicious. Has anyone else come to your control room? Or did you leave the control room for any reason? The director asked again. Well, there are quite a few people who have come. A technician answered. There are colleagues from the game department, and the Special Security Department too, who came to look for someone. Oh, and the director's son Arnold. Arnold? Hearing his son being mentioned, the director frowned immediately. What did Arnold want to do with you? Nothing special, he just brought us some fruit snacks, and chatted for a few minutes. The technician answered truthfully. If we leave the control room, we will lock the door. All the people who come to the control room are from the Divine Court. There should be no suspicious people. The head of the Special Security Department responded, and then cast a thoughtful look at the director of the game department next to him. The director's expression seemed a little unnatural, and his sitting posture was a little stiff. He swallowed his saliva, asked a few more relevant questions, and then hurriedly ended the interrogation. Chapter 196. You have to say, you love me. In the free time after the game, Bai Yi had many things to deal with. First, he had to deal with Queso, who had been thrown into the secret realm and had been unconscious for a long time, to make sure that he could completely become his summoned body. Then, he also needed to sort out the distortion field generator he got from the secret realm. Although it could not be repaired immediately, it could not be ignored at least. In addition, the promise he made to Bai Yi's dwarf friends before had to be fulfilled, to help them adjust the machinery. If he had spare time, he would also like to visit the witch and ask what the defect in his soul was. There was another most important thing that had to be done, which was to completely appease the cold and emotional ancestor. The process of transforming Kasu was much simpler than transforming other people. Bai Yi wanted to keep his superpowers, so he only set 2 projects for his transformation. One was biological transformation, installing a mechanical skeleton and energy system, and the other was implanting a chip to ensure that he completely obeyed Bai Yi. Although Bai Yi was worried that the transformation would cause Queso to lose his superpowers, various experiments showed that Queso was still the same Queso, with superpowers and his annoying personality, without any changes. Hey, have you had enough fun? Queso was firmly fixed on the table in the workshop. Bai Yi and Xiaopei took turns using welding guns, electromagnetic guns, laser guns, and other tools to burn his exposed upper body. Surprisingly, even though he lost his biological nature, his skin still had no scars. Try to release some energy, Bai Yi said to him. Kasu smiled helplessly, and reluctantly moved his bound wrists. He snapped his fingers, and a flash of laser light immediately lit up at his fingertips. Is this okay? Can you put me down now? Kasu said in a long tone. Bai Yi glanced at him, and untied the restraints with Xiaopei. Kasu jumped down from the platform bed, and was stunned for a moment when he landed. He whispered in surprise, Is this the feeling of being a cyborg? It's really good. He began to move his arms, and jumped a few more times on the spot. He glanced at Shinsu, who was leaning against the table, and a mischievous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No wonder I always lose to you. If I had known that the transformed body would be so good, I would have become Bai Yi's slave a long time ago. Kasu was still chattering, and did not mention the fact that he wanted to kill Bai Yi in the first place. Bai Yi was too lazy to pay attention to him, and turned to do other things. Kasu, who was ignored, did not care. He wandered around the small factory by himself, and roughly admired various instruments and parts. Then he slowly walked to Bai Yi, who was sorting tools. But, even so, don't really treat me as a slave, Kasu said with a smile. I can be your good teammate like Shinsu. Shinsu can fight. So can I. I can do what he can do. Just be nicer to me. Maybe I can do better than him. So why don't we be close and friendly? After a while, you will find that I am actually a pretty good person. As he said that, Kasu's arm was unceremoniously placed on Bai Yi's shoulder. Bai Yi's face darkened instantly, and he pushed his arm away. The next second, he heard a bang. Kasu was immediately grabbed by the head by Shinsu and pressed on the bed, unable to move. Hey, don't get excited, Kasu said in a muffled voice, and quickly raised his hands in surrender. I just want to express my friendship. I don't mean anything else. If you don't like it, I won't do it next time. Okay? Shinsu, let him go. Although this guy does deserve a beating. After all, Bai Yi didn't want Shinsu to ruin the result of his hard work. Shinsu heard Bai Yi's words, hesitated for a while, and finally let go. Bai Yi wanted to say something to comfort Shinsu, but he saw that his face was gloomy, and he turned around and left the small factory without saying a word. This is really annoying. Bai Yi's heart tightened. He quickly put down the tools in his hand, and quickly chased after Shinsu. But halfway through the chase, Bai Yi suddenly stopped, turned back, and stared coldly at Ka Suo. You better get one fact clear. Bai Ye's tone was cold. You are my summoned body, I have absolute control over you, and there is no room for you to do whatever you want here. In order to prevent you from misunderstanding my meaning, until I come back, you should stay here honestly and learn it seriously. After saying that, Bai Ye walked out of the small factory in a few steps. Ka Suo smiled lazily, and was about to walk around leisurely, but was shocked to find that he couldn't move his whole body at all. Ah? Hey. Hey. Hey! Ka Suo's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the absolute control that Bai Ye mentioned was actually literal. No way. I can only stand here? Don't do this to me. When will you come back? Don't forget about me. Just wait obediently. Chen Su and Bai Ye had already left. Xiao Pei, who had been watching, walked up to Ka Suo, gave him a look, and then raised his foot and stepped hard on his foot. You deserve a beating. After stepping on him, Xiao Pei left these two words and walked away. After leaving the small factory, Chen Su did not walk too fast. His pace was still at a speed that Bai Ye could catch up with, and he walked in a place where he could find it. He was not angry with Bai Ye, nor was he angry with Ka Suo. After all, Ka Suo had been annoying from the beginning, and there was not much difference between now and before. What he was angry about, even Chen Su himself could not tell. Hey! Ever since Bai Ye rushed out of the small factory, Chen Su heard his footsteps, which were getting closer and closer. Not long after, a warm hand held him from behind. Chen Su did not look back, nor did he speak, but just stopped. Bai Ye walked around to him, looked up at him, and smiled gently. Don't be angry with that kind of person, Bai Ye said softly. I implanted a chip in him, so he won't do anything wrong. If you feel annoyed, just let him stay behind the warehouse. Okay? Chen Su looked at Bai Ye's smiling face. His expression slightly eased, but he still didn't answer. Don't take his words to heart. Bai Ye continued to comfort Chen Su. You also know that I want him only for his special ability. How can you two be the same? What about Mu? Chen Su asked in a deep voice, which surprised Bai Ye, although it was not specifically stated. How could Chen Su not tell the difference between the relationship between them and the relationship between himself and Mu? So, this was undoubtedly a question that was asked knowingly. Bai Ye blinked, looked at Chen Su's expressionless face, and couldn't help laughing. Some people always show childish coquettishness with a cold face. Chen Su saw Bai Ye was laughing. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he stopped talking. Bai Ye smiled, turned his head deliberately, lowered his body, and let him look into his eyes. Let me think about it. What nice words should I say to make my ancestors happy? No need to say anything. Chen Su turned sideways a little uncomfortably, and wanted to leave. But Bai Ye would never let him leave. He pushed and stopped him, and blocked him against the wall. Don't leave. Bai Ye put his arms around Chen Su's waist. If you leave, who will take care of me? Don't we have Ka Suo? Chen Su didn't look at Bai Ye, and casually said this. Hearing him say this sourly, Bai Ye couldn't help but stare, and felt angry and amused. Mentioning Ka Suo and Mu at this time was simply nonsense. Then I let Ka Suo hold me to sleep. Bai Ye was no longer gentle, and deliberately provoked him with words. Let him accompany me to do things? When I enter the game, I won't bring you. But bring him? You are a bit jealous. Don't say it. I'm not interested. Chen Su was stunned, and then fell silent. In fact, he knew at his heart that he had no reason to be jealous. Bai Ye and Mu were just teammates, and Bai Ye didn't care about Ka Suo at all. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this. But Chen Su cared, although his mind kept reminding him. He couldn't get rid of this care. After all, he, Mu, Xiao Pei, and Ka Suo were all summoned by Bai Ye. For Bai Ye, their existence was not fundamentally different. Bai Ye was his summoner, and also Mu, Xiao Pei, and Ka Suo's, and there might be more people in the future. But no one knows how much Chen Su longs for Bai Ye to belong to him deep in his heart. What he once had but has been broken, now the only thing he can hold on to is the person in front of him who smiles at him tenderly. The desire to monopolize Bai Ye surges like a tide. He wants to possess all his happiness and sadness, hopes that Bai Ye, from his heart to his body, from his fingers to his hair, will belong to him alone. But in the face of reality, he has to share Bai Ye with others, and must accept that he is just an appendage in Bai Ye's life journey. This unchangeable fact, how can he feel at ease? It would have been nice if I had known you earlier. After a long silence, Chen Su finally spoke. This sentence had no context. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, but he continued to ask along his train of thought. How early? Bai Yi smiled faintly. Earlier, before this game. Chen Su whispered. At that time, he was still the god of war Pluto of the Night Owl group, full of vigor and energy, with unlimited glory, and had enough confidence to embrace his beloved. And Chen Su was so complete and powerful in the past. He had a past, a present, and a future at that time, so he might not care so much, Bai Yi, what life there was outside his arms. What would have happened if we had known each other then? Bai Yi asked him. Unfortunately, there will never be an if. Chen Su did not answer, but stretched out his hand and gently stroked Bai Yi's cheek. There was a subtle difference between the touch of fingertips and real flesh and blood, but it was so soft that it made people dazed and intoxicated. Bai Yi lowered his eyes, letting his fingertips slowly wander on his face, feeling the gentle warmth, which quietly spread out little by little in this touch. You shouldn't say this to me now. Bai Yi's voice was soft. Chen Su raised his eyebrows slightly. Bai Yi looked back into Chen Su's eyes. His eyes were as clear as the stars in the Milky Way. You should say, you love me. Chen Su was stunned for a moment. But soon, his habitually cold face softened. Yes. Thousands of words were tangled in his heart, disturbing his mood. But if he put them all aside, what remained in his heart seemed to be just this simple sentence. I love you. The words came out of his lips, and the cold night was instantly filled with a sweet breath. Chapter 197 Stars Tonight. I love you. Chen Su stared into Bai Yi's eyes. 3 simple words, but full of deep solemnity and seriousness. Bai Yi also looked back at him. As soon as Chen Su finished speaking, a sweet smile immediately bloomed in his light-colored eyes. As the smile bloomed, a bit of cunning was added to the sweetness. What did you say just now? Bai Yi deliberately put his ear close to him, and said mischievously. I don't think I heard it clearly. Chen Su understood that Bai Yi was deliberately making things difficult for him, and he couldn't help but smile, turning his face away, unwilling to cooperate in his heart. It sounds like something shocking. It's a pity that I didn't hear it clearly, Bai Yi said, while leaning close to his ear, pretending to be eager to ask. Say it again. I want to hear it. The words were sweet and touching. Bai Yi smiled and pestered Chen Su, eager for him to say it again. However, Chen Su's iron-like heart was not something that could be opened casually. As time went by, the 3 words seemed to be glued to his mouth, and he couldn't say them no matter what. Bai Yi tried every possible way to get Chen Su to talk, but Chen Su just turned his head away. But the smile on his lips was hard to retract. Then, look at me. Bai Yi saw that it was futile, so he could only change the topic. Don't look over there. Look at me. Chen Su turned his head as he was told, and what came into his sight were Bai Yi's eyes as pure as glass. Bai Yi smiled gently, then slightly restrained his smile, and put his hands around Chen Su's neck, his tone still solemn and serious. I love you, too, Bai Yi said softly. This sentence instantly calmed the tangle in his heart, but the shock that followed aroused a new wave of emotions. Waves piled up, and it was difficult to calm down. Chen Su's lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. He just closed his eyes, lowered his head against Bai Yi's forehead, and couldn't help rubbing his nose and lips gently on Bai Yi's face. Bai Yi smiled, bit his nose, and gently bit his lip beads, deliberately not letting him really kiss him. After teasing for a long time, finally, in a voice so small that it was almost inaudible, said to him softly, Hey, I have time now. Chen Su was stunned, and quickly understood Bai Yi's meaning. Before, Bai Yi had asked himself, don't you want to do something special with me? Why not? Especially at this moment, I was almost going crazy with desire. Can I? Chen Su suppressed the excitement in his heart, and his voice was slightly low. What do you think? Bai Yi's eyes were shining, and he responded softly. Chen Su paused for a second, and then, with his emotions rising, he kissed Bai Yi hard on the lips. The sudden kiss startled Bai Yi, and before he could react, Chen Su had already carried him on his shoulders. Hey! Bai Yi screamed in shock, and then couldn't help laughing. Where are you going? How can you be so rude? Don't take me away. I can't come back. Not coming back. Chen Su responded in a low voice, walked towards the nearest warehouse door, and kicked the locked door open with his foot. Hey, my door! Bai Yi yelled, but his protest was obviously useless. Chinsu took Bai Yi directly into the depths of the warehouse, and casually lifted the thick cloth covering the machine, and placed Bai Yi on the cloth. "Is that it?" Bai Yi was a little surprised. Chinsu did not respond, but quickly pulled off Bai Yi's work t-shirt, blinded him immediately, and then grabbed his belt, and tied his hands to the iron pipe by the wall. "Chinsu." The smile on Bai Yi's face gradually disappeared, and his breathing became rapid. Blindfolded, unable to see Bai Yi's expression, Chinsu only focused on his own feelings. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a wild beast that was released. The next second, he pounced on him like a hungry wolf. His mind was in chaos, but only one thought was as clear as a knife in the chaos. "He is mine. I want him to be mine." His body, his heart, his fear, his pleasure, his desire, his satisfaction. Now is the time. I can't wait any longer. I want to swallow everything about him. All of him. Into my remaining soul. The night was getting darker, the stars were sometimes bright, and sometimes dim in the night sky, and it seemed as if a meteor flashed across the distant horizon. The faint night light shone through the window on the high wall, gently brushing the dust floating in the air, and quietly falling on the two people who had just calmed down behind the storage rack. Chinsu supported the ground with one hand, staring at the person under him with empty eyes. While Bai Yi was panting slightly, his eyes were still covered by clothes, his hands were tied to the iron pipe, and he couldn't move. After an unknown amount of time, Chinsu suddenly realized something. His expression froze, and he hurriedly untied the belt that bound Bai Yi's hands, and ripped off the clothes covering his eyes. Bai Yi's beautiful golden gray eyes lost focus, and he neither looked at Chinsu nor anywhere else. His untied hands fell softly to the ground, but he was still raised high, without any movement. His whole body was like a puppet without a soul, with red and white interlaced. "Bai Yi! Bai Yi!" Chinsu's heart tightened, and he quickly grabbed the clothes to wrap Bai Yi, and kept calling his name. "Bai Yi! Are you okay?" "Yeah! Yeah!" Hearing Chinsu's call, Bai Yi's eyes moved slightly, and slowly focused his eyes on Chinsu's face. Seeing Bai Yi's reaction, Chinsu breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly calmed down, helped Bai Yi straighten the long hair stuck on his face, and gently stroked his wet and red eyes with his fingertips. "I'm sorry." Chinsu was full of guilt for letting Bai Yi fall into such a situation in a moment of impulse. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault," Chinsu said in a low voice. Bai Yi looked at Chinsu quietly for a long time. Then he raised his mouth slightly, smiled softly, and slowly moved his arm towards Chinsu's cheek. Chinsu lowered his head slightly, put his face into Bai Yi's palm, gently rubbed, kissed, and leaned down again, tightly hugged Bai Yi's body, and buried his whole face in his arms. "I'm sorry, baby." Chinsu's voice was low and vague. "Yeah." Bai Yi also hugged Chinsu tightly back, and patted Chinsu's back gently with his hand. "I understand. I know everything," Bai Yi said. No matter what Chinsu did, Bai Yi could understand him. He was rescued by Bai Yi himself. Bai Yi witnessed his past, endowed him with his present, witnessed how he fell from the peak to the abyss, and how he convinced himself to accept this new body and embrace a new life. Therefore, Bai Yi understood him. He understood the deep loss in Chinsu's heart, understood the regret that could not be let go, and understood his grudge between Mu and Kasu, and understood his out-of-control possession of himself. He said, "If only we could have met earlier." Perhaps for him, only the self at that time can truly walk side by side with himself. I wonder if tonight, at this moment, I can make up for the regrets in his heart. Bai Yi thought about it, and tightened the rope even more. The ground was a little hard, and it was not comfortable to lie down, but Bai Yi embraced the lover who was both strong and fragile, and only hoped that this night could be longer, and it would be best if it would never dawn. "The stars tonight are so beautiful," Bai Yi said softly, with a hint of hoarseness in his voice. Chinsu tilted his head slightly to look out the window, and replied softly, "Yeah." "Are you still angry?" After a pause, Bai Yi asked again. "Yeah." Chinsu still responded in a low voice, and buried his face in Bai Yi's arms again. The dark night seemed to strip Chinsu's hard shell, and took away his iron bones. At this moment, Chinsu seemed to be left with only a wandering soul, and hid in Bai Yi's body. There was no need to think about it anymore, and everything turned into nothingness, under the cover of the night. The two of them could leave everything behind and float hand in hand into the quiet and deep night sky. Tell me the truth, did you do this? In the magnificent hall, the director of the game management department sat on a soft sofa. His brows were furrowed, and his tone was stern. Across from him, a thin boy lowered his head, standing upright, and he didn't look like he dared to do anything bad. He was the director's only son, Arnold. Speak, is it you? Arnold remained silent, and the official's voice rose a few degrees. Arnold was frightened and sneered at the official, but he still kept his lips tightly shut, without a single word of response. Not denying, not explaining. That would be tantamount to acquiescence. The official glared at his useless son, and after a few deep breaths, he managed to adjust his mood. I checked the records. Except for you. The only people who entered and left the control room were people from the department or the special security department. These have nothing to do with Bai Yi, the official said coldly. Only you. Not only have connections, but also set up a fan club for Bai Yi without authorization. You dare to destroy game data. You are so bold. Do you think all this is a secret? You think too highly of yourself. I can find your Bai Yi fan club. Doesn't the captain of the special security know? I am a suspect. Doesn't he know? The special security didn't arrest you for interrogation. You can still stand here. It's just that the chief of the special security gave me face. You want to destroy data. Protect Bai Yi. Think you have eliminated the evidence. The higher-ups won't know who did it. Don't be so naive. They don't need evidence. Even if they can't publicly sanction. As long as they find Bai Yi guilty, Bai Yi will face death. You are in this mess. There is no point at all. Do you understand? Arnold bit his lips, clenched his fists quietly, hiding some inner struggles during this period. It was indeed he who deleted the records. He prepared fruits and snacks, and took the opportunity to chat with the technicians, and when they were not paying attention, he replaced the memory of that data with a blank memory. He did not know how much impact this would have, but he knew that if no action was taken, the situation would never get better, but would get worse. However, facing the officials, Arnold still seemed to shrink, lowered his head and said nothing, as if he was letting himself be scolded. The official seemed furious at his son's behavior, but the situation had developed to this point, and beating and scolding would not help. He had to suppress his anger, and after a moment of silence, he spoke again. In short, you must never admit that you have anything to do with this matter. Don't spread it everywhere. Maybe the special guard will really give me this face, and not pursue it further. But next time. The official changed his tone, raised his eyelids, and stared at Arnold fiercely. Next time if you cause trouble for me because of Bai Yi again, get out of this house immediately. Get out of the temple. And I hope you will get what you want. And be your pariah. Chapter 198 Choice. Bai Yi sat on the elevator, rubbing his chin in thought, and finally closed the small metal door in front of him. Let's leave it here for now, he said to the machine in front of him. This machine is the miniature distortion field generator that Bai Yi brought back from the copy. According to it, after disassembling all the parts, it seems to no longer feel pain. The structure and technology of this machine are beyond Bai Yi's knowledge. He doesn't know why it no longer hurts after disassembling it. Although it no longer hurts, Bai Yi feels that he can't just throw it aside in pieces. So, Bai Yi studied a lot of information, spent a lot of effort, and finally reassembled it into a simplified version of the distortion field generator. When I learn more, I may be able to let you exist in a better form. Okay. Thank you. The sound of the generator sounded in my mind. It sounded like a young boy. The humming noise disappeared, and the voice was clean and clear. Bai Yi smiled slightly, patted its shell, and jumped down from the elevator. Then I will come to see you in a few days. After that, Bai Yi pushed open the door and walked out of the warehouse, where the distortion field generator was stored. As soon as he left the warehouse, what came into view was the brightly lit night, gorgeous and retro buildings, and those short dwarves waving at him. At this moment, Bai Yi was in the dwarf town of Night Town in the secret realm. He had promised to keep the generator in a place full of similar machines, and this was the perfect choice. Outside the warehouse was a prosperous town with pedestrians coming and going, and inside the warehouse were machines that were infused with soul like it, noisy and lively, no longer lonely, which was also the fulfillment of his promise to the generator in the copy. The warehouse was found by the bearded dwarf with the help of Bai Yi. At first, the dwarfs were full of complaints and reluctant, but when Bai Yi drew a circle of mechanical design drawings for them, these complaints instantly turned into surprise and admiration, and Bai Yi became a godlike existence in the hearts of the dwarfs. After all, Bai Yi's technical strength and machinery was coveted by the god court on the god-blessing star, not to mention among these dwarfs, who only know how to do things recklessly. Bai Yi? As soon as he left the warehouse, the bearded dwarf came up excitedly with a few friends. Hello. Bai Yi responded in a friendly manner. How is it? Is the picture I drew for you useful? Useful. Useful. The dwarves shouted one after another, and hurriedly stuffed various unknown gift boxes and bags into Bai Yi's hands, as if they were anxious to express their gratitude. You are really amazing. Young man. The pictures you drew in a few minutes are structures that I couldn't think of even after studying for several years. You must teach us more in the future. We are willing to follow you. You can use the warehouse as much as you want. If you have any requirements, just ask. We will definitely satisfy you. Okay. Okay. Bai Yi was almost drowned by a pile of gifts. He patiently responded to the enthusiasm of the dwarves, and finally broke free from their crowd. Very popular. Chen Su had been waiting for Bai Yi not far away. Seeing Bai Yi coming with a bunch of things, he took the gifts and put them into the space cart for him. Very popular? Bai Yi raised his lips slightly, blinked, and looked at Chen Su intently. Chen Su was confused and asked, staring at Bai Yi. It's past 3 o'clock. Are you going back to number 87? No. Bai Yi pretended to be serious, and answered in a low voice. Chen Su was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became a little uncomfortable. Who are you imitating? He looked away and whispered. Bai Yi couldn't help laughing. The more embarrassed Chen Su was, the happier he was. He leaned on Chen Su with laughter. Chen Su had no choice but to let him laugh. Bai Yi also enjoyed the relaxation of this moment. After laughing enough, Bai Yi put his arms around Chen Su's waist, looked up at him, and had an unfinished smile in his eyes. I love you, Bai Yi whispered to him with his mouth, and his eyes reflected the warm yellow of several street lamps. Gentle and sweet. Chen Su looked at Bai Yi in his arms, with a slight smile on his lips. He held his ears, and kissed him seriously on the forehead. Although Chen Su's body had been transformed, his lips were still soft and warm. Bai Yi liked his kiss, and even more his hug. He liked the warm palms caressing his skin. The unique touch still intoxicated him. Unfortunately, there were still many things to do. If he wanted to enjoy more, now was not the right time. Let's go to Lingpa. Bai Yi suppressed the little regret in his heart, and said to Chen Su, if the incomplete soul she mentioned is really related to my narcolepsy, maybe in the next game, or the next game, I will no longer be restricted by the sleep cycle. Okay. Chen Su always followed Bai Yi's words. Since Bai Yi mentioned that he wanted to go, they went to the small building with a pointed roof where Lingpa was, as if she had already predicted Bai Yi's arrival. As soon as Bai Yi entered the door, Lingpa sat steadily on the high-back chair, waiting for his arrival. Chen Su still sat upright on the floor at the door. Bai Yi respectfully explained his purpose to Lingpa. Lingpa smiled and stretched out 2 fingers to tap Bai Yi's forehead again. The room was extremely quiet, and even time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The fingertips on the forehead were slightly cold, and the coldness penetrated through the skin and instantly penetrated into the depths of the soul. A strong feeling of being spied on suddenly surged into his heart, and in the next moment, his consciousness seemed to blur instantly. When Bai Yi came to his senses again, the fingertips of the witch had left his forehead without knowing when. I think your sleep problem is obviously not to be underestimated. The witch spoke in a calm tone, but her words just hit the secret that Bai Yi had never revealed to her. Before Bai Yi responded, Lingpa continued, looking at your reaction, it's obvious that I'm right? Bai Yi was surprised by this, thinking to himself that he was not reckless, and he should have been very calm just now, without showing any surprise or other emotions. However, Lingpa seemed to have seen through everything. In front of such a mysterious Lingpa, Bai Yi realized that his cultivation was still insufficient. He lowered his eyes, smiled bitterly, bowed slightly, and silently acknowledged Lingpa's guess. Please give me more advice, Bai Yi said. Bai Yi's appearance obviously attracted Lingpa, and with his humble and polite attitude, Lingpa was willing to patiently answer his questions. If I'm not mistaken, your awake time limit is much lower than that of ordinary people, and you will fall into a deep sleep when you sleep, which makes it difficult to wake up. This is because your soul is about half less than that of ordinary people. Only this half of the soul cannot support you to be awake for a long time. Once the soul energy is exhausted, You must rely on a period of deep sleep to replenish the soul energy before you can revive again. That's true. Faced with this problem, there was no point in hiding it. So Bai Yi told Lingpa the truth. I can only be awake for 10 hours at most. Once the 10 hours are up, I will fall into a coma and will not wake up again until 6 hours later. So what I call a day is a cycle of 10 and 6 hours. Yes. The witch nodded and said, but your soul has been missing for a long time, and your body has adjusted to a suitable rhythm. Therefore, apart from your unusual work and rest schedule, there are no other abnormalities. Despite this, in the predicament I am about to face, the inability to stay awake for a long time may be a fatal flaw. Bai Yi said frankly, I wonder if Grandma has any way to restore my soul to normal. The grandma looked into Bai Yi's eyes and shook her head after a moment. The soul carries the mark of time. Once it is permanently lost, it is like the body is cut off from its limbs. There is no way to restore it to its original state. And you have been missing for a long time. And your body has become a system of its own. Even if it can be regenerated, there is no place to accommodate it now. After hearing what Grandma said, Bai Yi felt cold in his heart, and could not help but turn his head to look at Chen Su. Chen Su looked back at Bai Yi silently, with silent comfort in his eyes. Then, Bai Yi thought for a moment, and then said, is it possible to do it like him? Bai Yi pointed in the direction of Chen Su, and Lingpa also turned his eyes to him. Him? Lingpa looked puzzled, and Chen Su raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Bai Yi nodded. He once lost his left hand and left foot, and even lost the possibility of survival. But now his movements are not restricted by this. If my soul cannot be restored, can I have some replacement soul like him? Even if it is not perfect, or only has temporary effect, at least it can prevent me from causing irreversible consequences due to sleepiness when necessary. Hearing this, Lingpa looked at Bai Yi again, and then smiled slightly. But there was something difficult to understand in that smile. I know you will definitely mention this request. Since you have come to me, you obviously did not come here just to listen to the helpless answer. The witch said, what you want is not impossible to achieve. But the side effects of the method may not be easy for ordinary people to bear. Are you mentally prepared? Side effects. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Can I ask about the specific content and side effects of this method? This method is actually very simple to say. The witch calmly explained to Bai Yi. The lack of soul ultimately needs to be filled with soul. Your soul cannot regenerate. So you can only use the soul mixture of others to forcibly continue your soul energy. Other souls. Bai Yi was stunned. Yes. The blue eyes of the witch stared at Bai Yi. But the soul of others and your soul cannot be truly integrated. And the soul that is filled is a one-time consumable. And it is impossible to refill the energy through your soul. This will cause your soul to suffer a strong backlash after the energy of the mixture is exhausted. And the voices, pictures and emotions that do not belong to you will invade your brain together, causing you to be in an overloaded state for a long time. If your tolerance is insufficient, it is very likely to cause a complete collapse of consciousness. Are you willing to accept such side effects? Bai Yi. Forget it. Chen Su said quietly, and his heart became more and more nervous. Bai Yi's narcolepsy has become a chronic disease. After countless challenges, he still became the strongest player in the God's Blessing Star. In addition, with these summoned bodies that do not need to rest, there is really no need for Bai Yi to risk a collapse of consciousness and force himself to stay awake. Bai Yi lowered his head, seemingly hesitating. The witch was very patient. After she finished speaking, she sat quietly on the high-backed chair, not eager for Bai Yi to respond. The three of them fell into silence in the silence. The room was as calm as water again, as if time had stopped. After a long time, Bai Yi finally raised his head and spoke. If possible, I still hope to get this soul mixture. As you said, the risk of using the mixture is very high, so I won't try it easily. But if the crisis in the future exceeds the risk of the mixture, I hope to have more choices in my hands to ensure that I am in control. Chapter 199 1v100. On the day of the competition, Star Cluster Hall, second floor monitoring room. The clock and machine beeped, and the words card and successful were displayed. Xiao Jing walked towards his workstation, but found that the workstation was surrounded by a group of people. What's going on? Xiao Jing raised his eyebrows, quickened his pace, and squeezed into the crowd, only to see Ed operating the computer, and a series of information was displayed on the screen. The analysts next to him looked solemn. Bai Yi, challenge mode level 2? Xiao Jing muttered a few obvious words on the screen. When Ed saw Xiao Jing coming, he immediately gave up his operating position and let her sit down. Is Bai Ye's game information out? Xiao Jing sat down at her workstation and took over Ed's computer operation. Yes. Ed nodded. Last time, Bai Yi had a narcolepsy attack, and a lot of information was not announced in the game in real time. Such as this. He pointed at the screen and said to Xiao Jing. This time, Bai Ye's game is the second level of challenge mode, and it is still a one-to-many battle. But this time, the opponent is not 10 people, but 100. 100? Xiao Jing turned to look at Ed in surprise. 10 times the last one? From level 1 to level 2, does the difficulty increase so much? Even counting the little mute, Bai Ye's team only has 5 or 6 people in total. If the opponent is 10 people, with Bai Ye's strength, plus the strategy of defeating them in batches, the difficulty is not too great. But this time, the opponent has increased to 100 people. I'm afraid the advantage of numbers can directly crush Bai Ye's 5 or 6 people. Then, who are the opponents this time? Or are they like Hunt? Xiao Jing was stunned for a second, and then asked. About the same. Before Ed could answer, the bald team leader's voice came from the back of the crowd. The analysts quickly made way, and the team leader walked to the center of the crowd, glanced at Xiao Jing's computer, and continued. This time, the opponents are all from the top 10 players in the comprehensive ranking of each game. But unlike before, these players did not sign up voluntarily, but 100 were randomly selected from the candidates who met the requirements to join the battle. So although not all of them are top-notch, there must be many players with strength comparable to Hunter and Mizutani Otoko. With powerful players gathered together, Bai Ye's game can be imagined to be difficult. The analysts nodded, and they were all a little worried about Bai Yi. But Bai Ye's strength has also improved to a higher level in this game. The bald team leader was objective and neutral. After analyzing the opponent, he then analyzed Bai Ye's situation. As far as we can see, the first significant improvement is the addition of Kasuo, a powerful summoner. Oh, that's right. After the bald team leader's reminder, everyone also remembered the situation at the end of the last game. At that time, Bai Yi had already won the game. He stepped on Kasuo and let him choose to follow him or go to hell. The beautiful Bai Yi stepped on the tied naked man. This scene really left a deep impression. Although Kasuo had not really appeared as a summoned body, he had been knocked unconscious and thrown into the secret realm. So Bai Ye's summoned body team obviously had one more member. There was no suspense about this. Kasuo's ability is amazing. If Bai Yi can use it, Bai Ye's strength will definitely be a leap forward. Xiao Jing's eyes flashed with excitement. And Kasuo's attack method happens to be a group attack. Ed also gradually became excited. During the battle for the safe cabin in the 7 Days of Hell, Keiso ignited the nearby ruins, and the competitors hiding in the ruins were instantly burned to ashes. Under the restriction of the rule of cannot kill players, even Shinsu's flame cannon cannot achieve the effect of Keiso's high attack and rule control. It's not just Keiso's gain. After Bai Yi won the last game, he also gained a batch of high-dimensional cards, including a super-dimensional card rewarded by the excellent system. The bald team leader said, pointing to the computer screen in front of Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing, bring up Bai Ye's card information for everyone to see. Oh, okay. Xiao Jing responded, and after a few operations, Bai Ye's card data immediately appeared on the screen. Bai Yi currently has 3 common cards, 8 excellent cards, 2 rare cards, and 1 superdimensional card. These are all cards that I got before, but have not used yet. Xiao Jing classified the cards and displayed them. In addition to the rewards from the previous game, the remaining cards in Bai Ye's hand are Common, Common Copy. X2, Copy a Common Card. Excellent, Excellent Copy. Copy an Excellent Card. Excellent, Self-Strengthening. Temporarily improve the body's functions. Excellent, Absolute Protection. Make the player invincible for 5 minutes. Excellent, Phantom Clone. Create a clone of yourself to confuse the enemy. Excellent, Effect Enhancement. X2, enhance the effect of a high-dimensional card. Then these 3 cards are the ordinary card and excellent card that Bai Yi obtained in the last game. Xiao Jing dragged the interface, making these 3 new cards appear in the center of the screen. The analysts observed carefully, and the first thing they saw was an ordinary card that was quite practical, but had no meaning to Bai Yi. Ordinary, Energy Detection. Detects an energy point acquisition point within 50 meters around the user. As an ordinary card, This card is quite effective. It points directly to the energy point, is simple and efficient, and has clear advantages and disadvantages. Unfortunately, in the challenge mode that Bai Yi is about to participate in, there is no setting for energy points and heavenly punishment. The second level of Bai Yi's challenge mode should not involve energy points. Right? Someone asked. The analysts nodded. Although they had not heard the specific system broadcast, they thought that since it was a challenge mode, it would be roughly the same as the previous one. The second card below the energy detection immediately attracted the attention of the analysts. Excellent, strong winds. Summon a hurricane, which will affect all living and non-living things within a radius of 300 meters in front of the user. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Wow! This is amazing! Ed and Xiaojing had already checked the reward card that Bai Yi had obtained in advance. But many analysts saw this card for the first time. I have accumulated a lot of auxiliary cards, and finally a powerful skill card has come, someone exclaimed. Compared with those complicated card effects, everyone is obviously more happy to see this kind of direct attack card. Summoning a hurricane. It is exciting to think of this application scenario. And this skill is also a group attack effect. It will definitely play a role in this 100-man battle. That's right. Although Bai Yi is a little dizzy this time, he has good luck. The next one is also a good card, Ed said, pointing to the last excellent card. I saw that the name of the card in the row he pointed to was written, Excellent, Explosion. Create an explosion at the designated location. The effect is equivalent to the explosive energy of 100 NTF7 explosives. Oh! After the strong wind, there was explosion again. 2 powerful attack cards were produced in a short period of time, and the analysts cheered. I wonder if Bai Yi will use these 2 cards in this game. If he does, the scene will definitely be hot. Suddenly giving such a strong attack card. It feels like the system knows what Bai Yi will face in this game, and specially strengthens his strength. Whether the system did it intentionally or not, it is still unknown. In addition to these 2 excellent cards and 1 ordinary card, Bai Yi also has 2 rare cards and 1 superdimensional card with stronger trump cards. When Bai Yi actually uses them, others can only wait and see. Everyone can only discuss excitedly while looking forward to the start of the game. Looking forward to the strongest player of Quan Shenixing dressed in white, bringing a shocking shock to everyone in this game. Hello. How is the progress of the Plaza Group? The staff of the West Plaza heard a question mixed with electric noise on the intercom. We are in the process of final equipment debugging, which will take about 10 minutes. The staff responded into the microphone, and directed the workers next to him to move the piled empty boxes away. Understood. Please open the venue in time after the debugging is completed. The person on the other end of the intercom said so. And before the voice fell, the same instruction sounded immediately on the public channel. Attention! All departments. The temporary live broadcasting station in the west square of the hall will be put into use in 10 minutes. Please take your positions, guides and security guards, and ensure the order on the scene to avoid any accidents. Received. The crowd was like a tide, and the voices were loud. Looking around, the red headscarves gathered into a fiery sea, extending from the passage outside the west square of the Star Cluster Hall to the distance, with no end in sight. Dear viewers, the temporary live broadcast point in the West Square is now officially open. Please enter in an orderly manner. And don't crowd. The voice of the broadcast sounded, and the door outside the West Square slowly opened. The red headscarves outside the door were immediately refreshed. As soon as the door opened, they rushed in one after another, fearing that they would miss a good position to watch the live broadcast. The crowd surged. No one lined up at all. Everyone rushed forward, and the scene suddenly fell into chaos. The guide was pushed down by the crowd into the green belt next to him, and the shouts of the security guards, who maintained order, were drowned out by the layers of noise. Even the staff of the Star Cluster Hall had never seen such a crazy spectacle. These red-headed people came to watch the live broadcast of Bai Yi's EVO competition, and the West Square of the Star Cluster Hall specially set up a special live broadcast office for Bai Yi to welcome this endless enthusiasm. In the square, the Xingqiuan Hall Management Office specially set up a huge outdoor live broadcast screen, and installed a circle of loudspeakers around it, and even transferred a whole team of guards from the Divine Court, striving to ensure the live broadcast effect while maintaining the order of these fanatical fans. Dong! Dong dong! The red headscarves poured in like a tide, and the originally gray square was quickly rendered into a fiery red. When the red-head scarves had almost entered, a few drums suddenly sounded in the center of the square, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Arnold was dressed in red, standing high on the platform in the center of the square, raising his drumstick and swinging it twice at the red-turbaned people. It was unknown whether it was because of Arnold's status as a god, or for other reasons, but the drums were prepared by the Star Cluster Hall Management Office. The drums were several times larger than before. When Arnold struck the drum, the sound seemed to shake the entire sky. Brothers and sisters of the White Knight Club. After Arnold finished beating the drum, he picked up the tweeter and shouted to the red-turbaned people in the audience, "The game of the White Knight, boss. It will start soon. Since we are gathered here at this moment for the White Knight, as members of the White Knight Club, as loyal fans of the White Knight, boss, we must do our duty well. For the smooth progress of the White Knight game, for the boss to successfully reach the top. Now, everyone, follow me. Review the membership rules of our White Knight Club again. When the White Knight reaches the peak, we applaud. When the White Knight falls into the trough, we will never leave. We are the Red Flame. We always support the White Knight." Chapter 200, A Den of Danger. In the conference room of the Star God Hall, the clock ticked, and time passed quietly. A gray-haired man was slightly thoughtful, and his eyes were cast towards the officials opposite. "Over at the West Square, how many people are estimated to have gathered?" he asked. This was a high-level meeting within the God's Court. The director of the video game department, the director of the Special Security Department, and the general manager of the Star Cluster Hall were all present, and their positions at the conference table were only at the bottom. Conservatively estimated, there are about 5,000 to 6,000 people. The person in charge of the Star Cluster Hall answered respectfully. "But it's not time for the game to start yet, and there will be no restrictions on entry after the game starts, so the peak number of people should be higher." "Yes." The officials at the top nodded one after another, with solemn faces. The leader remained silent, and the others dared not say more, and the ticking of the clock could be heard clearly again. "Yes." After a long time, the gray-haired official at the top finally spoke, and his words were concise and clear, but they made the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly tense. "It's time to make a decision," the gray-haired official said calmly. "Yes." The official next to him nodded in agreement, and then looked at the director of the game management department opposite. "Are all the plans submitted before ready?" "Already ready." "Already ready?" The director responded hurriedly. "The technical department has carefully revised the program, and now the number of opponent players has increased to 100. And the difficulty setting has also doubled. Now these 100 players have entered the venue in advance, and they have made all preparations. Don't worry. Even if Baiyi survives by chance, there will be no chance of turning over." "Yes." The gray-haired official nodded slightly. "The Divine Court is tolerant. If he changes his mind at any time, is willing to accept supervision, and dedicates all his talents to the Divine Court, we will still accept it with tolerance. But at present, this possibility seems very small. Baiyi's popularity and influence among civilians are too huge. In order to maintain the reputation of the Divine Court, it is the best way to let him lose in the public game and disappear in public, as an ordinary civilian. If his influence is allowed to continue to expand, it will not benefit the majesty of the Divine Court. Therefore, in this game, we must ensure that all disputes are settled and order is back on track. Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand." The director of the game department nodded repeatedly. "And more." After the gray-haired official finished speaking, another senior official spoke up. His demeanor was the same as that of the Special Guard director, revealing a military-style rigor. Before he spoke, he glanced at the Special Guard director, as if he was the Special Guard director's superior. "I wonder if the additional suggestions submitted by the Special Guard director before have been implemented in this game." Additional suggestions. The minister knew what the official was referring to, and he responded after thinking for a moment. "Theoretically, the suggestion is feasible, but if we make changes directly against the opponent's players according to the suggestion, I'm afraid that the opponent will notice it, which will damage the reputation of the Divine Court. In this battle, we have been fully prepared, according to Baiyi's ability. It is almost impossible for him to escape unscathed. Therefore, the additional suggested changes are temporarily. Don't be too confident." The senior official interrupted the minister. "Previous estimates have never been accurate, and Baiyi's strength and character have never been in our control. It is always beneficial to have an extra layer of protection. Give up the details and ensure that you can successfully deal with Baiyi." In short, he paused and continued. In short, our people must not disappear for no reason. Bai Yi is about to step into a desperate situation with no way out. In this game, we must not leave any room for maneuver. Welcome AK-066 player Bai Yi. You have entered the official game of EVO Doomsday Survival Competition. The second level of challenge mode? After a long wait in the morning, the time finally came to 11:55. And the 5-minute countdown to the start of the game was about to begin. At this time, the soft and calm female voice in the system suddenly sounded inside and outside the Star Cluster Hall. And the huge live broadcast screen in the West Square flashed. And then a dazzling pure white background appeared. In the center of this pure white, there stood a man in white with a neat suit, a well-dressed hairstyle, and a handsome face. Wow, the boss is here! Bai Yi, boss Bai Yi? The square was instantly filled with enthusiastic shouts. Thousands of people shouted Bai Yi's name in unison. The shout surged out of the square like a tide, even attracting residents and passers-by near the Star Cluster Hall to stop and look. Attention, the game is about to begin. This voice also reached the monitoring room on the second floor of the hall. The ball team leader subconsciously glanced out the window, then quickly turned around and gave instructions to the team members. The system is about to announce the rules of this game. Everyone, please concentrate, don't be distracted, make sure to remember the rules and understand them thoroughly. Understood. The analysts sat at their workstations and replied in unison. Next, the rules of this challenge mode will be revealed to player Bai Yi. Player Bai Yi, in the pure white space, Bai Yi slightly raised his eyelids and listened to the system's narration. The rules of this game are specially set for him, however. The system did not explain much, but just started to broadcast step by step. The second level of challenge mode still continues the 1v1 game mode of the previous level. In this round of the game, player Bai Yi will form Team A alone and compete with players from Team B, and the number of players in Team B in this game is as high as 100. 100 people. Xiao Pei in the summoning cabin couldn't help but exclaimed in the signal bridge. Bai Yi, we have to face 100 opponents. It's okay. Bai Yi responded, and did not interrupt the system, but patiently listened to the system's explanation of the background of this game. Behind the towering walls of the Land of Winter, the Empire has ruled for hundreds of years. The climate here is cold. The permafrost never melts. Supplies are extremely scarce, and people have a hard time making a living. The brutal rule of the dictator makes this difficult life even worse. A very small number of nobles live in luxury, while civilians die of starvation and cold. Corpses are abandoned outside the walls. Over the years, the ground is already littered with corpses. As the dictators turn a blind eye, the empire is on the verge of collapse, and everyone longs for someone to rise up and save the lost hope. However, all armed forces are firmly controlled by the dictator, and ordinary civilians have no chance of winning if they want to resist the dictator. Who can save us? Even if it is demonic magic, it may be better than the despair in front of us. All the people thought so. At this moment, a hero came from afar, pointed his sword at the heart of the empire, and vowed to overthrow the dictator and bring light to the people in the dark oppression. His plan is simple and extremely risky. Awaken the dead who have been sleeping outside the high walls for hundreds of years due to the oppression of the empire. Give them power to fight against the imperial armed forces, and thus pull the dictator off the throne. The dead are born with the instinct to devour life, and they are strong in combat, and vow to fight to the death. Once the summoning is successful, they will be the most powerful force against the imperial armed forces. In order to summon the dead, the hero needs to obtain the artifact sealed in the evil suppressing tower, the Dead Scepter. The Dead Scepter can make the dead submit and obey the command of the holder. However, the evil suppressing tower is located inside the high wall. In the center of the imperial square, the hero must break through the isolation of the high wall to obtain the scepter and command the dead. As the system broadcasts, the pure white space where Bai Yi is located suddenly disappears, and is replaced by a holographic image that looks like a real scene. Snow was flying all over the sky, and behind him was a vast expanse of frozen land. In front of Bai Yi stood an extremely majestic wall. The wall was as high as the clouds, as if it was going straight into the sky, and it seemed to be endless. Facing Bai Yi was a black double-leaf city gate. Although it seemed insignificant compared to the huge wall, it was still like a huge ancient monster to Bai Yi, driving him forward. In this game, Bai Yi, the player of Team A, will become a hero, and he needs to break through many obstacles. Obtain the scepter, summon the army of the dead, overthrow the dictator, and save the people of the empire. The 100 players of Team B will play the role of the guards under the dictator, trying every means to stop the hero, in order to maintain the rule of the empire. When the player Bai Yi successfully obtains the scepter, Bai Yi will be judged as the winner of the game. Bai Yi will receive a high-dimensional card reward equivalent to the first place in the normal mode, as well as an excellent system reward based on the game performance evaluation. The losing side will randomly select 30% of the number of survivors to bear the bunker penalty. If Bai Yi falls into a state of being unable to fight and difficult to recover at any time before obtaining the scepter, the 100 players of Team B will be judged as the winner, and each winning player will receive a high-dimensional card of excellent quality as a reward, while the losing Bai Yi will bear the bunker penalty alone. The game is about to begin. The first goal of the player Bai Yi is to open the city gate and enter the high wall. To open the city gate, you need to open and destroy 4 switches in sequence, and these 4 switches are located at the top of the 4 towers on the city wall. When the system mentions the tower, in the holographic image, the positions of the 4 towers will flash brightly. There are 2 towers on each side of the city gate, not too far from the city gate. But it must be noted that there are many deadly mechanisms inside and outside the 4 towers, and 100 guards, who control the mechanisms, are on standby at any time, obeying the orders of the dictator, watching and waiting for the hero to fall into the trap. It is not easy to successfully break through this tight defense. But the imperial order is about to collapse, and the suffering people are waiting eagerly. The hero can only move forward bravely to complete the heavy and great mission he shoulders. Mission: break through the high wall. Start immediately. Players are requested to go all out to win the challenge. Reveal game number 8, Wall of the Dead. It's about to start. Ed clenched his fist subconsciously, staring at the picture of Bai Yi in the holographic image. At the moment when the system's voice fell, the image suddenly turned into a real scene. The cold wind blew up Bai Yi's silver hair, lifted the collar of his suit, and the next second, Chen Su, Mu, Xiao Pei, and Ka Su also appeared on both sides of Bai Yi at the same time. Everyone's eyes were all on the towering wall. Wow! Cool! As expected, Ka Su has joined. Ed Xiaojing was excited all of a sudden, and other analysts cast their eyes on him. I really don't know how Bai Yi plans to break through this wall. There are high walls, deadly traps, and 100 players are ambushed behind the traps. Bai Yi's start is more disadvantageous than the last game. The disadvantages in this game are not limited to this. The bald team leader stood behind Ed Xiaojing's workstation with his hands behind his back. According to the game settings, the 100 players of Team B do not need to directly confront Bai Yi. The enemy players are hiding behind the deadly mechanisms. What does this mean? Have you discovered it? Everyone was stunned for a second. Ed was the first to react. It's that rule. Ed opened his eyes wide. If Bai Yi died from the set mechanism, then according to the previous logic of the system, it is very likely that he was not killed by the players. That's right. The bald team leader nodded. With this kind of judgment logic, Team B players will definitely not show mercy in setting up the traps. The so-called fatal traps in the system are almost literally this. 100 people, can each of them kill Bai Yi? Xiaojing gritted his teeth and looked at the live broadcast screen again. In front of the giant wall, Bai Yi's figure seemed as small as a grain of sand, as if he would be easily swept away and crushed by the blizzard. Even if Bai Yi has powerful skills in his hands, and has a high-powered summoned body to help him, he still has an insurmountable dragon's den and tiger's den in front of him. The bald team leader looked solemn, and said in a low voice, as if revealing the gloomy tone of Bai Yi's game this time. Chapter 201. Don't you believe me? The cold wind in the copy was as sharp as the biting cold in reality. Not long after, the joints of the limbs began to stiffen, and the blood in the body seemed to be frozen into ice. Bai Yi quickly took out a fur coat that was as long as his calf from the space card and put it on, then put on black warm leather gloves, and then he eased his breathing a little, and gently exhaled a wisp of white mist. How is it? Bai Yi asked Mu beside him. As soon as he stepped out of the summoning cabin, Mu immediately activated the scanning light belt and scanned the surrounding area. Bai Yi asked. And Mu then sorted out the collected information and listed them one by one. The height of the city wall is more than 1,000 meters. The comprehensive friction coefficient of the surface is less than 1, and the success rate of climbing is close to 0. The material of the city gate is initially judged to be black iron chromium alloy, about 24 meters high, about 18 meters wide, and about 3 to 4 meters thick. Based on previous game settings, there are probably energy barriers set up on the city gate and the city wall, which cannot be forcibly destroyed. Bai Yi stared at the city wall in the distance. The wall was gray, and the material looked like ordinary bricks and stones. Half of the 4 towers were embedded in the wall, and the other half were exposed. The exposed part was semi-cylindrical, like a small fortress thousands of years ago, exuding an ancient charm. So, that is to say, we must follow the game settings and go to the 4 towers to turn on the switches? Bai Yi asked. Yes, Mu replied. Among the 4 towers, 3 of them are locked, and only the leftmost tower door is open, as if guiding us there. However, there is a high-energy power grid on the road from here to the left tower number 1. The energy is estimated to be above 10,000. Neither you nor us can directly pass through it. Power grid? Bai Yi looked at Mu in surprise, and then looked around. This piece of frozen land covered with ice and snow is endless. Bai Yi scanned it with his naked eyes. Apart from the city walls and the snow, there was nothing else. There is actually a trap? To be precise, this electric grid covers an area of about 500 meters around us. Starting from here, no matter which direction you walk 10 meters, you will enter the range of the high-energy grid, Mu added. His judgment was indeed correct. No matter how mortal the body is, the high-energy current of tens of thousands of energies, even the super titanium with extremely weak conductivity can hardly withstand it. Moreover, the micro-energy points on Shinsu's protective clothing are sensitive to electricity. Once the protective clothing cannot protect against the high-energy power grid, their charging system will probably be directly scrapped. Fortunately, Mu's scanning light band identified this silent trap. Otherwise they would be wiped out if they walked 10 meters away. However, since they knew the existence of the trap, they were not completely helpless against the high-energy power grid. Bai Yi thought for a moment, and then turned his eyes to Ka Su. Shinsu, Xiao Pei and Mu also realized the same thing, and their eyes were all focused on Ka Su, forcefully pulling him here, just for now. Since Keiso came out of the summoning cabin, he has been squatting about 2 meters away from Bai Yi and the others, doing nothing and being in a daze, seemingly having no interest in discussing tactics. At this moment, several eyes suddenly focused on him. Keiso was startled, and hid back reflexively. What's the matter? It's your turn, Bai Yi said. Although Keiso was an enemy in the past, and now he seems a bit out of place, but since he has accepted him as a teammate, Bai Yi is still polite to him. There are large power grids around. I'm afraid you are the only one who is not affected by high energy currents. Go find a way to shut down the power grid. So, please go explore the way first. Hey. After hearing Bai Yi's words, Ka Su raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and smiled lazily. Although his identity has become a summoned body, his expression is still the same as the bald man who deserves a beating in the past. If I go, what benefits will Xiao Bai Yi give me? Hey! Before he finished speaking, he stood up with a bang, his body straight, and took big strides towards the power grid area. Hey! Who is it? Xiao Pei? Ka Su screamed as he walked. He wanted to look back, but he couldn't control his neck, so he could only squint his eyes. Stop! 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 I'll go. Okay? Humph. Xiao Pei put down the controller, looking very proud. Ka Su was different from the others after all. He had clearly been an enemy of Bai Yi, and joined this team only because he had no choice. There was no basis of trust between Ka Su and him. Therefore, Bai Yi not only implanted a control chip in his body, but also implanted another control system in his brain as an auxiliary guarantee to prevent him from doing inappropriate things when Bai Yi was unable to take care of him. The switch of this control system is now in Xiao Pei's hand. Hey, I didn't say I won't go, so put that thing away first. Aunt? Xiao Pei paused the control, and Ka Su's originally tense and awkward posture suddenly relaxed. He turned around, looked at Xiao Pei helplessly, and pointed at the controller in her hand. Let me go! And you don't need to use this. If you kill me, it will be bad for everyone. That depends on whether you listen to Bai Yi. Xiao Pei stared at Ka Su, and didn't give him a good look. Hi! Ka Su shouted helplessly, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, then looked around, and slowly walked towards the left tower. They let Ka Su clear the way. In the monitoring room, Aide and Xiao Jing were still watching Bai Yi's group's every move as usual. In order to save energy, Ka Su, after being transformed into a summoned body, put on a super titanium fluid protective suit like Shinsu and the others. However, when he turned around and walked towards the tower, the protective suit on his body was suddenly retracted, and his fair skin was instantly exposed, and the whole person returned to his previous naked man appearance, even the place where the player number was still attached with the piece of tape. Kazuo has special abilities, sending him to open the way is indeed a good choice. Xiao Jing and Ed were discussing. But he seems to have unreliable written all over him. I really don't know if he can successfully complete the task. Although Bai Yi and Xiao Pei can control him, but managing him not to make trouble does not mean that he can seriously cooperate with the team's actions. This specific cooperation is not something that the control system can intervene in. Ed curled his lips, seemingly not very confident about Kazuo. On the screen, Kazuo has entered the high-energy power grid area. Electric sparks were crackling on his body. But Keiso was calm. His steps were light, and he didn't even seem to feel any pain. Actually, Xiao Jing said after a moment of hesitation, apart from other factors, they don't really need Keiso to explore the way. Bai Yi and his team can directly enter the Secret Realm card. Let Keiso take the Secret Realm card through the power grid area, and then come out when they reach a safe area, so that they can easily pass the power grid. This plan will definitely not work. Ed immediately rejected Xiaojing's idea. Giving the Secret Realm card to Keiso is equivalent to handing the safety of the entire team to him. Bai Yi will never do that. That's right. Xiao Jing also realized this. So now we can only hope that Keiso can successfully explore the way and help them shut down this power grid. Keiso is really unreliable. Whether it is Ed Xiao Jing, or the audience standing outside the venue, or even Bai Yi and his friends. Everyone knows this very well. Sure enough, Keiso lived up to everyone's expectations. After exploring the way for more than 10 minutes, he returned to the starting position of Bai Yi and his friends with electric sparks all over his body. I really don't know how to turn it off, Xiao Bei. Keiso walked out of the power grid area, flexed his neck, and then carefully put on the charging protective clothing. You can see, there is nothing around here. I walked for a long time, but didn't find a switch. But electricity always comes from somewhere. Right? If you destroy those devices, wouldn't the power grid be gone? Although Xiao Pei didn't understand the profound scientific principles, but his idea was roughly right. However, Keiso just spread his hands and gave Xiao Pei a slick smile. Didn't I say that? No means no. If it can be destroyed so easily, why should I go through this electric fence? Let Shinsu take out the powerful cannon. Stand here and blast it randomly, and the electric fence will be gone. Right, little sister? Keiso's words do make sense. This electric fence is obviously designed to stop them from moving forward. It is obviously not up to standard to just blow it up. But even if it can't be lifted, how can they get to the tower? Bai Yi glanced at the tower on the left, and didn't say anything for the time being. Kazuo glanced at Bai Yi, smiling, and then squatted to the side. What is the height range of this power grid? After a moment of silence, Shinsu asked Bai Yi, and at the same time asked Mu Dao. If we can use the height to break through the limit of the power grid, we can set up some footholds at high places. He used the Secret Realm card, and I will try to take you over. Yeah, that's an idea too. Bai Yi nodded, and looked at Mu, who was scanning upwards with a light belt. But soon, Mu came to the conclusion that it was not feasible. The power grid here is a three-dimensional grid. Half of the current is emitted from the bottom to the top. And there is no upper limit. There is no horizontal current above 10 meters. But the interval between the vertical currents is very small and very dense. So the probability of successful crossing is very low. Shinsu's plan could not be implemented either. And several people fell into deep thought again. Hey, you are really good at taking detours. Before the next plan could be thought of, Kazuo spoke again. Since I can use that card to take you away, why don't I take you there? Kazuo's words made Bai Yi and the others look at him at the same time. Such a simple plan, Bai Yi and Shinsu had certainly thought of it a long time ago. But even if they thought of it, no one was willing to say it out loud. Why not? Everyone knew it well. After all, they were in the same team, and no one wanted to make it too clear. However, just when everyone was silent, Kazuo seemed to be completely heartless and actually said it directly. Or, hey. Kazuo squatted on the ground, with a smile on his face. Or you still don't believe me now? Chapter 202 Compatible People. When Kazuo asked this question, the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. But since the conversation had been opened, Bai Yi did not deny it specifically, but just glanced at him lightly, and then turned back, prepared to continue to discuss other possibilities with Mu and the others. But before Bai Yi could speak, Kazuya had already stood up on his knees, and then took the initiative to answer, "Hey, why did you do this?" Kazuya crossed his arms and said lazily, "You tied me here by force, and then you were worried that I would cheat you. Since you don't trust me, what's the point of tying me up? Whether you believe it or not, I am always a trustworthy person. Since I promised to be with you, I will definitely not break my promise. Besides, Bai Yi has made me like this. If I betray you, I will end up with Bai Yi. Why should I trouble myself?" Compared with Kazuya's usual nervous performance, this sentence does seem unexpectedly mature. Bai Yi looked at Kazuya quietly, without reacting immediately, but sent a message in the private channel between the signal bridge and Mu. "How is it?" Bai Yi asked Mu. "The probability of lying is 18.4%. Mu replied in the signal bridge. This means that there is an 81.6% chance that Kazuya's words are sincere. Although not close to 100%, it is still a good number. Moreover, putting aside the data, Kazuya is indeed using normal logic to reason. Distrust of Kazuya stems from past inertia. But from an objective point of view, he really does not need to do these things that are not good for him. I have finished speaking. You can do whatever you want." Kazuya spread his hands, showing an expression of indifference, and no longer promoted himself. Bai Yi stared at him quietly for a moment, then pulled out the Secret Realm card with a blue-purple halo from the space card. "Bai Yi?" Xiao Pei couldn't help shouting when she saw Bai Yi take out the card. Jinsu didn't say anything, but frowned slightly. Bai Yi didn't respond to Xiao Pei, but just stretched out his hand and handed the Secret Realm card to Kazuya. "Then, I'll leave it to you." Bai Yi's eyes were deep, and his eyes were fixed on Kazuya's gray-blue eyes. Kazuya was stunned, and a hint of subtle surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he didn't expect Bai Yi to decide to trust him so quickly. But soon, this surprise was covered up. Kazuya took the Secret Realm card, raised his hand proudly, and waved it towards Bai Yi. His face returned to his unique smile, which was no different from usual. This man, he is really not afraid of electricity. In a dark window high up on the wall, 2 players from Team B were taking turns to use telescopes to monitor the snowy plains below. In the fierce wind and snow, electric sparks kept bursting, but the shirtless blonde man seemed calm and easy, and easily passed through the electric grid area, as if the sparks were just dancing for him. To be honest, that scene was really cool. I didn't expect that the electric net we spent so much time building could be easily penetrated by them. One of the players of Team B said unwillingly. The rumor that Bai Yi has strange means is indeed true. Even the high-energy electric net is ineffective against him. I don't know if the mechanism in the tower can stop him. After all, our understanding of Bai Yi is limited. The traps we have worked so hard to set up may not be able to stump him. Another player comforted. But Bai Yi has only 1 life. And we have 4 towers. Who knows which mechanism in which tower will make Bai Yi fall? Or even take his life? So just wait and see. We have prepared so much. Bai Yi is just 1 person. I don't believe he can knock down this high wall. Mechanism. And 100 of us in one fell swoop. Just as they finished speaking, there seemed to be a sudden flash outside the dark window. The 2 instinctively turned their heads. And then a stream of light like lightning rushed in along the metal shell of the telescope. The 2 players were unable to react in time, and were immediately knocked to the ground. They twitched twice and then fainted. Under the high wall, next to the tower, Kazuya raised his lips, stroked his lips with his fingers, and playfully blew a kiss to the dark window. "Wow! It's really here." Xiao Pei sighed in a low voice when she passed through the black hole of the secret card. Although Kazuya could pass through the electric grid, it was nothing special. But this was Kazuya. He led them to break through the trap like a madman. Thinking about it, it still felt a little incredible. We are all following Xiao Bei. Don't always treat me as an outsider. Kazuya still had that playful smile on his face. But before Bei could say anything, he held the secret card between his fingers and took the initiative to hand it back to Bei. Unexpectedly, this actually seemed somewhat reliable. "Thank you for your hard work." Bai Yi took the Secret Realm card, and his attitude became more polite. "It's just a small matter." Kazuya smiled at Bai Yi, and Bai Yi did not ignore him, smiling politely. "Right. That's right." Seeing Bai Yi's response, Kazuya moved closer and smiled more brightly. "Don't always look stern at me. Look at you smiling. You look so beautiful." Before he finished speaking, A cold look pierced Kazuya like a sharp knife, causing him to tremble in his heart. Kazuya turned his head, and just happened to meet the source of that gaze. I didn't say anything. Kazuya gave Shinsu an awkward smile, and he quickly admitted his defeat. Shinsu coldly turned his gaze away, and Baiyi ignored him, looking at the tower in front of him. The outside of the tower was smooth, with no windows, and only a circle of ventilation holes at the top. Baiyi took out a pistol and tried it. The bullet hit the outer wall, sparking a net of red light. As Mu said, the outer wall had been set up with an energy absorption barrier by the system. It is impossible to enter or exit through the window. At the same time, violent destruction is prohibited. There is no other way except to trigger the trap obediently. Let's go! Baiyi looked up and said, since it is clear that there will be traps along the way, then Mu, you will be responsible for the detection and scanning. Everyone should be careful and try to avoid accidental contact. Okay. Xiaopei always responds most actively. Mu also turns on the scanning light belt. Shinsu walks in front and first uses the laser knife to explore the door. No abnormality appears. Mu then took a step forward, looked inside the door, reached out to stop the others behind him, then took out a large caliber spray gun, and suddenly sprayed a dense mist of water into the door. The dark tower was instantly filled with mist, and in the lingering mist, countless thin red rays of light suddenly appeared. Oh, such an old-fashioned trap. Kaso commented casually behind the others. Baiyi and the others seemed to think of something at the same time, and all turned their heads to look at him. Kaso immediately leaned back as if by reflex. Hey, don't let me explore the way again. This beam will definitely trigger some attack. Even if I absorb this thing, it's useless. Kaso was not wrong. This is indeed the most traditional beam-triggered trap. Once the beam is touched, it will trigger an unknown attack. Whether this unknown attack is an energy attack or something else, it is impossible to judge from the current situation. However, theoretically speaking, this trap is not difficult to crack. Although the beam looks invisible to the naked eye, as long as the developer is sprayed, the red light will be exposed. But the problem is that the distance between these beams is too narrow. It seems that the distance between two beams is no more than 20 centimeters. Kazuya is about the same height as Shinsu. Although he is thin, he is strong. If he is asked to be a guinea pig, he will probably step on the trap. Baiyi, let me do it. Before Baiyi hesitated, Xiaopei raised his hand. I can get through this distance. Baiyi looked at Xiaopei. Whether he tried to shut it down or use the secret realm card to directly lead others through the dangerous area, at least he had to ensure that he could flexibly pass between the beams without triggering the trap, regardless of whether Xiaopei can really pass through safely. Judging from the distance between the beams, it is indeed true that only the thin Xiaopei can accomplish this. I'll think about it again, Baiyi said vaguely, and did not agree directly. Once the crossing fails, he will face unknown attacks alone, although the danger will not decrease no matter who tries. Baiyi actually does not want Xiaopei to take such a risk for these men. It is better to just throw the card over to trigger the trap. Baiyi pondered the feasibility of other plans. Kaso is strong in physical skills, has supernatural powers, and protective clothing. If he goes, he doesn't have to consider avoiding the trigger at all, but can use his strong defensive ability to rush through this obstacle directly. I can do it. Baiyi? Just when Baiyi was hesitating, Xiaopei couldn't wait any longer. She approached Baiyi, with a gleam of anticipation in her eyes. Let me go. You transformed this body for me, isn't it for use at this time? That's right. Baiyi paused for a moment. Transforming Xiaopei into a special agent type was indeed to deal with such a situation. And he could see Xiaopei's expectations. Xiaopei was the weakest among his summoned bodies, and the only one he had not actively invited. She wanted to prove her value to the team, and the urgency had flashed in her eyes. Okay. Baiyi thought for a moment, and finally nodded. The next moment, the secret black hole appeared next to Baiyi again. Baiyi handed the secret realm card to Xiaopei, and gently stroked her head. Then I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. Xiaopei took the card and smiled brightly. Wow. Xiaopei is really amazing. On the screen, the flashing red light became more obvious under the spray of the developer. Xiaopei put down the spray gun, jumped lightly, and her body crossed in the air, almost close to the upper and lower beams of red light, and successfully drilled through the narrow gap. If it deviated up or down by half a point, it would definitely be hit by the beam. However, in that brief moment, Xiao Pei actually passed through so accurately, landing right in the 20-centimeter wide gap. Light and stable, with almost no mistakes. Bai Yi is really amazing. The members of Baiye's game analysis team were all stunned. They certainly did not forget Xiao Pei's rookie performance in the 7 Days of Hell game. However, after Baiye's exquisite transformation, the original rookie turned out to be like a strictly trained super agent, with a body flexibility and control accuracy that even real agents could not match. After all, the flesh and blood of a real person. How can it be compared with a high-precision mechanical body built for special tasks? It's too narrow here. I can't get through. Hiss, ah. Fortunately nothing happened. Ah. Don't touch it with your hands. Slow down. Ah, I'm scared to death. The analysts gathered in front of Baiye's screen, sometimes exclaiming, sometimes relaxing, sometimes frightened, and sometimes stroking their chests with peace of mind. With every move of Xiao Pei, their moods fluctuated like a roller coaster. The mist of the developer spread, and almost the entire first floor of the tower was filled with fine red light. The end of the red light was at the staircase leading to the second floor deep in the first floor. At this time, under the nervous gaze of the analysts, Xiao Pei had successfully passed most of the way. It's not just Bai Yi who is amazing. After successfully crossing again, Xiao Jing looked at the focused Xiao Pei on the screen and couldn't help but said, "Don't you think so?" In the last game, although Xiao Pei was flexible, she was not as good as she is now. She also made mistakes when fighting against Mizutani Odo. And this time, her movements were obviously more crisp and clear, and even her eyes were more confident. Xiao Jing pointed at Xiao Pei on the screen. Like a truly experienced agent. She must be working hard in places we can't see. Before anyone could respond, the bald team leader's voice came from behind Xiao Jing. Only people with compatible personalities can fight side by side. Bai Yi accepted Xiao Pei, not just out of pity. Chen Su, Mu, Xiao Pei, Ka Suo, looking at Bai Ye's team now, in terms of strength and character, there really is no one who is weak. What about Ka Suo? Xiao Jing turned around and asked. Ka Suo, is he also compatible? Ka Suo. The bald team leader paused for a moment, then smiled. Maybe, Ka Suo's compatibility is unexpectedly good. Chapter 203. Don't stay too long. Oh! At the stairs, Kaso was the last one to come out of the darkness. He even did a superfluous tumble, as if he thought it was more interesting. I didn't expect you to get through. Little Pepe is really amazing. Kaso gave a thumbs up and praised her. However, Little Pepe didn't react to this, but smiled happily when Bai Yi praised her. Although Kaso was a little silly, he was easygoing. Xiao Pei ignored him. And he didn't care either. He walked to Bai Yi and listened carefully to his next arrangements. In front of him was a staircase leading to the second floor. There was only one way. There was no other choice but to go up the stairs. Mu carefully observed the surroundings and found nothing unusual. So he decided to let Chen Su lead the way. Several people stepped onto the stairs one by one and headed for the second floor. Ka Suo is immune to electrical damage. Xiao Pei is extremely flexible and agile. Not to mention the god of war Chen Su and the humanoid computer Mu. The traps we set up before may not work at all. In the control room inside the high wall, the members of Tower 1 were busy updating the information. When they were conducting a background check on Bai Yi, Kaso had not yet joined Bai Yi, and Xiao Pei's information was limited to her ability to be invisible and use hidden weapons, which led to a huge deviation in the background check results. The high-energy power grid designed specifically for mechanical components, and the dense beam trap that was firmly believed to be impossible for anyone to pass through, instantly became meaningless. You quickly input the new information into the system. A player who looked like a team leader shouted anxiously, and hurriedly organized emergency countermeasures. Attention! The rest of the people, Bai Yi and his men, are about to reach the second floor. According to the information we have now, our attacks on the second and third floors may not work at all on them. We must take countermeasures immediately. But they are not afraid of anything, a player said with a frown. According to the information, Kaso can not only absorb electrical energy, but can also resist any energy attack. This means that our artillery, electromagnetic guns, and laser guns are completely ineffective. That's right, and they still have that black hole to drill. Someone next to him responded. With Ka Suo here, others can get into the black hole and let him lead them. Then what's the point of our preparations? Right. I knew they were so strong. We might really lose this battle. Don't make noise, Don't panic, let me think about it. Everyone just made noise. The team leader frowned and raised his hand, stopping the noise around. No matter how strong, there must be weaknesses. Kazuo is immune to energy attacks, but it's not infallible. We have so many traps and weapons in our hands. With our numbers, we can always think of a way to bypass Kazuo's ability. Everyone looked at each other, their panicked minds were tangled together, but no one could come up with a countermeasure. Hey. After a moment, the team leader raised his lips and spoke first. I have a good idea. Come on. Follow me. Now their tactics have been exposed. The bright ones are over there, and the dark ones are on our side. I don't believe we can't kill them. The appearance of this mechanical tower is a towering cylinder. The stairs leading to the second floor rise slowly around the central axis of the tower. There are no windows on both sides of the stairs. Only rough stone walls and wall lamps every few steps. It is difficult to judge the location of the stairs and the time required to climb to the second floor. The people walking together walked slowly and were very close to each other for fear of losing sight in the winding stairs. It's not far from the second floor. In this quiet stairwell, only the sound of light footsteps echoed, and Mu's voice suddenly broke the silence. The inner diameter of the stairs is gradually shrinking, and the echo seems to be getting stronger. There should be a spacious area not far away. With precise equipment and processing systems, Mu's judgment is much more accurate than what the naked eye can see. Bai Yi nodded, and the others also became cautious and continued to climb up. Wait a minute. At this moment, Shinsu suddenly stopped and made a stop gesture. There is a sound. Xiao Pei's hearing was extremely sharp, and she quickly understood why Shinsu stopped. It seems to be a sound coming from the wall. What is that? The sound of metal rubbing against each other. Shinsu looked calm and listened carefully. The sound was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Bai Yi, Mu and the transformed Kazuo all looked confused. The three of them stood there carefully, watching Shinsu and Xiao Pei moving slowly along the wall, trying to identify the source of the sound, and guessing what unexpected events the sound might cause. Metal friction sound. Is it the sound of mechanical operation? Bai Yi asked. Somewhat like it. Shinsu responded, and at this moment his eyes suddenly changed, and the next second he rushed to Xiao Pei, quickly pulling her back. Although Shinsu reacted quickly, he was already one step too late. Just when Xiao Pei's feet just left a certain step, a huge noise suddenly sounded, piercing through the air, breaking the eardrum, as if directly impacting everyone's mind. Ah! Xiao Pei screamed, covering her head tightly. Shinsu also staggered because of the sudden noise. These two people have the most sensitive hearing in the team, so the noise has a more severe impact on them. Bai Yi, Mu and Kazuo are obviously not deaf, and they also cover their ears at the same time. The strong sound waves bound them tightly in the middle of the stairs. Go! We can't stay here for long. Shinsu's voice came from the signal bridge of several people, intermittently, and seemed particularly urgent, as if it was disturbed by the noise. Just as they were struggling to resist the attack of the sound waves, and were about to continue climbing up the stairs, the light around them suddenly dimmed. Up there! Xiao Pei noticed something was wrong and shouted, but was drowned by the huge sound waves. Everyone looked up and saw a heavy stone slab falling rapidly, approaching their heads in an instant. Bai Yi? Shinsu was quick-witted and quickly grabbed Bai Yi, and with his hands on the ground, he rushed out of the stone slab's influence range. Kazuo also took advantage of the force and quickly followed, pulling Xiao Pei over with him. Mu Ze immediately turned around and rushed to the summoning cabin. Boom! With a loud bang, the heavy stone slab fell on the stairs, causing the energy barrier to glow red. Bai Yi was embraced by Shinsu, and his eyes quickly judged the current situation. At the same time, as soon as Xiao Pei landed, he grabbed Kazuo and pushed him aside. Kazuo smiled, as if he wanted to make a joke, but his expression froze in an instant, and he pulled Xiao Pei to the top of the stairs. Boom! Then another stone slab fell heavily, and the energy barrier was activated again, connecting the newly formed red light into one piece. This was actually a continuous stone slab attack. Shinsu and Bai Yi quickly dodged the second falling stone, and the few of them did not delay any longer, and immediately took advantage of the momentum to rush forward. As expected, the stone slabs behind them fell one after another. When they finally rushed out of the spiral staircase and stepped onto the second floor, dust flew everywhere. The ceiling shook violently, and the unabated noise came along. The top of the entire floor exerted heavy pressure on Bai Yi and his team. Hold on. Chinsu's eyes were fixed on the exit hidden in the corner more than 10 meters away. He quickly hugged Bai Yi tightly, lowered his body, and rushed there suddenly. At the moment when the roof fell, the two of them just stuck to the ground and escaped from danger almost 1,000th of a second before the fall. Ka Suo and Xiao Pei were a little slower, watching the heavy floor falling down rapidly, and the loud bang buried their figures in the flying dust. Bai Yi's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart seemed to stop for a moment. Chinsu instinctively reached out to help, but the escape was already at stake, and there was no time to turn back. Then, Bai Yi stabilized his heartbeat. It's okay. They will come back. Fortunately, they are summoned bodies. As long as Bai Yi is safe, and the summoning cabin is intact, the two can be guaranteed to be safe. After Bai Yi confirmed the summoning cabin, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then summoned Ka Suo, Xiao Pei and Mu together. After passing through the second floor of the tower, there seemed to be no more threat of falling stone slabs above his head, and the huge noise disappeared without a trace, leaving only dust in the air and an extreme tranquility that seemed to be from another world. This round was indeed quite intense. Bai Yi took a deep breath and was speechless for the time being. Although the noise and falling rock attacks were simple and unpretentious, lacking technical content, they just caught their weaknesses. High-end weapons usually use energy attacks. With Queso here, even the most advanced energy attacks are useless. But like the Delta Zero impact cannon that Hunter used on Chinsu last time, pure physical attacks of impact and pressure, as long as the force reaches a certain level, can indeed cause damage to their mechanical bodies, especially noise. This kind of ubiquitous interference is impossible to avoid. Chinsu and Xiao Pei's hearing is several times better than that of ordinary people, and the impact of noise on their reactions is even more obvious. Bai Yi turned to look at Chinsu. Chinsu frowned and pressed his temple. Noticing Bai Yi's gaze, he responded with an inquiring look. How is it? Bai Yi asked him. Nothing, Chinsu replied, looking through the people to the stairs behind. I don't know how far it is to reach the switch device on the top of the tower. Let's take a break and set off as soon as possible. Well, act quickly. Bai Yi stood up and said to the others. Our every move may be under the watchful eyes of the other 100 players. The longer the time, the more our abilities and behavior habits will be exposed. This time, the noise and rockfall attacks are already targeted, and the subsequent mechanisms will definitely be more targeted. But in the setting of this game, this is inevitable. Therefore, we'd better speed up our actions. Try not to leave too much time for the other side to adjust their tactics, and solve these 4 towers as soon as possible. Chapter 20 for the only thing that can be done. Woo! Watching Bai Yi and his team passing through the rockfall trap in a dangerous situation, Bai Yi's temporary live broadcast room in the West Square instantly boiled over. Some people beat drums, some people cheered. As for what Bai Yi just said, only a few people could really hear it clearly. On the big screen, Bai Yi and his team walked to the stairs leading to the 3rd floor, looking up cautiously. Then Chinsu still took the lead, gradually walking towards the stairs. In the crowd, someone shouted first, "The boss is taking action again." With this shout, the noisy crowd gradually subsided, the red-head scarves also calmed down, and their eyes were once again focused on Bai Yi on the screen. The stairs leading to the 3rd floor were still the same as before. There were no windows on both sides. It was hard to tell what they looked like. It seemed that they had stepped on the 2nd floor again. With the experience from last time, the steps of the people were more cautious this time. Bai Yi carefully looked at the top of the staircase while walking. However, the ordinary ceiling above his head did not show any abnormality. Where did those thick stone slabs come from? Arnold said to Jia zipping beside him, while playing with the drumstick unconsciously. Looking at the staircase, it doesn't look like a place where stones are stored. Could it be that there is some space device hidden there? Arnold is one of the few White Knight fans in the square who is willing to discuss the mechanism setting. And Jia zipping is also one of the few people who can talk about some practical things. However, this time, Jia zipping didn't seem to want to discuss the game mechanism with Arnold. He only responded vaguely, "I'm not sure," and then turned to talk about other topics with Arnold. This scene in the West Square, did you create it on purpose? Jia zipping asked. Arnold's face was slightly stunned, paused for a second, then smiled slightly unnaturally. You think too highly of me. Bai Yi is so outstanding, there are naturally more and more people supporting him, and the scene is getting bigger and bigger. Jia zipping smiled meaningfully, watching Bai Yi's live broadcast, and said casually, I recently found that The number of members of Baiyi Club has suddenly increased sharply. I was a little curious, searched it, and found that there were a lot of advertisements for recruiting members on the internet. The tone and wording seemed to be spread by the same person. A coincidence is that the club's member registration limit was also cancelled at some point. Originally, the number of votes for Baiyi's live broadcast was about the same as before, but the number of fans increased suddenly. But the number of votes was very small, and many people expressed dissatisfaction. I heard that you led everyone to the Star Cluster Square to negotiate, and asked for a larger live broadcast space for Baiyi. And the reason why the Star Cluster Hall agreed was probably because of you. Arnold swallowed his saliva, and before he could think of how to answer, he was interrupted by Jia zipping with an unfinished sentence. So, the attitude of the Divine Court. Is it? Jia zipping did not finish his words. But Arnold certainly understood what he was asking. He did not answer directly, but facing Jia zipping, who had seen through everything, there was no need to continue to cover up. That's all I can do, Arnold said. Yeah. Kazuhira nodded. At this point, the two knew what was going on, and neither of them said anything more. Kazuhira's guess was not wrong. In fact, it was Arnold who removed the club's membership limit and vigorously spread recruitment advertisements on the internet in order to expand the fan organization of Baiyi. When the number of red turbans grew to a certain extent, Arnold took a group of people to the Star Cluster Hall and asked for a larger venue for the next game, so that more people could witness Baiyi's game in real time. All of this stems from his father's words. Even if there is no public sanction, Baiyi is still doomed. The decision of the high-level officials of the Divine Court. Not to mention Arnold. Even his father has little room for intervention. But Arnold grew up in the environment of the Divine Court, and naturally knew that the high-pressure rule of the Divine Court could last for nearly 100 years. One of the reasons is that they are well aware of the influence of public sentiment and know how to grasp it. They do not leave any handles, do not give excuses, do not intensify conflicts, and always maintain a delicate balance, even in the worst situation. Even if the people are angry, the Divine Court will never hand over a suitable fuse to let the people ignite their resentment into a raging fire in an instant. Therefore, after careful consideration, Arnold decided to start from this point. To make the Divine Court more wary of Baiyi's lead, he hoped to make more people pay attention to and care about Baiyi's life and death within his ability. The more people care about Baiyi, the more cautious the Divine Court will be. If Baiyi can always stand at the center of people's emotions, perhaps he can really become an existence that the Divine Court cannot easily erase. To protect Baiyi from the control of the Divine Court, this may be the only thing he can do. I hope this really works, Arnold thought to himself. Just as he was about to turn his attention back to Baiyi, there was a strange sound in the live broadcast, and the next second, there was a burst of exclamation in the square, which frightened Arnold's heart. He looked up quickly, and saw on the big screen, a large amount of thick black viscous liquid rush down like a tide, and Baiyi and his companions had disappeared, half a minute ago. Xiao Pei was a little uneasy, and looked up again. No more rocks will fall this time. Right? The last time, the huge rock pressed down on her head seemed to have left a shadow in her heart. I feel there seems to be no mechanism here. Not necessarily, Baiyi answered her. And the result of his speculation was similar to Arnold's opinion. I observed it when I went to the second floor before, and the roof at that time was no different from now. So I think this mechanism contains a space transmission device. And it has a visual trick, so we can't easily detect it. Xiao Pei whispered, then why not just blow up the roof? No. No. She was halfway through her words, and suddenly realized that the tower was full of energy barriers. So we can only act carefully. Once, Baiyi was halfway through his words. His face suddenly changed. Qin Su immediately shouted alertly, be careful. Then, he protected Baiyi, Xiao Pei, and Ka Suo behind him. In a flash, Baiyi reacted quickly. The secret realm card was opened instantly, and Qin Su and the other four were recalled at the same time. At the moment Baiyi entered the secret realm card, a large piece of hot black viscous substance poured down from the ceiling, directly covering the stairs they had just stood on. This is asphalt. In the monitoring room, the people in the analysis team rushed over instantly. On Baiyi's screen, a large amount of asphalt was pouring down from above with hot steam. The black color wrapped in thick fog almost covered the entire screen. He couldn't even see a trace of his figure, and the outline of the stairs was almost unrecognizable. Baiyi, did he just open the black hole? An analyst asked uncertainly. You saw it too? Then it's not my eyes. The analyst next to him answered immediately, and his tense face relaxed a little. They should have escaped. Ed breathed a sigh of relief and analyzed. It doesn't look like there are people in this asphalt. And they are still in the player list, showing no abnormal status. Fortunately, they have the black hole card. The analyst nodded with lingering fear, and they all felt scared. Xiao Jing also calmed down a little. After a while, he suddenly remembered something. But Bai Yi and the others have entered the black hole, and no one can take the card to another place. How can they leave this asphalt area? In the picture, the hot asphalt is still flowing slowly. Ed and others were stunned when they heard Xiao Jing's words. They are all in the black hole. They can't take the black hole to other places. Right. So that means, when they come out, they will still be covered with asphalt. Is that what you mean? The high walls and towers here exude the charm of the ancient century 1 or 2,000 years ago. And the traps made of stone and asphalt are unexpectedly retro. Although the style of asphalt is old, its actual effect is not inferior at all. This material becomes extremely viscous after heating up. Once wrapped, it will be extremely difficult to move. After cooling down, it will harden. If you don't escape in time before it cools down, you will be trapped and unable to move. Such a large amount of asphalt, it will take a long time to completely solidify, but we can't stay here for too long. In the dwarf town, Bai Yi said, while walking deeper into the street. Therefore, when we leave here, we may encounter a quagmire where we can't move. The other party will never think that just a little bit of asphalt can kill us. Hindering our movement is just a means. They must have other attacks waiting for us to fall into the trap. And once we have this asphalt, the attacks that we could easily deal with may become extremely difficult. So, I think it's time to try our new machine. New machine? Xiao Pei asked curiously, and then Bai Yi turned an intersection and walked straight to a slightly old warehouse. The outer wall of the warehouse is decorated with gears of different sizes. It has no practical value except for its beauty. The door is not locked, and it seems that they are not worried that someone will steal the things inside. This is where Bai Yi stores the newly assembled simplified distortion field generator. I'm here. How have you been these days? As the group walked into the warehouse, Bai Yi, like the bearded dwarf of the past, talked to the distortion field generator in a nonsensical way. As soon as the voice fell, the generator tilted slightly twice, as if responding to Bai Yi. Not bad. Bai Yi nodded, walked forward, patted the shell of the machine. Do you remember what I taught you last time? Of course I remember. Very good. Now let's try it. Chapter 205. Is this also a free point game? About 10 minutes later, whether in the West Square or the monitoring room, Bai Yi's live broadcast screen was still pitch black, like asphalt that swallowed everything. The asphalt continued to flow. Bai Yi still did not show up, and there was almost no change in these 10 minutes. It's really worrying. Xiao Jing tapped the table with his fingers anxiously. This asphalt is flowing endlessly. It's not a good idea for Bai Yi to keep hiding like this. I don't know what's hidden in the black hole, Aide said. If there is something in there that can help Bai Yi solve the problem, that's good. If not, they can't even grasp the timing of coming out. Xiao Jing frowned and nodded. Just after nodding twice, he suddenly saw a subtle change in the slowly flowing black. The next second, the familiar black hole suddenly appeared in the asphalt waterfall. They are coming out. Xiao Jing and Ed were instantly refreshed. Soon, a fully armored man jumped out of the black hole swiftly and stepped directly into the hot asphalt. The armored man was covered with a dark gray metal layer. The asphalt flowing on his body was like water drops on a lotus leaf. The originally sticky liquid instantly gathered into beads and rolled down his body smoothly. What is going on? Ed and Xiao Kyoto were stunned. The armored man's head was also covered with a metal layer. They could only roughly judge that this person was Chinsu based on his body shape. Then, others also jumped out of the black hole one after another. One was short, one was tall, one was strong, one was thin, like Xiaopei, Mu, Kazuo, Bai Yi and Chinsu. All of them were wearing light armor, and they moved freely in the surging asphalt, without being hindered by the sticky liquid at all. Their protective equipment has changed. This armor will not be stuck by the asphalt. Then, what is hidden in the black hole? Did they change their equipment in it? Xiao Jing and Ed stared at Bai Yi and others moving rapidly in the asphalt flow. Their eyes were as big as copper bells. The problem was solved. This was commonplace for Bai Yi and his team. But every time they saw Bai Yi respond perfectly to a crisis, it was still unbelievable and shocking. What kind of equipment did Bai Yi and his team wear? How could they be prepared for such a situation in advance? It seems that this tower and mechanism can't stop them at all. A match of one person against 100 people, is it also giving Bai Yi points? Although the equipment of Bai Yi and his team shocked Ed and Xiao Jing, the fact is that no matter how carefully Bai Yi considered, he could not foresee that they would encounter such a niche hot asphalt attack. The metal layer covering them is actually the super titanium fluid protective clothing, and the simple super titanium protective clothing inside Bai Yi's shirt, which is the result of being processed by a small distortion field generator. Although Bai Yi took the last distortion field generator for himself, he certainly couldn't turn the secret town into a distorted field. After research, Bai Yi modified the generator originally used for the distortion of time and space of large objects, turning it into a precision instrument that can distort the molecular structure of tiny objects. This time, Bai Yi used this small distortion field generator to reorganize the super titanium fluid molecular chain of the protective suit. After the reorganization, a layer of superliquid repellent structure was formed on the surface of the armor, which could even prevent a drop of asphalt from sticking to the body. At the same time, the original super titanium fluid has almost solidified, and a certain gap is maintained with the skin, which makes it have a better heat insulation effect, enough to withstand the high temperature of the asphalt flow. The generator that was once powerful enough to generate a distortion storm has now been transformed by Bai Yi into equipment for various defense scenarios. The mysterious buyer behind the Desert Bandits tried his best to get this machine, probably for the scientific research secrets. But Bai Yi did not accept the generator for any big deal. All his purpose was to hope that he and his companions could survive in this endless life and death battle. Let's go! Outside the secret card, Bai Yi sent a message through the signal bridge, and several people in the asphalt immediately ran to the top of the tower. Sure enough, after a few steps, the laser cannons on the left and right walls were aimed at them, and the next moment, the artillery fire poured down like raindrops. The hot asphalt flow hindered the movement, and the sudden high firepower made people feel that the opponent's attack configuration had put a lot of effort. However, the opponent's players would not have thought that when this trap was triggered, these attack targets were already in a superliquid repellent state, and under the protection of super titanium. They did not care about these attacks at all. Crossed the asphalt, faced the laser, and passed through 3 floors in a dozen seconds. What should I do? They are about to reach the 4th floor. The 4th floor above the 3rd floor is where the switch device is located. When Bai Yi and his team stepped onto the 3rd floor, a sudden fire struck. But before they entered the secret realm, the fire suddenly extinguished, followed by several pungent lines of poisonous gas, and then several heavy artillery fired at them continuously. This wave of attack seemed fierce, but there was no pattern. The scene was so chaotic that it seemed like a random attack after losing control. This was just like the state of the players of Team B in the control room of Tower 1. They thought that Asphalt's attack would be an unexpected surprise attack, but they didn't expect Bai Yi and his team to break through this level without any obstacles. The players in charge of Tower 1. Some were busy in front of the console. Some were so anxious that their faces turned red, and they were busy giving orders. This is not allowed. That is not allowed. And some were reporting the situation to the other 3 towers on the communicator. The team leader and several players gathered in front of the console, urgently discussing what else they could do in this last section of the road to stop Bai Yi and his group, who were like a divine army descending from the sky. On the monitoring screen, Chen Su flexibly shuttled between various artillery fire, and the others disappeared, obviously hiding in the black hole again. These attacks were easy for Chen Su to dodge. He saw that he only needed to go a short distance before he would pass through the last spiral staircase. I don't think it will work. A player looked at the monitoring screen and said in frustration, there is no space device on the top floor that can set up a mechanism. Even if we come up with a plan now, with Bai Yi and his team's speed, the new plan will not be implemented in time. They have already turned on the switch. I think our tower is doomed. Yes. If you have any ideas, why not give them to the towers behind first? Another person also echoed. Even if Bai Yi passes us, as long as there is a tower behind that can set up a mechanism to restrict him, he will still be in trouble. Well, it seems that this is the only way. The team leader nodded helplessly. Fortunately, there are still 3 towers behind. We will try our best to come up with a good plan. I hope the brothers behind can help. The top floor of the tower was silent, and all the chaos and noise around seemed to be wiped out in an instant, as if they were in a pure and ancient building. Several people have taken off their asphalt-resistant liquid-repellent armor. Chin-Su and his friends are wearing their original super titanium fluid suits, while Bai Yi is still wearing his well-fitting and elegant white suit. In front of them, there stands a push-rod switch that looks just as old, about half a meter long. The push-rod is clearly marked with the number 1, and the left and right sides are marked with on and off respectively. It seems that all you need to do is push the push-rod from off to on to activate Tower 1. Xiao Pei looked around the push-rod carefully, not daring to touch it easily, but carefully approached to observe. Huh? Kazuo folded his arms in front of his chest, standing behind Xiao Pei, blew a whistle, tilted his head and smiled. It's so easy to go through the levels with Xiao Bai Yi. Although Kazuo's words were quite frivolous, in the process of dealing with the traps together, Bai Yi's attitude towards him was slightly gentle, smiled slightly, then he held the push rod with his hand, and pushed it hard to the other side. Crackle. A dull metallic sound came from deep in the wall, and then, the system's voice came from above / congratulations to player Bai Yi for activating the switch of tower number 1. The progress of the city gate opening is 1/4. Please keep up the good work, player Bai Yi, and continue to crack other levels. Okay, next tower. As soon as the system's announcement fell, Kazuo staggered towards the stairs. However, after walking a few steps, he found that the others were still standing by the putter, and they didn't seem to be going to leave with him. What's wrong? Chin-Su asked when he saw Bai Yi was silent. Look here. Bai Yi paused, pointed to the logo next to the putter, and answered Chin-Su. This device is not a virtual button, nor is it an electronic identification, but a physical putter. This side is on, and that side is off. You mean? Xiao Pei gradually came to his senses. We just pushed the putter over and started the device. But if someone pulls the putter back later, then our quarter task progress. Bai Yi looked up at everyone. Bai Yi. At this moment Mu, who had been silent all the time, put away the scanning light tape in his hand, and suddenly called Bai Yi. He took out a pistol from the space card, walked to the push rod, and gently hit the top of the push rod with the gun handle, which actually left a shallow dent. Bai Yi, there is no energy barrier near the push rod, Mu said lightly. No energy barrier. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, and then smiled lightly. It seems that this is the tacit consent of the system. After that, Bai Yi took out a remote-controlled bomb from the space card. Since the system tacitly consents, then let's blow up this quarter of the task first. Chapter 206 How Long Can Life Last? Boom! A loud noise sounded at the top of the tower, and smoke and dust suddenly gushed out of the vents on the roof. Bai Yi stood outside the tower, looking up at the mess, and then put the remote control into the space card. There are 3 more, Bai Yi said. Let's go, and see what they will use to entertain us in the tower below. Wait. Bai Yi was about to take a step, but was stopped by Chin-Su. What bomb did you use just now? What bomb? Bai Yi was a little confused, but still answered him. NT3. What's wrong? NT3 is a common bomb. Its explosive power is only equivalent to destroying a switch device, and there is no special additional effect. NT3? Chin-Su certainly knew the power of NT3. He repeated Bai Yi's answer in a low voice, looked up at the top of the tower, and looked around. The wind and snow were still raging, and the frozen wasteland was still cold and vast. There was a gray and dead silence around, as if the subtle vibration just now was just an accidental sensory failure. Is there a problem? Bai Yi noticed that Chin-Su's reaction was not right, so he asked. Chin-Su paused for a moment, and responded, after the explosion just now, there seemed to be some aftershocks, faint and intermittent. But NT3 shouldn't have such an effect. Even Chin-Su felt a slight difference, and no one else felt anything. However, no one questioned Chin-Su's vigilance. He did not immediately go to Tower 2, and everyone else stayed where they were. Even Kazuo seemed to be calm, and did not move casually. Over there. Chin-Su concentrated for a moment, his eyes stern, and then turned his gaze to the other side of the high wall, to the snowfield. The vibration appeared again, and this time, it can be confirmed that it came from over there. Mu heard this and immediately turned on the scanning light belt, frowning slightly. The frozen soil over there is different from when we first entered the dungeon. What's the difference? Bai Yi asked hurriedly. The average temperature has dropped by 2.1 degrees. The snow density has decreased, and the average altitude has increased by about 5 centimeters. Look over there. Before Mu finished speaking, Xiao Pei pointed to the distance and shouted, and everyone's attention was instantly attracted. The ground over there seems to be moving. The ground is moving? Several people were startled. Before they could see the shaking ground clearly, not far away, a black thing suddenly broke out of the ground, followed by the second, the third, like flies and ants breaking out of their shells. In just a few seconds, groups of black figures emerged from the gray and white frozen soil. That is, Bayez's eyes widened, and ominous premonition surged into his heart. Mu, who was turning on the scanning light strip, froze in an instant, and Xiaopei covered her mouth, and her surprise just now turned directly into fear. That's a person. Yes. Chensu frowned, and then quickly called out the flame cannon on his arm. Not a living person. Even someone with poor eyesight like Bai Yi could see that those people were moving abnormally. Their bodies were twisted, and they were staggering. Although they had hands and feet, their movements seemed to be out of control, strangely disordered. And the nearest ones, exposed bones, rotten flesh, missing lips, and empty eye sockets, flashed with a dark light. This is the dead. As Bai Yi spoke, a tall bad machine suddenly appeared beside him. According to the system explanation before the game started, Bayez's mission was to obtain the scepter of the dead, to awaken the army of the dead in the frozen soul, and command them to help him overthrow the rule of the dictator. But now they have not obtained the scepter of the dead, and even only one of the city gate locks has been opened. And the army of the dead has already awakened. Without the scepter of the dead, it is obvious that these zombies cannot obey orders. The system clearly pointed out that the dead have the instinct to devour life. At this moment, behind him are high walls and closed doors. And in front of him is a frozen wasteland covered with countless dead. In this vast world, he is the only living person. Just look around, and you will know that he is the only target of these dead. Bai Yi quickly jumped onto the shoulders of the bad machine, and the others gradually retreated, preparing to deal with the attack of a large number of rotting corpses. Before obtaining the scepter, he must survive the siege of the army of the dead. Is this the setting of this copy? What's going on? Is this what the game instructions say at the beginning? In the monitoring room, the analysts were confused for a moment. Wait a minute, I'll sort out my thoughts. Aide raised his hand to make a stop gesture, and after thinking for a few seconds, he spoke. The system meant that Bai Yi needed to obtain the staff of the dead, and then awaken the army of the dead, right? Yes. Then the storage location of the staff of the dead is within the high wall, which belongs to the Empire. Bai Yi has to open the gates of the 4 towers, to enter the high wall and obtain the staff, right? That's right. But before the gates were opened, the army of the dead actually woke up first, and began to attack Bai Yi fiercely. In order to survive, and get the staff of the dead, Bai Yi must fight with the dead while opening the tower. In other words, in order to command the dead, they must first kill the dead. Is this logic reasonable? Yes. After Ed finished speaking, other analysts also realized the irrationality. Why is the game set up like this? Is it purely to increase the difficulty? Is it just to make it more difficult for Bai Yi to attack the tower, and weaken their future combat effectiveness? Or is this the work of the opposing players? Did they seize the staff in advance to summon the army of the dead in order to stop Bai Yi? As soon as he said this, everyone was silent for a second. And then, they all agreed with this new guess. But before they could go deeper, they were hit hard by the game data. The system shows that the staff of the dead is still in place, untouched. Xiao Jing pointed to his computer screen and said, and there are restrictions here. In this game, the staff of the dead can only be used by Bai Yi. Then, why did these dead awaken? Everyone was even more confused, looking at each other. No one knew how to interpret the current situation. On the live broadcast screen, there were more and more zombies, black masses, almost blocking Bai Yi's vision. The next second, a burst of flames exploded, and the rotten corpses instantly turned into scorched marks. The army of the dead was not a player. So Chensu and his team naturally did not have to show mercy. Under the attack of high-energy weapons, these corpses obviously did not have much defense. But their defense was not high. But they could not resist the surge of numbers. A batch of corpses had already turned into scorched marks. And more dead swarmed in from behind, whimpering hideously, and pounced on Bai Yi and his team on the scorched marks on the ground. Why are there so many? It is impossible to kill all of them. It is impossible. Do we really have to break into those towers full of mechanisms under the attack of the army of the dead? Even Bai Yi and his team can't do it. Isn't this game setting too much? What is going on? The unexpected appearance of the army of the dead caught Bai Yi off guard. Everyone in the analysis group looked at each other. And in the game management department of Shinting. All this actually caused chaos. What's wrong with this program? It's totally inoperable. It's completely inoperable. I'm stuck here too. The code has all turned into garbled characters. How could this happen? The programmers in the control room were panicking. Some were typing away on the keyboard. Some were holding their heads in confusion. And some were running around, trying to find clues to the solution from other people's computers. But everyone's computer was filled with a mess of indecipherable characters. In a flash, these characters were like wild horses running wildly on the screen. What happened? Just as the programmers were panicking, the door of the control hall was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged official walked in quickly. It was the director of the game management department, Arnold's father. Minister, look. How could it become like this? The minister walked straight to the nearest computer and stared at the garbled characters scrolling rapidly on the screen in shock. What on earth did you do? Is there only garbled characters here? Is it the same everywhere else? It's all like this. Minister. A man wearing glasses hurriedly came to the minister's side, obviously the person in charge of the program group. We tried many methods, but we couldn't stop the automatically generated code. All the operation ports were stuck. We haven't found a solution yet. Why? What caused it? The minister asked anxiously, his hand still pressing the keyboard. The person in charge paused and couldn't answer immediately. He had a rough guess about the reason in his mind. But it was not easy to say. After thinking for a moment, he turned his head to look at the live broadcast screen deep in the hall, and finally lowered his voice and explained to the minister carefully. According to the previous system description, the awakening of the Army of the Dead was not the original setting of the game, and we did not touch the data part of the Army of the Dead. The previous game has been running very stably. Only after the in-depth management of this game did this situation occur. You mean? The minister was shocked. Well, I think this is probably due to our in-depth management, which caused some bugs to appear when the game ran to this point. The person in charge answered carefully. In-depth management, in simple terms, is to modify the game parameters. The person in charge meant that the game was broken. The minister narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the person in charge beside him, and wanted to complain about their incompetence. But he finally held back. After all, the person in charge had reminded him many times before that the game could not be modified perfectly before this game. It was he who forced the technical team to launch this semi-finished product under pressure from above. This EVO Doomsday Survival Competition is a game introduced by the Divine Court from the center of the galaxy. All programs in the game are encrypted modules. As the importer, Shinting only had the right to act as the agent of the game interface and monitor the content. In the first few games, Shinting basically played the role of the game agent, organizing the game, until the secrets of Shinting in the galaxy were gradually exposed in the game. Letting everything in the game go its own way would be extremely dangerous. When seeing the emergence of the natural religion, Shinting realized this. Therefore, Shinting organized a technical team to try to crack the encrypted program module of the game through the game interface it controlled. But the encrypted game at the galaxy level is not easy to crack. In the last game, the program group had just successfully controlled the live broadcast module. And just before this game, the top management suddenly ordered them to remove Baye's threat without leaving any trace. To ensure Baye's defeat, or even to die reasonably and indisputably. Time was tight, and the ability was limited. As a result, the game crashed. But it was not necessarily a bad thing. The minister exhaled slowly, his thoughts racing in his mind, and the tension on his face had eased without knowing when. Whether the game is out of control, and how to repair the program, are not the key points. From the beginning to the end, the key point is the player Baye. The out-of-control game is much more difficult than their modification plan. They cannot control the situation. And Baye in the game is even more powerless. No matter how strong Baye is, he is just a flesh and blood body. Now he is trapped in the game with no way forward and no way back. It is simply a fantasy to survive. In short, eliminating the threat of Baye is undoubtedly to let the game help them do more extreme and more efficient things in this matter. Yes, different ways to the same end. The minister raised his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Don't worry about repairing the program. Just take your time, he said to the person in charge. Next, we will wait and see how long this pretty boy can survive. Chapter 207 My Cemetery. Was it fate, or an accidental incident, Bai Yi and the copy had no time to care about these, but for them, the result did not seem to make much difference. Because in front of him, the only choice was to fight. The army of the dead surged like a tide, surrounding Bai Yi and his party layer by layer. Bai Yi went all out, mobilizing the firepower of PKL-5, dense rain of bullets poured out, and the flames of Chinsu and Kaasu almost dyed the gloomy sky red. However, the dead were fearless. Groups of zombies kept rushing over. Although enemies were constantly being burned, there was still a steady stream of rotting and hideous faces in the back, opening their mouths to devour Bai Yi's life. This won't work. Bai Yi sat on the shoulders of the bad machine and shouted at Chinsu and the others at the top of his lungs. We can't just kill these living dead here. Even if we can kill them all, the mission will most likely not be completed. Xiao Pei is right. Maybe we should attack the tower first. Xiao Pei leaned against the bad machine, holding a light electromagnetic gun, and tried his best to shoot, while loudly suggesting to Bai Yi. Bai Yi certainly heard Xiao Pei's suggestion. Chinsu and Kaasu also heard it. But no one agreed immediately, nor did they object. Xiao Pei was right. No matter what the current situation is, they must win the game in the end, to escape from the dungeon and gain real safety. To win the game, they must obtain the scepter, and to obtain the scepter, they must open the city gate. And to open the city gate, even if they are under attack from the army of the dead, they must break through the siege and turn on all the switches on the top of the 3 towers. It was not easy to pass through the tower full of traps, especially under the nightmare-like attack of the living dead. But even if it was difficult, they had no choice. Go! The moment Bai Yi made the decision, the bad machine suddenly jumped up, and the dazzling white light swept down from the sky. Where the white light passed, the encirclement of the army of the dead instantly blew out a charred gap. Chinsu and his companions immediately returned to the summoning cabin, and the bad machine, with the help of air pressure, flew quickly in the direction of Tower 2. Successfully broke through. In the west square of the Star Cluster Hall, the Red Turbans were instantly excited. They didn't expect that these armies of the dead were the result of a program crash. While complaining about the game's constantly changing settings, everyone stared at the live broadcast screen nervously, keeping an eye on Bai Yi's situation. Seeing the bad machine taking Bai Yi across the almost panic-inducing encirclement of the living dead, warm cheers immediately rang out in the square. However, before the cheers could fade away, suddenly, a loud noise suddenly broke out from the speaker, instantly drowning out all the cheers. What's going on? Is this an explosion? The Red Turbans all widened their eyes, and all turned their gazes to the live broadcast screen. At this time, Bai Yi, who was in the live broadcast, was also stunned, looking up as if he was looking at something above. Boss, Bai Yi is looking up. The explosion must have come from above. Someone shouted. Above? As soon as this sentence came out, most of the Red Turbans, including the one who spoke, suddenly realized something. So far, the scene of this game is relatively simple, with a cold tundra on one side and a towering wall on the other, and almost no complex terrain or buildings. Judging from the direction of Bai Yi's sight, the height he was looking at was the other side of the high wall, which was exactly the same as the angle of sight not long ago. Boss is looking at the high wall. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of astonishment. The one that was blown up. Could it be? Thick gray-black smoke came out of the ventilation holes of the 3 towers at the same time. Just like the situation when Bai Yi blew up the opening device before. Bai Yi stared at the direction where the smoke was dispersing, and his mind was instantly blank. He originally thought that because he successfully activated switch number 1, the energy barrier around switch number 1 disappeared. This was a mechanism set up by the system to ensure that he could keep this 1/4 of the game progress. But now it seems that this is not the case. He can destroy this device, and the enemy players can do it as well. If the opening device has no energy barrier protection from the beginning, why did the enemy let him successfully activate the first switch? And if the enemy can directly destroy the opening device, then what is the meaning of the tower, the mechanism, and the entire game setting? As early as when he first entered the game, the enemy could blow up these 4 opening devices without any mechanism blocking them, thus easily cutting off the possibility of opening the high wall gate. So why don't they do this? All these thoughts seem extremely confusing. Whether it is the appearance of the army of the dead, or the current activation device, the setting of this game is as confusing as 2 systems colliding head-on. Wait, could it be 2 systems? Bai Yi's heart was shocked, and an explanation suddenly emerged in his mind. If this conjecture is true, maybe everything can be sorted out. He lowered his head, quickly sorted out all the causes and consequences of this game, and raised his eyes again, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, looking at the gloomy, empty sky. So that's it. This is probably not the chaos that was intended. But Shinting wanted to turn this game into his own place of death. As the word Shinting emerged in his mind, Bai Ye's doubts instantly dissipated. Just as he finally sorted out the cause and effect, the army of the dead had already stepped on a pile of corpses and burnt ashes on the ground. And the hideous faces swarmed towards him again, no matter who was in charge of all this. It was meaningless to think about it at this time. Bai Ye pushed his glasses, frowned, and looked down coldly at the army of the dead that was so close. In front of him was a desperate situation where life and death were at stake. Endless corpses, endless battles. If he gave up, what awaited him would be falling into the bunker, never seeing the light of day, or no way out, and the chaotic dungeon would collapse together. Everything was out of control, unpredictable. But even so, as long as there was a glimmer of life left, there was still hope behind the black iron gate. If he wanted to successfully escape from the dungeon, the only possibility was to try to possess the native system that might work, follow the logic of the original game, and let the final victory guide him out of this desperate situation. Bai Ye. What happened? Chen Su asked in the signal bridge as the explosion sounded in the summoning cabin. The opening device was blown up, and the normal method can't open the city gate. Bai Ye replied. Ah? What should we do then? Xiao Pei exclaimed. The bad machine flew up quickly, avoiding the first wave of attacks from the army of the dead. Bai Ye did not respond, but just sat quietly on the shoulder of the bad machine, looking down at the dense, tide-like army of the dead below, which was chilling and seemed to spread far away. If I'm not mistaken, this game has been a grave dug for me by the gods since the beginning. After a moment, Bai Ye spoke again in the signal bridge. They probably want to force me to fail the game and trap me here forever. The connection of my brain system is already unstable, and the order of the game seems to be gone. It's not surprising that the whole copy will collapse in the next second. But no matter what, there is only one way to get out alive. Even if the system is disconnected and the device is destroyed, we must enter the high wall, get the scepter of the dead, and try our best to complete the game. Bai Ye paused, his eyes fixed on the huge black city gate in the distance. So Mu, consider all possibilities. Help me calculate the method and probability of opening the city gate, and the others will work with me to open the road to the city gate. Whether you can pass through smoothly does not necessarily mean survival. But if you cannot pass through, you will definitely die. I hope we can survive and break through this high wall. Huh? In the control room, someone breathed a sigh of relief. The opening device was blown up, and now Bai Ye can't get in. And those zombies can't get in either. Fortunately, we are stable in this game. The player next to him echoed. Now we just have to wait for those zombies to show their power. As long as Bai Ye dies, the game will end. All the players nodded, and they all felt relieved. Although the chaotic situation in the game was carefully arranged by the Divine Court, the players in Group B did not know more about the situation than Bai Ye, and the sudden appearance of the army of the dead also made them uneasy. The system had already made it clear that, when Bai Ye obtained the scepter of the dead, he would be judged as the winner, and the army of the dead needed the scepter of the dead to be awakened. Strictly speaking, they would not encounter the army of the dead in this game. However, the army of the dead has already piled up outside the high wall like a dark cloud. Once Bai Ye opens the city gate, these terrible zombies will surely pour in like a tide. It is important that Bai Ye may win, but under the indiscriminate attack of the army of the dead, they may also put their lives in danger. Therefore, sealing the city gate, blocking the dead, and trapping Bai Ye are undoubtedly their best choices. If Bai Ye had not blown up the opening device of Tower 1, the players of Team B would not have known that this switch could be blown up directly. Bai Ye personally showed them a sure win path. Of course, the hundreds of players did not hesitate. The 3 bombs completely cut off Bai Ye's possibility of opening the city gate. 100% chance of winning. This game is easy to pass. Bai Ye has no chance. No matter how strong he is, he can't keep fighting. I didn't expect that the strongest player of Shenyixing would lose to us this time. How could this happen? The analysts in the monitoring room stared at the screen intently, witnessing the remaining 3 start switches being blown to pieces, and looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Ed and Xiao Jing, who had no doubts about Bai Ye's strength, could not suppress the despair that spread rapidly in their hearts at this moment. There was no logic to follow, no way forward. and only endless fighting. Facing such a world, with the strength at this moment, how long could Bai Ye's life be saved? In the live broadcast, Bai Ye and his team were still doing their best. Wherever they went, corpses were turned into scorched earth by lasers and flames. The gray-white frozen snowfield had long been reduced to a disgusting black mud. Dust and smoke rolled. Black fog filled the air, and even the sky seemed to be stained with a layer of filth. Wait a minute, this seems. Be careful here. Xiao Jing was the first to notice the abnormality, walked quickly to the live screen, and pointed to the sky above the screen. Look at the black smoke here. What is this? Just now there was only a little bit, but now it is obviously getting thicker and thicker, and the range is getting wider and wider. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction Xiao Jing pointed, and sure enough, the black was not the color of a rotting corpse, nor was it a trace of burning, but a ball of black fog that seemed to swallow up the light, and it was spreading rapidly and visible to the naked eye, so thick that it seemed to suck all the surrounding space into it. And Bai Ye seemed to be unaware of this. A few people had changed their formation at some point, adjusted their direction, and rushed towards the gate from the direction of the broken machine, and the black fog quietly swept over the army of the dead like waves, and spread wantonly towards Bai Ye and his group. Chapter 208, Failure. What is the probability? A moment ago, Bai Ye asked Mu on the signal bridge. 8.3%. Mu's response was as calm as water, as if this low probability, which could almost be directly determined as no, did not move him much. This probability was exactly the one that was most likely to succeed in Mu's plan to open the city gate. Outside the signal bridge, Bai Ye and several companions were fighting fiercely with the army of the dead, and inside the signal bridge, everyone was silent for several seconds after hearing Mu's answer. Hey. A few seconds later, Kasua's voice sounded, with a hint of ridicule. I didn't expect that I would die just after being subdued by Xiao Bei. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Bei would definitely retort, but at this time, no one paid attention to Kasua's words. 8.3% only means the possibility of opening the city gate, and the chance of successfully passing through is still slim. The remaining 91.7% means that they will definitely not succeed. If they are trapped in the copy and fight endlessly with the army of the dead, then the moment they run out of ammunition and food, then it will be their death. Do your best. And leave it to fate. After several silences, Chen Su finally spoke. No matter how low the probability is, we can only try. Yes. Bai Ye responded in the signal bridge. The specific number is not important. We just need to choose the plan with the highest success rate and implement it. After speaking, Bai Ye turned and looked at the black iron gate not far away. My brain system has been unstable, intermittent, and it is difficult to connect successfully. I will continue to call the system, and everyone must try to eliminate interference to avoid missing opportunities. After all, we only have one chance to implement this plan. Understood. Everyone responded. The way forward was set. Bai Ye commanded the bad machine to adjust the direction and headed straight for the black iron gate. Just as he turned around, Xiao Bei outside the signal bridge suddenly screamed. Bai Ye? Chen Su. Bai Ye paused, hurriedly turned back, and saw the thick dark fog behind him suddenly dispersed, and quickly retreated back to the group of corpses. And Chen Su's mechanical arm was actually stained black, and instantly fell down. Chen Su, are you okay? Bai Ye immediately commanded the bad machine to fly in front of Chen Su and the rest of the people, and PKL-5 fired crazily, temporarily forcing the army of the dead to retreat. Bai Ye hurriedly jumped off the broken machine and checked the abnormality of Chen Su's arm. The thick black covered most of the mechanical arm, like a black hole, completely swallowing the arm, leaving only an empty black shape. Chen Su tried to control the arm again, but couldn't lift it at all. What's going on? Bai Ye asked Chen Su in astonishment. Is it because of the black fog just now? Yes. Chen Su confirmed. The black fog came silently and suddenly, and the automatic defense of the broken machine did not sense it. This is the result of contact. Then, what is this? Although Bai Ye got this superficial information, neither Chen Su nor he had any clue about this unfamiliar black fog. Otherwise, the attack of the black fog would not have escaped the defense of the broken machine, and Chen Su would not have been careless, and had his crucial mechanical left arm destroyed by the unknown black fog. This arm is Chen Su's most commonly used weapon, and it is also the core of their team's overall attack power. And now, the core of the attack power was severely damaged. Bai Ye's face changed slightly. and a warning sign rose in his heart. At the moment when the two stood opposite each other, the black fog suddenly emerged silently from the group of corpses and quickly attacked Bai Yi. Shinsu keenly sensed the abnormality, and immediately embraced Bai Yi with his still intact right arm, and jumped back a few meters. At the same time, a pale figure suddenly appeared, and without hesitation, he blocked the attack of the black fog for the two of them. Ka Sua. Bai Yi's heart tightened, and he commanded the broken machine to repel the zombies, and was busy checking Ka Sua's condition. When he walked around in front of Ka Sua, Bai Yi was surprised to find that he was clean and there was no pollution at all. Can the black fog be absorbed by him? Bai Yi glanced at the pale skin, and looked up in surprise to meet Ka Sua's eyes. Do you know that this black fog is an energy attack? I don't know. Ka Sua smiled easily, and grabbed a rotten corpse, and threw it at the enemy group. It's just a guess, Kaso said casually. A guess? Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, and had no way to refute it for a while. Chinsu's arm had already been a warning precedent. If Ka Sua guessed wrong, the consequences would be self-evident, but he resolutely chose to use his body to block the attack for them. Don't be too touched. Although he did a good thing, Kaso's expression was still relaxed. I sincerely want to work with you. To protect little Bai Yi, that's what I should do. Bai Yi was speechless for a moment, but still thanked him, and then turned his eyes to Chinsu's dark arm. According to Kaso's ability, this black fog is undoubtedly an energy attack. However, this type of energy is a new experience for Bai Yi, and Lian Mu has not been able to find accurate information about the black fog. Judging from Chinsu's arm, this black fog looks very much like a kind of devouring energy. Devouring light, devouring space, and even devouring the existence of objects, causing the arm to appear dark and empty. Moreover, the visit of this black fog is silent and difficult to detect. If it is attacked, even the defense of Super Titanium will find it difficult to deal with it. More importantly, this energy came from the group of corpses, but was not consumed by them. This means that this dark energy is not only difficult to deal with, but it is only effective against them. Bai Yi stared at the repelled corpses, and raised his hand to summon the little mute. Little mute, replace Chinsu's mechanical arm with an ordinary arm. There is no other way. Use external weapons for the time being. Everyone should be careful to avoid it. At present, we can't solve the damage of the black fog. All we can do is break through the city gate as soon as possible. After Bai Yi finished speaking, he jumped onto the broken machine again and stared at the black iron mountain that stood firmly in front of him. No matter what happens, I believe this is a life or death battle. Let's work together. We have to get out alive. Chinsu's mechanical arm is broken. Why did it happen at this time? In the monitoring room, the analysts were all worried. Even though they had witnessed Bai Yi's high-energy clearance time and time again, no one dared to guarantee that he would win this time. In this chaotic copy now, even the hope of victory has become slim. They learned from the Shiting game department that the game data had collapsed. All the unreasonable phenomena before have been explained. Even so, this cannot change the danger that Bai Yi is facing now. It seems that Bai Yi and his party still have to open the gate and enter the high wall. Ed held his chin with both hands, staring at Bai Yi's live broadcast screen intently. That's right. Only by following the settings to obtain the scepter can there be a chance to escape from the copy. But now the devices in the three towers have exploded. How should they open the door? Seeing Bai Yi and his party getting closer and closer to the city gate, Xiao Jing's heart also tightened. Whether the city gate can be opened basically determines the outcome of Bai Yi's life or death. Since Bai Yi and his men are marching towards the city gate resolutely, maybe it means that they have a suitable plan. And I guess, their plan may require the use of Gao Weika. At this time, Aide seemed unusually calm, as if he had deduced the possible actions Bai Yi might take. Gao Weika. Xiao Jing was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. After thinking about it carefully, such a tall and solid city gate, even the most powerful weapons, can hardly shake it at all. Besides, the tower has been equipped with an energy barrier to prevent violent destruction. So how could it be possible that the most critical city gate is not equipped with one? Therefore, if you want to attack this black iron city gate, you can only rely on high-dimensional cards. Their current cards. Xiao Jing thought about it, and confirmed it again on the computer. They have wind cards, blast cards, excellent copies, enhanced effects, and absolute protection. But these cards, can Bai Yi really open the city gate? No matter how they are combined, these cards seem unable to successfully open a path for Bai Yi. With the energy barrier, neither the gale nor the explosion will have any effect. These may not be enough. But Bai Yi has some rare cards and superdimensional cards that we don't know about. The voice of the ball team leader suddenly came from behind. The two turned their heads and saw the ball team leader staring at the screen. Although his expression was solemn, he still looked quite optimistic. Since Bai Yi has obviously started to act, I believe he must have a plan and grasp. There must be abilities that can be used in the hidden high-level cards. But what kind of ability can pass through the energy barrier and forcefully open these two mountain-like black irons? Xiao Jing's face was still full of worry. And although Ed mentioned the idea of high-dimensional cards, he couldn't guess in his heart how Bai Yi would break through the current predicament, and what the chance of success would be. After all, this is not a normal game. The background data has collapsed, the copy is in chaos, and the development of all events is unpredictable and uncontrollable. In this state, even whether the high-dimensional card is still effective is an unknown. Therefore, whether it is Ed, Xiao Jing, or the ball team leader, or other analysts who pay attention to Bai Yi, they can only hold their breath and watch Bai Yi's every move closely. They hope that Bai Yi can break out of the cocoon as in the past, and break through this thorny abyss. At the same time, everyone is silently prepared in their hearts to welcome the possibility that Bai Yi, the first player of Xinyu Star, will fall into the quagmire in this predicament and eventually sink into the sand. Chapter 209 Success or failure depends on this one move. Boom! Woo! In the west square of the Star Cluster Hall, the sound of the explosion was deafening, the flames burned wantonly in the live broadcast screen, and the faces of the red-turbaned people in the whole venue were flushed with excitement. Soon, the camera switched to Bai Yi on the shoulder of the bad machine. He stared at the sea of fire torn by the explosion, raised his hand to wipe the snowflakes on his face that melted into water, turned around and walked towards the black iron gate not far away. The rotten corpses became fuel. The sea of fire not only showed no signs of extinguishing, but it burned more and more fiercely. The army of the dead was blocked outside the flames, and could not move forward temporarily, giving Bai Yi and his men a chance to breathe. But not long after, the thick black fog gathered again, spreading silently, deep and mysterious, gradually merging with the flames, until it swallowed up all the light. Bai Yi, they are coming again! The black fog completely covered the flames, and then, rotten and hideous faces rushed out of the black fog, and rushed towards Bai Yi frantically. Mu and Xiao Pei immediately picked up their machine guns, and started shooting, and then Ka Sui shouted to them, "Back off!" After that, he leaped out, his brows sank, and his arms opened. With a loud bang, the explosive energy he had just absorbed instantly burst out between his arms, and the sharp flames once again burned the rotting corpses that kept popping up into charcoal. Bai Yi handed the rear to Queso, and marched towards the city gate without stopping. Chen Su's arm had been replaced by the little mute with a simulated arm for daily use. Although it could be used, it had no weapon integration. Even with a normal arm, Chen Su was still an indispensable fighting force. He carried a heavy artillery on his shoulder, and cleared the way for Bai Yi in front, while the bad machine coordinated the attack from behind. However, Bai Yi lowered his eyebrows, and seemed to be indifferent to the battle situation, and fell into deep thought. It's almost there. The red-head scarves stared at the live broadcast screen one by one, not daring to miss any details. Very close. They are very close to the city gate. What is the boss doing? Not moving or talking? How exactly does he want to open the city gate? The red turbans were anxious and confused, but Bai Yi on the screen was still calm and composed, sitting quietly on the shoulder of the bad machine, allowing Queso behind him to resist with all his might, and Chen Su fighting desperately in front of him, still bowing his head in thought, seemingly having nothing to do with the battle. How is it? On the signal bridge, Chen Su asked Bai Yi. Can't connect. Bai Yi answered quickly, but before he finished speaking, he fell silent again. Now, they were only 20 meters away from the black iron gate. Through close observation, the dark and huge gate seemed more solid and majestic, as if a towering iron mountain was blocking their only way out. To survive, they had to successfully climb over the mountain. Ed and his friends were right. The entire tower and its high walls were set up with energy barriers by the game system, including the black iron gate. No weapon could open the gate violently. According to the original setting of the game, the only way to open the gate was through the device in the tower. However, the current situation is that the device has been destroyed. The only passage has been blocked, and the energy barrier has not been removed. If there is a way to bypass the system settings, break through the barrier, and affect the city gate, The only possibility is the high-dimensional card that also depends on the game settings. Even in Mu's calculations, this possibility is as low as 8.3%. The problem is that the high-dimensional card must be used through the brain system. Since the order in the copy began to collapse, the connection of the brain system has become intermittent. And after Bai Yi used the excellent, explosive flame, just now, the brain system has not responded for a long time. I'm trying. Everyone hold on a little longer, Bai Yi said in the signal bridge, and then asked Xiang Mu. Mu, what is the current situation of weapons, energy and ammunition? About 40% of the total is left, Mu replied, although the space card has a large capacity. It can't be like the infinite pocket in the fairy tale. The battle density is too high. It has only been a few dozen minutes since the army of the dead appeared, and more than half of the ammunition reserves have been consumed. In the current situation, it is obvious that they should not delay any further. But how long they can delay before the city gate depends entirely on this brain system that cannot predict when it can be connected. Really? Are they going to leave it to fate? The rumbling of artillery fire around, mixed with the roars and wails of the rotten corpses, is like a dirge before falling into hell. Bai Yi frowned slightly, trying to sense the existence of the system in his brain. Suddenly, he heard the corpses howling in unison. At almost the same time, Xiao Pei reminded Bai Yi in a timely and loud voice. Bai Yi, look over there. Bai Yi turned around and saw a black fog suddenly rising from the dark army of the dead not far away, and quickly gathered in the air. The black fog gathered more and more, and became thicker and thicker. Indistinctly, 2 points of light appeared in the black fog, which were exactly the same as the dim light in the eyes of the corpses. Dim, but attractive, and could not be ignored. What is that? Xiao Pei asked in horror, staring at the approaching black fog. Mu and Ka Sua's expressions were solemn at the same time, and they took 2 steps back reflexively, while Bai Yi gritted his teeth, did not retreat or attack, and tried to connect to the system again in his mind. Whatever that thing was, it would definitely not be beneficial to their battle situation. Even if the battle situation deteriorated to the point where it could not get any worse, they wanted to escape from the predicament, and the only way was to open the black iron gate in front of them. It must be done as soon as possible, as soon as possible. It's coming! The black fog approached instantly. Xiao Pei screamed, reflexively jumped back to avoid it. Ka Sua immediately reacted, flew in front of Xiao Pei, revealed the green muzzle, and welcomed the sudden attack of the black fog. System, please respond as soon as possible. Bai Yi directed the bad machine to shoot, while trying to call the system. I need to use Galway Ka. Please respond to me as soon as possible. Be careful. The black fog continued to condense, gradually showing a tall human figure, and instantly a giant sickle emerged from the black fog, carrying the undispersed black smoke, and quickly chopped down on Ka Sua's head. Ka Sua dodged suddenly, but several corpses rushed over from behind, and with their sharp claws, they instantly tore a hole in his skin without protective clothing. Although wearing the super titanium protective clothing could not absorb energy, without it, he lost basic protection. Bai Yi saw Ka Sua's distraction, and his brows furrowed even more. System, please respond to me. Please hurry up. Ah! As the sickle in the black fog was swung out, the army of the dead around him seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force, and the low roar suddenly turned into a scream. A large number of corpses swarmed up, and the attack speed suddenly increased. Xiao Pei didn't react for a moment, and was grabbed by the corpse's feet. The next second, a white shadow flew by, and Ka Sua pulled Xiao Pei out of the corpse group with great force. However, the black sickle was merciless, and it chopped at Ka Sua again before it hit. Ka Sua had just rescued Xiao Pei, and the corpse still held Xiao Pei's ankles with both hands, and the sharp wind of the knife had already hit his back. Ka Sua's face changed, and he couldn't avoid it. When he was about to slightly turn his body to barely withstand the blow, a crisp metal collision sound came from behind him. Ka Sua turned around suddenly, and saw Chen Su flying over without knowing when, using heavy artillery to desperately block the huge sickle. Queso hurriedly kicked away the corpse that was dragging Xiao Pei, and retreated several meters. At the moment when they escaped from danger, the black fog had passed Chen Su's heavy artillery, and was about to wrap around Chen Su's arm. Chen Su quickly let go of the heavy artillery, and jumped out to avoid the attack range. However, before he could get back on his feet, he was surrounded by a group of violent corpses. Outside the encirclement, More corpses were rushing towards Bai Yi, who had lost Chen Su's protection. Bai Yi? The distance of more than 10 meters between the few people, and Bai Yi was completely occupied by rotten flesh. Several black and rotten hands grabbed the fuselage of the broken machine, and were climbing towards Bai Yi with all their strength. Xiao Pei looked back at Bai Yi and the broken machine, who were about to be drowned by the corpses, and couldn't help shouting. Chen Su's face tightened, and he stepped on the head of the corpse with all his strength, and ran towards Bai Yi. At this moment, Chen Su, Ta Su, Xiao Pei, and Mu suddenly heard Bai Ye's voice in the signal bridge at the same time. Everyone, go back to the summoning cabin. Chen Su paused, and almost at the same moment, he suddenly disappeared into the air. The originally surrounded small space was instantly filled with corpses, and Xiao Pei, Ta Su and Mu disappeared completely without knowing when. Only Bai Yi was alone on the shoulder of the silver-glowing mechanical giant, with his eyes lowered, looking down at the boundless, countless army of the dead. Huh? It was as if time was in a trance at this moment, and a tiny gap opened up. In an instant, in the space surrounding Bai Yi, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept out from the center to all directions, breaking through the gray and white, rolling up the charred black. And in a moment, the surging corpses around Bai Yi became empty, completely gone. Bai Yi finally exerted his strength. In the live broadcast, the corpses around Bai Yi were instantly cleared, and Ed stood up excitedly, with a golden light flashing in his eyes. This is the Gale card. It's the one he got in the previous game, Ed shouted excitedly. This card is really powerful. The army of the dead was swept away in an instant. Not only the surrounding army of the dead, but also the sand, snow, limbs, and ash were swept away by the wild wind of Bai Yi. Only Bai Yi and a bare frozen wasteland were left in the live broadcast. The wild wind howled continuously, dispersing the dark army of the dead far away. In the eye of the wind, Bai Yi was like a god who could call the wind and rain, sitting on the shoulders of a tall giant, bringing a hurricane that swept across the world, stepping on the unobstructed frozen land, clang, 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 stepping towards the black iron gate that blocked their way to life. Bai Yi. Bai Yi is about to open the gate. Everyone quickly gathered in front of Bai Yi's screen, their eyes focused on the tiny white figure in front of the towering black iron gate in the picture. The army of the dead cannot get close. Now is the best time. Come on. Bai Yi? You must come on. Success or failure depends on this moment. This gate must be opened. Chapter 210. The Arrangement of Destiny. The previous revision reduced the number of words. The author filled it with new content. Friends who have read the last chapter can start reading the new content from chapter 198. Success or failure depends on this one move. Bai Yi stood in front of the towering black iron city gate, thinking silently in his heart. In the chaos just now, the system in his mind finally connected successfully. The gentle female voice in the system was still calm. The sound of "Hello, player" was as moving as the sound of nature. Bai Yi did not dare to waste a second, and immediately followed the combination plan provided by Mu. He first used the high-dimensional card Excellent, Strong Winds, obtained in the previous game, when the army of the dead was temporarily dispersed by the hurricane. Bai Yi quickly commanded the bad machine to move to the front of the city gate, and then made another request to the brain system. Please use the high-dimensional card Rare, Multi-Dimensional Distortion, within the range around the black iron city gate. Rare, Multi-Dimensional Distortion, with a certain target as the center. A distortion field is generated in a certain space. The space and objects within the range will be affected, and different degrees of dimensional distortion will be generated. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. This rare card was obtained by Bai Yi in the previous game. According to the card description, it is difficult to directly associate this card with the effect of opening the city gate. But in Mu's latte model calculation, dimensional distortion has a certain probability of affecting the complete structure of the energy barrier, thereby weakening or even destroying its protective function. The system will not interfere with the player's wishes. The female voice only replied in Bai Yi's mind. Okay. And then a faint white light flashed in front. Bai Yi calmed down and quietly waited for the result of using the card. After a while, the white light gradually dissipated, and a heavy noise suddenly came from the city gate. Bai Yi immediately took out his pistol and fired a bullet at the iron gate. The red fine net on the gate flickered a few times, followed by a metallic collision sound of click. The dimensional distortion took effect. Bai Yi was refreshed and called up the brain system again, making the last and most critical request. Please help me use Excellent, Excellent copy. Copy excellent, enhanced effect. Please use all three existing excellent, enhanced effect. On rare, limited evolution. Please use the enhanced rare, limited evolution. To evolve the power of the arm of the bad machine to the maximum possible range. Hey! Hey hey hey! A burst of exclamations suddenly broke the originally quiet atmosphere of the monitoring room. The analysts opened their eyes wide one by one, staring at the screen in disbelief. In the howling wind, the mechanical giant under Bai suddenly stood up, stretched out his arms, and in a moment, his arms and palms expanded rapidly. When the analysts reacted, the size of the two arms was several times larger than the body of the bad machine. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. What did Bai do? Is this the effect of the high-dimensional card? What does he want to do? Does he want the bad machine to pry open the door with just his strength? Xiao Jing. Ed was stunned for a second, and quickly turned around and called Xiao Jing. Bai must have used the high-dimensional card. Check what card he is missing. Okay. Xiao Jing immediately operated on the computer, and quickly compared it with the previous records, and got the result. After the win card, he should have used the excellent copy, 2 effect enhancement cards, and 2 rare cards. The game records show that. The 2 rare cards he used are Rare, Multidimensional Distortion, and Rare, Limited Evolution. Multidimensional Distortion, Limited Evolution. Ed was stunned for a while, confirmed the rare card descriptions that had been made public in the system, and then quickly combined these cards to get the most likely result. I understand. This is Bai's intention. Ed's eyes sparkled, and he said to Xiao Jing and the analysts waiting for the conclusion. He used the excellent copy for the effect enhancement card, plus the original 2, so he has a total of 3 effect enhancement cards. The description of the effect enhancement card is to enhance the effect of any high-dimensional card, not limited to excellent quality. So Bai may have used all 3 effect enhancements on limited evolution, evolving the bad machine, which caused the bad machine's arm to undergo such abnormal changes. If Bai allowed the bad machine to evolve its arm, does he really want it to push open the black iron gate with its bare hands? An analyst asked immediately. But isn't there an energy barrier on the city gate? Is this feasible? Wait. Hearing the words energy barrier, Xiao Jing suddenly thought of something. Bai just fired a shot at the city gate for no apparent reason. Yes. Ed naturally noticed this detail. With the energy barrier, forcible breakthrough may not work, but among the cards Bai used, there is a rare card, Multidimensional Distortion. Ed tried to suppress the excitement that was gradually rising in his heart, and patiently explained to others. Bai's shot must have been testing the condition of the energy barrier, and the subsequent extreme evolution of bad machine must have been due to the effect of multidimensional distortion, which made it possible for the black iron gate to be opened. He stared at the screen. In the live broadcast, Bad Machine walked towards the huge black iron gate step by step, and Bai quickly stretched the seat belt on the seat, tied it firmly around his waist, and then held the back of the chair and stood upright on Bad Machine's shoulder. He's about to start. Ed frowned, staring at Bai's every move, and everyone in the analysis team immediately fell silent. All attention was focused on the man in white at the center of the hurricane at this moment. I firmly believe that this whole set of high-dimensional cards must have been carefully planned in advance, calculated the probability, and selected as the best solution. Now that the high-dimensional cards have been used up, everything is ready. Next, we just have to wait for Bai to create a miracle. Bad Machine, it's up to you. The whistling sound of the wind was tinnitus-inducing, almost covering up all hearing. Bai couldn't hear the sound he made, but vaguely caught the whisper coming from the wind. Okay. Master. The best solution provided by Mu's latte model is the limited evolution of the bad machine after 3 enhancement effects, combined with the distortion and deconstruction of the city gate and energy barrier by multidimensional distortion, and the help of the hurricane. The result of the combined efforts of the 3. Even with this layer upon layer, the final calculated success rate is only 8.3%. Bai did not delve into the specific probability distribution of each step. He was not sure whether the hurricane, distortion and evolution had slightly increased the 8.3%. He only knew that success was the only option for everyone to survive. Boom! Bai stood on the shoulders of the bad machine, raised his hands in the air, and pushed hard, as if resisting an invisible obstacle. The 2 huge mechanical arms of the bad machine synchronized with him, one on the left and one on the right. and press both hands on the two black iron doors at the same time. Whether it is 8.3%, 0.83% or 0.083%, the result is the same. No matter what the probability is, it must succeed. Open! Baye's voice was drowned in the wind. But there was no need for sound to convey. As he raised his hands and continued to exert force, the huge arm of the bad machine began to push the metal door forward violently. There were a few stuttering sounds from nowhere, and the red light of the energy barrier disappeared. But to the naked eye, the black iron door seemed to be still motionless, with no sign of opening. Come on! Bad machine! Baye frowned, his hands hanging in the air. But he gradually poured in his strength. With his fingers spread, the mechanical arm of the bad machine pressed the door tighter. Baye pushed forward with force, and the movement of the bad machine's arms also increased significantly. After several attempts, the tightly closed black iron door actually vibrated slightly. Although it was still closed, the clanging sound was exciting. There is hope! Ed stood up and couldn't help shouting loudly. At this time, all the analysts in the monitoring room gathered in front of Baye's screen. Everyone's mind was no longer on the 100 players of Team B. Even the bald team leader stood at the front of the crowd, no longer caring about the work order he originally needed to maintain. Baye's plan worked. The bald leader's voice was filled with undisguised excitement, and the solemnity on his face was swept away. Without the energy barrier, the mechanical device of the city gate is no longer indestructible. After the extreme evolution, they may finally open the city gate. This time, Baye may really create another miracle. Come on! Baye? Try harder. Baye in the picture had a calm face. His lips were tightly closed, and he tried hard to control the movements of the broken machine, letting the strong wind blow his fur coat. The analysts watched Baye fighting against the bad machine, and their emotions kept rising, almost boiling. One more time. The door is about to open. We must break through the door. We must get the scepter. Baye, you must win. We must get out of the dungeon alive. Is the door open a little? Is the door open a little more? In the west square of the Star Cluster Hall, all the red turbans were concerned about the two huge black iron doors. The friction between metal and gravel, the unknown creaking sound, the occasional breaking sound, and the whistling of the wind interweave into a shocking symphony, pouring out from the speakers continuously, shaking everyone's eardrums. On the big screen, Baye and the bad machine tried their best, but time passed by every second, and the two black iron doors, as heavy as mountains, never moved. They seemed no longer solid, but they did not open even a crack. Why is it still not working? Arnold finally couldn't help it, and tightly grasped the arm of Jia zipping next to him. The high vicissitudes have a time limit. The hurricane will stop in a while, and the power of the broken machine will not last forever. If the city gate is still not opened after the high vicissitudes fail, Baye, is there no hope at all? Arnold did not finish his words, but how could Jia zipping not understand his worries? As time passed, the same fear began to emerge in his heart. Don't worry. Despite this, Jia zipping still comforted Arnold and said, it has been about 2 minutes since Baye used the high vicissitudes. There must still be a chance. The high vicissitudes have been used up, and the city gate has also become loose. Baye has tried his best. He should not fail here. I believe that fate will definitely give him the best arrangement. Chapter 211, Leaving Forever. Galwaika's time is running out. Baye roughly estimated, and the strength in his hand became more firm. The bad machine also exerted force, and the black iron gate clanged again, and the inside vibrated slightly. Baye had no idea what kind of device locked the city gate, and there was no way to find out. In front of him, there were only two heavy black iron gates, and all he could do was to try his best, and use the simplest and most direct method to push away the black iron that was blocking his way forward. Can Baye really succeed? In the control room of Team B, the players were nervous and restless. Although it was almost impossible to break through the gate with brute force, Baye's series of high-energy operations, plus the strange noises from the black iron gate from time to time, always made people feel vaguely that this almost impossible task might have a glimmer of hope. Baye used to turn defeat into victory, and the title of the #1 player on Shinyu Star was not groundless. Yeah, if he does it this time. This door is not so easy to open. The original leader of Tower 2 interrupted their whispers. He was the one who, after witnessing the sudden appearance of the army of the dead, decided to blow up the 3 opening devices to ensure the safety of the city. If the city gate can be opened so easily, then our mission is meaningless, and the game cannot allow such a violation of the settings. He tried to make his voice sound firm. Don't worry, you can be sure that Baiye's series of operations will consume his high-dimensional card. Once the high-dimensional card fails, he will definitely have no chance. Clang! Just as team leader number 2 was speaking, another strange sound came from the city gate, which sounded clearer and louder than before. The players around were startled, and the confidence they had just gathered was shattered by the strange sound. Team leader number 2 couldn't help but tremble slightly, and couldn't help but look back at the city gate outside the window. Should we make some preparations? A player stuttered. If Baiye really opens the city gate, not only will the scepter be lost, but those living dead will also pour into the city, and we will suffer. Yes! We can't just wait here. As soon as these words came out, they were immediately echoed by other players. Hearing the support from the surroundings, team leader number 2 wanted to stick to his own opinion, but it became difficult. Moreover, even team leader number 2 himself, in the continuous strange noises, was about to be overwhelmed. Then, how about this? We set up another electric fence inside the city gate, and let Baiye fall into the trap when he opens the gate. Finally, team leader number 2 slowly lowered his head. Baiye has a hurricane around him, and he can't summon his summoned body. Without Mu and Kasua, he alone, I'm afraid he won't even notice the trap of the electric fence. There is no time to lose. We have to go to the city gate immediately, and set up the electric fence as soon as possible before he breaks through the gate. As soon as team leader number 2 made the decision, the players immediately started to act. The team quickly left the control room. Some people rushed to the equipment warehouse to get the high-energy electricity generator, while others hurried to the city gate, preparing their positions, and waiting for the power grid device to be delivered. The players of Team B were all high-end players, who had been strictly screened. Their actions and judgment abilities were excellent. For a while, everyone cooperated very efficiently. Soon, the high-energy electricity generators were moved to the inside of the black iron gate. Time is running out. Hurry up! Team leader number 2 commanded loudly, and the players moved quickly and began to set up power grid traps. At this moment, the black iron gate shook again, and it seemed that a cold wind swept through the players. The players froze instantly, looking at each other, as if they had sensed something in their subconscious. However, before this vague consciousness could form a judgment, there was a loud bang, and the hurricane swept around rapidly, and everything in the world was instantly dispersed by the wind. The dark gate that was originally tightly closed, now completely open to both sides. In the middle of the empty city gate, a stern-looking man in white stood firmly on the shoulder of the mechanical giant, put down his raised arm, and sighed. Success, Baiye, he succeeded. In the monitoring room, the cheers were deafening. Age Xiaojing and a group of analysts jumped up from their seats, and the scene seemed to have won the ultimate victory. On the screen, between the empty and magnificent city gates, only Baiye and Bad Machine stood in it. Although the figure seemed small, it was like a lone hero, descending from the sky, bringing with it the wind and snow, trying its best to break through the boundary between life and death. It's so strong. Baiye is simply invincible. It can even resist the army of the dead, and even open this closed gate. It seems that nothing can stop Baiye from passing this dungeon. The strong wind in the dungeon gradually subsided, and the mechanical giant carried Baiye on its back and walked slowly into the city. The high-definition picture gradually showed the scene behind the high wall. The houses in the city are scattered and arranged in an orderly manner. The architectural style is similar to the high walls, and they are all ancient and century-old. The city gate leads to a wide and gently sloping road, which leads directly to a group of pointed castles on a high platform in the distance. Those castles are scattered and magnificent from a distance, but the houses and streets around them are dilapidated and dirty, deserted and dim, like a dead empty city. Huh? Is that where the dead man's scepter is stored? Someone pointed to a place in the picture and said. All the analysts looked at the direction, and saw a tall tower standing in the middle of the road not far from the city gate. A faint black mist was lingering on the top of the tower. Black mist? Just like the black mist of the army of the dead outside the city. Everyone speculated. The system mentioned before that the scepter of the dead is in a tower. It seems that it is likely here. Now is a good opportunity. An analyst immediately cheered up. Team B guarding the city gate was dispersed by the wind, and the army of the dead behind them has not caught up yet. If Baiye acts quickly, then the scepter of the dead will be within reach. That tower. The wind stopped, and Chen Su and the others appeared beside Baiye again. Baiye stared at the tower in the distance. and spoke to everyone through the signal bridge. At the moment of opening the black iron door, the brain system intermittently guided Bai Yi to the next task, and the location to obtain the scepter. Although the copy collapsed seriously, the original task setting was still in effect. If he successfully obtained the scepter of the dead, there was a high probability that he could complete the task and leave this chaotic copy that could collapse at any time. The army of the dead will come soon. Chen Su confirmed the location of the evil suppressing tower, and reminded them in time. Bai Yi looked back, and sure enough, there was no wind to stop them. The black corpses, with thick black fog, gradually approached the city gate. Let's go. Bai Yi did not delay any longer, and immediately ordered the broken machine, and everyone quickly moved towards the tower. Great, Brother Ping. The red turbans in the west square were still cheering enthusiastically for Bai Yi's successful opening of the city gate. Arnold waved his fist excitedly in the crowd, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Great, this time, Bai Yi escaped a disaster. Although he was excited, when facing a special topic, Arnold still carefully lowered his voice. With Bai Yi's intelligence, he must be able to sense the pressure exerted on him by the Divine Court. As long as he passes this level safely, he can hide and avoid falling into the control of the Divine Court again. Hide? Jia Zipping looked at Arnold in confusion. How to hide? You know the Divine Court's methods better than me. What if? Hide in a place that the Divine Court cannot reach? Arnold smiled mysteriously, with a gleam in his eyes. Can't reach? What does that mean? It means literally. Arnold did not keep anyone in suspense, and explained directly to Jia Zipping. I found the information of Bai Yi's high-dimensional card in the game background. Do you know what Bai Yi's black hole is? What is it? It is a card called Super Dimension, Secret Realm, superimposed with the effects of Super Dimension, Eternity, and Normal, transform virtual into reality, combining a super invincible spacetime channel. Arnold said, his eyes lit up. Super Dimension, Secret Realm, was originally used to teleport Bai Yi to a distant planet for a short time travel. But after using Super Dimension, Eternity, this card, or this secret realm, can be opened and closed at any time, combined with the effect of transformation into reality. This card is not even limited to use in the game. What do you mean? Jia Zipping was stunned. He didn't even expect that the black hole that Bai Yi used as a shelter in the game would have such a powerful effect. That's right. Arnold saw that Jia Zipping understood, and nodded heavily. As long as he survives this disaster, Bai Yi can completely hide in the distant planet of that card and avoid the next game. If he wants, he can even be completely invisible in the vision of the Divine Court and leave the Divine Blessing planet forever. Arnold's voice paused slightly, and a trace of eagerness flashed in his eyes. No matter who I am, no matter which side I stand on, I will always be Bai Yi's die-hard supporter and stand firmly by his side. Even if I can't see his game again from now on. My biggest wish is that Bai Yi can escape from that list safely. As the president of Bai Yi's fan club, I am willing to do this. Jia Zipping was stunned for a moment, and his heart was touched by Arnold's firm emotion. Having known Bai Yi for more than 10 years, he witnessed with his own eyes how the once carefree boy grew up overnight in a sudden change, and how he struggled out of the abyss and gradually climbed to the top. His expectation for Bai Yi's safety and success was no less than Arnold's. But he also understood that it would not be easy for Bai Yi to decisively abandon the God's blessing star. However, Bai Yi was still the same Bai Yi, and before everyone noticed, he had already left room for choice. Jia Zipping sighed softly, said no more, and just continued to stare at the live broadcast screen, looking forward to witnessing the moment when Bai Yi finally won the scepter. Surprisingly, Bai Yi in this instance did not go straight to the tower as they expected. In the live broadcast at this time, there was a surging army of corpses in the back, and 100 fully armed players of Team B in the front. The players attacked Bai Yi frantically, and the corpses launched a fierce attack on the players. The whole fight was extremely chaotic, and Bai Yi was trapped in the middle of the road. Chapter 212, either victory or death. No, stop! The living dead and the army of the dead instinctively moved closer to the living beings. Bai Yi and other players were the same targets for them. Bai Yi and his team resisted the corpses, while guarding against the artillery attacks from the players of Team B. The players of Team B seemed to have lost their minds, completely ignoring their surroundings, and frantically attacked the corpses that rushed towards them. Their guns were all pointed at Bai Yi without exception. They are not right. Chen Su desperately kicked away the corpses that rushed over, and blew up a large number of corpses with one shot. These players, I'm afraid they are controlled. Although they were attacking Bai Yi frantically, their faces were full of fear, and they shouted not harsh words, but screams. The players torn by the corpses, even if they collapsed and burst into tears, still fired straight in the direction of Bai Yi. Obviously, if they were not controlled, facing the terrifying and huge army of the dead, these Team B players should have escaped without a trace. And who would want to control them to attack Bai Yi mindlessly? The answer is obvious. In this wave, Shinting was obviously afraid that he would not die thoroughly enough. Bai Yi frowned, commanding the bad machine to fly out of the chaotic battlefield quickly and hover in the air. You guys hold them here for a while. I'll go to the tower and try to get the scepter. Understood. Several people responded in unison. Complete the task, and everything will be over. The tower is right in front of us. Instead of wasting energy and ammunition here, it is better to cut the Gordian knot and end this game directly. Bai Yi thought to himself, and rode the broken machine to the tower. The sound of gunfire and screams intertwined continuously, and the players below were mixed with the rotten corpses. The dents had spread to the frozen wasteland outside the city, which seemed endless. Bai Yi looked away, temporarily stopped paying attention to the battle, and flew at full speed to the target tower where the dead man's scepter was. The destination tower was located in the center between the city gate and the castle in the distance, surrounded by a small square. The black tower stood quietly in the center of the square, like a crane standing out among chickens. There was no obstacle in the air. The bad machine was moving very fast. Bai Yi was getting closer and closer to the machine. The scepter was almost within reach. Boom! Just as the scene not long ago reappeared, fire and smoke suddenly exploded in front of his eyes. The originally towering black tower collapsed in an instant in Bai Yi's eyes. Bai Yi? In the distance, it seemed that Chen Su and Xiao Pei's exclamations were heard. The bad machine fulfilled its duties. The automatic protection system was quickly activated, taking Bai Yi out of the explosion range. The sudden retreat made Bai Yi's head dizzy for a moment. It took a while for him to recover and respond to his companions through the signal bridge. I'm fine. Don't worry. What happened? Did you get the scepter? Chen Su asked in the signal bridge. But this time, Bai Yi did not respond. The scepter. Of course he didn't get it. Not only did he not get it, but Bai Yi hovered in the air, his eyes fixed on the ruins covered by smoke and dust in front of him. And then he lowered his head and looked quietly at the rubble on the ground. The power of the explosion was extremely strong, and the bricks and stones of the tower were blown to pieces, becoming extremely messy. Not only did the tower disintegrate, but the black color covering the tower body also turned into light smoke in front of the naked eye, and returned to the original gray color of the bricks and stones, which was no different from other buildings. In the rubble, a few fragments wrapped in black mist were vaguely visible, scattered abruptly in the grayness. Is this the scepter of the dead? Bai Yi stared at the fragments that could not be identified, and his mood suddenly sank to the bottom. Whether it was the other players doing, or the God Court had done something in the game, or because of the system crash, Bai Yi had no idea. At this moment, the cause of the explosion was no longer worth exploring. Ah! It's coming again! Xiao Pei seemed to be shouting not far away. But Bai Yi did not turn around, nor did he care what was coming again and what was gone again. He raised his head, looking at the misty spire castle ahead, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. No matter how the explosion happened, in short, the scepter was gone. Without the scepter, the way to pass the level, maybe it would end here. How is this possible? The monitoring room fell into silence instantly. Everyone watched the tower disappear in an instant, all stunned, mouth half open, unable to digest the drastic reversal of this moment. Is the scepter of the dead destroyed? That black thing should be the fragments of the scepter. The black fog lingering on those fragments is exactly the same as the black fog that appears and disappears in the army of the dead. Even though it is across the live broadcast screen, the true identity of those fragments can still be easily guessed. The analysts stared blankly at Bai Yi in the game, and an ominous thought came to their minds at the same time. Is Bai Yi's situation going to end like this? Team leader Ed was the first to recover from his shock, and turned around abruptly, looking at the bald team leader with a look of help. Team leader, tell me, does Bai Yi have any other way to complete the task? The bald team leader also looked solemn, although Ed asked one question after another. Even the team leader could not think of any possibility at this moment. Then, Are there any other ways to get Bai Yi out of the dungeon? Xiao Jing asked the ball team leader right after him, and the analysts around him also focused their attention on him. There is a bug in this game, and the players cannot pass the level, but that is not the player's problem. Can we apply to the higher-ups to terminate this game, and directly teleport Bai Yi and the others back? Although the team leader could not think of the possibility of passing the level, this question was not difficult to answer. The ball team leader looked at Xiao Jing meaningfully, and then looked around at the analysts, and sighed deeply. First, the army of the dead suddenly revived, then the switch of the tower was easily destroyed, and now the key props to level the game have also disappeared inexplicably. After playing the game till now, everyone should understand something. Ed, Xiao Jing and other analysts looked at each other. Some still looked confused, some suddenly looked shocked, as if they were touched by the words of the team leader. However, the topic has come to this point, and it is impossible to discuss it in depth. The ball team leader sighed again, and ended the topic at the right time. In short, it is basically impossible to apply for a game suspension, and there is no need for us to waste our efforts. At this moment, Bai Yi is probably facing the most severe life and death test he has ever faced. We cannot help him, and those who are capable cannot help him either. Therefore, whether he can escape or survive depends on God's will and his luck. Watch your back. Stop that. Don't let them pass. Bai Yi quietly stopped beside the ruins of a tower not far away, as if he was thinking about something. Meanwhile, Chen Su, Ka Se and others could not be distracted to consider Bai Yi's situation. The army of the dead was getting denser and denser, and groups of rotten corpses were rushing forward, which had already completely engulfed the main road in the city. The players of Team B screamed, and continued to fire in the direction of Bai Yi. Chen Su and others tried their best to intercept the attackers from both sides, although they did not know what Bai Yi was doing. They could not let the players or rotten corpses threaten Bai Yi's safety. You retreat quickly. Among the rotten corpses, the black fog quietly emerged again, and then quickly accelerated, rushing towards Mu and Xiao Pei, who had the weakest combat power. Ka Se reacted very quickly, and in an instant he dodged and stood between the black fog and them. The black fog hit Ka Se and was absorbed by him. Then he took advantage of the force to leap, stepped on the head of the corpse, and flew into the air. He turned to face the players of Team B who were crowded among the corpses, raised his mouth, spread his arms, and a large amount of black fog gushed out from between his hands. The black fog merged into the thick corpses and spread again. In the blink of an eye, it completely swallowed up several players who rushed towards Bai Yi. Ka Se, be careful. Chen Su reminded him in time. His words were not to let Ka Se take care of his own safety, but to avoid accidentally killing players and affecting Bai Yi. Ka Se certainly understood Chen Su's intention. He raised his eyebrows, as if he wanted to say something back, but before he could say anything, his face suddenly changed. The black fog hidden in the rotting corpse had risen high at some point, and quickly gathered towards the center. Within a few seconds, the tall figure holding the sickle appeared again. Ah! It's coming again! Xiao Pei exclaimed, and fired a shot at the figure as a conditioned reflex. The bullet broke through the edge of the black fog and flew straight into the distance, and the dispersed black fog immediately regrouped without a trace. Shaw! A piercing scream suddenly resounded through the battlefield. As soon as the tall figure appeared, he locked his target on Chen Su and others. Surrounded by the army of the dead, there was not much space to hide, and the huge sickle was merciless. Before the scream ended, it carried an ominous smoke and slashed at Chen Su and others. Get out of the way! Chen Su suddenly rolled Xiao Pei behind him, stepped on the corpses, and jumped a distance, and Ka Se quickly pulled Mu out of the attack range. The sickle slashed down, passing a piercing cold air wherever the blade passed. Whether it was the players or the corpses, they were split in two, and then, like Chen Su's mechanical arm, turned into dark holes. Chen Su frowned, glancing at the holes formed by the corpses on the ground, and raised his eyes to stare at the black mist figure that had gathered into a shape. The silhouette of the figure seemed to be a tall man in a hooded robe. There were two lights flickering faintly in the depths of the hood. The next second, he looked directly at Chen Su. Chen Su's face tightened, and he retreated again while protecting Xiao Pei. Just as he reacted, the huge sickle clanged and smashed the stone slab on the ground into powder. What is it? Could it be the leader of these zombies? Xiao Pei was still frightened and stuttered behind Chen Su. But Chen Su did not respond. All his attention was focused on this mysterious and powerful enemy. Whether it was the leader or others, this was an extremely difficult monster to deal with. It was extremely fast, and had strong attack power. Any contact would inevitably be eroded by the darkness around it. And they had no solution to this. Chinsu tensed his mind, and carefully watched every detail of the human-shaped black fog. Bai Yi did not respond, probably because he did not get a good result. If the scepter could not be obtained, there was no way to pass the level. Then this group of human-shaped black fog, maybe it was the god of death that led them into the abyss. Regardless, Chinsu swept the heavy artillery in his hand, and once again opened up a clearing for the group of corpses. Even if there was no hope of passing the level, even if death was approaching, the current battle would not change at all. Maybe there would be a glimmer of hope. Or maybe he would fight to the last moment. Either victory or destruction. There was never the word surrender in his dictionary. Chinsu's face was solemn, and he faced the black fog figure from a distance, and quickly thought about the next way to attack. At this moment, a shadow suddenly covered his head, and the next second, Bai Yi's voice revealed a touch of uplifting brightness, and it sounded not far away. Chinsu, take down its sickle. This sickle is our scepter of the dead. Chapter 213. The end of the melee. What did Bai Yi say? Bai Yi actually said that the sickle is the staff of the dead? As soon as the voice fell, the monitoring room was instantly shocked. In addition to the surprise that there was more than one staff of the dead, what was more puzzling was that, even if there were more than one, how could Bai Yi confirm that the sickle in the black fog was the staff of the dead they needed? Could it be that just now? Xiao Jing's expression was shocked, and he suddenly realized something. Shortly after the tower was destroyed, Bai Yi was stunned for a moment. Then he lowered the broken machine, took a gun, and began to search carefully in the pile of rubble. The corpses and players not far away were blocked outside by Chinsu and others, and they could not attack here for the time being, leaving Bai Yi with a chance to breathe. This was to verify his guess, and there was a slight possibility of passing the level. Xiao Jing's eyes lit up, and she said to the other analysts, Bai Yi must have been looking for that fragment at that time. The tower where the scepter was originally stored has been infected by black fog. Although the scepter was destroyed, black fog still remains in the fragments of the scepter. And this big sickle is the weapon of the black fog monster. Bai Yi must think that the two are closely related, so he went to the ruins to look for fragments to confirm it. The fragments of the scepter may still retain some of its original characteristics, enough for Bai Yi to identify the characteristics of the sickle. Thinking back, it is indeed used to summon and command the army of the dead, and the black fog monster that looks like the leader of the army of the dead holds the scepter of the dead in his hand. Isn't this the most reasonable inference? Indeed, it does make sense. After a moment of thinking, the analysts finally had an epiphany. So, Bai Yi really has a chance to pass the level? The system task requires summoning the army of the dead to overthrow the dictatorship. If you can defeat this black fog monster and get his real scepter of the dead, wouldn't it be possible to achieve the goal as well? As the inference deepened, the analysts became more and more excited, and the haze that had previously shrouded the monitoring room quickly dissipated and no longer existed. As long as the way to pass the level still exists, I am sure Bai Yi will be able to make it to the end. Come on, Bai Yi? Just a black fog monster. You will definitely be able to do it. Although the analysts were full of confidence, Bai Yi and his team remained vigilant. The battle lasted for a while. The 100 players of Team B suffered heavy casualties in the attack of the army of the dead. The threat faced by Bai Yi was no longer so serious. Ka Su, Xiao Pei and Mu were responsible for limiting the group of corpses within a certain range, while Chen Su and Bai Yi faced the eyes of the humanoid black fog monster, nervously dodged the attack, and quickly discussed countermeasures in the signal bridge. It seems unlikely to directly seize the scepter, Chen Su said. Yeah. Bai Yi also agreed with Chen Su's opinion. We may try that method, but the premise is that we need to weaken its physical strength first. Physical strength? Chen Su hesitated. This thing may not have the concept of physical strength. The monster looked like a ball of black mist, without even a physical entity, let alone physical strength. However, facing such an invulnerable enemy, Bai Yi had no other choice except that method. Let me think about it. Bai Yi paused for a moment and then said, no matter how strong this monster is, it is impossible for it to have no weaknesses. Even if it has no physical limit, we must at least find a way to weaken it for a moment. Understood. Chen Su had no objection to Bai Yi's strategy. Bai Yi needed to find the weakness of the humanoid black fog, so after thinking, Chen Su drew out a non-substantial lightsaber from the space card, and took a step forward, rushing towards the black fog. Be careful. Bai Yi hurried to assist, commanding the mechanical equipment to release the circular saw, and reminded Chen Su. Be careful, avoid contact with the black fog. We currently have no way to deal with the damage caused by the black fog, and you don't have a spare arm. Don't worry. Chen Su responded in the signal bridge, and then a bright light flashed, and the lightsaber swept across, successfully splitting the black fog monster in two. However, for such an attack, the black fog monster was completely unprepared, and at the split fracture, the black fog quickly gathered again, and the huge sickle did not wait to recover, and slashed towards Chen Su quickly. Chen Su immediately dodged, avoiding the attack. The circular saw of the bad machine followed closely, and attacked the arm of the black fog monster covered by the root of the sickle. The circular saw rotated quickly, and easily cut off the arm. As a result, not only the arm was broken, but the whole black fog also dispersed, and the tall figure disappeared in an instant. Bai Yi was shocked. When he was thinking about countermeasures, Chen Su suddenly rushed towards him, and pushed the bad machine hard. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he felt a gust of cold wind passing by. The black fog sickle just passed behind Chen Su, and fell to the place where he was just now with a clang. After the black fog dispersed, it actually moved behind Bai Yi in an instant. Bai Yi? Chen Su exclaimed, and immediately jumped towards Bai Yi. And the bad machine also responded in time, and evacuated with Bai Yi. Bai Yi didn't seem surprised by the sudden appearance of the black fog monster. He pushed his glasses lightly, and a firm smile appeared on his face. Chen Su. It's the eyes. Got it. Now is not the time to discuss the reasons. Bai Yi gave an order, and Chen Su fell from midair, kicked his feet, and the sword pierced deep into the hood of the black fog monster. Bai Yi also threw out the circular saw at the same time, breaking up the body of the black fog monster. The black fog monster screamed, and raised its sickle high. However, at the moment when the black fog sickle chopped towards Bai Yi, a strong light flashed through the two dark lights in the black fog like lightning, mercilessly splitting the entire head in half. Ah! A piercing long whistle was like the sound of piercing the soul, and it soared into the sky with a biting cold. At this moment, the thick black fog suddenly became thinner. Now! Bai Yi's face was stern, and he blurted out, System. Come out! Crack. Crack. Play. Home. Crack. Good. Great. The system is not disconnected. Bai Yi's eyes lit up, and he shouted to the system in a hurry. System. Use super dimension, abduction. On this black fog. Super dimension, abduction. Forces an enemy player or NPC to obey you unconditionally. And the effect lasts until the end of the game, or the user voluntarily gives up. Please note, this card can only be effective when the opponent is in a weak state. This is the superdimensional card of the excellence reward that Bai Yi obtained after the last game. The effect of abduction can be used in the previous situation of tying up Kasul and taking him away. Perhaps it was fate that the sudden inspiration when he came on the field unexpectedly became the excellence reward of this round. After going through all kinds of hardships, only the power of this superdimensional card can lead Bai Yi to victory. However, to use this card, you must ensure that the humanoid black fog is at least weak for a moment. It is a disembodied monster, and neither physical nor energy attacks are effective. The barrier seems to have no weaknesses. However, during the continuous attacks, Bai Yi keenly noticed that whenever an attack landed on the black fog, the dim light spots like ghost fire would flicker slightly. The black fog is a kind of energy, which has been confirmed by Queso. Energy has strong and weak fluctuations, and it must also have a source core. On this disembodied black fog monster that can freely disperse and gather, if there is a place that is its energy core, the pair of dimly glowing eyes is undoubtedly the biggest possibility. Okay. Use super dimension, abduction. On King of the Netherworld. Suddenly, as soon as the system finished speaking, the thick black fog seemed to be frozen, and even the flowing smoke stopped in the air in an instant. Chen Su quickly raised his heavy artillery, and shot down the huge sickle. And the black fog surrounding the sickle dissipated quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye after it landed. Bai Yi. Yeah. Bai Yi looked at Chen Su, and then jumped off the broken machine, and walked quickly towards the sickle that had landed. The sickle lost its black fog, revealing a dull luster, and the long handle was covered with strange patterns. Bai Yi approached the sickle, tentatively hitting it with the barrel of his gun, and then held the thick long handle with both hands. The black fog gradually dissipated, and there was no longer any harm to Bai Yi. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and suddenly raised the heavy sickle high. System. Bai Yi faced the gloomy sky. His voice was firm and clear, as if announcing to everyone the end of this life and death game. The Scepter of the Dead. I got it. Chapter 214. I command you. The Scepter of the Dead. Bai Yi finally got it. The boss finally succeeded. The moment Bai Yi raised the scepter, the entire West Square was boiling. On the huge live broadcast screen, the endless army of the dead seemed to be summoned by the powerful force of the scepter. After the attack paused for a moment, the hideous and ferocious corpses actually knelt on the ground, respectfully lowered their heads, and bowed in the direction of Bai Yi. At the same time, the black mist figure that was forcibly captured by Bai Yi also gradually faded away as he held the scepter, and finally disappeared without a trace. All this indisputably proved Bai Yi's victory. Although the road ahead was full of thorns, the order of the copy had already collapsed in chaos, but Bai Yi, in this desperate situation with almost no way out, tried his best to break into the only way out. Everyone was excited, cheered, and even couldn't control their tears. The game was only a few hours long, but the torment of life and death seemed to have lasted for centuries, allowing everyone to vent the pent-up emotions in their hearts, as if it was not only Bai Yi who survived the disaster, but also himself, who was unable to calm down after the emotional ups and downs outside the live broadcast. At this moment, Bai Yi and the copy still had no expression on his face. And he was calm, neither sad nor happy. The army of the dead waiting for orders knelt behind him, looking into the distance. However, Bai Yi did not seem to care about the corpses that no longer posed a threat. He just slowly lowered his raised scepter and looked into the distance indifferently, staring at the spire castle on the high platform. The castle was shrouded in layers of mist, and the buildings were complex and magnificent. The victorious hero was ready to go, but the spires were still high above. Looking down proudly at the lifeless city below, Bai Yi slightly raised his head, quietly gazing at the luxurious building. His gaze seemed to travel through, gradually cooling, gradually dropping to the freezing point. Chen Su stopped beside Bai Yi. Ka Su, Mu, and Xiao Pei also walked to his side one after another, only to see Bai Yi raise his arm again, surrounded by countless dead and companions, raising the huge scepter high. Dead, I command you to capture that castle and overthrow the rule of the empire. Hee hee. Congratulations. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for completing the task, clearing the EVO challenge mode dungeon. Hee hee. Wall of the Dead. As Bai Yi's order fell, the system's broadcast sound also sounded intermittently above the dungeon. The whole game was full of bugs, and it was already in chaos. Fortunately, the system barely survived the chaos. It held on despite the bumps and bruises, and finally brought Bai Yi and the rest of his companions out of this dangerous world that was about to collapse. This game ends here. End of EVO. Survival. Welcome. To participate again. He's out. The game is over. Bai Yi survived? In the monitoring room, Ed Xiaojing jumped up from his chair excitedly, holding his companion's hand tightly, and cheered. The other analysts nearby also shouted, and excitedly threw their stationery and clothes all over the floor. The ball team leader did not stop the noise, but just took a long breath, showing a relieved smile, and let the joy almost overturn the whole room. On the live broadcast screen in front, the figures of Bai Yi, Chen Su and others gradually blurred and disappeared, leaving only the army of undeads running towards the imperial castle according to Bai Yi's final order. The dark group of rotten corpses instantly occupied the entire screen. But soon, the chaos gradually disappeared, leaving only the familiar pure white world after the game ended. Finally, the dust has settled. After a round of jubilation, the ball team leader suppressed everyone's excitement in a timely manner. However, although the game is over, our work is not yet completed. The next step is the reward distribution stage. We need to make detailed analysis and records of which high-dimensional cards Bai Yi can obtain this time. Oh, okay. Okay. As soon as the team leader reminded them, everyone calmed down a little and remembered their responsibilities. Ade Xiaojing quickly returned to his workstation, and the other analysts also stepped back a few steps to make room for the live broadcast screen. I hope Bai Yi can get a card as powerful as last time, an analyst said excitedly, with an ending of excitement in his voice. For Bai Yi and his team, this game was the most exhausting battle in history. Energy and ammunition were almost exhausted, and more than a dozen weapons were swallowed by the black fog, and Chen Su even lost a combat mechanical arm. And Bai Yi's high-dimensional cards are now few and far between. Explosive Flame, Wild Wind, Excellent Copy, Effect Enhancement, and 2 rare cards, Limited Evolution and Multidimensional Distortion, and a superdimensional card, Abduction. Almost all of Baye's powerful cards were used up in this battle. The future games will only become more and more difficult. Baye urgently needs to supplement powerful skill cards to cope with the difficulties and accidents that may arise in the future. The analysts are waiting attentively for Baye to appear in the live broadcast again, in the familiar pure white space. However, after waiting for a long time, the screen is always white, and Baye's figure has never appeared. What's going on? Xiao Jing adjusted his glasses, feeling a little confused. It's been so long. It should be. Snap! Before Xiao Jing finished speaking, the screen suddenly went black, and the live broadcast of the game was instantly disconnected. What's going on? The analysts were immediately confused again. Why is the live broadcast gone? Is it broken again? Could it be that the reward session was also blocked by a bug? What about Baye? Did Baye successfully complete the dungeon? Everyone was discussing it. No one was sure of the current situation. The bald team leader hurriedly asked someone to contact the game management department. Xiao Jing immediately turned on the computer system and retrieved Baye's information. At present, Baye has no new high-dimensional cards, but there are no abnormal records, Xiao Jing said to everyone while operating the computer. And it shows here that he is no longer in the game. What do you mean? No longer in the game? The analysts gathered around him, and Ed also hurriedly squeezed next to Xiao Jing. That is to say, he has not received any rewards yet. And he was kicked out of the game just like that? Ed said with his eyes wide open. It seems. That's it. Xiao Jing was stunned for a second, and his heart was anxious. But how can this be? Baye and the others fought so hard, but in the end they got nothing? It's so unfair. The game system has been in a state of confusion, and this kind of error is also possible. The bald team leader paused and sighed. Baye is lucky to be able to walk out of this dungeon alive. Galway Ka has always been the icing on the cake for him. We should believe in him. Even without Galway Ka, he will be able to deal with the future situation calmly. Did you come out? When Baye came back to his senses after a pure white, he found himself standing on the God's Blessing Square. Chinsu felt something strange in the summoning cabin and quickly appeared beside Baye. Others also left the summoning cabin one after another. What happened? Is there no reward for this game? Xiao Pei looked around the empty square and looked at Baye in confusion. Baye, check your personal terminal to see if you skipped the card opening process and directly bound the high-dimensional card, Chinsu reminded. Not really. When Chinsu suggested, Baye had already opened his personal terminal. No new card was bound to me, and there was indeed no reward for this game. How could this happen? We worked hard to win the game, but we didn't get anything. Xiao Pei was anxious, and his voice instantly rose 8 degrees. But Baye remained calm, closed the terminal, remained silent, and seemed to be thinking about something. The system clearly mentioned the reward at the beginning of the game. After a moment, Moose spoke from the side. The current situation may be caused by a game bug, or it may be intentional by the person who modified the game data. Yes. Baye looked at Mu and nodded. The battle in the dungeon has not stopped, and they have not had the opportunity to discuss the cause of the chaos in detail, and now it seems that Mu should have a complete judgment on the matter. Shinting can actually modify the game to this extent. Baye looked at the faintly visible black spire in the night in the distance. That is the Star God Hall, where the God Court is located. In the night, it seems like the castle of the dictatorial empire in the game, blurring into reality. No, most likely, the God Court's grasp of the game data is still very rudimentary, Mu said. Their modification ability is still at the shallow level of logic, so once they intervene, the game will be contradictory and chaotic, and the development and trend of this game may not be what they expected. No matter what their ability is, their attitude towards you is very clear, Chinsu said in a deep voice. We were lucky to get away with this game. But as long as the attitude of the Divine Court towards you remains unchanged, we may not be so lucky in the next game, or even the next one. Yeah, Baye responded, but did not say much. So, Chinsu paused, and seeing that Baye did not respond further, he directly expressed his opinion. So, you should not participate in the next game. Don't participate? Baye raised his eyes, and his gaze fell on Chinsu's face. Even Kasu, who was idle at the side, could not help showing a surprised expression. How can you not participate? Bai Yi asked in confusion. The Divine Court has absolute power, force and control on the Divine Blessing Star. Openly resisting the Divine Court is undoubtedly self-destruction. Without exception. Now the Divine Court is still afraid of Bai Yi's reputation. In order to maintain its authoritative image, it is inconvenient to take action against him on the surface. And if he clearly refuses to participate in the game, it will undoubtedly be handing the handle to the Divine Court. And then the Divine Court will no longer need to worry about it at any time. However, for them, there are ways to get away from this game. At the moment of asking how to do it, Bai Yi actually vaguely understood the answer. Secret Realm card. As expected, Chen Su also answered in the same way. Secret Realm card? Bai Yi repeated lightly, his tone non-committal. In fact, he had already materialized and made the Secret Realm card permanent. And his biggest purpose was to have a way out. But now Bai Yi really had to give up everything and stay in the Secret Realm forever. At least for now. He couldn't make up his mind. Let's go back to number 87 first. Bai Yi looked at the time and temporarily evaded the topic. This is not the place to talk. And the time for narcolepsy is almost up. Let's discuss this matter later. Chapter 215 Can't Let Go. Come, try it. In the small workshop of the abandoned factory number 87, Bai Yi carefully placed the newly made mechanical arm on Chen Su's shoulder for comparison, then picked up the tools, and firmly fixed the connectors one by one on Chen Su's left shoulder interface. Do you feel any discomfort? Bai Yi asked him while busy. No. Chen Su leaned against the bed, half closed his eyes, quietly staring at Bai Yi, letting him fix himself. Xiao Pei and the others had returned to the warehouse at the back. With his keen hearing, Chen Su could occasionally hear Xiao Pei calling out to Ka Suo. Ka Suo was also saying something beside him. But because the distance was too far, he could not hear the specific content clearly. These noises seemed far away outside the small factory. Inside the house, there were only the low sounds of various instruments, the slight collision of tools and robotic arms, and Bai Yi's gentle and regular breathing, as if a gentle feather brushed across his chest. The newly made robotic arm had been upgraded, and the structure of the joints had also been adjusted. Bai Yi was concentrating on assembling, while immersed in his own thoughts. Chen Su's eyes fell on Bai Yi's slightly drooping eyelashes, and then slowly slid to his lips, jaw and temples. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently pushed a strand of hair hanging beside Bai Yi's cheek behind his ear. Bai Yi smiled faintly, but his eyes were still focused on the work at hand. Chen Su didn't say anything, but gently rubbed Bai Yi's ears with his hands, and then slid along his neck to his back. Bai Yi's smile became more intense, and as Chen Su moved, he moved closer to him. Install a new mechanical arm, and modify your legs, so that our Pluto will be more powerful, Bai Yi said softly. Although he said Pluto, his tone was like teasing a child. Chen Su's mouth curled up slightly, and he responded casually, his hand gently stroking Bai Yi's back, and gradually moving down. Hey! Bai Yi noticed Chen Su's action, and couldn't help laughing, and the tools in his hand also stopped. What do you want to do? He finally looked at Chen Su, and asked with a smile. Chen Su smiled, but the smile gradually faded, and he whispered, Does transforming me more powerful mean we will continue to participate in the game? Yeah. Bai Yi's smile faded, and a hint of apology appeared in his eyes. Chen Su's proposal was fair. However, Shen Ting's attitude was already very clear. Although they currently have insufficient control over the game, and have not yet made up their minds to deal with themselves directly, no one knows what kind of power they will have, or what decision they will make one day in the future. By then, under the absolute control of the Divine Court over the Divine Blessing Star, Chen Su might no longer have any hope of survival. He understood that it was time to leave. If he continued to stay on the Divine Blessing Star, he would die sooner or later. However, on this dead end, there were some things he could never give up. Bai Yi sighed and unconsciously looked at the small factory. What he could not abandon was the place that carried all his past happiness and pain. After his parents passed away, it accompanied him through every day and night in a gentle and silent way. Number 87. The former Deep Space Bionic Experimental Factory. In number 87, Bai Yi found the only comfort in his long lonely years. Every brick and tile here, every corner, contains his most vulnerable and deepest attachment. Now, in order to avoid the crisis that may still break through, he has to abandon this place forever, which Bai Yi can't do in his heart. Bai Yi knows that such a choice is not rational. But he can't force himself to be rational about this decision. I'm sorry. After a long silence, Bai Yi finally said softly to Chen Su. Chen Su nodded, as if he vaguely sensed Bai Ye's emotions, or simply respected Bai Ye's choice. He did not persuade him anymore. Silently embraced Bai Yi in his arms, lowered his head, buried his face deeply in his shoulder, and gently kissed Bai Ye's neck. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled softly, put down the tools in his hand, and tightly hugged Chen Su's waist. What's wrong? My king of hell. What do you want? No. Chen Su's voice came muffled, buried in Bai Ye's shoulder. That's it. He said one word, but did not continue. Bai Yi did not ask, but responded to Chen Su's intimacy, closed his eyes, and gently stroked his back. Chen Su felt the gentle touch, and the strength in his hand unconsciously increased, wanting to deeply integrate every inch of Bai Ye's skin into his body. There were no other distracting thoughts in his heart, but the unspoken words also made Chen Su feel difficult to speak. No one knew, at this moment, how urgent the strong thoughts in his heart were. He hoped to leave the godly blessing star with Bai Yi to a safe place unknown to anyone, to hide Bai Yi alone, so that no one could find him. Perhaps it was the silence around him, or perhaps it was the warmth of Bai Ye's embrace, but at this moment, Hades was like a child, only wanting to protect Bai Yi away from all the troubles of life and death, so that he would not experience any risks, so that he would never lose the only thing he had now. However, this thought did not last long. Chen Su knew very well that this was a selfish and greedy idea. Thousands of words surged in his heart, but Chen Su silently suppressed them, leaving only the tight embrace, which he never let go for a long time. You said you wanted to reshape my legs again. After a period of silence, Chen Su spoke in a low voice, changing the subject with a slightly stiff voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yi laughed softly in his ear. You haven't said anything for a long time, but you are thinking about this. Bai Yi was completely unaware of the hidden fluctuations in Chen Su's heart. He smelled the faint scent of maintenance oil on his body, raised his head, and looked directly into Chen Su's eyes with a smile in his eyes. No wonder you haven't carried me into the room for so long. Chen Su was stunned for a moment, then quickly calmed down. Bai Yi smiled sweetly, so sweet that Chen Su no longer had the heart to think about the unspoken words. He lowered his head and kissed Bai Ye's forehead heavily, then picked Bai Yi up horizontally and walked towards the bedroom. Brother Ping. In Jia Zipping's grocery store, Arnold hurried in, his face full of anxiety. Jia Zipping let him in, then thought for a moment, and closed the store door. What's wrong? Jia Zipping asked Arnold. Arnold calmed down a little, took the water from Jia Zipping, drank absent-mindedly. Brother Ping, I suspect that Shiting will make some moves. Arnold, who had just swallowed the water, hurriedly said to Jia Zipping. The atmosphere in the game management department is very wrong recently. Everyone seems nervous and hurried, but no one is willing to tell me what they are busy with. And the programming department, since the end of the last game, it has been fully closed. A week has passed, and the closed system has not been unlocked. I heard that the top management is holding meetings every day. I was not sure what happened at first, but today I heard that many of the discussions among the top management are related to Bai Yi. Related to Bai Yi? Jia Zipping's expression immediately became nervous. Yes. Arnold nodded to confirm. Many people know that I support Bai Yi. I really can't find out what the top management is discussing specifically, but I am sure that they will take some action. That's why I came to you again. I hope Brother Ping can contact Bai Yi again. In the next game, Bai Yi must not be allowed to participate again. Yes. Jia Zipping nodded, understanding what Arnold meant. Arnold was right. As long as Bai Yi's attitude towards the Divine Court did not soften, the Divine Court's attitude towards Bai Yi would only become worse. He did not know whether Arnold and the other red turbans noticed Bai Yi during the game. At that time, Bai Yi held high the scepter of the dead, looked at the spire castle in the distance, and summoned the army of the dead to overthrow the rule of the empire. His cold face was indifferent without a trace of warmth, and the flashing eyes in his golden gray pupils made people feel cold. Perhaps in the eyes of the Divine Court, just that rebellious look had already touched their bottom line. I'll try to contact Bai Yi. Since the situation was like this, Jia Zipping did not hesitate and opened his personal terminal. But Bai Yi is hard to contact, so we can only try. As he said that, Jia Zipping dialed Bai Yi's number, but after dialing several times, no one answered. Why can't I contact him? Could it be Bai Yi? Arnold was panicking and began to think in a bad direction. Jia Zipping remained calm and patted Arnold on the shoulder, making him feel a little relieved. Bai Yi has always been like this. It's normal that we can't get in touch with him. As he spoke, he continued to dial Bai Yi's number. If we can't get through, we can go directly to Bai Yi to see. Click. Jia Zipping was interrupted by a strange sound before he finished speaking. The sound seemed to be far away, but it was extremely fierce. It sounded like a big explosion happened several kilometers away. What happened? The two looked at each other blankly, and then subconsciously looked out the window. Sure enough, behind the stacked houses, the flames gradually faded, replaced by a cloud of thick smoke rising into the sky. Did it explode over there? Jia Zipping's heart tightened, feeling a sense of foreboding. That direction. What happened in that direction? Arnold asked anxiously. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Jia Zipping swallowed his saliva, saying coincidence, but his face became more solemn. Bai Yi's factory is in that direction. Chapter 216. That moment. Bai Yi? Xiao Pei, Mu, how are you? What happened? Was it an explosion? At the moment of the explosion, Chen Su immediately hugged Bai Yi and rushed out of the small factory without hesitation and landed in a safe place. Bai Yi quickly looked in the direction of the loud noise and saw a corner of the abandoned factory, and thick smoke was rising into the sky like a pillar. Mu, Xiao Pei, and Ka Sua were running towards Bai Yi from the edge of the smoke, and it seemed that they were not affected by it. Bai Yi, there was an explosion over there. Soon, others also realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly gathered around Bai Yi. Bai Yi stared blankly at the place where the smoke was coming out, and suddenly turned around and ran towards the explosion site. Bai Yi? Chen Su hurriedly tried to stop him, but was pushed away by Bai Yi without hesitation. The cause of the explosion is still unclear, and it is also uncertain whether there is a possibility of a second explosion. It is very dangerous to run to the scene now. But after being pushed away, Chen Su was stunned for a moment, and finally chose not to stop him, but just followed Bai Yi closely, and ran to the back of the abandoned factory, the number 0 warehouse with thick smoke. Warehouse number 0 is located at the deepest part of the abandoned factory. It is not where Mu and his friends live, nor should any commonly used instrument parts be stored there. In the eyes of Chen Su and his friends, Bai Yi seems to have never opened this place. Judging from the wreckage, the structure of warehouse number 0 is probably similar to other warehouses. Now it has collapsed for the most part, charred like charcoal, and made slippery and muddy by the intelligent firefighting system of the abandoned factory. Bai Yi ran all the way to warehouse number 0, and suddenly stopped a few meters away, staring blankly at this warehouse that had long been unrecognizable, and remained silent for a long time. Chen Su was by his side, and several other people also rushed over. Faced with this scene, and Bai Yi who didn't say a word, no one knew how to react. Why did it explode here? Xiao Pei asked cautiously. Are there any dangerous goods stored in the warehouse? The problem is not in the warehouse. Ka Sua looked diagonally forward, pointed and said to Xiao Pei, Look over there, little girl. Xiao Pei looked in the direction Ka Sua pointed, and saw that the outer wall of the factory behind warehouse number 0 had collapsed a lot, and even the wasteland outside the factory had turned into a charred black. The center of the explosion is probably not in the warehouse, Ka Sua added. Chen Su and Mu also looked at the gap in the outer wall. Ka Sua's judgment was indeed correct. The destructive energy generated by the explosion spread evenly from the center to the outside. The affected area showed that the warehouse was not the center of the explosion. That means... Xiao Pei looked surprised, and obviously understood something. But before she could organize her words, Bai Yi turned his back to them and gave a direct conclusion. This explosion was an external attack. External attack? Who is attacking us? Xiao Pei exclaimed. And before she finished speaking, everyone had the answer in their hearts. In terms of ability and motivation, there is no other possibility except Shinting. They, actually. Xiao Pei stamped her feet angrily, and the faces of Chen Su and others also darkened. The abandoned factory is protected by the Mirage system, and the normal direction positioning is greatly different from the actual location of the abandoned factory. However, Shinting successfully created an explosion in the abandoned factory. It is obvious that they have conducted sufficient cracking and research. This explosion has a clear goal and has been planned for a long time. It seems that Shinting is no longer satisfied with making small moves behind the game, and their means have shifted to outside the game. But since they cracked the mirage system of the abandoned factory, why did the explosion only occur in warehouse number 0 outside its daily living area? Is the positioning still wrong, or does the Divine Court still want to spare Baiye's life? Or is there an unpredictable conspiracy waiting for them? Several people were thinking about it, and suddenly saw Baiye walking forward, and stepped directly into the slippery black mud. Everyone quickly came to their senses, and followed Baiye into the ruins of warehouse number 0. In front of them was a chaotic black. The broken cargo racks were like twisted steel bars. Except for these, the original warehouse had completely disappeared, and it was difficult to recognize its former existence. Baiye said nothing. His expression was cold. He just walked slowly in the mess, occasionally brushing away unknown debris. Stunned for a moment, and then continued to move forward, not caring about the black mud on his clothes. Baiye always paid attention to his image, but his current state was obviously unusual. Chinsu and the others walked beside Baiye, silently paying attention to his emotions. But Baiye was always calm without anger, scolding, sadness or resentment. And his emotions were so calm that people didn't know how to comfort him. Several people could only accompany Baiye silently, accompanying him to search in his charred ruins, moving deeper into the warehouse, and finally stopping in front of a collapsed shelf. Compared to the debris on the ground at the entrance, the damage here seems to be minor. Baiye looked carefully for a while, and stretched out his hand to pry open the iron plate covering something on the ground. Chinsu immediately helped him pry up the iron plate, and sure enough, something was revealed. It was a big, worn-out box, half of which was burned, and the other half had several obvious cracks. Baiye squatted down and picked up the box. But the box could not withstand the slightest effort, and it fell apart completely with a slight lift, revealing an object that was half melted due to the high temperature. What is that? Chinsu also squatted down, and saw Baiye pick up the half of the wheeled board, and slowly touch the blurred pattern on it. Is this the skateboard you used when you were a kid? Chinsu asked softly. Although Baiye did not give any explanation, and his expression did not fluctuate much, but seeing this half of the skateboard that was extremely inconsistent with the current Baiye, everyone could guess what was stored in this warehouse number 0 that had never been opened, and what was destroyed by this explosion. After Chinsu finished asking, it was a long time before Baiye could hear a faint response. He held the skateboard tightly, and suddenly raised his eyelids, and stood up abruptly, looking past Chinsu, or other people, as if he was not looking at them, but he was talking. His sight was like a substance, passing through the damaged walls of the warehouse, penetrating through the many buildings, and reaching the towering spire. Sorry. Before speaking again, Baiye actually apologized first. I know leaving here, hiding in the secret realm, may be your best choice. If I can survive, it means you can exist safely for a long time. But on this blessed star, there are things I can't bear to leave, and obsessions I can't let go. So no matter what risks the next game brings, I will not choose to escape. I am sorry for forcing you to get involved in my life and death game, but I hope you can forgive my obsession. Baiye finished speaking, and several people were speechless for a while, and the scene fell into silence. But the silence did not last for a few seconds, and Xiao Pei's voice was the first to sound. How can I force you? I volunteered. Xiao Pei's crisp voice came. At the beginning, I was the one who shamelessly asked to be your summoned body. At that time, I didn't know you had this secret realm card. I have been ready to follow you all the time. I will go wherever you go, and do whatever you do. This is my own decision, so there is no need to apologize for me at all. Hey, I was forced to come here by you. Kasuo sat aside. After a while, he began to speak fluently again. I accept your apology. If I really die, you must remember that you owe me one in your next life. Hiss. Before he finished speaking, Keiso suddenly jumped up from the ground, holding his chest and screaming in pain. Xiao Pei glanced at him, and shook the controller threateningly. Okay, I'm wrong. Isn't that enough? Turn it off. Auntie! Keiso grinned and waved at Xiao Pei. In addition to the chip in Keiso's body, there is also an additional control system, and Xiao Pei is his second controller. This control system has a function, which is to give electric shock near the chest, using pain to limit his movements and attacks. I just said it casually. I didn't say I object. I will accompany you in any way you want to play. Isn't that okay? Finally, after Keiso expressed his sincere attitude, Xiao Pei turned off the electric shock switch and snorted in response. Mu looked at the two noisy people over there. His eyes returned to Baiye. And he said in a flat tone, I can do it. Chinsu didn't say anything more. But after a pause, he asked Bai Yi, what are you going to do? Although Bai Yi didn't express it very clearly, Chinsu still understood his meaning. Bai Yi never seeks revenge. But the divine court will never let go of such behavior. We are not strong enough. And it is unwise to fight against the strong with an egg. Bai Yi and Chinsu are in tune with each other. Chinsu easily understands Bai Yi's intention. And Bai Yi also knows what Chinsu's question refers to. His words are steady. And his tone is calm with a hint of calm madness. I need more powerful abilities to ensure the chance of winning. But within the range of the divine blessing star, I can't get too much. So, I hope we are lucky enough, Bai Yi said, walking slowly out of the ruins, but holding the half-deformed skateboard tighter in his hand. I hope that after one game, we will eventually gain enough strength to end it all. I hope that moment. I won't have to wait too long. Chapter 217 Falling Dream. 5 days later, it will be the game for Bai Yi. Bai Yi will enter the game the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, the game is tomorrow. Today at 12 noon, don't miss it. Don't miss it. Although they called, sent messages, and even ran to the abandoned factory several times, Arnold and Jia Zipping never saw Bai Yi, and couldn't even stop him from participating in the game. Bai Yi's matches today. Arnold waited in the crowd in the west square of the Star Hall in advance, tightly tied the red scarf on his head, and couldn't help turning his head to look at Jia Zipping next to him, with anxiety in his eyes. What should we do, Brother Ping? Arnold said. The message has been sent to him. He should understand why we are looking for him. Do you think Bai Yi is deliberately not meeting us? Maybe, Jia Zipping sighed. He may have his own considerations. Bai Yi has always been clear-headed, and he probably would not fail to think of what we can think of. The black hole card was in his hand. If he wanted to hide, he should have disappeared without a trace. So Brother Ping means that he doesn't want to hide? But if he doesn't hide, does he want to fight hard? Arnold's breath was choked, and his eyes widened instantly. Bai Yi is indeed very powerful. But those few people, how could they beat him? I don't know. Jia Zipping interrupted Arnold at the right time, and looked around at the red headscarves around him. Everyone was excitedly waiting for Bai Yi's new round of games, and did not notice their conversation. Anyway, Jia Zipping lowered his voice. We can't stop Bai Yi's decision. At this moment, I'm afraid we have no room to intervene. Arnold looked at Jia Zipping with wide eyes. His lips moved slightly, but he couldn't speak. Now, so many people are paying attention to Bai Yi. I wonder if it's possible. After a long time, Arnold said half a sentence, and then cast his eyes on the dense red headscarves on the square. This time, the number of people who came to watch Bai Yi's live broadcast was obviously much larger than last time. The west square was crowded with people, and it was very difficult to move. Outside the Star Cluster Hall, the Divine Court even took the initiative to open a live broadcast to the public. People who failed to purchase tickets for the live broadcast of the Star Cluster Hall could watch Bai Yi's scenes in the dungeon at home, in taverns and other small squares. It must be said that the Divine Court's actions were indeed quite fair and above board. But such fairness made Arnold more and more uneasy, as if the Divine Court had already made careful arrangements, ensured that there was no room for error, and fully convinced the public, and was just waiting for Bai Yi to fall into the trap. It's no use thinking too much. Jia Zipping looked at Arnold's anxious expression, and could only comfort him. We have tried our best to do what we should do. Now we can only be his fans. Pray for him, and hope that he can get through the game safely again. Bai Yi had already known the news about Jia Zipping. However, he did not intend to let them disturb him, and waste everyone's time. After all, before the next game started, there were still many things he wanted to do that he had not completed. During the short break in the game, Bai Yi performed simple maintenance and upgrades on the 4 people of Chensu, the broken machine, and the little mute. He replaced Mu's processing module with a new generation, and installed a stabilizer and a sight on him, which not only improved his data processing ability, but also enhanced his attack power to a certain extent. As for Xiao Pei, Bai Yi prepared a set of explosive throwing weapons for her, which enabled her to accurately control the player while causing a stronger blow to the monster NPC. As for Kasu, Bai Yi installed a self-ignition device for him. Kasu's ability has its weaknesses. The energy stored in his body is easily disturbed by different types of external energy. Even a current or a laser beam may disrupt his attack rhythm. since Queso likes to use fire energy the most. Bai Yi directly equipped him with a self-ignition device, so that he does not need to find a fire source to absorb and adjust. He only needs to start the device to easily offset the excess energy in his body and return to his best attack mode. As for Chinsu, Bai Yi installed a new reverse thrust assist system on his legs, which is much more flexible and powerful than the air pressure assist of the bad machine. This system draws on the principle of the previous reverse thrust assist system of the Night Owl group, but it is more powerful and has a longer endurance. Combined with Chinsu's strong physical fitness and skills, the new power system allows him to fly in the air in a short time. In just a few days, Bai Yi has improved the abilities of several summoned bodies as much as possible. Now, they are staying in the summoning cabin on Bai Yi's arm, ready to go at any time. And Bai Yi is standing in front of the portal of Shinyu Square. "Let's go," Bai Yi said to his companions in the signal bridge, after entering the dungeon. "Summon us as soon as possible," Chinsu responded. "Got it," Bai Yi responded, raised his foot, and stepped into the huge ball of light. Beep, beep, beep. Is that the sound of the alarm clock? However, I still felt extremely tired, and I was too sleepy to extricate myself. I thought to myself, I couldn't wake up completely. Bai Yi tried to wake himself up faster, but his eyelids seemed to be glued, and he had to work hard to open them a little. In the blurred vision, the morning light poured into the room through the curtains, and it was stained with a soft color, warm and hazy. For some reason, a faint nostalgic feeling surged in my heart. Bai Yi subconsciously reached for the glasses on the bedside table, put them on, and the view of the room gradually became clearer. The room in front of him was a little messy. Various mechanical models were hung unevenly on the walls. Several piles of crooked books were piled on the desk, and small parts that had not been assembled were scattered on the floor. Only a few pairs of sneakers were quietly placed by the wall at the door, neatly arranged, spotless. Bai Yi sat up in a daze, stupefied for a while, and scratched his hair again. It seems I had a long dream. In the dream, I seemed to have experienced many things, and the aftermath of emotions was still rippling in my heart, but I couldn't remember what happened. But, never mind. After all, it was just a dream. After waking up, everything around me was still the same. The unfinished books were all on the table, the micro-robots that were only half completed yesterday were still scattered on the ground, and my favorite pairs of sneakers were still placed by the door. No matter how the dream changed, the moment I woke up, it was still in number 87. In my bedroom, Bai Yi, it was strangely quiet all around. Chinsu stayed in the summoning cabin. Not only did he not receive Bai Yi's summoning signal, he did not even hear a single strange sound. "Bai Yi, can you hear me?" Chinsu called Bai Yi again, but still got no response. He no longer hesitated and left the summoning cabin immediately. When he stood outside the cabin and looked around carefully, he found himself in a very small room. The room was dimly lit, with almost no extra furnishings. Only a beam of cold white overhead light shone into the center, illuminating a horizontally placed transparent cabin. In the transparent cabin, the man in white closed his eyes, and was sleeping soundly. That was Bai Yi. "Bai Yi?" Chinsu was very surprised, and immediately rushed to the transparent cabin, eagerly checking up and down, trying to open the cabin door. At this time, Mu, Xiao Pei and Ka Su also heard the noise, and walked out of the summoning cabin. Seeing the scene in front of them, the three of them were shocked. "What's going on? What happened to Bai Yi?" Xiao Pei pounced on the transparent cabin, slapping the cabin cover, eagerly trying to wake up Bai Yi. "Bai Yi, wake up! Is he asleep or fainted? Wake up! Bai Yi? Is this a dungeon?" Casso looked around, with a confused look on his face. "Have we entered the game?" "Yes." Just behind Casso, a cold voice answered briefly. Casso turned around, and saw the scanning light strip flashing rapidly in front of Mu's eyes, and then suddenly stopped. After a moment, Mu spoke again, with a detailed and confident conclusion. "This is indeed a copy, but the data structure is very different from the previous copy. This time the copy data structure is divided into 2 layers. The room we are in is the surface layer, and below it, there are many ports connected to the deeper structure. In addition, this time the data structure is not rigorous, and there are many obvious loopholes. It is very likely that a lot of modifications have been made based on the original finished product. I can hack into the system background through these loopholes, obtain game information, and try to wake up Bai Yi." "Yes." Bai Yi fell into a deep sleep. and Shinsu became the backbone of the group. Mu, you are responsible for hacking into the system to obtain information. Kazuha, you and I will try to open this transparent cabin together. This copy is too abnormal. We must remain vigilant. Whether Bai Yi is asleep or fainted, we must at least ensure that we can protect him in time in a crisis. Single copy? In the monitoring room, the ball team leader asked Xiao Jing. Yes. Xiao Jing nodded slightly. The instructions for this game are clearly described in our information system, but for some reason, I have never heard any announcements from the system in the game. On the screen, Bai Yi climbed out of the bed. His hair was messy, and he stood by the bed rubbing his eyes in a daze. He opened his eyes, sat up, and got out of bed. However, the usual female voice of the system did not sound from beginning to end. Let me see. Unable to wait for the direct announcement of the system, the ball team leader walked to Xiao Jing's screen to check the game instructions provided by the background. After just a few glances, he heard Ed screaming beside him. Team leader, Xiao Jing. Look! Ed opened his eyes wide and carefully observed Bai Yi in the live broadcast. Look at Bai Yi. He seems a lot smaller. Small? The ball team leader and Xiao Jing could not understand the meaning of small for a while, and temporarily put aside the system instructions and cast their eyes on Bai Yi in the game. Bai Yi took off his pajamas and put on a loose sportswear. His half-long hair was tied into a small bun, and his fair face had completely lost its former calmness, indifference and rebelliousness. Although his handsome eyebrows and eyes were still there, his face looked fresh and tender, and he was only a teenager at most. This. Several people were shocked at the same time. The ball team leader was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly came to his senses, and quickly checked the game instructions on Xiaojing's screen again. The game instructions were brief and clear, and the core content only had 3 points. First, this game is a single-player copy, and its content is the dream experience by the player himself. Second, the player must collect 7 connected reality runes within 2 hours to escape from the dream and pass the level successfully. Third, if the collection is not successful within 2 hours, it will be considered a game failure. The failed player will be trapped in the bunker and will never be able to return to the ground. Chapter 218 Important Things. Are you awake? Come here quickly, breakfast is ready. When Bai Yi opened the bedroom door, Mom was busy putting milk and sandwiches on the dining table. Seeing Bai Yi coming out, she smiled and greeted him. Come, son. Dad asked him to come and sit down. When Bai Yi sat down at the dining table, he rubbed his hair. Hey, I just did my hair. Bai Yi quickly covered his head and looked at his father with a slight frown. The old man accepted his son's complaint with a smile, and casually took 2 sandwiches and put them on the plate in front of Bai Yi. What are your plans for today? The father asked. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, and then some information quickly emerged in his mind. Today, his parents are going to attend an important press conference together, and they are expected to be home very late. And he has a whole day of free time to spend at home, which is why his father asked him about his plans. I haven't finished that arm yet. I have to continue working on it today. Bai Yi answered while chewing a sandwich. At only 14 years old, you can make a decent micro-robot. That's amazing. Dad patted his shoulder happily, with such force that Bai Yi almost spit out the food in his mouth. Okay, you take care of his meals. Mom also sat at the dining table and said to Dad. Then turned to Bai Yi and told him, we will be back late today. You can go to the factory for lunch and dinner. Eat with Xiao He and the others. Don't wait for us at night. Go to bed early. Oh! Bai Yi responded and stuffed the rest of the sandwich into his mouth. You must come back tonight. Don't forget, tomorrow is my birthday. Bai Yi reminded. How could I forget? Dad promised firmly. We will go home as soon as the dinner is over tonight. We must not delay our son's birthday party. Have you prepared the gift? Bai Yi thought for a moment and asked worriedly. It's ready. Don't worry. Mom replied with a smile and added a few pieces of fruit to his plate. You will definitely like this gift. Dad looked confident. Wait until tomorrow, I will definitely give you a surprise. Team leader, the information you found has been sorted out. In the monitoring room, Xiaojia hurried to Bai Yi's live broadcast screen and quickly opened the information he had just sent. This is Bai Yi's family background information. His parents are Shinkong Bai and Dellen Yongyi, and their appearance is exactly the same as shown in the live broadcast. Shinkong Bai, Dellen Yongyi? The ball team leader repeated the 2 names and felt vaguely familiar in his mind, as if he had heard them somewhere before. If this is really Bai Ye's dream, does it mean that he dreamed about his past when he was 14 years old? The bald leader asked. Well, maybe. Xiao Jia's answer was a little hesitant. The bald leader turned his head and looked at him. In theory, there should be no doubt about the answer to this question. The bald leader asked just to start the next analysis and discussion. However, why would Xiao Jia do this? But if Xiao Jia's explanation arrived in time, interrupting the bald leader's thoughts. If Bai Yi really dreamed of the real events when he was 14 years old, then the next situation may become very bad. Not very good? What do you mean? Xiao Jia just finished speaking. The bald team leader and Ed Xiaojing cast their eyes on him at the same time. And the analyst next to him also came over, quietly waiting for Xiao Jia's further explanation. If the contents of the copy are consistent with the real events, Bai Ye's parents were supposed to attend a press conference for an important research result on this day. However, on the way to the press conference, their aircraft malfunctioned and crashed into a high-voltage electric field, causing 2 people to died on the spot. The bald team leader and many analysts were shocked. And for a moment, no one could speak. Are you sure it's this day? After a while, the bald team leader came back to his senses and confirmed with Sijia. Indeed. Sijia nodded, his face becoming serious. Bai Ye's parents died on October 31st, 3209, which happened to be the day before Bai Ye's 14th birthday. In the copy, several people gradually fell silent after reading the information about Bai Ye's life provided by Mu. A projection flickered in front of the transparent cover. It was the live broadcast signal that Mu intercepted from the system, which was being projected in the room. In the live broadcast, Bai Yi lazily sat on the swivel chair at the entrance, spinning around and playing, while watching his parents put on formal clothes and prepare to attend the upcoming press conference. Is this the last time Bai Yi sees his parents? Xiao Pei said, and glanced at Bai Yi lying quietly in the transparent cover again. And a heavy and depressed feeling surged in his heart. According to the information, Bai Yi's parents, Shikong Bai and Dellen Yongye, are a couple of scientists who have made great achievements in the field of human body modification. This accident caused the young Bai Yi to lose his parents overnight. The human body transformation technology of Shenyixing also stagnated for several years, and there have been few breakthroughs so far. Under the influence of his parents, Bai Yi showed excellent mechanical talent since he was a child, and won many related awards. However, since the accident, he gradually disappeared. No one knew his life trajectory, nor how he grew up, until the reappearance of the EVO Doomsday Survival Competition, which made him attract widespread attention again and made a big splash. No matter what the dream is, the most important thing for Bai Yi right now is to collect the 7 connected reality runes within 2 hours. Chen Su remained awake. The past cannot be changed, and this is not the focus of their attention now. The point is that if Bai Yi cannot complete the game task within the specified time, he will face a desperate situation with no light. But what are these reality runes? How to collect them? We have no idea now. And Chen Su looked at the innocent Bai Yi in the projection, and his tone paused. More importantly, Bai Ye's consciousness seems to have returned to the moment of the dream. I think he probably has no idea that he is in the game now. What? Xiao Pei couldn't help but exclaimed, and Ka Sua also seemed to be stunned for a moment. Bai Yi unconsciously thought that he was still in a dream, which meant that he didn't know the task he was going to perform at all, let alone whether he could complete it within the specified time. After thinking about it carefully, Chen Su's judgment was indeed correct. In the current picture, the young Bai Yi looked relaxed, playing with the chair willfully, and complaining about his parents nagging before they went out. Obviously, he had no idea in his dream what kind of deep pain he would face next. We must wake Bai Yi up in his dream, and make him realize the situation he is facing, Chen Su said in a deep voice. Otherwise, failure is inevitable. Okay. I know. I will set the alarm. Bai Yi sat on the high chair, showing a little impatience with his mother's instructions. Once he concentrates, he always forgets the time easily. This is a problem Bai Yi has had since he was a child. When his parents are not at home, there is no one to supervise him. Sometimes he even forgets to eat, drink water, or even sleep for a whole day, and just buries himself in the room to fiddle with his things. Of course, his mother understood his situation and repeatedly reminded him to eat and drink on time. Bai Yi couldn't help but frown after repeating it so many times. Don't worry. I'll remember it. Bai Yi turned his chair, trying to divert attention a little. You guys should leave quickly, or you'll be late. Then you must take good care of yourself. Dear, his mother said, and gently kissed him on the forehead. Bai Yi stepped back slightly, feeling a little awkward. After all, he was about to turn 14, and his mother still called him baby, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Okay, let's go. Hurry up. Bai Yi couldn't help but urge his parents, hoping that they would leave quickly so that he could go back to his room and continue making robots. However, as soon as the words came to his mouth, his brain suddenly went blank without warning. Don't go. Don't. The voice came from an unknown source, as if it was whispering in his ear, or as if it came from a distant place, warning him anxiously, but never explaining the reason. Keep them. Never let them leave. Who is this? Bai Yi was stunned, looking confused, and before he could react, his parents had walked out of the door, waved goodbye to him, and then walked away in the thick white fog. An indescribable sadness gradually welled up in his heart. When Bai Yi wanted to sort out the source of this sadness, the inexplicable feeling suddenly disappeared, and it seemed that he could no longer find any clues. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and turned back to the room. The room was still the same as when he just got up, with metal parts scattered all over the floor. Bai Yi picked up 2 parts, found tools, and wanted to put them together. But no matter whether he twisted or wrenched, he failed. In the end, he could only put the parts back on the floor silently. Something seemed to be surging in his heart, reminding him that something very important had been forgotten. Important enough to be related to life and death. Important enough to change time. Important enough to be irreversible, if it was not caught in time. But what exactly was this matter? Bai Yi stared blankly at the parts on the ground, thinking for a long time, but still had no clue. His heart was still restless. So Bai Yi simply stopped doing it, stood up, walked out of the room, and walked straight to the yard. Chapter 219 Happy Birthday. The shutter door of a small warehouse in the yard was opened, and the sun instantly filled the entire space. The warehouse was not big, about 10 square meters, and a tall robot stood inside, with its head almost touching the roof. Hi. Broken machine. Bai Yi walked into the warehouse, patted the robot lightly, and said hello to it. As Bai Yi greeted, the robot's head flashed a red light, and it quickly responded to him. Hello, Master, the robot said. Bad Machine was the name Bai Yi gave it. At first, it was a naughty robot. When Bai Yi was a child, his parents bought this machine to take care of him. The main task of the naughty robot is to ensure the safety of children and limit their activity area to prevent them from running around. This function made Bai Yi, who loved to run, quite dissatisfied. Therefore, the name Bad Machine was born in his childhood complaints. Now, Bai Yi is grown up and no longer needs to be taken care of. This Bad Machine that has accompanied him for many years has naturally become a useful experimental machine for him to practice mechanical transformation. Come on, Bad Machine. Bai Yi walked out of the warehouse and came to an open space. Bad Machine followed obediently. On one side of the open space, there was a row of targets that had been beaten into a mess. Bai Yi asked Bad Machine to stand opposite the targets, and he ran over to replace one of the targets with a new one, and then gave instructions to Bad Machine. Aim at the bullseye, and fire. Bang! Bad Machine raised his arm, and a bullet hole appeared on the new target. The hole seemed to be right near the bullseye, but Bai Yi walked closer and found that the center of the bullet hole was still 10 centimeters away from the bullseye. Not accurate enough. Bai Yi touched his chin and muttered to himself. Is it because the recoil balance is not adjusted enough? Or is it a problem with the sight? Bai Yi? Come to eat. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard someone calling him not far away. Bai Yi turned around and saw his parents' assistant He Tu waving at him. He Tu was not tall and thin. He had been with Bai Yi's parents for many years and took care of him like his own son. Got it. Since he had promised his mother to eat well, Bai Yi temporarily put aside the robot and followed He Tu back to the factory lounge. A light meal has been prepared in the lounge. Several researchers from my parents are also here. Everyone has started eating. How is your robot? A researcher named Alan sat next to Bai Yi with food in his hand and asked in a friendly manner. Bai Yi took a bite of macaroni. Its reaction is quite fast, but the bullets always deviate from the target. I don't know if it's a problem of recoil balance. You can ask Sunny to help you with this. Alan waved to an older researcher. He's very experienced in this area. No problem. Sunny replied. Tomorrow I will. Ah, I'm not free tomorrow. Alan interrupted Sunny. Tomorrow is our little Baye's birthday. Oh. Yes. Yes, I really forgot. Sunny smiled innocently. Tomorrow we have to celebrate for little Baye. Baye also smiled and replied, no hurry, then lowered his head and scooped the macaroni on the plate into his mouth. What gift do you want for your birthday? Do you have any ideas? Alan asked curiously. I told my parents a little bit before. I don't know if they still remember. Baye answered vaguely, chewing macaroni, swallowing it with a roll in his throat. About a month or two ago, he had mentioned to his father that he wanted a hoverboard. This kind of skateboard has a special mechanical device, which allows it to stay longer when jumping, and even fly a short distance, which is very cool to play. But given his father's unreliable memory, he probably wouldn't remember the wish he mentioned casually a month or two ago. So for Baye, he didn't have much expectation for a birthday gift. But any gift is fine. I'm not picky, Baye added. Hearing what he said, Alan and Sunny looked at each other mysteriously, with smiles on their faces as if they knew something. But he too kept his head down, as if thinking about something. It's useless. Still no response. In the small room, Chin-Su and several friends took turns trying to contact Baye through the signal bridge, and even the little mute joined in this fruitless effort. But no one got any response. Baye in the transparent cover was still sleeping soundly, although he seemed to be very active in his dream from the projection screen. In reality, he and Chin-Su were in two different dimensions. The transparent cover surrounding Baye's body was tightly locked by the system and could not be opened. Chin-Su and Ka-Sua tried for a long time, but finally received a warning from the system. Forced opening means game failure. What should I do? More than half an hour had passed. Xiao Pei looked at Baye in the projection, who was completely unaware of the outside world, and felt anxious. But she had no idea what to do. The room fell into silence. At this time, the little mute walked to Chin-Su and raised his head in confusion. Try it. You can do it. Despite his confusion, the little mute's tone was unusually firm. Me? Chin-Su was stunned. The connection between him and Baye was indeed different from that of others. At dusk, Xiao Pei and Ka-Sua had implanted chips obtained from the dark water prison in their bodies to control and contact Baye. When Chin-Su was transformed, Baye had not yet obtained the chip. In order to wake up Chin-Su, Baye cut off a small piece of his earlobe and marked his biological information into Chin-Su's body, thus successfully establishing a connection between the two. Others were not aware of this, but the little mute's brain stored all the information of Chin-Su and his summoned bodies in detail. What he meant was, the connection between Baye and me could break through the limitations of the game? Chin-Su looked down at the little mute, feeling a little surprised. Not long ago, the little mute's brain waves were almost close to zero. Although Baye later successfully activated his brain power, the little mute could only mechanically execute Baye's instructions for a while, almost like a malfunctioning machine. And now, he actually has his own thinking ability? However, Chin-Su did not ask more questions. He paused for a second, and then reached out and gently rubbed the little mute's head. I know, Chin-Su said, no matter what the little mute's determination was based on. At this helpless moment, it seemed that he was the only one who could awaken Baye's sleeping consciousness. So, Chin-Su walked to Baye's side, put his hand on the transparent cover, left the public channel of the signal bridge, and tried to use their former private channel to establish contact with Baye. Baye, can you hear me? Baye, time is limited, wake up quickly. The fork in Baye's hand paused slightly, and then returned to normal. In the factory lounge, Assistant He2, researchers Alan and Sunny, along with several other assistant researchers, were eating and chatting. After talking about Baye's birthday, everyone turned to talk about Baye's parents' recent scientific research results and the public conference to be held today at Quanshan Yuxing. Baye's parents have been focusing on developing more efficient brain-computer docking technology. In simple terms, it is to explore how to make the human brain more fluent and more accurately control a modified and more powerful bionic mechanical body. The LRC-5 system to be launched at this conference is the next-generation brain-computer docking system designed by Baye's parents. LRC-5 has achieved the same wavelength between biological signals and mechanical signals for the first time. Its performance is comparable to the original neural connection of the human body, which can be regarded as a major breakthrough in the field of bionic human research. Teacher is really amazing, Alan exclaimed. Once this system is released, the bionic technology of Shenyuxing will definitely be at the forefront of the entire galaxy. I heard that many bigwigs from the Scientific Research Department of the Divine Court will also be present at this press conference. If the Divine Court takes a fancy to our research, we will probably have their support in the future. Sunny seemed very excited. She said she supported us, but looking at her expression, she seemed to be looking forward to the day when she would become a priest. That's probably unlikely. Someone next to her interrupted. I heard from the teacher before that people from the Divine Court came to discuss the matter of LRC-5. But for some reason, the teacher and the others did not agree to cooperate. Didn't they agree? Why? Didn't I say I didn't know? Bai Yi listened to everyone's chat, occasionally smiling and agreeing, but seemed absent-minded most of the time. He was not thinking about anything in particular, but he always had difficulty concentrating. Press conference, LRC-5, Dad. Mom, what am I doing now? Why am I here? Speaking of which, I have to thank Mr. Charles. It seemed that Alan was saying, if it weren't for Mr. Charles's sponsorship, LRC-5 wouldn't have completed the experiment so quickly. Yes, that's right. Everyone nodded in agreement, except Bai Ye's expression suddenly changed. Charles? Charles? A nerve in his mind instantly tensed up, and an indescribable sense of strangeness suddenly spread in his heart after hearing this name. Mr. Charles? Mr. Charles of Victor Investment Group. This person. Isn't he? The strange feeling became stronger and stronger, and his emotions were surging like a tide, making Bai Yi restless. The conversations around him seemed to fade away, but the voice in his heart was clearly getting stronger. Charles. Mr. Charles. Charles. Bai Yi. Bai Yi, can you hear me? Bai Yi, wake up. Who is it? Who is calling me? Bai Yi was startled for a moment, subconsciously looking for the source of the voice. Wake up. Want me to wake up? Am I dreaming now? Is all this? We are back. At this moment, a familiar voice interrupted Bai Ye's thoughts. The door of the lounge was pushed open. Bai Yi sat at the table, saw his well-dressed parents walk into the room, and walked towards him with a smile on their faces. We are back. Dad walked to Bai Ye's side, and gently rubbed his head. Mom also reached out to hug him, and her smile was as gentle as the warm morning light. Looking at his mother's smiling face, Bai Ye's mind suddenly went blank. It seemed that at that moment, the red cloth was unveiled like magic, and the surroundings became a colorful and shining world full of balloons and ribbons. Happy 14th birthday, my baby. Chapter 220. Sorry. Bai Ye's parents are back? The analysts in front of the screen were stunned. Obviously, this was not what they expected. In reality, Bai Ye's parents died in a spacecraft accident and have not yet arrived at the press conference. Even so, due to the presence of the Divine Court, the press conference was not cancelled. Instead, Hawk, the partner of the LRC-5 project and the president of the No. 7 investment group, was temporarily in charge of the explanation and barely allowed the press conference to proceed. However, in Bai Ye's dream, his parents Shikong Bai and Dellen Yongye successfully completed the press conference, returned home safely, and celebrated Bai Ye's birthday as scheduled. Since it is a dream, it does not have to be a copy of reality. The ball team leader was not surprised, and only sighed and said, this may be a reflection of Bai Ye's subconscious wishes. Moreover, Ed continued to analyze. Before he had dinner with E2 Alan and others, Bai Ye's dreams were full of reality. Since his parents appeared, the dreams began to jump like a dream, which shows that Bai Yi did not really experience his birthday. The truth of the matter should be consistent with the information we have. Alas, so pitiful. Xiao Jing looked at Bai Yi surrounded by joy and blessings in the picture, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. If the accident that year had not happened, he should have been so happy. Xiao Jing's emotional words caused a sigh among the crowd. But not long after, Ed seemed to realize something. Wait, I understand. Ed said seriously. Have you noticed that Bai Ye's dreams were roughly in line with reality before his parents came back? But after they came back, the development of the dream gradually deviated from reality. And Bai Ye's mission, this time, is to collect 7 runes that connect to reality. Connecting to reality. Does this mean that he needs to make his dreams consistent with reality in some way in order to obtain the runes and complete the game? It's possible. It seems to be like this, right? Ed's words made the analysts feel as if they had suddenly realized something. But after thinking about it carefully, they felt that they still didn't grasp the key. To make the dream fit the reality, what should he do specifically? At what critical moment can he obtain the rune? Is this mechanism too vague? No matter what the mechanism is, Bai Yi should at least understand the task he is going to perform, so that he can explore the relevant mechanism. But now, the analysts all looked at the picture, where Bai Yi was wearing a birthday hat and happily blowing out the candles. Obviously, no matter what, he was still the 14-year-old boy Bai Yi, even happier than when he was 14 years old. To successfully pass this game, Bai Yi must wake up from this dreamlike and beautiful dream. However, how can Bai Yi, who is now surrounded by a happy dream, wake up? It's disconnected, Shinsu said to others in the small room. When the name Hawk was mentioned just now, it seemed that something was touched, and the signal barrier between Shinsu and Bai Yi suddenly loosened a little. Taking the opportunity, Shinsu quickly called Bai Yi, but this looseness disappeared again because of the return of Bai Yi's parents. The people in the room helplessly looked at Bai Yi, who seemed to be waking up, and fell into the wonderful and sweet fantasy again. I really don't know what wish Bai Yi made. Xiao Pei stared at Bai Yi, who blew out the candle in the projection, and said softly. The 14-year-old Bai Yi had a light, bright, and clear smile on his face, which was the look that Bai Yi could no longer have now. Even if the mission was in hand, who would be willing to wake him up from such a dream? However, no matter whether he was willing or not, there was only 1 hour left before the deadline of the mission. Shinsu and Mu had almost no communication at ordinary times. Only at this moment did they briefly become supportive teammates. Mu, can you find out who Hawk is? Why does his name have an impact on Bai Yi's consciousness? Shinsu asked. Mu nodded without hesitation, lowered his head and thought for a moment, and soon gave an answer. Hawk is the former president of the No. 7 investment group, which focuses on investment in scientific research projects. In the years before 3209, a large amount of funds from the group were injected into the Deep Space Factory, which is the research project of Bai Yi's parents. Hawk, as an investment representative, also participated in the LRC-5 project. After Bai Yi's parents passed away, Hawk took over the follow-up work of the LRC-5 project and reached a cooperation with Shinting. But a few months later, he died unexpectedly, and he too, the chief technical director of the LRC-5 project, and several core researchers also disappeared. No one took over the LRC-5 project, so it was shelved and never successfully applied again. LRC-5? Shinsu asked. It is a brain-computer docking system, Mu replied. Brain-computer docking system. Several people had some speculations in their hearts. It seems that LRC-5 of Bai Yi's parents is not unpopular, and they may be the successful use cases of this brain-computer docking system. However, even though he knew Hawk's identity, the information Mu had did not provide any conclusive evidence to explain why Bai Yi reacted abnormally to the name Hawk. It was only known that the name Hawk might be effective, and there were no other clues. Bai Yi in the picture was still immersed in joy, and there seemed to be no sign of waking up. Shinsu stared at Bai Yi's happy smile. After some struggle, he finally made up his mind, and walked to Bai Yi's transparent cover. Bai Yi. Shinsu tried hard to pass his signal to Bai Yi. Bai Yi. I am Hawk, and I am here to congratulate you on your birthday. Hawk. I am here to celebrate your birthday. Bai Yi. Look back. Hawk is behind you. Shinsu repeated these words in the signal bridge, and he emphasized Hawk's name in every sentence. But in the projection, Bai Yi was completely unaware, and he was still laughing and chasing with Arusani and the others, and did not respond to Shinsu's signal at all. Shinsu calmed down and tried to call Bai Yi repeatedly. Hawk is here. Hawk is talking to your parents. Hawk. He has a birthday present for you. I don't know which sentence it was, nor why, but Shinsu's words seemed to flow into the gap of Bai Yi's consciousness at a certain moment. Bai Yi in the projection was slightly stunned, and then turned around suddenly. Now! Shinsu seized the opportunity, and immediately changed the signal content. Bai Yi. I am Shinsu. You are in a fantasy now. Wake up quickly. You still have a task to complete, and time is running out. Did you hear it? Bai Yi? Bai Yi? Bai Yi? In the projection, Bai Yi stood there in a daze, and did not move for a long time. Shinsu kept a calm expression, paying close attention to Bai Yi's reaction. Mu, Xiao Pei, and Ka Su also stared at Bai Yi in the picture. Even the expressionless face of the little mute showed a hint of anxiety. Bai Yi was still surrounded by the hustle and bustle, but he seemed to be trapped in a vacuum world, standing quietly in the crowd, and gradually moving away from the hustle and bustle. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Yi's figure suddenly flashed, and the large sports coat was instantly replaced by a slim white suit. When Bai Yi turned around again, the young face had lost its original immaturity and childishness, and suddenly turned back to the appearance of 27 years old. He woke up! Xiao Pei shouted excitedly, and the others were also excited. Bai Yi, can you hear me? Chen Su immediately sent a new signal to Bai Yi. If you heard it, please reply to me. I heard it. In the public signal bridge, the long-lost voice of Bai Yi sounded. The voice was still calm, and Bai Yi's calm and firm eyes in the projection seemed to have passed through the barrier of dreams, and finally met his teammates in the chaotic crack of time and space. Sorry, I made everyone worried. Bai Yi said in a deep voice, I already know the task to be done. There is 1 hour left. There is still enough time to complete the task objectives. Don't worry, I will definitely pass this game successfully, and bring everyone back to reality safely. Bai Yi wakes up. Although it is impossible to hear the conversation between Bai Yi and Chen Su on the signal bridge, the change in Bai Yi's appearance, and his clear and innocent eyes, are enough to prove that his consciousness has returned. The analysts in the monitoring room cheered excitedly, and the audience watching Bai Yi's live broadcast in the West Square and various streets and alleys, at this time gradually understood some of the mysteries. Ordinary viewers do not have the channels to learn about Bai Yi's life experience, like Mu or the analysis team. From their perspective, this game is like a movie playing Bai Yi's childhood memories. But these seemingly trivial daily fragments confuse them, and they don't know what the meaning is. Until Bai Yi regained consciousness, a line of words appeared below the live broadcast screen. EVO Doomsday Survival Competition Single Field, Sleeping Nightmare. Mission begins. Player Bai Yi needs to find 7 runes that connect to reality within the specified time to escape from the dream and complete the game. EVO Game Number 9. Sleeping Nightmare. Am I thinking too much? In the West Square, Arnold said to Jia Zipping, with a little confusion on his face. This game seems too peaceful. The process is like a dream. The mission only asks Bai Yi to find something. What exactly is this rune? How to find it? But in Bai Yi's own dream, there shouldn't be much danger. Arnold continued to think. What do you think Shinting wants to do? Brother Ping. Brother Ping? Arnold called several times before calling back Jia Zipping, who was in a daze. Jia Zipping stared at Arnold for a while, and responded absent-mindedly twice, as if he didn't notice what Arnold was saying. Arnold felt strange, and was about to ask Jia Zipping about the abnormality. But he saw him frowning slightly, looking at Bai Yi, who had turned back to 27 years old on the live broadcast screen, as if he was talking to Arnold, and as if he was talking to himself. If I'm not mistaken, to pass the level, Bai Yi needs to do these. The runes that connect to reality require 7. If it really takes 7, then it's too cruel for Bai Yi. Chapter 221, there is another hidden story. The sun shines on the lawn, colorful balloons float in the wind, the cake is cut. A warm and lively birthday party celebrates Bai Yi's 14th birthday. However, no one noticed that the protagonist's demeanor has become unusually calm, which is out of tune with the surrounding atmosphere of laughter. How to find the 7 runes, do you know? Chen Su asked Bai Yi in the signal bridge. Yes. Bai Yi nodded gently, paused for a moment, rolled up his sleeves. In the projection, the outlines of the diamonds are clearly visible, waiting for the runes found by the players to be filled in one by one. I am now at my 14th birthday party. But in fact, this celebration has never really taken place. This is obviously a time and space that does not exist in reality. Bai Yi said to Chen Su and the others. If my speculation is correct, finding these 7 runes means finding 7 key nodes to return this illusion to the real world. This birthday party has never been held. His voice was flat, as if he was stating an insignificant fact, which made Chen Su and the others feel a little depressed. But everyone soon understood. Bai Yi's calmness made them focus on the game itself. And no one said much. Xiao Pei asked, how do you find these 7 key nodes? Do you want to find the difference between dreams and reality? Xiao Pei's words seemed to make sense at first, but it was not entirely true after careful consideration. If there is a difference, this birthday party that never existed is the opposite of reality. It is virtual everywhere, and it is a dream everywhere. It seems that there is no standard to accurately divide the 7 key nodes. But Shinsu and his friends could not think of a more logical way to match the requirements of the 7 runes. The birthday party was still going on, the guests were having fun on the lawn, and laughing non-stop. The sun was warm, the grass was green, and time seemed to have stopped at this beautiful moment, and it did not pass any further. The dream no longer developed, and the scene did not change. Perhaps this birthday party was the starting point for finding the 7 runes. But even if there was a starting point, how could we determine the direction of the search? Shinsu and his friends faced the projection, and they could not figure out the clues. At this time, Bai Yi looked around, and then stepped forward. "I'll give it a try," Bai Yi said in the signal bridge. "Hi, Alan." He walked to the researcher next to him, and called his name. Alan was concentrating on enjoying the cake in his hand. He looked up and responded when he heard the call, as if he didn't realize that Bai Yi had become an adult. "Alan, have you seen the video of my parents' speech at the press conference?" Bai Yi asked. "I have," Alan answered naturally. "The teacher's speeches were really wonderful, especially when talking about the future application of LRC5. That part was really exciting." "Oh, really?" Bai Yi's tone was calm, as if he was thinking about something. "Are you sure you saw my parents' speeches? Have they really arrived at the press conference?" Bai Yi's words gradually revealed unusual depth. Why do you ask?" Alan looked confused, with unfinished butter in his hand, and looked dazed. Bai Yi lowered his head for a moment, then raised his eyes. His voice was still calm, but there was a hint of unusual chill. "Do you remember Z171 area? That high-voltage electric field?" Bai Yi has started to act. In the monitoring room, Aide, Xiao Jing, and a group of analysts instantly became energetic. In the live broadcast, Bai Yi asked the researcher Alan about his parents one by one. When he asked about the phrase high-voltage electric field, Alan's face suddenly froze. The next second, the sun, the grass, the balloons, and the crowd disappeared instantly, and the scene turned to a dark room in the blink of an eye. It was late at night, and there was no light in the room. Only the street lights shone through the blurred window glass, and the faint light filled the quiet room. Various instruments were arranged in a disorderly manner by the wall, and there were several beds in the center. The indicator light on the control panel flickered faintly, and it seemed that the system was turned off. Bai Yi looked around, and his eyes finally fell on the man in front of him. I don't know anything." In the dim light, the man huddled in the corner in fear, while Bai Yi stared at him calmly, with no expression, nor did he speak, as if he was thinking deeply. "This person." Ed narrowed his eyes, leaning forward to identify him carefully. "This person must be Alan." "Yes, it's him." Xiao Jing also recognized him quickly. "What does he mean by that? He actually said he didn't know anything." Ed was thoughtful, and unconsciously looked at Xiao Jing. Just now Bai Yi asked him, "Do you remember that high-voltage electric field?" Then the scene suddenly changed. The high-voltage electric field is where Bai Yi's parents had an accident. Bai Yi specifically mentioned this matter, and this place to ask Alan. Xiao Jing continued. And Alan said in fear that he knew nothing. Does this mean? Xiao Jing's words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't continue. And Ed's heart was full of similar speculations, and his face was full of disbelief. Although these details are profound and complex, it is difficult to draw a definite conclusion for the time being. But the few words between the two, and Bai Yi's indifferent expression when facing Alan, can at least explain one thing. The death of Bai Yi's parents may hide an unknown truth, and this truth may be the key for Bai Yi to complete this game. The analysis team, outside the screen, can only obtain information publicly available on the internet. Even Chen Su and others have never heard many details about the past from Bai Yi. This dream was Bai Yi's dream, and everything was a projection of his memory and consciousness. No one understood what he had experienced better than him. When the analysis team and Chen Su woke up with a confused mission, they quickly sorted out the clues through the system's brain broadcast and the current environment, and understood what those so-called runes represented. Among the 7 pointers, one was Alan. I don't know anything. Don't come to me. This all has nothing to do with me. Alan huddled in a corner with his head in his hands, looking extremely flustered. Bai Yi looked at him quietly, and after a moment, he raised his eyebrows slightly. The scene in front of him seemed to be replayed many years ago. Alan did not wait for Bai Yi to question him, and he said the same excuse as before. He really knew nothing. Before the accident, he knew nothing about everything. He did not touch his parents' aircraft, nor did he debug their navigation system. He did not take money from anyone. Nor did he get any promises. He did not want to kill his parents. Bai Yi believed that when he learned that his parents were in trouble, his shock, surprise and grief were all from the heart. However, this does not mean that he can replace his parents as the core researcher of LRC-5 and help the culprit deprive his parents of their hard work in exchange for a comfortable life for the rest of his life. He really knows nothing, but he is not qualified to beg for his forgiveness. Bai Yi, don't come to me. You should go to he too. Alan stuttered. I absolutely don't know. I am also very sad. But I have no choice. You don't want to see the research left by the teachers being abandoned like this. I am innocent. We are all innocent. Only he too is not innocent. Let me go. Go to him. He is your enemy. Alan's words. Bai Yi just responded lightly. After responding, he lowered his eyes, and his mouth slightly raised. He was not laughing at Alan's embarrassment, but perhaps he was missing his former self. Bai Yi was not so calm in the past. From grief to suspicion, from investigation to confirmation, hatred slowly rose in his heart, and finally turned into a raging fire. The whereabouts of others were still unknown, so he first found Alan in the laboratory of the new factory. Before he could ask much, Alan involved he too. I really don't know. I don't know where he is. Alan kept defending himself, and it seemed that the more he said, the more likely Bai Yi would let him go. Only Sunny has seen him recently. I'm just their follower. I haven't been told anything. Please don't come to me again. I don't want things to turn out like this. The teachers are gone. You can't bring them back to life. Yes, my parents are gone. Even their bodies have been turned into charred masses. There is not even a chance of resurrection. Bai Yi raised his eyes, looked at the face full of fear in front of him again. After a moment, he raised his hand slightly. A huge black shadow instantly appeared behind him. Broken machine. Hello, master. Seal his mouth, and don't let him scream. Then saw off his hands and feet, and leave him in this lab. Yes, master. Bai Yi, you can't, The panic on Alan's face quickly escalated into fear, and before he could continue to argue, a red light flashed in front of him. His mouth was tightly blocked by the thick tube, and the hot glue quickly poured in, gluing his mouth and throat tightly. You said you had no other choice. I disagree. The bad machine started the chainsaw, and the harsh noise completely drowned out Alan's screams of pain. Both arms were sawed off at the shoulders in an instant. Bai Yi looked at the blood flowing out, with a calm tone, appearing extremely calm. You could have had many choices, but you don't seem to want to choose. In that case, let me show you a path that really leaves you with no choice. Chapter 222 Unforgettable. Alan, a senior researcher of the former Deep Space Experimental Factory, one of the core members of the LRC-5 project, took over the subsequent development of LRC-5 after Bai Yi's parents passed away. At that time, the ownership of the LRC-5 project was jointly owned by Bai Yi's parents and investor Charles. Once Bai Yi's parents passed away, Charles took control of the LRC-5 project in his own hands, and then sold it to the Shiting Research Department at a high price. With the change of ownership of LRC-5, Alan, as a core researcher, also entered the Shiting and obtained the status of a priest. However, soon after, he was found dead in the laboratory. His body was in a horrible state, his mouth and tongue were burnt black, his limbs were broken, and he had lost almost all his blood. So was this really done by Bai Yi? The information in Xiao Jie's hand almost completely matched the events in the live broadcast, but the bald team leader Ed and a group of analysts, who were confused by the information bombardment, could not help but raise this obvious question. The incident of Bai Yi's parents suddenly became complicated, and the bloody scene in front of them was hard to digest, although many facts had now emerged in the conversation between Bai Yi and Alan. Bai Yi, did he really kill Alan? Xiao Jing asked blankly. Alan said that this matter had nothing to do with him, and Bai Yi did not directly identify Alan as the murderer, which means that in addition to Alan, Bai Yi must have. Yes. Xiao Jie nodded, understanding what Xiao Jing wanted to say. In addition to Alan, Sunny, he too, Charles and others also died in a short period of time, although there was no definite conclusion on the cause of death at that time. It now seems that it should all be Bai Yi's doing. After Bai Yi woke up, his first action was to find Alan. After a few words of dialogue, he successfully opened the current scene. The bald team leader pondered for a moment and tentatively speculated. It seems that, after learning about the mission, Bai Yi quickly realized what the rune connecting reality was, and how to obtain it. You mean, Alan, is a rune? Ed, and the analysts immediately turned their eyes to the ball team leader. Yes. Look. The ball team leader did not explain much, but pointed at the live broadcast screen with his chin. On the screen, Alan's hands and feet had been sawed off, and he was struggling on the ground. From the broken part of his left arm, a small diamond-shaped light spot emerged and floated out faintly. Bai Yi gently lifted his sleeves, and the diamond-shaped light spot gently landed in the diamond-shaped empty slot on his arm, and then gradually disappeared. If I guess correctly, the ball team leader continued. The rune connecting reality mentioned in the mission refers to people who should not appear at the birthday party, and should not survive in reality later. Only by eliminating them in the dream can the truth return. And this is the true meaning of connecting reality. And Bai Yi, who has experienced all this and ended these people with his own hands, can naturally understand this meaning more quickly and deeply than anyone else. Bai Yi obtained the rune. In the small room of the copy, several people saw the diamond-shaped light spot in the projection flying towards Bai Yi, and they were all excited. The mission needs to be completed in the deep dream, and Shinsu and the others can only stay on the surface of the copy with Bai Yi's body, and can hardly provide Bai Yi with any help. This is a game that relies entirely on Bai Yi's personal ability. Fortunately, this dream does not seem to involve two dangerous battles. Even those bad machines can appear in Bai Yi's dream, but the bad machines in the dream, it seems to be different from the bad machines now. Xiao Pei carefully observed the picture in the projection. The bad machine summoned by Bai Yi in the laboratory looked much simpler in design than now, and its movements were not as smooth as now. In terms of appearance, it was more like the one that shot targets with Bai Yi in the yard. That should be the bad machine at that time. Shinsu hugged his arms and said in a low voice. Bai Yi, who was only 14 years old at that time, was thin and looked even thinner than now. If he wanted to deal with an adult like Alan alone, it would be a long way to go. And if it was just the young Bai Yi facing Alan, Alan would not be so cowardly without fighting spirit. That is to say, in the real situation of that year, Bai Yi most likely used a broken machine to kill Alan in the laboratory. As soon as he received the task, Bai Yi immediately went to find Alan. It seems that he knew how to get this rune from the beginning. Xiao Pei paused and continued. Yes. Shinsu nodded, revisiting the journey of that year and correcting the dream that does not match the reality. This is probably the way to complete the task. What happened back then? Was it murder? Cause suicide on the side. 7 runes? Did little Bai Yi kill 7 people in one go? TSK. That's amazing. Shinsu's eyes fell on Kasu, but he didn't respond. Obviously, the death of Bai Yi's parents was not an accident. Perhaps 7 people played various roles in this tragedy that Bai Yi couldn't let go. According to the limited information Mu collected, these people were most likely familiar or even close to Bai Yi. It's hard to imagine how the young Bai Yi could bear this earth-shaking trauma alone. At that time, he had just turned 14 years old. Shinsu lowered his eyes, looked at Bai Yi who was sleeping quietly, and quietly covered a corner of the transparent cover with his hand. That period of time must have been the most difficult days in Bai Yi's 27 years of life. And now, he has to experience all of this in the game so immersively. Although there is no dangerous battle, this game is still a heart-wrenching practice for Bai Yi. Shinsu stared at the projection, and Bai Yi's face did not show much sadness or joy. After confirming the rune, he put away his sleeves and looked down at Alan on the ground. However, before Bai Yi raised his head, the dazzling sunlight suddenly fell from above his head, and the balloons and streamers repeatedly rendered the picture back to warm and joyful colors. 52 minutes left. Mu suddenly reported the time. I wonder who will be the next one. Xiao Pei stared at the projection, watching Bai Yi straighten his sleeves, adjust his glasses, and slowly walk towards another researcher. Xiao Bai Yi, try this. Sunny stood by the oven. The charcoal fire roasted him, making his forehead full of sweat. Seeing Bai Yi coming over here, he quickly handed a skewer of sizzling, oily meat to Bai Yi, and urged with a smile, eat quickly. Thank you. Bai Yi politely took the skewer, looked at it carefully, and then put it back on the plate. Don't you want to try it? It's really delicious. Sunny recommended enthusiastically while busying himself. But Bai Yi did not respond, but just silently stared at the face that had long been silent in his memory. The speculations of the analysis team and Shinsu were all correct. The aircraft accident of Bai Yi's parents was actually a carefully planned murder. The aircraft was tampered with, and it suddenly lost control on the way to the press conference. The backup autopilot system was also debugged, causing the aircraft to crash directly into the deadly high-voltage electric field. And Bai Ye's parents both died. The motive for the murder was Bai Ye's parents' latest research result: the LRC-5 brain computer docking system. Afterwards, the people related to the LRC-5 system died one after another. And all of this was indeed done by Bai Yi when he was 14 years old. This time he was going to pursue the Order of the Runes, which was exactly the same as the order he sought revenge that year. The first one is Alan, and the second one is Sunny. To be fair, Sunny and Alan were relatively friendly to him. Bai Yi believed that although they benefited from the death of their parents, they did not really participate in the murder. However, staying out of the blood feud is betrayal. Choosing silence is betrayal. Enjoying a comfortable life with peace of mind is betrayal. Whether it is Alan, Sunny, or others later, all those who feasted on the flesh and blood of their parents are unforgivable betrayers. Sunny, are you happy? Bai Yi suddenly asked after a moment of silence. I am quite happy. Sunny was stunned, looking a little puzzled. I am happy to celebrate Bai Ye's birthday. Oh, really? Bai Yi stared into his eyes. Thank you for celebrating my birthday. I think I should congratulate you as well. I heard that you have joined the Divine Court and become a priest. Right? I got what I wanted. Congratulations. Congratulations. But, why did you become a priest? Can you tell me? After hearing Bai Ye's words, the sweat on Sunny's face froze. And then the scene changed instantly. Just like Alan's time, the sunny lawn turned into a brightly lit living room in an instant. The living room was raised to the second floor, and the spacious and exquisite furniture was obviously expensive. One corner was full of unopened boxes, and it seemed that the owner had just moved in not long ago. And this owner, who was now tied to a dining chair, stared at the uninvited guest who broke into the house in horror. I remember you asked me at that time where to find he too, right? Bai Yi leaned against the dining table and casually recalled the events of the past. What are you looking for he too for? Sunny stuttered, and his face was sweatier than when he was grilling meat. What am I looking for he too for, don't you know? Bai Yi tilted his head, seemingly disappointed. Compared to that, Alan is much more sincere. He told me a long time ago that he too was not innocent. You are saying this now, are you trying to cover it up for him? No, no, no. Sunny didn't expect his words to be interpreted in this way, and his head immediately shook like a rattle. I won't hide anything for him. I'll tell you everything I know. He colluded with Charles, and took Charles's money. He secretly found a mechanic and tampered with the teacher's aircraft. Charles promised him that after completing his mission, his signature would be on the LRC-5 system, and if LRC-5 was sold to the Divine Court, he would get 20% of the profit, and he is now a priest. In the Divine Court, he became the first person in charge of LRC-5. Oh, I see. This was not the first time that Bai Yi had heard these words from Sunny. He nodded, looked at Sunny's large and gorgeous new house, and exhaled softly. If it were according to the plot of that year, I should have talked to you for a while longer, but sorry, my mission time is limited. I can't delay any longer. There are other people waiting to see me later. Your role is less, you shouldn't mind. Right? Okay, this scene ends here. Chapter 223 Born Evil. Xiao Jing couldn't stand the heart-wrenching screams in the live broadcast, and quickly turned the speaker volume down to the lowest. In the picture, Sunny was tied to a chair and struggling in pain. His stomach was cut open, and his intestines. Blood and fat flowed down his thighs to the ground. Bai Yi just leaned quietly beside the dining table, watching, until the rune light floated out of Sunny's body, and fell on his left arm, in the second diamond-shaped slot. Did Bai Yi really do this back then? Someone in the crowd murmured, and after a long time, Xiao Jia's slightly hesitant response was heard. Yeah. No one was willing to believe that Bai Yi, who looked gentle, and had a gentle smile, had done such a thing ruthlessly, and he was even just a teenager at that time. But even if he didn't want to believe it, according to the information collected by Xijie, this was indeed the way Sunny died when he was found. Judging from Bai Ye's skilled movements, what he was doing now was indeed a replica of the method used back then. Fortunately, the shocking scene did not last too long. After the rune was successfully obtained, the scene was like last time, and it quickly switched back to the lawn where the birthday party was being held. Bai Yi confirmed the rune on his arm, looked around again, and seemed a little hesitant. Bai Yi said something, but the speaker was too quiet, and no one could hear it clearly. It quickly turned the volume back to normal, and Xiao Jing also hurriedly looked back at the records, and found that Bai Yi said something that seemed to be a soliloquy. Where should we find the next one? He shouldn't be here. Next? Who's next? The analysts looked at each other. The next one should be he too. Right? Shouldn't he too be here? According to common sense, he would definitely attend Bai Ye's birthday party. Then who won't be here? Bai Yi is referring to. Everyone was a little confused. But before they could discuss anything else, Bai Ye's eyes lit up on the screen, and he immediately walked in a certain direction. The analysts immediately focused on Bai Ye's actions. He walked around the dessert table full of delicious food, passed through the blurry group of guests, and walked to an inconspicuous man with a clear goal. Who is this person? From the beginning of the game to now, this person has never appeared in Bai Ye's dream, and his appearance does not look like a researcher in the experimental factory. He is wearing a green work suit. His gloves are covered with black stains, and he looks unkempt. It seems that he is not here to attend Bai Ye's birthday party, but more like he is rushing to a maintenance workshop. Wait, could it be that he is the mechanic? Xiao Jing suddenly realized. Sunny said that he too bribed the mechanic and tampered with Bai Ye's parents' aircraft. Bai Ye's next target of revenge. Could it be that mechanic? For others, the death of an ordinary mechanic could not be linked to the LRC-5 incident at all. So Xiao Jie's information did not involve the mechanic. Before Bai Yi walked towards this man, no one thought that he was the next rune Bai Yi was going to find. Happy birthday, Bai Yi? Perhaps it was the illusion of the dream. This mechanic could not attend Bai Ye's birthday party in reality. But in this dream game, he did appear, and seemed to be very familiar with Bai Yi and congratulated him on his birthday. Bai Yi naturally accepted the happy birthday, smiled slightly, and responded, "Thank you. But why don't you change into some decent clothes to attend my birthday party? I don't like to see dirty and ugly things, and I can't stand bad smells. I hope you can die cleanly this time." As Bai Ye's voice fell, the sunny lawn disappeared instantly, and a tall and empty repair workshop followed. Bai Yi sat on a bench in a corner of the workshop, playing with a simple controller in his hand. The broken machine was guarding beside him, and the man tied to the pillar in front of Bai Yi was the mechanic just now. I have no hatred with your parents. I was threatened by them. The tied mechanic completely lost his previous calmness. His body kept twisting, and his voice was broken. They said that if I cooperated, they would give me a lot of money, and if I didn't cooperate, I would be thrown into the bunker. My wife is seriously ill, and I have 5 children to support. I can't go to the bunker. I can't leave them behind. I can only do things for them. Yeah, Bai Yi nodded, and then adjusted the controller to the first gear. Ah! The electric current instantly rushed into his body, the mechanic screamed, and his whole body trembled involuntarily. Please let me go. I was really threatened. Let me go. I can do anything for you. Ah! The controller was switched to the second gear, and the mechanic's screams became several decibels higher. It's all that he too. It's him who threatened me. It's him who wanted to kill your parents. I can kill him for you. I can avenge you. Please let me go. Please let me go. The mechanic panted rapidly, and could hardly speak a complete sentence. Bai Yi vaguely remembered the scene when he begged for mercy, and what he responded at that time was, "You avenge me. What's the point?" Bai Yi repeated the same answer with a sense of ritual. "Don't worry about He2's matter. You go first, and you will see him in hell soon." As he said that, Bai Yi directly adjusted the controller to the 5th gear. The mechanic and the electric current shook violently. Tears and snot intertwined, and a disgusting stench filled the air. Is there a smell in dreams? Bai Yi frowned in disgust, finally gave up the sense of ritual, and directly adjusted the controller to the maximum gear. Under the highest current, no one could bear it. The mechanic died instantly before he could even make a sound. The man was dead, but the stench still lingered in the air, without any reduction. But Bai Ye's brows gradually relaxed, as if he could no longer sense the disgusting smell. His eyes were empty, as if he was thinking about something, until the rune fluttered and fell into his arm. The scene returned to the sunny lawn again. After a long time, he slowly came back to his senses. There are still 35 minutes. As the 3rd rune was obtained, Bai Yi in the dream and Mu in reality checked the time at the same time. Although the time limit was tight, from the calm and composed state of Bai Yi in the projection, he was clearly aware of the next task. Xiao Pei said, "There are 4 runes left." Bai Yi, who was seeking revenge that year, also has He2 and Charles as his known opponents. Who will the remaining 2 runes point to? Xiao Pei asked. It seems that only Bai Yi can answer this question. In the projection, Bai Yi once again crossed the crowd and walked towards a man. This time, the target was not an unexpected prospect. The thin man with medium build and glasses was he too. If you think about it carefully, in Bai Yi's previous dream, some clues have appeared. In the chat in the lounge, Alan, Sunny, and a group of researchers were enthusiastically discussing the press conference of Bai Yi's parents and his upcoming birthday party. Only he too had a flickering expression, remained silent, and always wandered outside the discussion. Now it seems that his wandering and evasion are strong evidence of the confessions of Aransani and the mechanic. He too participated in the conspiracy from the beginning, when others knew nothing. He had already known that Bai Yi's parents could not attend the press conference, and that Bai Yi's 14th birthday party would never be held as scheduled. He too. It's finally your turn. Bai Yi stood in front of he too without any greetings and said a word directly, which instantly triggered the scene switching. The lively birthday party suddenly turned into a dark wasteland. If you look carefully, you will find that there seem to be high and low black shadows in the darkness. Do you know this place? Bai Yi asked. He too beside him was sobbing, unable to move his mouth, and it was obvious that something was stuffed in his mouth. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows, pulled the thing out of his mouth, and immediately a crying male voice came. Bai Yi. Bai Yi? I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for the teachers. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to atone for my sins. I'm willing to. Before he too finished speaking, Bai Yi stuffed the gag back into his mouth. I know everything you want to say. I have limited time. Let's get started quickly. After saying that, he loosened the wire that bound he too's legs, took a bucket of burning oil from Bad Machine's hand, opened the lid, and with a splash, all poured on he too. He too sensed the terror that was about to come, and struggled desperately, but his upper body was tightly tied by the wire, with no room for escape, and could only watch Bai Yi shake off the empty oil barrel and throw it aside. Over there is your favorite high-voltage electric field. Bai Yi took a few steps back, stood firmly beside Bad Machine, raised his chin, and pointed at the shadow. For the sake of our past friendship, I can give you 10 seconds to escape. After 10 seconds, I will ignite the burning oil on your body. But Bad Machine, and I will not let you escape. This is a dead end. If you want to escape, go to the electric field. He too stared at Bai Yi with wide eyes, his face full of astonishment. However, Bai Yi didn't care at all. The moment he finished speaking, he began to count down. 10, 9, 8. He too panicked and didn't care about anything else. He ran desperately towards the electric field, away from Bai Yi. 7, 6, 5. The steel wire tied to him, and the fuel on his body made he too stumble. Bai Yi watched him coldly from behind, counting down slowly, until the countdown returned to 0. He gave an order to Bad Machine beside him. Bad Machine, start the fire signal gun. Shoot. Chapter 224. It's not necessarily just me. In the end, whether he too died of electric shock or death by burning, the case report did not elaborate, only recorded that his body was found charred in a high-voltage electric field, and the death was exactly the same as Bai Yi's parents. In this dream broadcast, various details beyond the record were revealed through Bai Yi's memory and were shown to everyone. The Bad Machine's shooting ability was extremely accurate, and the burning oil on E2's body was ignited by the flames, and a raging fire burned violently in an instant. The human-shaped flame was extremely dazzling in the dark night sky, as if it was running madly towards the darkness not far away, and finally fell to the ground, rolling down the slope. And then with a loud bang, it exploded into a ball of hot flames, illuminating the entire night sky as bright as day. Bai Yi stood there quietly, motionless, staring at the fire in the night sky in a trance, until a small rune quietly fell from the flames and hung in front of him. Bai Yi's eyelashes trembled slightly. His expression finally relaxed, and he lifted his sleeves to take the rune in his hand. The rune fell into the slot, and gradually lost its light. Bai Yi stared at the rune silently. After a few seconds, he suddenly took a deep breath, raised his head suddenly, and shouted to the sky illuminated by the fire, "Come on! Take me away! Take me to see Charles!" Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, the darkness and the fire disappeared instantly. This time, Bai Yi did not return to the birthday party. When the scene appeared again, he was in a cold, long corridor. This corridor was not narrow, but there were no doors or windows on both sides, only empty walls extending far into the distance. At the end of the walls on both sides, there was a tightly closed wooden door, which seemed to tell Bai Yi that his ascetic journey was about to reach the end. Let's go, bad machine, Bai Yi said, and walked towards the door with firm steps. Yes, master. Bad machine followed closely behind. With sonorous and powerful steps, the corridor stretched out, and it reached the end in a few steps. Bai Yi stretched out his hand and pushed the door, and opened it without any obstacles. Behind the door was a suffocatingly spacious office. In the vast space, there was only one desk standing alone in front of a French window in the depths. It was so far away that it was almost impossible to distinguish the face of the person sitting behind the desk. But Bai Yi knew in his heart that it was Charles. Just like the scene when he first opened this door more than 10 years ago. Bai Yi, you are really not simple. Charles's voice was low, and the echo reverberated in this empty office. He was a middle-aged man, well-maintained, well-dressed, and at first glance, he looked like an elegant upper-class person. But if Bai Yi approaches, he will find the undisguised contempt and disdain in his deep eyes. I know, Alan, Sonny, he too, their deaths are all caused by you. You are so cruel at such a young age, and you have successfully escaped the pursuit. I think I have to applaud you, Charles said, really applauding Bai Yi. But I am not them, you can't kill me at all. After the applause, Charles's tone was full of arrogance. There are many people who hate me, and I always have sufficient defense. Now I am sitting here talking to you, and I am certainly not here to be slaughtered. But Uncle Charles is not a cold-hearted person. After all, I have watched you grow up, and I don't want you to die like this. I can tell you that this office is equipped with a complete protection system. If you take 2 steps forward, the system will be triggered. Blood will splatter on the scene, and you may even die without a trace. So, go back, child. The death of your parents is an established fact, and I can choose not to pursue what you have done. As long as you behave yourself and stop causing trouble, I will ensure that you can live a good life. But you'd better listen to my advice. If you insist on anything, it won't just be me who will be in trouble. Charles's words were almost the same as they were many years ago. Listening to it now, his threat contained a message worth pondering. But the young Bai Yi only regarded Charles as a target of revenge, and never thought about the deep meaning of the sentence, it may not be just me. After all, Charles planned the murder of his parents, seized his parents' research results, and profited from them. The young Bai Yi could not think of anyone who deserved revenge more than him. However, when Bai Yi, now 27 years old, heard these words again, the meaning behind them became more and more obvious. If he continued to force it, there must be others besides Charles, who would not let him go. Recalling the cooperation that Shinting had discussed with his parents, but ended because of his parents' refusal, and thinking about the fact that Shinting actually bought LRC-5 from Charles at a high price. These other people were the forces he was familiar with. Bai Yi's face gradually became colder. He lowered his eyes, and remained silent for a moment. Then he raised his eyes, looking through the wide space, and looked directly into the deepest part of the room. No matter what, the matter in front of him must be solved first, Bai Yi thought. After Charles's words, the two of them had a verbal confrontation for several rounds. Bai Yi angrily accused Charles of betrayal, while Charles talked freely, telling the false truth that people should not work for themselves. However, now, in this illusory dream, Bai Yi no longer wanted to argue with him. Everything was settled several years ago, and now it was just a revenge reenacted. So Bai Yi said nothing more, and walked straight to Charles, who was sitting there. I've told you. If you go forward, you will. Charles's words were not finished, and he paused in his mouth. Not far away, Bai Yi had stepped into the trigger range of the protection system. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. He even approached the desk. But the protection system was still as quiet as a chicken, without any response. Why? Why? Charles was stunned for a moment, then suddenly opened the drawer and quickly pressed the hidden button. The button controlled the elevator around his desk. Once pressed, the entire desk and chair would quickly descend to the safe zone. No matter how many conflicts and crossfires there were in the office, they would not hurt him at all. However, now, the button seemed to be out of order. No matter how hard he pressed it, it did not cause any reaction. This protective system that he was proud of had already been secretly destroyed by a group of micro-robots released by Bai Yi 10 years ago. It was not triggered at that time, so it was powerless today. How could this happen? Could it be you? Impossible, This is impossible. Charles's eyes widened in shock. Seeing Bai Yi getting closer and closer, he had to move his chair back half a meter, and suddenly stood up, pulling a short-barreled pistol from the hidden slot in the chair. "Stop! Don't get close!" Charles shouted loudly, pointing the gun directly at Bai Yi. "Don't force me to shoot." However, the steel giant behind Bai Yi suddenly stepped forward, and knocked the gun pointing at Bai Yi down with one palm. Charles was greatly surprised, and subconsciously wanted to pick it up, but the next second his neck tightened, and a mechanical hand grabbed his collar, and easily lifted him into the air. "Bad machine. Nail him up." "Okay, master," the mechanical voice responded, and then caught Charles, pressed him directly against the wall, and several buckles forcibly fixed his hands and feet to the wall. "Next, use a knife to cut off his flesh." Bai Yi looked at Charles, who was screaming on the wall, and was frightened to the point of losing his dignity, and said lightly, "Take your time. Cut off his hands and feet first. Then cut his chest and abdomen. Each cut must be steady. And be patient. Let him feel how I feel now. And what it feels like." "Okay, master," the bad machine answered calmly. "Bai Yi, is this how he killed Charles?" The live broadcast in the monitoring room was so bloody that it was hard to look directly at. Xiao Jing and some timid analysts covered their eyes early, just wanting to quickly skip this painful memory and end it all. In the public information, the cause of Charles's death was not clear, only mentioning that a fire broke out at the headquarters of the No. 7 investment group, and Charles unfortunately died. At the same time, some key information of LRC-5 stored in his office was also engulfed by the flames. With the death of the core researchers and the loss of key data, the subsequent research of LRC-5 was left unattended and fell into a state of abandonment. However, the game did not completely reproduce the tragedy of the year. The broken machine did not hurt Charles deeply. Before he died, the rune floated out of his wound and fell into the rune slot of Bai Yi's arm. As soon as the rune landed, the scene changed. In a short moment, a flash of orange-red fire flashed in the West Square. Since Bai Yi killed Alan, the red turbans in the field gradually fell silent. Everyone held their breath, witnessing the brutal killings, piecing together the past that emerged in Bai Yi's dream. Shocked and sighing, and a silent fear emerged in their hearts. Those executors with blood on their wrists and screaming, expressionless demons, were Bai Yi, whom they had always admired and followed. If this was really Bai Yi's real experience, what kind of born evil person could do such a horrifying thing in his youth? But if all this is indeed a reflection of the real past, all kinds of slaughters seem to make sense under the changes that are like the collapse of the sky and the earth for these innocent teenagers. And it is hard to blame. The Red Scar's emotions are entangled, and they can never find the right emotions to face all this. The atmosphere in the West Square seems unprecedentedly depressed and low. At the same time, in the monitoring room, the analysts witnessed everything in Bai Yi's dream, and they have not gathered to discuss as before for a long time. And their enthusiasm is high. Everyone was in a complex state of emotions, adjusting secretly, digesting. No one noticed that the game task time limit in the system quietly came to the last 3 minutes. Chapter 225 Game Lost? Bai Yi, there are 13 minutes left, the last 2 runes. Do you know how to get them? Chen Su said to Bai Yi in the signal bridge. Bai Yi had returned to the lawn of the birthday party at this time, standing motionless in the crowd, and did not seem to plan to find the next target. "Well, I know," Bai Yi answered a little slowly. "Now, among the 7 runes, Bai Yi has successfully collected 5. The objects of obtaining 4 of the runes can be inferred through real data, and although there is no clear evidence for the mechanic who has a low correlation with LRC-5, but if you think about it carefully, there must be such an executor who secretly adjusts the aircraft, and this character is also on the revenge list when he was young. However, from what can be inferred at present, Bai Yi has already obtained all the runes. There are still 2 vacancies in the rune slot, and he has not completed the collection. The 5 runes obtained before, the average time taken was 9.37 minutes, the shortest was 5 minutes, the longest was close to 12 minutes. Mu prompted in the signal bridge. Bai Yi's game data was listed 1 by 1. Now there are 13 minutes left in the game, and you need to obtain 2 runes. According to your previous speed, it is quite urgent. It doesn't matter. Bai Yi did not seem panicked, but seemed confident. These 2 runes will be in hand soon. Bai Yi's mind has always been full of plans and measures, which Chen Su and the others know very well. Bai Yi said it would be quick, so the others stopped urging him, and waited patiently for his actions. But after Bai Yi finished saying this, he still stood there, motionless. Bai Yi? Chinsu was puzzled, and could not help but call out again. After a pause, Bai Yi responded, and seemed to be a little distracted. Grasp the time, and try to complete the game as safely as possible. Chinsu reminded him. Okay, I understand. Bai Yi replied. Gorgeous and bright, lively and joyful, children celebrating birthdays should be immersed in that sweet mood. However, such a mood seems to have been forgotten in the corner of memory for a long time. Since the age of 14, this feeling has gradually faded away. Bai Yi looked around quietly, staring at this birthday party that never really happened. Never met, never dreamed, even in the future life, there will never be such brilliant colors again. But why did this birthday party appear so clearly in my dream? Happy birthday. Little Bai Yi, happy birthday. Guests passed by from time to time, sending blessings. Bai Yi took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, finally took a step, walked to the center stage decorated with colorful balloons. Happy birthday. On the curtain of the stage, the golden letters sparkled in the sun. The task set for myself in this game is to obtain the rune that connects reality, making all this fantasy return to reality. In this illusory dream, all the tragedies never happened. Alan and Sunny were still gentle and generous, and Hichu took care of me, and the mechanic, who never appeared in my life, was even more distant. Charles was still the gentlemanly friend, and he sent me some small gifts from time to time. They all came to my 14th birthday party, and smiled and wished me well, and everything was so perfect and flawless. However, only by correcting these overly perfect details can we return to the reality that really happened more than 10 years ago. Now, the 5 rune points have been corrected, and only the last 2 points are left, which are still separated by the boundary between illusion and reality. Bai Yi calmed down his mind and slowly walked to the side of the stage. The 2 familiar figures. Happy birthday. My baby! The 2 figures turned around, revealing the warm and nostalgic faces that appeared in Bai Yi's dreams countless times. Congratulations on growing up another year older. And Mom and Dad wish you happiness and happiness every year in the future. This? How is it possible? In the small room, Xiao Pei stared blankly at Bai Yi in the projection. And it took a long time before he realized the seriousness of the situation and exclaimed. The last 2 runes, could it be that they refer to Bai Yi's parents? As she spoke, there was a look of help in her eyes, looking at Chinsu and the others, hoping that they could deny this terrible speculation, and tell her that there were other ways to complete the task. However, Chinsu, Mu and Ka Su remained silent, and the 3 of them quietly stared at Bai Yi walking towards the small stage surrounded by colorful balloons, and standing in front of his parents. Bai Yi's idea was correct. When Bai Yi began to move towards the center stage, several people came to a conclusion at the same time. In that incident, except for the enemies Bai Yi killed, those who died in connection with it, only they, should never appear in this dreamlike and beautiful fantasy. Bai Yi's father and mother? The last 2 runes. Does that mean Bai Yi must kill his parents? Xiao Pei couldn't believe it, her voice trembled slightly. How could this be? How could Bai Yi be forced to do such a thing? Is there any humanity in this game? No matter whether such a setting is humane or not, if you want to win the game, you have to obey it. Chinsu clenched his fists, his eyes moving between Bai Yi in the projection and the person in the glass cover next to him, who seemed to be sleeping. Don't be afraid. Bai Yi. I am here. And you are all here. Chinsu did not disturb Bai Yi in the signal bridge, but silently conveyed his support in his heart. How is it, baby? Are you happy? There were slight wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, but that warm and lively smile was still the appearance of Bai Yi's parents in her heart. She stared at her parents' faces, and tried to give them a beautiful smile with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Dad, Mom, I'm very happy. Oh! Dad and Mom looked at each other, with a hint of mystery on their faces. Then seeing this, I guarantee that little Bai Yi will be even happier. As he said this, Dad reached behind him, and then took out a huge box from behind. The box was about 1 meter long, with a blue ribbon tied on it, and a small folded card was inserted in the middle of the ribbon bow. Open it quickly, this is your birthday gift from your parents. Dad handed the box to Bai Yi. Bai Yi took the box, untied the ribbon, opened the lid. As expected, there was a cool skateboard inside. Bai Yi accidentally found this in her parents' room after they passed away. During those years, she carefully sealed it in warehouse number 0 until the explosion. When half of the skateboard was burned, Bai Yi gently stroked the rough lines on the skateboard, and saw the name on it that was specially customized for her. Her throat rolled. Her lips opened and closed, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Do you like it, baby? It was the mother's voice asking. Answer it well, Bai Yi said silently in his heart, whether it was real or fantasy. I'm afraid there will be no such opportunity in the future. I like it, she replied in a low voice. Her tone was calm, but there was a slight tremor in the end. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I like your gift very much. You're welcome. As long as my baby likes it, Mom and Dad will be happy. A drop of water fell quietly on the skateboard. Everything in the fantasy was so beautiful that people didn't want to wake up. Bai Yi looked down and could not see her expression clearly. After a moment, he looked up, and her handsome face returned to its usual calm demeanor. Only a faint redness remained at the corner of her eyes. Dad? Mom? I'm sorry. Bai Yi smiled slightly, and her words were careful and gentle. You shouldn't stay here, and I have to go back. Don't worry. I'm not alone anymore. I have many companions, and I'm living a good life now. No matter where you are, I hope you will always be happy. Happy. And happy. Swish. Just as Bai Yi's voice fell. In the sun, a dazzling silver light flashed by with the movement of her arm. In front of her, the two warm smiling faces were like reflections in the water. Suddenly disrupted, twisted, and gradually faded away with the breeze. Two rune-light spots floated gently in the air, and finally landed slowly on Bai Yi's left arm, in the two empty rune slots. Completed. In the small room, Chun-Su frowned slightly, feeling a little relieved, but also feeling painful because of the inner entanglement. He knew that this game would be an unforgettable journey for Bai Yi, but he didn't expect that there would still be such a painful setting in the end. Bai Yi's suppressed emotion made people feel heartbroken. Chun-Su silently looked at the sleeping person next to him, and just happened to see a faint light slipping quietly from the corners of the tightly closed eyes. Bai Yi. Chun-Su's heart suddenly tightened, and he hurriedly covered the glass cover with his arm. Bai Yi. I'm here. Can you hear me? Yes. In the signal bridge, Bai Yi responded quickly. As the last rune fell, the projection froze in a certain picture, but Bai Yi in the glass cover did not wake up, and Chun-Su could not judge in what state she responded to him at this moment. Chun-Su. Before Chun-Su could say anything else, Bai Yi sent another message. Chun-Su was slightly startled, realizing that Bai Yi was talking to him through their independent channel, and her tone seemed a little unusual. Chun-Su I. At this moment, the system broadcast suddenly sounded, cutting off Bai Yi's voice instantly. Since the start of the game, the female voice of the system sounded for the first time, and it was so abrupt in this small room that Chun-Su and others were stunned. 7 runes that connect to reality have been collected, and the total time to complete the game, 2 hours. 0 minutes and 18 seconds. The game is timed out, and the game is judged to have failed. Please note, after 3 seconds, the failure penalty program will be entered. 3, 2, 1. Player Bai Yi, destroy the props you carry with you, and teleport to the bunker immediately. Chapter 226 Error. What? Bai Yi actually failed the game. In the monitoring room, the analysis team immediately fell into chaos as soon as the game announcement sounded. No one dared to believe their ears, and it was even more difficult to imagine that Bai Yi, who had always been meticulous and thoughtful, would actually declare defeat because of this short 18-second timeout. How is it possible? There must be something wrong with the system. Impossible, impossible. Bai Yi will never lose. A grabbed his hair, his mind went blank, and after a few seconds, he hurriedly asked Xiao Jing to check Bai Yi's information in the system. Xiao Jing responded blankly, and hurriedly followed Ed's instructions. But his hands kept shaking on the keyboard, and he could not successfully open Bai Yi's interface. Hello? Management Department. What is Bai Yi's situation? Outside the crowd? The ball team leader couldn't wait for his subordinate's analysis, and personally called the game management department. This is not right. How could it be? No. The current situation is not like this at all. No. It won't happen. It will never happen. The explanation on the other side made the ball team leader seem to argue with reason, and his face was anxious. The analysts in front of the live broadcast wall were like headless flies, running around. Some were shouting. Some were constantly asking for reasons, and no one in the entire team could calm down and think carefully about the ins and outs of the matter. During the live broadcast, the picture that was originally frozen on Bai Yi's birthday celebration suddenly went black shortly after the system announced the failure of the game. as if clearly indicating that Bai Ye's result was a foregone conclusion. Xiao Jing shouted, "No!" Tears suddenly burst out of her eyes. Unable to stop. Ed, Xiaojie and other analysts seemed to be frozen by the word no, staring blankly at the dark screen. The original chaos suddenly stopped like a power outage, leaving only empty silence, as if the soul was taken away, and only dead silence spread. What? In the small room of the copy, when the system announced that Bai Yi had failed the game, several people were stunned and could not react immediately. According to their time calculation, there were still nearly 10 minutes left, and Bai Ye's actions were completely within the time limit, so there was no possibility of overtime. During the 3 seconds of the system countdown, several people stood in the room, thinking reflexively about where the problem was. But no one realized the action they should take at the moment. After 3 seconds, Bai Yi will be punished for failure. 3, 2, 1. Player Bai Yi. Destroy your personal items and teleport to the bunker immediately. The system's voice was calm but emotionless, and the 3-second countdown would not be interrupted by anyone. As the 3 seconds ended, Bai Yi's body, lying under the glass cover, disappeared without a trace in the moment when no one reacted. Bai Yi? Chen Su was shocked and suddenly woke up. But when he wanted to return to the summoning cabin, he was powerless. Bai Yi, where did he go? Xiao Pei and others also discovered Bai Yi's disappearance. Xiao Pei immediately threw himself on the glass cover with eyes wide open, looking inside in disbelief, but only saw an empty bed. Other than that, nothing else. The system said to go to the bunker. Bai Yi was really teleported away. Xiao Pei was stunned for a second, looking at Chen Su, who was also shocked, turned around and grabbed Mu's arm. Mu, no way, this is impossible. Quickly calculate. Is Bai Yi still in the bunker? Is he still in the copy? There is no information about Bai Yi in the copy. Mu's face also showed a rare trace of uneasiness. He lowered his head and was silent for a long time. But in the end, they still failed to come to any conclusion they hoped for. The signal bridge is disconnected. Bai Yi's position cannot be located, and the summoning cabin cannot return. At the end of the game, Bai Yi's consciousness is separated from his body, and his body is in a coma, completely controlled by the game. In this case, Bai Yi cannot take any action, and the possibility of being successfully teleported to the bunker by the system is almost 100%. 100%. Xiao Pei was stunned, and Casso's face also lost its smile, becoming more serious than ever. The little mute looked at Xiao Pei, then at Mu, probably understanding the current situation, and called out twice anxiously. But no one was in the mood to respond to his nonsensical voice. Chen Su lowered his eyes, and seemed not to have heard Mu's conclusion. He just tried to return to the summoning cabin again and again. Error. 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 But every time he tried, his brain would produce such feedback. Suddenly, just after one of the attempts, without any prompts, his vision suddenly fell into pure white. After a few seconds, the pure white faded away, and the scene that appeared again was already the deserted Shinyu Square. Error. Whether inside or outside the copy, returning to the summoning cabin still failed. Chen Su's heart was as heavy as lead, and he finally stopped trying. Once again leaving the copy, returning to reality, but this time, there was no Bai Yi among them. Unable to locate, unable to return. Bai Yi's current location was no longer within reach. He was sent alone to the bunker that would never see the sun. Wow! Xiao Pei finally couldn't help it, squatted on the ground, and cried out, while the others stood silently by. No one knew what to do now that they had lost Bai Yi. What should I do with Bai Yi? Whoa! Although there were no tears in his eyes, Xiao Pei couldn't stop crying. The bunker is so scary. If he goes there, can he survive? Woo-woo, what should I do? What should I do? It's my fault. After a long time, Chen Su finally spoke. At the moment of announcing failure, I should have returned to the summoning cabin first. If he could enter the bunker with Bai Yi would at least not fight alone, facing the scary and unknown ahead alone. As long as they are together, even if the chances are slim, maybe they can find a glimmer of hope for escape. A mistake is a mistake, and no matter how much regret you have, it cannot be reversed. But to make amends, now is the best time. Thinking of this, Chen Su looked up at Mu, unexpectedly. Mu was also looking at him seriously. Return to number 87 first. Before Chen Su spoke, Mu had understood what he meant. My processor has insufficient computing power, and I need to rely on the network and system of number 87. I will do my best to find a way to the bunker as soon as possible. A feeling of weightlessness came from a height, followed by the violent impact when falling to the ground. Although the feeling of weightlessness lasted for a long time, and the moment of landing was extremely painful, his body did not seem to suffer any substantial damage. Bai Yi supported himself on the ground and sat up, looking around casually. The darkness around him was so thick that he had the illusion that his eyesight was damaged. The ground was damp and cold, and there was a musty smell mixed with dust in the air. There seemed to be a sound of mechanical operation in the distance, which was sharp, noisy and ethereal, as if a giant beast in the abyss was roaring. This is a bunker? Bai Yi stood up and subconsciously patted his clothes. The moment before his consciousness returned to his body, he heard the system's broadcast. Like Chen Su and the others, he was also shocked by the judgment of timeout failure, and his mind went blank for a moment. During the time he sorted out his judgment, he only spent about 3 minutes of the 13 minutes to complete the last 2 runes. Even if he misjudged the time due to emotional fluctuations, the error would never be as long as 10 minutes. But even so, he was powerless at the time, unable to defend himself, unable to act, and even more unable to recall Chen Su and others. The moment he regained consciousness, his body fell rapidly. Everything happened as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye he fell into this dark world. Why did the game fail? Bai Yi had no idea, and now the answer seemed less important. No matter what the reason for his failure was, whether it was true or false, it was right or wrong, he had really been thrown into the bunker. Bai Yi's heart suddenly sank. He had only heard a few things about the bunker. Some said the bunker was a prison for inhuman laborers. Some said it was a secret human experiment base. And some said the bunker was actually an unknown dimension outside the god's blessing star. But these rumors all had one thing in common, that is, those who entered the bunker would never be able to return to the ground of the god's blessing star. In other words, would he never be able to see the sun again? Bai Yi closed his eyes and reached out to cover his left arm. In this darkness, where his life might end, Mu, Xiaopei, Ka Sua, the little mute, Chen Su. No one was beside him. The only company was that broken machine. Just like the past 10 years, the long and lonely black and white years. In the end, he returned to the starting point. Bai Yi lowered his arms, for a long time, didn't do anything. It seemed that he shouldn't be so negative, maybe everything was not hopeless. But for some reason, at this moment, he didn't want to think anymore, didn't want to fight anymore, and didn't want to struggle anymore. After being forced to relive the heart-wrenching experience of the past. In this darkness that seemed to have swallowed up time and space, it was difficult for him to gather even a glimmer of light in his heart. At this rate, he should be able to reunite with his parents soon. The dark thoughts in his subconscious suddenly emerged and spread silently. Why not? Just like this. Click. At this moment, a mechanical switch sounded, and a strong cold white light suddenly spread over Bai Yi's body. Then, the sound of leather boots came from far away, and it seemed that someone walked in front of him, standing a few steps away, his figure and face hidden in the strong light. AK-066 player Bai Yi. Immediately remove all weapons. Change into work clothes, and go to your workplace. Remember your future work number, RUX-066. Chapter 227, Survive. Bai Yi's unexpected death did not cause too strong a reaction on the godly planet. The godly court was indeed unique in controlling the emotions of the people. They did not let Bai Yi die in an unexplained factory explosion, nor did they let him die heroically in the game. Instead, they deliberately chose to let the impact of multiple events hit the people at the same time after his darkest history was revealed. The focus of emotions was naturally dispersed by this series of operations. Looking back at Bai Yi in those days, he did experience extraordinary pain, so people did not show strong indignation for the cruel massacres afterwards, and their attitude was not harsh. But not harsh does not mean approval. After this game, Bai Yi's image was still reshaped by those bloody scenes in the minds of many passers-by, and the myth was shattered. He was no longer the most dazzling star in the god's blessing star, and what followed was that the weight and shock brought by the unexpected failure of the first player was reduced. Of course, Bai Yi's failure was not due to his miscalculation with Chen Su. Shinting naturally understood that if everything went well, this simple game setting would not be able to stop Bai Yi, even if this setting just hit the most vulnerable part of his heart. However, for Shinting, who finally cracked the encryption module code, making Bai Yi fail was not a difficult task. All he had to do was create a few minutes of misalignment between Bai Yi's game time and the actual game running time. Chen Su's previous suggestion not to participate in the game again was indeed timely and correct. And Arnold and Jia Zipping's idea of stopping Bai Yi was also very realistic. Because from the beginning, this game was destined to be a dead end for Bai Yi. If we make the most likely inference based on the existing information, the God-blessing bunker is likely to be like a supply factory, and its main function is to provide various energy and resources for the God-blessing star. After Bai Yi enters the bunker, he will first become a laborer, and will not face life danger for the time being. In the small workshop of the abandoned factory, Mu has temporarily used Bai Yi's operating table as his extended system. Several screens are displaying the information he just mentioned and the detailed inference sources. Chen Su, Xiao Pei, Ka Sua and Xiao Ba are sitting around the operating table. Chen Su no longer keeps a distance from Mu. Xiao Pei no longer quarrels with Ka Sua. In the face of major events, everyone seems more harmonious than when Bai Yi was there. But how long can Bai Yi hold on? Xiao Pei seems worried. The fact that there is no life-threatening danger for the time being does not mean that there will be no life-threatening danger. And he also has narcolepsy. In this situation, if he faints at any time, who can protect him? This question is indeed important. Bai Yi's daily routine is different from that of ordinary people, and he cannot control it. Once he falls asleep, he will completely lose consciousness, which is almost equivalent to putting his life on the edge of a cliff. Fortunately, there is still the bad machine. Little Bai Yi should be able to come up with a solution. Ka Sua gently stroked Mars. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was vaguely anxious. The bad machine can only say good master. How much can it protect Bai Yi? Xiao Pei obviously did not trust the bad machine. We must rescue him as soon as possible. 1 minute later, Bai Yi will be in more danger. Chen Su responded. Yes. Chen Su nodded, and then turned to Mu. Regarding the route to enter the bunker, have you found any clues? Yes. Mu responded, and the text on several display screens changed into several route maps. According to the inference, the main functions of the Xinyu bunker are to produce energy, manufacture materials and waste treatment. Therefore, combining the energy pipelines, material channels and garbage transportation channels of Xinyu Star, the Lotte model calculated 3 possible entrances and exits. The one with the highest probability is located in the core area of the high-voltage electric field in Zone Z171. As Mu spoke, a route map flashed on the display screen. Z171 high-voltage electric field. Isn't that where? Xiao Pei suddenly reacted. It is the place where Bai Yi's parents crashed. Mu confirmed. The high-voltage electric field is extremely dangerous, and there are multiple warning fences around it, prohibiting people from approaching. These fences not only prevent people from getting into danger, but also avoid the risk of the bunker entrance being discovered, since the probability is the highest. Let's verify this one first. Chen Su paused and turned to Xiao Pei. Xiao Pei, Bai Yi's secret realm card is still with you, right? Ah. Yes. Xiao Pei was stunned for a moment, and quickly took out the secret realm card. This was what Bai Yi gave her before the game started. He once said that if he was inevitably exposed to the opponent's field of vision, he would use the secret realm card to hide him, and then turn on optical invisibility to avoid tracking. Now, Bai Yi's other high-dimensional cards were destroyed in the punishment process, and only the secret realm card was left. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Bai Yi had a premonition of something in the dark, and kept this most precious prop card for himself. Yes. Chen Su confirmed the card in Xiao Pei's hand, and continued. The center of the high-voltage electric field. Ka Sua still needs to take us there with the secret card. In addition, there is a warning fence around the electric field, and Mu needs to destroy the warning system in advance. If the entrance is a simple mechanical defense, then Mu will invade the system and remove the defense. If there is a military garrison, then you need to create chaos to attract attention after arriving at the entrance, and I will look for an opportunity to sneak in. Wait a minute. Xiao Pei immediately realized something was wrong. You mean you're going to save Bai Yi alone? As soon as Xiao Pei finished speaking, Mu and Ka Sua's eyes were focused on Chen Su. Even the little mute showed a puzzled expression. Do you think we will hold you back? Ka Sua said in a teasing tone. God of War Pluto, do you really look down on us? Chen Su glanced at Ka Sua, and then turned his eyes back. You can't go underground, Chen Su said calmly. Underground, you can't charge. Ka Sua was stunned for a moment, and then he understood what Chen Su meant. Bai Yi had transformed himself. Ka Sua did not understand. But he remembered that Bai Yi had mentioned that his energy came from cosmic radiation. He needed to charge through the microconductors on his protective clothing under the sky to maintain normal activities. And underground, there was no access to enough cosmic radiation. Isn't it the same for you? Xiao Pei said nervously. You will run out of energy when you enter the bunker. I have another energy system in my body. Chen Su answered, turning his eyes to the little mute. Little mute, can you transform my energy system back to the original energy block mode? Chen Su's energy system is indeed different from others. Bai Ye's transformation of him was not as perfect as that of Mu and Xiao Pei later. During the escape from Lone Star, they had to work hard on the energy block, because there was no design to absorb cosmic radiation for energy. But who would have thought that this abandoned energy system could still be used at this moment? The little mute thought for a few seconds and nodded. Although he could not complete the complex transformation, he could still restore Chen Su to his original state. Seeing the little mute nod, Chen Su immediately stood up and walked towards the bed. There is no time to lose. Little mute, quickly change my energy system. After the transformation is completed, we will set off immediately. Let's go! The dull sound of iron chains dragging on the ground, and the tall man in uniform shouted from time to time, and each scolding was accompanied by the sound of whips and screams. Bai Yi, wearing a loose work uniform, stood at the back of the team, looked up and glanced at the tall and strong man's back, slightly hid his body inside the team, tried to keep a low profile, and quietly observed the surrounding environment. The initial gloomy depression did not last long. When the white light shone on him, reason instantly returned to Bai Ye's mind. He was wearing dirty and worn work clothes, with a heavy iron chain tied to his ankle. In any case, he had become a slave in the bunker. The screams around him were one after another, which was enough to imagine how harsh the situation he would face would be. But how could he die here? There were still many unsolved old things, and there were still people waiting for him. Bai Yi must not disappear silently like this. Chen Su and the others would definitely come to find him. He had no doubt about that. So he now needed to do his best to survive safely alone before Chen Su and the others found him. The iron chain on his ankle made a harsh sound, rubbing against the rough gravel ground, and every step seemed particularly difficult. The surrounding light was dim, and only a few weak street lights could barely identify the direction ahead and the iron signs at each fork in the road. The roars of various machines intertwined, much more obvious than when he first entered the bunker. Obviously, he had entered a work area. According to Bai Ye's speculation, he was heading towards his assigned workplace. Their team of prisoners was not all in the same place. Some people were taken away at the fork in the road, and went to places marked as processing plants or power stations, while the rest continued to stay in the team and move forward. Soon, someone grabbed Bai Ye's clothes and took him away from the team. The man pushed him, urging him to walk faster. After walking about a few hundred meters, he pushed him into a teleportation device. The teleportation device required verification. Bai Yi saw the uniformed man who pushed him swipe the card on the input disc and press the palm print. Then his eyes lit up and darkened, and he and the man were teleported to another area. Are you X066? After walking out of the teleportation device, he immediately entered a small room. There were several supervisor-like people sitting or standing in this small room. Some of them were flipping through the documents in their hands and reading out Bai Ye's number. Here. The uniformed man kicked Bai Yi. Here. Bai Yi staggered for a moment, but soon regained his balance and appeared submissive. The supervisor who read out the number looked Bai Yi up and down, and took out a ring with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters. The uniformed man unlocked the iron chains and shackles on Bai Ye's hands and feet, and then the supervisor buckled the ring around Bai Ye's neck with a click. Garbage disposal site X area. Are you X066? Received. Chapter 228 Lucky enough. Turn right ahead about 200 meters, and you will find the entrance. It took a lot of time to transform Chen Su's energy system. When he finished, it was already dusk outside the window. Fortunately, the mechanical body is tireless, and does not need to rest. After the transformation was completed, Chen Su, Mu, Ka Sui, and Xiao Pei set out immediately, under the cover of darkness, and rushed to a place Chen Su was once familiar with. The hangar of the Night Owl Group. The high-voltage electric field in Z171 area is about 200 kilometers away from them. Without transportation, it would take them a very long time to get there. The best option for 200 kilometers is to drive an aircraft, and Chen Su knows best how to get an aircraft, which is naturally the Night Owl Group. The key may have been changed. I'm not sure if it can still be recognized. Chinsu said to Mu in his hiding place at the corner. It's safer to crack the door lock directly. But the alarm system of the Night Owl group is quite sensitive. Don't trigger it. Yes. Mu nodded, then lowered his eyes, as if looking for the interface of the hangar protection system. But when he looked up again after a moment, there was a trace of confusion on his face. No interface found. Mu said. Maybe it's because of the distance. Chinsu thought for a moment. Then let's go first. Xiao Pei. Oh! Xiao Pei understood what Chinsu meant, and quickly opened the secret realm card. Chinsu, Mu and Kasa entered the black hole one after another. Xiao Pei then closed the secret realm card, hid his figure, and quietly walked towards the door of the hangar. The three of them were in the secret realm card, waiting for Xiao Pei to find a safe hiding place, and then open the black hole again. Not long after, the light of the exit in the secret realm was lit. What's going on? Queso jumped out of the black hole, looked around, and Chinsu and Mu followed him out. They were surprised to find that they appeared at the door of the hangar without any cover. The hangar of the Night Owl group is a tall square building, which looks like a storage center of an ordinary factory. Chinsu looked up at the door of the hangar, looked around, and frowned slightly. When he was in the Night Owl group, this hangar was an important transportation transfer point. It looked ordinary, but it had a strict control system maintained inside. It was manned 24 hours a day, ready to serve the mission of the Night Owl group at any time. However, now, there is a dead silence here. The electronic lock screen and indicator lights on the gate are all off. It seems that even the energy is not connected. There should be no one here. Xiao Pei put away the secret realm card and told the other three. I listened carefully. It is very quiet around. There is no sign of any activity, not even the sound of mechanical equipment working. Without energy, naturally everything cannot operate, and Mu cannot find the interface of the protection system. Chinsu walked to the gate, pushed the door, then took out the heavy artillery, and directly smashed the electronic lock that was useless. No alarm was triggered, and no one even showed up because of the sound. All signs indicated that this hangar was indeed abandoned. Chinsu was not sure what had happened to the Night Owl group during his absence, or whether they had simply moved somewhere else, but now was not the time to think about it. He reached out and pushed open the door, walked into the hangar, and turned on the portable lighting. Fortunately, the hangar was not empty. Several aircraft he was familiar with were quietly parked here. There's still fuel. Chinsu got on the aircraft and turned on the driving system. The fuel gauge showed that there was about half of it left, which was enough for a 200-kilometer flight. Mu also found the control console, connected the energy switch, and quickly cracked the control program. The shield door soon rose slowly. Let's go! Chinsu did not look back at the hangar that seemed to have been silent for a long time. Nor did he think about what these abandoned aircraft meant. After all, he was no longer the leader of the Night Owl group. Now he was Bai Ye's summoned body, and Bai Ye was his lover. He just wanted Bai Ye to live well. Other than that, nothing else mattered. Chinsu watched the gradually rising shield door, took a deep breath, pressed the start button, pulled the joystick. The aircraft hummed, and then slid out of the flight exit, and sped towards Z-171 area. Your workstation is here. Area X of the garbage disposal site is a vast area, with a roaring conveyor belt in the center transporting compressed garbage blocks. On both sides of the conveyor belt, there are rows of tall machines, and in the distance are piles of garbage like hills. The workers dump the garbage into the machine's input port. After a while, the machine would spit out square pieces of garbage, which would then be sorted by the conveyor belt and sent to various recycling channels. The supervisor escorted Bai Ye to a garbage mountain deep in the processing site. Before he got close, a pungent smell of blood hit him. Go over there. Get a cart and a shovel, and put the garbage into the processing machine according to the category. The supervisor pushed Bai Ye over. The workload needs to be measured every 3 hours. If the garbage processing volume is less than 100 cubic blocks, you will be punished by whipping. Bai Ye glanced at the supervisor silently, without refuting, and obediently walked to the tool storage area and took the cart and shovel according to the supervisor's instructions. The supervisor observed that Bai Ye did not resist and his behavior was fine. He looked at him coldly for a while, and then turned away. As expected, the inside of the bunker was as cruel as the rumors outside. Bai Ye pushed the cart and walked slowly towards the garbage mountain. The terrain was complex, and the space was huge. You need to verify your identity through the portal to reach different areas. The defense was strict. There were uniformed guards standing guard and patrolling everywhere. There were searchlights and alarms almost every few steps. There were drones patrolling in the air. The red sensor light kept passing by with the buzzing sound of the drone. The collar around his neck was locked only after entering the garbage dump. Bai Yi speculated that it might be a device to restrict the range of workers' activities. Along the way, he witnessed heavy body bags being dragged roughly by supervisors or guards at least 3 times. Most of the people sent to the bunker were failed players. But at least some people could survive the game of life and death. However, this bunker can ensure that all workers will never see the sun. Bai Yi felt heavy in his heart, realizing that all he had left was the broken machine hidden in the summoning cabin and the space card stored on the broken machine, which contained medicines and props prepared for the game. But it is almost impossible to force a breakout and escape back to the ground with these. Even if Chen Su finds him, there must be a practical plan to ensure that they can escape from the bunker safely. As he thought, he shoveled up a handful of garbage and dumped it into the cart. The smell of blood became stronger and stronger. Bai Yi woke up from his thoughts and found that what he shoveled up was actually a half-calf with shoes and socks. He looked up in horror and stared at the mountain of garbage in front of him. The light was dim and the environment was chaotic. Bai Yi had never carefully observed the garbage piled up here before. But at this moment, the piled up debris was mostly bloody internal organs and limbs. Bai Yi's hands trembled slightly, and he almost dropped the shovel. Seeing the patrol supervisor approaching, Bai Yi quickly grasped the shovel, gritted his teeth, and shoveled up a pile of blood-stained debris and dumped it into the cart. Body parts, metal debris, mixed with cloth, plastic, glass and stone fragments. If you look closely, the body parts do not seem to be all human body tissue. Some of the body parts have hair, skin color and bones that are far from human. Among other metal debris, many obviously retain the structural characteristics of weapons, dead humans and unidentified creatures, as well as scrapped weapons. All the garbage in front of them are probably the products of battle. There was no large-scale war on the godly Blessing Star. The only game that could produce such a huge amount of battle garbage was the EVO game. The corpses and debris that were quickly cleaned up in the game obviously all came here. Thinking about it, Bai Yi pushed the full cart to the garbage disposal machine. The garbage disposal machine has 3 inlets labeled metal, rotten matter, and others. After thinking about it, he picked out the obvious metal blocks from the cart, threw them into the metal inlet, threw the body pieces into the rotten matter inlet, and poured all the rest into others. Work no. RUX 066 current investment, 1.8 cubic blocks cumulative investment, 1.8 cubic blocks. The processor screen flashed, and the workload was recorded. Bai Yi glanced at the insignificant 1.8, silently put away his expression, pushed the cart again, and returned to the garbage mountain filled with the smell of blood. No matter what this garbage is, where it comes from, it is not the information he needs to delve into at the moment. Bai Yi temporarily put the garbage problem aside, thinking in his heart. At present, the key is that he cannot safely and smoothly complete the workload of 100 cubic meters in 3 hours. After all, after a few hours, he will fall asleep uncontrollably. Once narcolepsy occurs, the workload will not be completed, and his safety will not be guaranteed. He cannot summon the bad machine, which will expose his strength, and the intelligence of the bad machine is not enough to deal with complex situations. He cannot use the soul potion given by the witch, because its effectiveness is limited. As the effectiveness wears off, the soul will suffer backlash, and he will be in trouble. There are still a few hours left before the deadline. If Chen Su fails to arrive in time, his fate may only depend on strangers. Bai Yi pondered over and over again, and looked around again, hoping to find a suitable target and looking forward to meeting the right opportunity. I hope I can be lucky enough to hold on until the moment I see Chen Su again. Chapter 229. You will be well soon. We are 3 kilometers away from the boundary of the electric field. We are ready to land. Mu reminded Chen Su. The electronic components of the aircraft will be disturbed by the electric field. Don't get too close. Yes. In the face of major events, Chen Su and Mu always have a tacit understanding. When Mu said not to get close, Chen Su immediately controlled the aircraft to land safely. No one dared to approach the dangerous high-voltage electric field, and the area within a radius of several kilometers around the electric field was also a wasteland with few people. The landing site of the aircraft was about 1 kilometer outside the edge of the electric field. And not far ahead. The outermost electronic cordon of the electric field could be seen. The electric field is dangerous. Stop here. The words flashed on the cordon. Can we pass? Shinsu asked Mu. Mu paused for a moment. And then? The cordon in front suddenly went out with a snap. It's okay, Mu said. There were 4 electronic cordons in total. And each time you passed one, you would be closer to the edge of the electric field. These cordons are all controlled by the same intelligent system. Once one is broken, the following cordons will no longer be an obstacle. Several people moved towards the electric field. Not long after they passed the 4th floor, Mu reached out to stop Shinsu and the others. We're at the electric field. Mu adjusted the scanning light strip in front of him and said, Kasu. Shinsu turned his head and looked behind him. Kasu behind him had already exposed his upper body. His overly white skin shone slightly in the night, which made Shinsu feel a little uncertain. It was as if the man in front of him had not become Bai Ye's summoned body, and was still the naked man who had wanted to kill Bai Ye. Did you remember the location that Mu gave you? Shinsu asked. He actually wanted to confirm again whether Kasu liked them, really wanted to save Bai Ye. Could this man who had been against them guarantee that he would not become a time bomb that would set their backyard on fire? But when he spoke, he finally changed to this irrelevant question. In any case, Keiso was already their teammate. In the nearly collapsed copy of the Wall of Death, Keiso had tried his best to overcome the dilemma of life and death with them. In that small room, in front of Bai Ye's past images, he had seen an almost imperceptible emotion on Keiso's always carefree face. It's time to trust him, Shinsu thought. Trust him. And also trust Bai Ye's judgment. Don't worry. Keiso still looked lazy, and reached out to take the secret realm card from Xiao Pei. I have to prove my reliability again and again, so that you can really treat me as a teammate, right? Then, I'll leave it to you, Shinsu said. Hee. Keiso raised one corner of his mouth, no more promises, suddenly through his palm, and activated the secret realm card. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Keiso, I'll take you flying. Snap! The whip hit him hard, making a crisp sound. Although his face was tense, he never said a word. Even though the whip was fierce, he did not scream or beg for mercy, but just stood firmly and let the supervisor whip him. You are a monster that is neither human nor ghost, with dirty hair and lowly bones. The supervisor cursed and raised his hand to whip him again. Go to work. If you can't sell your strength, what's the point of living? 200 cubic meters in 3 hours. If you can't finish it, I will let you go to hell. Although the supervisor's scolding was harsh, he was indifferent. The supervisor whipped him a few more times, but he still felt unsatisfied. So he took out a controller from his pocket and pressed the button angrily. Instantly, his eyes widened. He grabbed the collar tightly. His mouth opened wide, and his expression of pain was obvious. Soon, he fell to his knees, hunched over and struggled. The supervisor was satisfied with this reaction, and he watched him struggle for a while with his arms folded before pressing the controller again. The collar device finally turned off, and he collapsed to the ground, panting rapidly, unable to recover for a long time. Humph. Let me teach you a lesson. He fell to the ground weakly, unable to rise. The supervisor looked at him with contempt, kicked him, and then strode towards other garbage mountains. Bai Yi witnessed this scene and couldn't help but touch the collar around his neck. According to the situation just now, the effect of this collar was obviously suffocating. Once suffocated, the strength would quickly drain away, and the resisting workers could be easily subdued. If you want to take his life, you only need to suffocate him for a period of time, and it can be easily achieved. Sure enough, as long as the collar is not removed, it is almost impossible to escape. Bai Yi thought in his heart, quietly raised his eyes to observe the person lying on the ground not far away. He kept panting on the ground until the supervisor walked far away. Then he struggled to get up, picked up the shovel on the ground, and slowly walked towards his cart. Bai Yi noticed this person not long after he came here. Although the garbage dump is large and the garbage mountain is high, the number of workers is not large, and the activity routes are relatively scattered. The range of his activities is not close to Bai Yi, but Bai Yi has a deep impression of this person. The man in front of him had thick short hair on his head and face. His ears stood up like a cat. His eyes were deep, His nose and mouth were raised, and he had a beard like steel wire around his mouth. This man was a leopard in human form. Bai Yi didn't know why such a person, or such a creature, existed, and why he became a laborer here. But it was obvious that his treatment in the bunker was much lower than that of other laborers. The average laborer worked 100 cubic blocks every 3 hours. But he had to complete 200 cubic blocks of work. Although he had not been slacking off just now, the supervisor tortured and insulted him without any explanation. This leopard man was taller and stronger than ordinary humans, with a broad claw like the claws of a broken machine, which made the supervisor next to him look thin and short. However, facing the supervisor's difficulties, the leopard man never resisted, as if he had long been accustomed to it. Only in this way could he minimize the abuse. Bai Yi looked at the leopard man who was shoveling garbage silently again, thought for a moment, and took advantage of the moment when the supervisor was distracted to quickly walk into the blind spot behind the garbage mountain, and then walked out of the garbage mountain, pretending to shovel garbage while approaching the leopard man unnoticed. The leopard man turned his head, looked at Bai Yi approaching, did not react, turned his head back again. "Hey!" Bai Yi called him. The leopard man turned his head again, just in time to see Bai Yi smiling. "Here." Bai Yi stuffed a few potions into the leopard man's hand, and on his arm, the blood stuck to the hair and turned into a paste. "Wound medicine, for external use," Bai Yi said, smiled at him again, then stepped back a few steps, and continued to shovel the garbage in front of him. The leopard man was stunned for a moment, clenching the medicine given by Bai Yi blankly, seemingly puzzled by this sudden kindness, or hesitating whether to use it. Bai Yi said nothing more, just continued his work nearby. When the leopard man finally decided to break the potion and use it, the voice of the supervisor suddenly came from a distance. "You beast! You are being lazy again! I will beat you to death!" Bai Yi turned around, and saw the supervisor walking towards him aggressively. He retracted his gaze, rummaged in his pocket, and quietly threw a micro-robot on the ground. The supervisor arrived quickly, rushed past Bai Yi like a gust of wind, rushed towards the leopard man, pulled out the whip, and raised it high. But before the whip fell, there was a bang in the distance, followed by a chaotic scream. It exploded. There was an explosion over there. Someone shouted in the chaos. The supervisor was shocked, and hurriedly put down the leopard man, and turned to run towards the noise. Bai Yi saw this, and immediately took out a potion, and quickly applied it to the wound on the leopard man's back. "Quick! Use it quickly!" Bai Yi whispered to the leopard man. The leopard man reacted and immediately broke the potion open and applied it to the place he could reach. When the potion was applied to the wound, the leopard man's back twitched instantly, and it was tense with pain. Bai Yi tried to move as lightly as possible, and while the supervisor was focusing on the small explosion over there, he quickly treated the leopard man's new and old injuries. "It will be fine soon," Bai Yi said to the leopard man with a smile. The leopard man looked at Bai Yi, still silent, and just lowered his head to continue shoveling his garbage. "Hey!" In the center of the electric field, Ka Suo squatted behind an electric tower, looking at a gray, dirty, container-like building not far away. The building was casual and rough in appearance. If it was not the entrance to the bunker, it would be better to say it was a temporary warehouse at a construction site. If it were not for this thin building in the vast electric field, and it happened to be at the place marked by Mu, Ka Suo might really ignore this place in his heart and look for another place. However, upon closer inspection, there were strict checkpoints in front of the simple building, and the fully armed guards were standing by like iron barrels, guarding the checkpoints and the entrances of the building in a tense atmosphere. Although the guards' uniforms were different from those seen before, there must be no other force with regular armed forces on this God-blessed star except the God Court. The God Court would not make such a big show to protect an insignificant warehouse. Casso raised his eyebrows and smiled, and took a few steps closer to the large container, taking advantage of the cover of night, and quietly crossed the fence. Inside the fence was a non-electric area, with a large container in the center. He looked around, then quietly moved to the back of the building, and nimbly climbed onto the roof. Bunker Team 4. Come to take over. It was time for the change of guards. At the checkpoint, the new guards saluted the original guards, and slowly exchanged positions. After the handover, the guards who were replaced walked towards the building. Suddenly, there was a burst behind them, as if something had exploded nearby. Several guards turned around immediately, and the new guards also became alert instantly. What happened? The man who looked like the captain returned to the pass and asked. Captain, it looked like lightning, but I'm not sure. A guard replied. There is a lightning protection device here, so it won't be struck by lightning. The captain responded. Maybe there is something wrong with the electric field. You go contact the higher-ups and send someone to check as soon as possible. Yes. The guard received the order and was about to make a call when suddenly a strong light flashed, his body trembled, and then he fell to the ground. Hey you! The captain was shocked and hurriedly checked the guard's condition. At this time, the surroundings became panic-stricken. There was a slight crackling sound from the electric current, as if something ominous would tear through the dark night in the next second and burst out wantonly. The captain looked up in a hurry, but before he could react, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the dazzling electric light around him burst at the same moment, and knocked all the guards of both teams to the ground in an instant. Chapter 230. Sorry. What happened? With a huge sound of electric current bursting, the guards in the building rushed out one after another, but they only saw a dissipated afterimage of lightning, and the charred bodies all over the ground, lying on the ground in all directions. What is going on? Is it lightning? The guards looked at each other, panicked, at a loss. At this time, a naked upper body, pale-skinned man jumped down from nowhere, stood steadily on the charred bodies, curly raised the corners of his mouth, smiled at the guards, then circled his right hand in front of him a few times, and saluted them jokingly. Who are you? The guards were shocked, and shouted loudly. It's an intruder. Catch him. Casso said nothing, but had a strange smile on his face. Seeing the guards rushing over, he suddenly jumped back, and snapped his fingers lightly, and the lightning instantly boomed, and hit the ground. The guards panicked, and hurriedly adjusted their formation, and scattered. Casso never made direct contact with them, and nimbly dodged and jumped left and right, and kept snapping his fingers, and the lightning playfully guided them away from the door of the building. Let's go! On the top of the building, Chinsu, Mu and Xiao Pei acted quickly. They jumped down from the top one after another. Xiao Pei suddenly disappeared before landing. At the gate of the building, there were still several guards on duty, and they did not chase Ka Sul. Xiao Pei hid in the shadows, and several flying blades were sent out instantly, and the guards did not react, and fell to the ground silently. Mu quickly cracked the electronic lock of the gate, and while the battle on Ka Su's side was in full swing, they quickly sneaked into the building. The interior of the building is extremely spacious, consistent with the size of the exterior, without any interior walls separating it. At first glance, the interior of the building appears empty and simple. The concrete floor underfoot only extends forward 10 meters, and 10 meters away is a huge deep hole quietly lying in the center. Above the deep hole, 3 large metal elevators quietly stay there, as if waiting for the next wave of passengers to dive into the secret underground prison. Sure enough, this is the entrance to the bunker. Who are you? There are also guards inside the building, who soon discovered the uninvited guests, and they all raised their weapons and ran towards the door. Xiao Pei immediately turned on the invisible power, gripping the flying blade tightly. Chinsu's face was grim, and he disappeared instantly. In a moment, the guards in front of him were already beheaded. Mu did not participate in the battle, but moved directly to the elevator, and began to deal with the verification device of the hatch. Chinsu was strong in combat. Xiao Pei quietly followed Mu, protecting his safety. Just when the last guard fell to the ground, there was a harsh metal friction sound. The door of a certain elevator slowly opened, and Mu's voice came from the signal bridge. It's okay, Mu said. Go down from here, and we should be able to reach the bunker. All the guards were dealt with, and the restrictions on the elevator were successfully removed. The road to the bunker is now unobstructed. Chinsu put away his weapon, walked to the elevator, and scanned it up and down. The elevator looked very simple. A square iron cabin was hung by several thick iron chains. The cabin was slightly shaking, and the surface was full of traces of rust. Chinsu did not hesitate. Stepped into the cabin door, stood in the cabin, turned around again, and looked at Mu and Xiao Pei outside the door. Be careful, Chinsu. Xiao Pei looked a little worried. Mu didn't answer, but just watched him quietly. Chinsu looked at Mu, then looked at Xiao Pei, then nodded to his 2 teammates with a serious expression. Don't worry, Chinsu said in a deep voice. I will definitely bring Bai Yi back safely. Time is running out. Less than an hour. In a corner of the garbage disposal deep in the bunker, Bai Yi threw the body parts he picked up into the rotten material inlet of the garbage disposal machine, while silently calculating in his mind. When the time limit is up, narcolepsy will strike, and he will fall into an uncontrollable coma. This bunker is huge and well defended. It may not be easy for Chen Su and the others to find him. So whether he can open his eyes again after closing them, this time depends entirely on fate. Bai Yi thought to himself, and his eyes inadvertently moved to the leopard man who was working. The leopard man had his back to him, shoveling the garbage in front of him with all his strength. His appearance was almost the same as when Bai Yi first saw him. He hoped he was not mistaken. Bai Yi silently prayed in his heart, hoping that God would give him a little help. 066. RUX 066. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard someone calling his number. Here. Bai Yi immediately answered and turned his head to look, only to see the supervisor walking towards him, and there seemed to be someone following him. If that was a person. 066. Someone wants to see you. The supervisor stopped in front of Bai Yi, and then stepped aside. There was a sound of metal friction, and a strange-looking, tall person walked out from the shadow of the supervisor. Ha, Bai Yi. The man's voice was hoarse, and mixed with some mechanical noise. This was a voice that Bai Yi had never heard before, but for some reason, the tone made him feel familiar. Long time no see. Bai Yi, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Long time no see. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully identifying the man's figure and appearance. The man's limbs were all supported by an external mechanical skeleton, and his posture was abnormal, as if he was an insect forced to walk upright. The collar around his neck fits tightly between his collarbone and chin. It is not the suffocation collar used by Bai Yi and other laborers. This collar is larger and thicker. The bulge at the back is close to the back of his head. It looks more like a signal relay device to control mechanical skeletons. The collar covers the lower half of his face. Bai Yi stares at the other person's deep black eyes in the dim light. A complete face quickly emerges in his mind. Hu Xiao. Bai Yi whispered his name. Good memory. The man in front of him said in a sinister tone. It was him. Bai Yi stared at him coldly and stopped talking. Of course he would not forget. Even if the other party had changed beyond recognition, this person still occupied an important position in Bai Yi's memory. It was his betrayal that turned Chen Su's life upside down and made the proud Hades suddenly fall into the mortal world. If it were not for a series of accidental opportunities, perhaps Chen Su would have disappeared from the world. Bai Yi did not expect that he, who had broken his bones with his own hands and sent him to hell, would now see him again. You didn't expect it, did you? I'm still alive, after being tortured to that extent by you. Hu Xiao sneered, his eyes full of contempt. And I didn't expect that one day you would fall into my hands. God, you really treat me well. Fall into his hands. Bai Yi remained silent, but his mind quickly sorted out the current information. In theory, after failing the game, entering the bunker, becoming a laborer like him, and being assigned to a certain workplace, this is a normal result. But Hu Xiao's words implied that, with his properly treated body, he was obviously no longer a prisoner laborer. Although it was unknown how he did it, it was clear that his identity was enough to keep him in the palm of his hand. It was not easy to survive safely in the bunker. Not to mention that with Hu Xiao around, his situation would become even more difficult. Don't worry. I just came to see you this time, to see how miserable your arrogant face has become. Hu Xiao seemed to smile, and his words revealed an endless sense of control. Once you enter here, you will never be able to get out. We still have plenty of time. I have to think carefully about how to give you a death that will be the most interesting and the most pleasing to me. Captain! Captain! Hu Xiao was just speaking harshly to Bai Yi, when suddenly a soldier rushed to Hu Xiao, panting, and whispered a few words. Invader? Bai Yi heard Hu Xiao ask. Major will ask you to return to the team as soon as possible to assist in defense. Yes, Hu Xiao responded, glared at Bai Yi, and had to turn around after a moment and walk out of the garbage dump. Bai Yi watched Hu Xiao go away, turned his head silently, but accidentally found that the leopard man was right next to him, looking at him. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, and motioned to the leopard man. Seeing him smile, the leopard man retracted his gaze, continued to lean over to shovel the garbage, and put it in the cart. Bai Yi looked at the leopard man, hesitated for a moment, finally grabbed the shovel, pushed the cart, and slowly walked towards the garbage mountain. Enemies always meet on a narrow road. Things in this world are indeed always reincarnated. Bai Yi thought to himself, if he met Hu Xiao again, he didn't know how he would be treated. But no matter what, this cycle must not end with him. He continued his work silently. Just as a shovel of garbage fell into the cart, His face changed, and he suddenly realized something. The familiar feeling came instantly, forcing Bai Yi to have no choice but to drop the shovel and stagger towards the leopard man. Finally, in the leopard man's astonished eyes, he tightly grasped his arm. Sorry. Bai Yi was not sure whether the deliberate action before would bring good results. Nor was he sure whether this sorry really came from his mouth. Everything happened too fast. At the moment when the two people's eyes met, Bai Yi's eyes went black and he collapsed softly. I'm sorry. My deliberateness is my helplessness. Everything that comes next, whether it can, I'll leave it to you.